Chapter 1. A star on the brink of extinction dominated the vast expanse of the cosmos, its searing surface continuously spewing forth lethal tongues of flame and ion storms. Against this backdrop, a formidable fleet slowly ascended from behind the dying star. At the forefront were three formidable Black Shark-class destroyer scouts, their sleek, powerful hulls adorned with menacing paint, resembling three bloodthirsty rulers of the ocean, coldly hunting for signs of the enemy. Following closely were two Titan-class heavy cruisers, their hulls bristling with particle cannons capable of vaporizing asteroids in an instant, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them. Guarded by these five imposing warships was a broad and robust interstellar mothership. Within its heavy and expansive belly lay the most dangerous humanoid combat weapon in the universe, the interstellar mech. All systems normal, no signs of enemy activity. Report from the Grim Reaper is complete. The plague has detected no anomalies. Spatial corridors are stable, proceeding at full speed. The Weiss Empire reports no suspicious activity. Wait. The Weiss Empire has detected a suspicious situation. Repeat. Unidentified object approaching the Weiss Empire at high speed. Energy readings are intense. It's a mech, an interstellar mech. Before the words of the Weiss Empire's radar operator could fade, a pitch-black armed mech materialized before the ship like a demon, appearing minuscule against the vastness of the starry sky. Yet for all aboard the warship, it was undoubtedly a terrifying presence akin to a malevolent specter. Boom, boom, boom. The black mech spread its arms wide, and suddenly, the armor on its chest opened to reveal a torso filled with miniature nuclear warheads. The Weiss Empire attempted an evasive maneuver, but it was too late under the onslaught of enemy missiles. It was instantly transformed into the most brilliant fireworks in the cosmic void. The enemy is actually a mech? Impossible. The joint fleet fell into disarray as countless mechs surged forth from the sides of the interstellar mothership, aggressively launching themselves at the assailant. However, sheer numbers alone could not dictate the outcome of the battle. From the explosion of the Weiss Empire emerged a haunting specter, darting through the mech ranks like a bolt of lightning, swiftly diving into the fray. Any mech that ventured too close to this devil met its demise in a fiery explosion. The black mech shimmered amidst the enemy ranks, each flash representing the life of a fallen warrior, and none could inflict even the slightest harm upon it. Not a single soul could approach within a step. Any soldier bold enough to aim their weapon at the black mech would find themselves destined for the depths of hell. This was not a mere ambush, it was a massacre. Before the adversary's warships could pivot, all the mechs were annihilated. The black mech stood proudly atop the bridge of the interstellar mothership, cleaving a long gash into the hull with its lightsaber. Fearlessly, the black mech charged into the heart of the interstellar mothership. Advancing toward the core area with relentless determination, none could impede its progress for even a second, as smoke and flames engulfed the entire vessel. The black mech finally breached the command center. In the center of the command hub coiled a colossal octopus-like monster, its slimy tentacles ensnaring a panicked woman. The black mech abruptly halted, its cockpit opening, and a valiant and robust mech knight leapt forth like a whirlwind, plunging his miniature lightsaber directly into the creature's eye. Princess Wei. The mech knight slowly removed his helmet, cradling the princess, who had been captured by the alien beast, in his arms. The princess gazed at her savior with profound gratitude, lowering her head with emotion, softly uttering, "You've come to rescue me, brother? A brother? Brother, wake up already, this is so annoying." Hiruaji groggily rubbed his eyes, disheartened to find that the cosmic ship, alien beasts, princesses, and mech knights had all vanished. He lay on a filthy bed in a cramped room, cluttered with various posters of powerful mechs adorning the walls, while the floor was strewn with boxes of mech models and an abundance of foul-smelling clothes. "You annoying little sister, you ruined my wonderful dream again," Hiruaji huffed as he pinched his sister's cheek. "Come on, you're graduating from university this year, you know. Stinky brother, even I, a fifth grader, wouldn't have such weird dreams." His sister made a face at him. "Hurry up and get up. You still need to take me to school." "That's not a weird dream. One day, I will become a great mech knight and show you those monsters." "Yes, yes," his sister mercilessly mocked, And then Sister Wei will figure out how to become a princess, only to be captured by alien monsters, right? Ridiculous. Mom and Dad definitely didn't misname you. What a naughty child. Hiroaji, age 22, was in his fourth year at Bihua Academy. However, he appeared like a middle school student, short and thin. In truth, being short and thin wasn't a significant issue. The crux lay in his timid personality. He was utterly clueless about any games or sports, completely alienated from all the trendy activities favored by the youth. From kindergarten onward, Hiroaji faced exclusion from his peers, and throughout elementary and middle school, he was consistently bullied. The only ones able to converse with him were a few other unfortunate souls who were also victimized. Even upon entering university, the situation remained unchanged. Throughout his life, there had been one person who had never bullied Hiroaji, and that was the little girl from next door, Yue. They had been classmates since elementary school and walked to and from school together every day, sharing an inseparable bond of friendship. Thinking of how he had once again rescued Yue in his dream, Hiroaji couldn't help but smile foolishly. Today marked the final Valentine's Day of their school years. Hiroaji was uncertain if he had the courage to confess his feelings to Yue, as he felt she was far too wonderful to be interested in an ordinary, clumsy boy like himself. However, if he didn't say anything, perhaps he would never have the chance again. "Let's go, brother." His sister tugged at Hiroshi's ear as they stepped out the door. After sluggishly delivering his sister to elementary school on a slow-moving female hover scooter, Hiroaji arrived at the academy, his eyes brightening at the sight of Yue patiently waiting at the school gate. His heart raced with anxiety as he slowly dismounted, trembling hands resting on the back seat. Forcing a smile, "Good morning, Xiao Wei." "Good morning, Xiao Ji. You seem different today." No. Yes, actually, there's something I wanted to say, that is." Before he could finish, a cloud of dust swept in, causing Hiroaji to sneeze repeatedly. When he looked up, a brand new crimson sport car had come between him and Yue, and a dapper young man leapt from the vehicle, gesturing toward the back seat, overflowing with roses. "Baby, are you ready?" Hiroaji recognized this as the wealthy new transfer student who had arrived 4 months prior, whose name began with an I. It was said that his father had been a prominent merchant on a colonized planet, and later moved the family to Earth to expand his business. This Ni not only possessed wealth and good looks, but also mastered profound ancient martial arts and held a coveted interstellar mech license. Having trained in interstellar mech piloting since childhood, he lagged in his studies. Yet he was a prodigy after only 3 months in university. He had mastered 3 years' worth of coursework and passed all assessments. Rumor had it he aimed to complete a 4-year program in just 6 months and then take charge of the family business. To that end, his father had purchased 2/3 of Bihua Academy's shares, becoming the largest benefactor. All the girls at the school were buzzing about this and to everyone's surprise, he had taken a fancy to Yue. "Johnny," Yue exclaimed in delight, "I never expected you. Do you like it?" Johnny removed his sunglasses, revealing his melancholic light blue eyes, casually wrapping an arm around Yue's slender waist and planting a gentlemanly kiss on her cheek. "Don't do that." Yue blushed. "People are watching." At this moment, Johnny finally noticed Hiroaji and politely extended his hand. "Hello. This is Hiroaji, the good person I often tell you about." Good person. Hiroaji felt on the verge of collapse. He's my boyfriend," Yue shyly introduced, her cheeks flushed. "Xiaoji, did you know? Johnny is the mech knight I admire the most. You know how much I love cosmic mechs. They're just so cool. By the way, I remember you love mechs too. Why not have Johnny teach you a few moves when you have the chance? Right, Johnny?" "Indeed, I have a complete mech knight training system at my villa. You're welcome to visit any time." "Hiroaji," Johnny said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Johnny, let me tell you, although Ash is rather ordinary, both in looks and stature, lacking any remarkable athletic talents, his academic performance is quite average, and his personality leaves much to be desired. He is truly one of my dearest friends. You must promise to assist him in the future, all right?" "Of course, sweetheart." Hiroaji felt faint. Numbly, he extended his hand, and Johnny smiled as they shook hands. He then swept Yue into the sports car and leaped into the driver's seat, waving at Hiroaji from behind the wheel. "Farewell, good man." The sports car kicked up a cloud of dust, tousling Hirozi's hair, which resembled a bird's nest. Silently, he opened the motorcycle's trunk and retrieved a bouquet of golden roses, tossing them into the trash without a glance. Am I truly a good person? In the Met God bar, Hiroji posed the question to his close friend, Shuang Chang. To procure that bouquet of golden roses, purportedly from Mars, Hiroji had to endure 3 months of work in this chaotic bar, even advancing a portion of his salary to afford it. To his dismay, the recipient regarded him as nothing more than worthless. Due to Valentine's Day, the bar was filled with couples embracing and kissing, some even engaging in indecent displays in public. Occasionally, a few single women, clad in provocative attire and exuding allure, were clearly not intended for impoverished men like Hiroji. Witnessing the scene deepened Hirozi's despondency. Xuanchang was far from foolish. His IQ soared to 157, with a mental acuity index reaching an astonishing 189. He was certainly not to be compared with Hiroji, whose IQ was a mere 98 and mental acuity stood at 35. Xuanchang was the epitome of a gifted child found in every school, perpetually donning thick glasses resembling beer bottles, dressed in neat uniforms, and clutching tomes by Einstein or Hawking, embodying an extraordinary existence. Yet, from another perspective, Xuanchang was indeed quite naive. When Hiroji unveiled his cherished collection, the opulent album of his most adored idol, Meizawai, to share with Xuanchang, only then did he grasp the intricacies of female anatomy. At that moment, he was already 18 years old. Xuanchang diligently wiped the counter, nodding earnestly. You are certainly a good person. Damn, if even you say so. What do I have that compares to that scoundrel Johnny? He's merely a mech knight. Despite his words, Hiroji understood that even disregarding family background and appearance, the mere title of mech knight meant he could never surpass Johnny. As humanity ventured beyond Earth, exploring the galaxy, they encountered perilous planets inhabited by various mutated creatures, alongside threats from radiation and cosmic storms. The previous space suits had proven excessively cumbersome. Approximately 5 centuries ago, scientists finally developed a new type of space suit suitable for colonizing and combat, the interstellar mech. This innovative space attire, akin to ancient armor, was both sturdy and agile, incorporating biotechnological implants of electronic neurons and control systems, enabling the wearer to become a formidable mech knight. It was through the fierce combat prowess of the mech knights that humanity eradicated countless indigenous species on various planets, evacuating the majority of its populace into space before Earth's resources were depleted. From a certain perspective, mech knights were indeed the saviors of the entire human race. Therefore, wherever they go, they're the greatest heroes in people's hearts and the objects of young maidens' charming dreams in their boudoirs. However, it is no simple feat to become a qualified mech knight. Apart from excellent physical fitness, one also needs to study the super martial arts specifically developed for mech combat. More importantly, in order to integrate with the electronic neurons, one must possess extremely powerful spiritual strength. The spiritual power readings of ordinary people range from approximately 90 to 110, and through cultivation, one can reach the minimum requirement of 130 for mech knights. That Hiroji, unfortunately, was born with low functioning abilities, with a spiritual reading only 1/3 of that of an average person. Although this did not affect his daily life, his dream of becoming a mech knight was shattered. Moreover, his motor nerves were extremely atrophied. His muscle strength and nerve reaction speed were 3 to 4 times lower than the minimum requirements for mech knights and even half that of ordinary people. He was doomed to be good for nothing in this lifetime. Hiroji suddenly felt like crying, for there were things in this world that could not be changed no matter how hard one strived, just like he was born unsuitable to be a mech knight. What was the use of working hard? Stop talking so much that let's focus on this promising job as bar waiters first. We'll deal with the mech knight thing later. Shachan was vigorously wiping the wine glasses when he suddenly said, There seems to be a girl over there who's drunk. Take a look? Hiroji looked dazedly in the direction Shachan was pointing at. His eyes suddenly brightened out on the sofa right in the middle of the bar. There sat alone a strange, breasted girl in revealing attire. This girl had green hair all over her head, and a delicate butterfly tattoo on her left earlobe was extremely eye-catching. Her face was flushed, perhaps because she was drunk. There were 7 or 8 empty liquor bottles in front of her, all of high-proof spirits. A revealing black leather jacket barely covered her private parts. Yet one couldn't help but worry that it might tear apart, that a pair of beautiful legs, tightly wrapped in purple stockings, stretched out from under the miniskirt. A black leather shoe was hooked on her delicate foot. Swinging back and forth, Hiroaji suddenly felt his chest tighten. T should be okay. She's just drunk. Someone should take care of this. Before he could finish speaking, 2 fierce-looking men surrounded her from both sides. One could tell from their cuffs and collars that their bodies were covered in tattoos. One of them had half of his ear missing, and the other had a terrifying knife scar across his face. The 2 men furtively carried the drunk girl away. Hiroaji quickly followed them, smiling obsequiously and asking, "Gentlemen, is this young lady? Get out of the way." One of the men glared at Hiroaji. He shivered all over and quickly stepped aside. The man gave a contemptuous smile and carried the girl away with long strides. Watching the car, the men gradually disappear at the end of the road. Hiroaji felt extremely dejected. "I'm really a coward. I didn't even dare to ask one more question. How can such a me aspire to be a cosmic knight? How can I be qualified to compete with that Johnny?" Suddenly, Hiroaji was filled with courage. He secretly took out his phone and dialed the police station. "Hello, I suspect someone is hijacking hostage." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him, but a burly man had somehow come behind Hiroaji and coldly grabbed his hand. Giving it a gentle twist, Hiroaji immediately twitched in pain all over his body. "You bastard, how dare you meddle in Grandpa's business? You've got a death wish." Hiroaji only felt a sharp pain in his head and then passed out. An unnamed river on the outskirts of Bihua. Industrial wastewater had dyed the river black, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. The area near the river was full of stinking silt. Hiroaji was dragged out of the car by 2 hooligans. His head was groggy, and there was only one thought in his mind. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." In an instant, the faces of his parents flashed through his mind, and the charming figure of Iwei also kept swaying. Finally, it turned into the unnamed drunk girl in the bar. Hiroaji couldn't help cursing secretly in his heart. If that girl hadn't gotten drunk on her own, she wouldn't have easily fallen into someone else's trap, and then how would he have gotten involved? However, thinking about his courage to call the police just now, Hiroaji felt a bit excited, at least in this matter. He had done well, and others couldn't call him a useless coward anymore. This little bastard was quite brave just now, but now he's like a spineless coward. One of the hooligans sneered contemptuously. Hiroaji growled, "I'm not a coward." The hooligan laughed heartily, then took out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Hiroaji's head. With a click, the bullet was loaded. Hiroaji was so scared that he knelt on the ground on the spot, not even caring about the stench in the mud. The 2 hooligans laughed together. "Aren't you still a coward?" I'm not a coward. I want to become the strongest person," Hiroaji shouted loudly. The hooligan kicked him to the ground, lifted his shirt to show the criss-cross scars on his body, and said, "Damn it, you scumbag also talk about being the strongest. Look at the scars on my body. I could kill you as easily as killing a dog, but I'm just afraid of dirtying my hands. Second brother, let's give him a good beating so that this kid won't dare to meddle in other people's business in the future." The 2 hooligans laughed and punched and kicked Hiroaji. These people were professional thugs, and their attacks were very tricky and vicious. They didn't care about Hiroaji's loud wailing and beat him until he was unrecognizable before finally stopping, satisfied. Then, one of them suddenly unzipped his pants and urinated in front of Hiroaji before humming a tune and walking away. Hiroaji lay in the cold silt. Bedbugs and cockroaches crawled all over him, and the stench of urine made him gasp for breath. He had been punched dozens of times by the hooligans, and it seemed that all the bones in his body were broken. But the physical trauma was far less intense than the humiliation in his heart. The hooligans were right that he was a coward. Although most people would choose to kneel and beg for mercy when facing a group of hooligans, just because of this, those beautiful girls would never look at these people. Thinking of Yi Wei being taken away by that extremely arrogant Johnny right in front of him, Hiroaji felt as if his heart was being stabbed with a knife. He remembered that when he was a child, he and Yi Wei were so close that it was even common for them to take a nap in the same bed. Every time he was bullied at school, it was Yi Wei who helped him out of trouble. Sometimes, she even used her handkerchief to bandage his wounds. He was also the only one who witnessed Yi Wei's growth from childhood. He even knew clearly about her first time wearing a bra and her first menstruation. But now, Yi Wei had been forcefully taken away and would never belong to him again. How he hated. Hiroaji staggered to his feet. Under the starlight, the quiet river in the distance was shining, as if calling to the dejected people to throw themselves into its embrace. Hiroaji walked slowly towards the river, as if in a trance, with Johnny's hateful and handsome face filling his mind. For an ordinary person, if Hiroaji could change his character and strive upwards, there might still be a day when he could win Yi Wei back. But for someone like Johnny, a noble young masterborn with a silver spoon in his mouth, with first-class character, appearance, and family background, how could he compete with him? It was better to die. Maybe he could become stronger in his next life. Hiroaji's reflection slowly appeared in the dark and shiny river water, distorted into blurred lines that a cold wind blew, and bubbles gurgled in the river, seemingly forming several mysterious whirlpools. Hiroaji shivered and remembered a terrifying legend. In the distant Middle Ages, this was a long and desolate valley, that time, a heinous which lived in this valley. She had the ability to resurrect the dead. Relying on this evil power, the witch gathered an army of the dead composed of skeleton soldiers and demons to fight against the people on the continent. Later, the witch was finally defeated by the human army led by the Holy Church. It was the most thrilling battle in the legend. After that final battle, all magical powers disappeared from the earth. Only then did humans gradually discover the power of science and successively enter the steam age, the electrical age, and the current cosmic age. This battle was also known as the Lost Dusk. However, the spirits of the witch and her army were never willing to accept defeat. It is said that their shadow markets often appear in Bihua City, especially near this foul and filthy small river. In this regard, Hiroaji has always scoffed at it because he is not a native of this continent. Back then, when the resources on Earth were nearly exhausted, a war broke out among major countries as they vied for resources. In the war, all the old countries were destroyed. Thereafter, humanity's focus shifted entirely to the universe, and new powers and homes were established on colonial satellites. On Earth, a state of global unity emerged, since many places had become uninhabitable due to pollution. Numerous races had to migrate to continents suitable for living. Fortunately, the population on the continents at that time was not large, so many settlements were designated for these foreign races. As things have developed to the present, everyone is, after all, an earthling, and all are regarded as Hicks looked down upon by the cosmic residents. Therefore, there are no issues such as racial discrimination. Nevertheless, Hiroaji has always disbelieved in Western things like the undead and skeletal soldiers. If it were legends about zombies or fox spirits, perhaps he would be scared. Moreover, with science so advanced today and humans capable of traveling in outer space, how can one still talk about things like skeletal ghosts? The river finally calmed down. Hiroaji's bruised and battered face was clearly reflected on the water surface, looking rather ferocious and not like that of a kind-hearted person. Hiroaji was in a state of great agitation. If he went home looking like this, his parents would surely nag him. Maybe the two of them would quarrel again until dawn. If he went to the academy tomorrow, Yi Wei would definitely see him. Then she would very concernedly try to heal his wounds. Perhaps her concern was genuine, but at this moment, Hiroaji really didn't want to think about Yi Wei's appearance. I will no longer be a coward. Hiroaji slapped the cold water, and the reflection in the water immediately became blurred. I don't want to be a coward. I don't want to be a good person. I want to become the strongest person in the world. Hiroaji roared like a madman. Since this place was in the wilderness, no one heard his shouts. Hiroaji shouted and raged until he exhausted all his strength. Then he plopped down on the riverbank. Letting the silt soil his body, he didn't notice that after absorbing his intense resentment, tiny whirlpools gradually appeared in the riverbank. Each whirlpool was like a pair of mysterious eyes, staring at him intently. Hiroaji wiped his face with the cold river water, simultaneously wiping away the bitter tears on his face. Forget it, he sighed, that I'm destined to be a good person in this life, that I'm destined to be bullied and have no luck with women. This is my fate. Like most people, I'll live a mediocre life. After graduating from the academy, I'll continue to be exploited by my boss and live a wretched life. Even my future children will look down on me. Hiroaji was in despair. Just then, he noticed something amiss. The river water on his face should have quickly evaporated in the air. Even if it hadn't, it should have been moist and transparent. But now, the water on his hands and face was becoming stickier and heavier, as if a black gelatinous substance had completely wrapped around his fingers and cheeks. Hiroaji was terrified, but this gelatinous substance seemed to have a life of its own and continued to spread everywhere. Soon, it enveloped his entire body. Hiroaji was horrified to find that this gelatinous substance originated from the foul, smelling river water and had somehow connected with the river. The whirlpool made a strange sound, as if the plug at the bottom of the river had been pulled out, creating a powerful suction da-da. Just as Hiroaji opened his mouth to call for help, the black gelatinous substance rushed into his mouth and into his internal organs. Hiroaji felt a stabbing pain in his stomach. His consciousness became hazy, and he tumbled into the water. Hiroaji smiled bitterly in his heart. The thing he didn't have the courage to do was done by this strange, gelatinous substance for him. When a newspaper reported his suicide tomorrow, maybe Yi Wei would be amazed at his courage, but his parents would be sad for a long time. Although his father wasn't a highly successful person and his mother often scolded him, Hiroaji knew that his parents still loved him deeply. But now there was no way out. His poor athletic nerve had never allowed him to learn how to swim, and he was entangled by the damned black gelatinous substance. Hiroaji struggled symbolically on the water surface for a while and then sank with gurgling sounds. Damn it! Is this some mutant creature? These damned factories and their damned waste. Hiroaji slowly sank in the cold river water. Suddenly, a faint light shone, allowing him to see groups of small fish swimming in the river. Life was so tenacious that even in this river full of radiation and pollution, there were still living organisms. Hiroaji slowly reached the river bottom and he saw that at the bottom of the deep-set small river, a pair of even darker black eyes were staring at him. The black gelatinous substance that had wrapped around his body originated from this strange deep well. Hiroaji's struggles stirred up the silt at the river bottom. Waste items in the silt were all lifted up, including shoes, toilet seats, dolls, and even a skeleton. Hiroaji struggled desperately, and a large amount of river water rushed into his body. But the black well didn't let go for a moment and kept dragging him into the netherworld. Hiroaji didn't know how long he was dragged in the black well. Suddenly, he felt a sense of looseness all over his body. The river water disappeared, and instead, the air was filled with the smell of blood and sulfur. He had actually passed through the river bottom and fallen from a large hole in the sky. Ah! Hiroaji let out a scream. Even if he really wanted to commit suicide, he never thought he would die in such a strange way. With a thud, Hiroaji landed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, the black gelatin that had wrapped around his body formed an elastic net at the last moment. Even so, Hiroaji was knocked senseless and didn't know where he was at this time. He still didn't understand the situation or what kind of fate awaited him. Fate sometimes likes to play such jokes on humans, offering a glimmer of hope at the most cruel moment. And even this faint hope can only be grasped through humans' own tenacious efforts to be why that time. Hiroaji would be on a completely different life path, and he would find that what he obtained far exceeded his expectations. Hiroaji felt as if almost all the bones in his body were broken, whether it was the joints of his hands and feet or the soft cavity of his abdomen. Everything hurt like crazy. Hiroaji was not a person with a strong character. Regardless of whether there was anyone watching, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Damn it. What the hell? Why are you playing tricks on me like this? Even if I'm going to die, let me die without so much pain. This was Hiroaji's unique word. Since swear, words like damn it, son of a bitch, and fuck would probably get him beaten up if heard by others. While civilized swear, words like damn it, what the hell were very safe and would surely leave others confused. After an unknown amount of time, Hiroaji finally had the strength to open his eyes. He noticed that the soil under him was actually purple, looking as if it had been stained red with blood. Damn it! Hiroaji cursed in horror. He turned over in one go. And another sharp pain shot through him. He cried out in pain, calling for his parents. Alas, it was all because he didn't want to be a good person that he provoked that gangster boss. Otherwise, how could he have ended up in such a situation? Hiroaji looked up at the sky remorsefully. Purple haze floated in the sky, covering the sunlight completely. The black hole where he had emerged looked like just a tiny pinhole and was gradually shrinking. It's over. I can't go back. Hiroaji wailed. He didn't understand what had happened. It must have been something extremely terrifying, strange, and horrible. But this kind of thing had happened to him too many times. For example, when he was just sitting in the toilet having a bowel movement, for no reason, a basin of cold water was suddenly poured on his head. That wasn't that terrifying? When he stood up to answer the teacher's question and sat back down, he found that the chair was covered with super glue, and he had to carry the whole chair home. How strange was that? On his birthday, his father gave him a brand new miniature camera as a present. Unfortunately, the very next day, it was extorted by a classmate, who then placed it in the girls' restroom to shoot pornographic films. Eventually, when the matter was investigated, it turned out to be Hiroaji's responsibility, simply because the camera was his essay result. For the entire 3 years of high school, no girl was willing to talk to him. How terrifying such an incident was. Hiroaji, who had endured such a hellish life, regarded remaining calm in the face of changes as his motto and standing firm like a mountain as his life guide. Always being prepared for even more misfortunes was his heroic declaration. Hiroaji finally staggered to his feet. He gasped for a couple of breaths and found himself in a long, narrow valley. The craggy valley was completely devoid of trees, and there seemed to be no signs of any animals. On the horizon, there stood an enormous, gnarled, dead tree, looking as if it had been struck by lightning, presenting only a black silhouette. Beside the tree loomed a Gothic-style castle, seemingly on the verge of collapse. When Hiroaji cast his eyes to the left, regardless of his usual composure, he couldn't help but let out a scream. In the valley on his left hand side lay a gigantic skeletal dragon, seemingly as large as an ancient Tyrannosaurus rex. Its tightly packed bones glistened, smeared with traces of blood, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. Fossil, Hiroaji murmured to himself. However, after circling around the skeletal dragon, he was certain that it was definitely not a fossil. Fossils could never be preserved so perfectly, and moreover, the irresistible domineering aura emanating from the skeleton made it impossible to ignore its existence. It was a living dragon. A preposterous thought welled up in Hiroaji's mind. This was impossible. How could there be a living animal that was just a skeleton? To dispel his fear, Hiroaji burst into laughter. He leaned against the skeletal dragon's thigh and turned around to survey the area beyond the valley. Then he saw the corpses littered everywhere. Approximately 10,000 corpses of human soldiers lay at the narrow entrance of the valley. Their blood had pooled into a purplish river that was gradually submerging the land. The cold, gloomy wind carried the souls of the soldiers, emitting desperate howls. Hiroaji's legs went weak, and he plopped down on the ground, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Just then, he felt the wall beside him suddenly come to life. The neck of the skeletal dragon straightened in a strange way, and an eerie, dark, red, ghostly flame ignited in its skull. "Ah, meal!" The skeletal dragon yawned, and a powerful gust of wind blew out from its mouth, sending Hiroaji tumbling over. Hiroaji clearly saw its teeth. Even the smallest one was thicker than his thigh. "What the hell? Oh no, it's all an illusion. He can't scare me." Hiroaji shouted loudly. As the skeletal dragon's large mouth got closer and closer, Hiroaji had closed his eyes, waiting for death this moment. A very elegant and gentle voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Wait, Gerald." The skeletal dragon opened its mouth discontentedly. "Fresh food? I haven't had such fresh food for 5,000 years. Muni said, "but this one won't do. This human is related to the reincarnation of the queen." Upon hearing the word queen, even a powerful being like the skeletal dragon had to submit. It crouched menacingly in front of Hiroaji, and a green, ghostly flame shot out from its mouth, licking Hiroaji all over like a tongue. "Humans are delicious. What a pity," the skeletal dragon said somewhat dejectedly. Then it slowly lay down on the ground, the ghostly flame in its eyes disappearing again, and fell asleep. Only then did Hiroaji catch his breath. With tears in his eyes, he turned around. Muni was completely wrapped in a gray robe, and his face was hidden in the darkness. "Where is this place?" Hiroaji asked boldly. The words the other person spoke were similar to English, but had many complex variations. He couldn't quite understand a lot of it, but they could barely communicate. Muni nodded slightly and bowed gracefully. "This is the domain of the Dark Queen, the deepest city of darkness, guarded by the loyal army of the undead." Hiroaji's mouth fell open, and his face showed a variety of expressions. Sorry, I really don't understand what's going on. You know, it's Valentine's Day today, that I had a little drink, and I'm still a bit dizzy. Excuse me, where's the exit? Muni smiled. This place is the intermediate zone connecting life and death. Unless one has mastered advanced undead magic, it's extremely difficult to enter and exit easily. I'm also very puzzled as to why an ordinary person like you could enter here. Yes, Hiraji felt extremely wrong. I don't understand why I'm here either. Muni held up a finger. He was wearing a deep, black leather glove, and not an inch of his skin was exposed. There's only one possibility. The land of the dead is a spiritual realm constructed by intense resentment. Unless you're a man with extremely terrifying resentment, attracting the resonance of the Valley of Darkness and being absorbed here. I can perform a small spell to determine how much resentment is stored in your body to cause this incredible and wonderful event. Hiraji was extremely anxious. All he wanted was to leave this space as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, the other person was still being so verbose. Then hurry up and have a look, Mr. Muni. Muni nodded. He traced a strange inverted pentagram in the air with a finger, and a magnificent magic pattern immediately enveloped Hiraji. Emitting a gray-white glow, Muni muttered incantations, and the magic pattern tightened around Hiraji like a rope. Hey, Mr. Muni, it hurts so much. The skin touched by the magic formation stung, as if it were on fire, and Hiraji couldn't help but let out a scream. Muni ignored him and chanted the incantations more and more urgently. It hurts so much. Who on earth are you, and what do you want to do? Hiraji gritted his teeth. The intense pain seemed to penetrate from his skin to the inside of his body, reaching deep into his heart. Hiraji finally couldn't bear it anymore and spread out his hands. However, under Muni's incantations, the magic pattern tightened even more. The two were evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. Damn it! Hiraji roared. He suddenly struggled with all his might and finally shattered the magic formation that had tightly wrapped around his body. Turning it into pieces, Muni let out a muffled groan and fell backward. Even the skeletal dragon Gerald beside him opened his eyes again and stared at Hiraji in disbelief. Hiraji scratched his head stupidly. He had never imagined that he would have such strength. Just now, it seemed that an inexplicable power had circulated through his whole body from his brain, filling Hiraji's body with explosive force. Impossible, impossible, Muni murmured to himself. He quickly got up and rushed over to examine Hiraji all over. Unexpectedly, in a human body, there could be so much resentment. You're a good person. What an amazing incantation it is. Why does the resentment in your body increase geometrically every time you hear this incantation? It's incredible, Muni shouted without regard for his dignity. Hiraji still couldn't figure out the situation. Mr. Muni, what exactly is this resentment? Muni nodded slowly. Still unable to control his emotions, he excitedly explained, resentment is the very foundation of our undead race. Generally speaking, after a human or an animal dies, if there's still intense resentment in their brain, they could transform into an undead creature, that is, a ghost. While Hiraji originally wanted to say that with the advancement of science and his own higher education, it was really hard to believe such superstitious things. However, thinking of the living skeletal dragon lying beside him, he felt a bit. Muni continued, the unit of measurement for resentment is crystal. The resentment of an ordinary person is basically around 100 crystals. If a person with more than 200 crystals of resentment dies on a bloody battlefield, they may transform into a skeleton soldier. If they have more than 500 crystals of resentment, they can transform into a lich and use undead magic. And if they have more than 1,000 crystals of resentment, they can even serve as a necromancer commander. You know, even Gerald, this magic skeletal dragon, only has 3,000 crystals of resentment in his body. Then how much resentment is there in my body? Hiraji asked timidly. Muni replied excitedly, a full 3,900 crystals of resentment. I don't quite understand. What does this mean? Hiraji looked completely clueless. It means that you're a natural skeleton soldier and an unparalleled genius of our undead race. General Hiraji heaved a sigh. After all that talk, it turned out he had kicked the bucket, and what's more, he was fated to become a skeletal warrior. Even if he had never seen a real skeletal warrior, he had encountered plenty in games. Not to mention their hideous and terrifying appearance. The most crucial thing was that skeletal warriors were extremely vulnerable. Even an ordinary person armed with a hammer, a broom, or a toilet plunger seemed capable of taking out a few of them. Was he really going to become such a useless ghost? Hiroaji felt extremely dejected. "I just want to go home." Mr. Immunity Hiroaji heaved a sigh that if I'm truly dead, then let me pass away in peace. I really have no interest in becoming a skeletal warrior. Anyway, these things rely on sheer numbers to win. They're just a bunch of weaklings that gang up on one person. It doesn't matter whether I'm one of them or not. Is that so? There was a faint trace of anger in Muni's voice. He slowly walked towards Hiroaji while taking off his robe. Hiroaji's eyes widened in horror. The man standing before him had not an inch of muscle or skin. He was nothing but a skeleton, entirely enveloped in a pale purple soul fire, forming a terrifying shape. So it turned out that Muni was a skeletal warrior. Hiroaji was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. He never expected that Muni was this so-called useless skeletal warrior. But now, Hiroaji no longer thought he could easily defeat this skeletal warrior. Muni was definitely not an ordinary skeletal minion. At least he was a skeletal commander. The flames on Muni's body suddenly flared up. "Oh, you think I'm a low-life minion who bullies the weak with numbers? Then let's have a one-on-one fight." This was the second time Hiroaji had received an invitation for a one-on-one fight today, and each time it was because of his own provocation. It seemed that in the future, he must carefully assess the strength of his enemies. He should never casually challenge others without knowing the situation well. Muni moved as swiftly as a ghost. Before Hiroaji could react, he took 2 punches to his face and body. There seemed to be a terrifying force in the opponent's fists, causing his already pig-like face to swell even more, looking extremely ugly. Just seeing a living skeleton was enough to scare him out of his wits, let alone fighting it. After taking a few punches, Hiroaji finally couldn't bear it anymore and was sent flying. Muni's cold, bony foot stepped on his face. The skeletal commander said coldly, "See? This is the power of a child of the undead." Hiroaji had his mouth full of sand and couldn't say a word. Muni continued, "We skeletal warriors have no human muscles or tendons, nor do we possess as much wisdom and strategy as humans. The only thing we can rely on, our bones, is so fragile that it could collapse at any moment. And the weapons in our hands are nothing but rusty scrap metal. But with such bodies, we still fight against the strong and fully armed humans, because there burns an unyielding flame in our bodies." Hiroaji struggled desperately, and a strange feeling gradually welled up in his heart. An unyielding flame? Could there be such a thing in my body too? Muni said, "In our previous lives, we were all the most ordinary warriors. Our punches were not as fast as those of martial artists, and our sword skills could not compare with those of master swordsmen. When facing mages, we could only run for our lives. However, our will to fight is by no means weaker than that of these powerful beings. A person's strength is limited, but their will is infinite. That a person with great power but a fragile heart is nothing but a coward. You are an out coward." Muni pronounced the judgment coldly. That very moment, he felt an extremely powerful force under his feet. Hiroaji actually managed to push his foot aside and throw Muni into the air. "I'm not a coward," Hiroaji shouted, and a black whirlwind formed around his body. Muni nimbly spun a few times in the air and sneered contemptuously. "It's not impossible for you to go home, but you can no longer appear in that world as a human being." Hiroaji felt desperate. However, Muni said, "If you become a warrior of our race, there is still a way for you to exist in that world. And I can guarantee that you'll live a better life than before. And no one will ever call you a coward again. No one will ever call me a coward again." Hiroaji repeated it, and a fire ignited in his heart. But to exist in the form of a skeletal warrior was really too much for him. As if sensing Hiroaji's thoughts, Muni smiled and said, "Don't worry, we won't turn you into the appearance of a skeletal warrior. After all, you're still in a half-alive, half-dead state, and we can't transform you into a skeletal warrior. Then what are you going to do?" Hiroaji asked curiously. Muni replied, "We're going to carry out a very dangerous mission on Earth. The core of this mission is a human who is loyal to the Dark Queen and proficient in skeletal martial arts and undead magic. We need this human to protect the reborn Dark Queen. How about it?" Hiroaji was completely bewildered. He only grasped the most crucial points and asked, "When can I go back?" And how long do I have to work for you? Muni smiled. After you complete all the training of the undead race. You can leave the realm of darkness today. As for how long the mission will last, it depends on the final result. Hiroaji lowered his head and thought for a long time. Suddenly, Muni conjured up a piece of white paper out of thin air. It was densely covered with Latin words. Muni said in a very alluring voice, "Come on, sign it. Sign this contract, and I guarantee to train you into the strongest person in the world." Perhaps it was the words "the strongest person" that touched Hiroaji's heartstrings. Or perhaps it was the long-accumulated resentment that got the better of him. Anyway, Hiroaji lost his head, resolutely took the quill pen, dipped it in his own blood, and signed his name at the end of the contract. Ha! Muni let out a triumphant laugh. The contract was burned to ashes by an unknown ghostly fire, and then all the ashes were drawn into Hiroaji's chest, forming a pure, black swirling pattern on his heart. "What is this?" Hiroaji was shocked. Muni approached mysteriously. "This is our contract. From today on, you're the lowest ranked skeletal warrior under the Dark Queen. If you violate this contract, you'll never be able to leave the realm of darkness." No way, a minion. Hiroaji had thought that. Just like in novels, Muni would casually transfer a century's worth of power to him, and then he could happily leave this accursed place and return to the human world. Oh, perhaps my words were a bit inaccurate. You're not even a minion. You're just a servant of the bone dragon Gilate. Yes, you'll serve Gilate for a year. Remember, never go against your master. A crimson ghostly fire glowed in Gilate's eye sockets, and it gave Hiroaji a very friendly smile. Suddenly, Hiroaji realized a crucial problem. He was really stupid. From beginning to end, he hadn't understood a single word of the contract, yet he had signed his name on it. How stupid! Who knew what crazy things these freaks would make him do? Hiroaji had heard that some international drug trafficking organizations used innocent ordinary people to hide drugs. They would even cut open people's bellies and force the drugs inside. He had also heard that some terrorist organizations used innocent children, placing bombs on them and turning these innocent kids into human bombs. Alas, and now the ones he had signed a contract with were even more mysterious and terrifying undead beings. Who would have thought that in this era of advanced technology, when other kids were waving electric guns in front of the PS-114 and blasting skeletal monsters on the screen to pieces, he was damned to be the servant of this bone dragon? This was just outrageous. Even if what these monsters said was true, Hiroaji didn't feel any joy. Come on, this is the age of the universe. In this era, what girls admire the most are the mech knights who wear cosmic mechs, travel across the universe, explore mysterious colonial planets, and fight against the monsters invading the 5 major star regions. Damn it! If he really summoned 2 skeletal warriors on the street, wouldn't he be beaten up like an interstellar alien and die without knowing why? And what about this so-called Dark Queen? Who knew where she came from? Maybe she was a SM maniac in a black leather suit, holding a bone whip. Yes, it's highly probable that if one had faced these skeletal monsters for thousands of years, it would be difficult not to go mad. All in all, he had been completely deceived. What nonsense about becoming the most powerful being in the universe. If these skeletal soldiers were truly the strongest in the universe, they wouldn't have been beaten by humans and forced to hide in this wretched place, be that as it may, at that time. Even if the other party resorted to violence, Hiroaji had no way out and could only meekly agree. He was such a spineless man. His cowardice had seeped into his very bones and couldn't be shed so easily. Food. Quickly scrub the mud off my feet. Hurry up, or I'll gobble you up. The skeletal dragon, Gilate, roared in a fury again. Hiroaji quickly stopped his wild musings, carrying a basin of blood in one hand and a brush made of dead men's hair in the other. He rushed over swiftly, dipping the brush in the blood and scrubbing the mud off the skeletal dragon's feet vigorously. This was Hiroaji's main task. Come to think of it, Gilate, this boss, was actually easier to serve than some of the big shots Hiroaji had associated with before. At least the skeletal dragon wouldn't stick glue on Hiroaji's seat, nor would it harass him when he was using the toilet, as long as he scrubbed the skeletal dragon's body clean. The creature wouldn't cause any trouble. However, even such a simple job had taken Hiroaji several months to learn at the beginning. Recalling what had happened later that day, Hiroaji shuddered with horror. After signing the contract that day, the skeletal commander, Muni, vanished into a cloud of dust. The skeletal dragon, Gilate, went back to snoring away, and paid no heed to Hiroaji. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" Hiroaji shouted at the sky desperately. "Mr. Muni, where am I supposed to live, and what am I going to eat? Damn it, don't tell me these skeletal soldiers don't need to eat. How can I stand this?" Muni didn't answer. Instead, icy raindrops started to fall from the sky. The light drizzle soon turned into a torrential downpour. The gale carried huge raindrops that pelted Hiroaji, almost knocking the breath out of him. Hiroaji was desperate, looking at the castle in the distance. He shuffled towards a shelter, but why then? It had been about 3 or 4 hours since he had arrived in this strange world, and his stomach was beginning to growl under the onslaught of the rain. The bottom of the valley turned into a muddy swamp. The rainwater formed small streams that blocked the path to the castle. Hiroaji cursed vehemently. He cursed Xiangni, the black dragon boss, the skeletal soldier Muni, and the skeletal dragon Gelate. And of course, he didn't spare himself either. He had never endured such a difficult journey in his life. What was worse, the destination seemed so far away that he didn't know when he would reach it. Hiroaji walked and walked. As the sky gradually darkened with the arrival of night, the castle didn't seem to get any closer. He slipped and fell countless times in the muddy puddles. His clothes were torn by the sharp stones, and the newly scabbed wounds reopened, oozing thin blood. The rainwater seemed to contain corrosive elements. Once it seeped into the wounds, the pain was unbearable. Twice, Hiroaji couldn't take it anymore and started jumping around on the muddy ground and singing at the top of his lungs. Only in this way could he relieve a little of the indescribable pain that he walked in the valley like a madman, roaring loudly from time to time, stumbling, and even crawling on all fours. In the end, Hiroaji was like a green worm, lying on the ground, using the cold mud to soothe the burning pain of his wounds, and wriggling forward laboriously with the help of his abdominal muscles. As the night passed and a faint red glow appeared on the horizon, a glimmer of hope welled up in Hiroaji's heart. IT should be getting close, right? Hiroaji lifted his head with great effort and glanced in the direction of the castle. He was stunned. The castle was still so far away, still so tiny, and the skeletal dragon Gelate was still snoring beside him. IT seemed that his arduous journey throughout the night hadn't gotten him even half a meter closer. Is it a ghost wall? Hiroaji slumped dejectedly into the muddy water and stared blankly at the colorful sky. The rain had stopped at some point, even in this valley of death. The air was still filled with the fresh melody of life. All his strength was exhausted, and his stomach felt as if it had been burned through. He couldn't feel anything in his stomach. Hiroaji suddenly felt like crying, and then he really burst into tears. What on earth had he done to deserve such torture? The skeletal dragon Gelate woke up at some unknown time and looked down at Hiroaji. "Human, this is the border between life and death. There are no delicious foods like in a real world. And as members of the undead race, we don't need food to survive, that we can exist by absorbing the resentment of others. There are many soldiers' corpses over there. You can go and find your own delicacies." "What?" Hiroaji was stunned. "That am I supposed to absorb resentment from the corpses? Damn it. Am I going to eat like this from now on? What's the difference between me and a ghoul then?" The skeletal dragon snorted, staggered towards the large pile of human soldiers' corpses, opened its huge jaws, and a jet of dark fire spewed out, picking up 7 or 8 human corpses. Green fluorescent lights floated out from the heads of the corpses, danced violently in mid-air, and were then absorbed into the skeletal dragon's body. After the skeletal dragon finished its meal, it walked back to the cliff in the valley and went back to sleep. That Hiroaji was dumbfounded. He gritted his teeth and fought back his nausea as he approached the corpses. There were tens of thousands of human soldiers' corpses covering the entire canyon entrance. Each face was distorted, and their eyes were filled with unwillingness. But even more terrifying was the powerful resentment floating over the battlefield. Damn it, this is no place for a normal person. Looking at so many corpses, I'll go crazy in less than 2 months, even if I don't die. Hiroaji cursed angrily, since arriving in this space. His personality seemed to have become more audacious. He could curse whenever he wanted, as there was no one to hear him anyway. Hiroaji found that cursing was a very cathartic and addictive thing. He used it to relieve his fear. "Stupid tomato, why do you look so ugly in death? It's just that your waist was cut off. Was it really that painful? You rotten banana, you stink all over. Damn Muni, stinking Muni, just you wait, in a year. I'll make you pay. I'll tear every bone of yours out and feed them to the dogs." In the first 2 days, Hiroaji was extremely scared. He only dared to walk on the periphery of the battlefield, and he would vomit when he saw the extremely horrifying corpses. But as he gradually got used to it, he thought that corpses were just like that. No matter how horribly someone died, it was just a matter of having their intestines pulled out or their smashed out. After seeing so many, his heart had gradually hardened in Hiroaji's eyes now. Corpses were just like rocks. They wouldn't suddenly jump up and bite, nor would they make strange sounds. In contrast, there were huge maggots that disgusted him even more. These maggots probably lived on the corpses. Each one was like a huge earthworm, usually lying dormant under the soil and corpses. They would pop out if one wasn't careful. They rarely attacked humans, but just the sight of them was enough to make one nauseous. Twice, these disgusting creatures had wrapped around Hiroaji. The slimy, soft, and stinky feeling was something that wouldn't even appear in the most terrifying nightmares. Hiroaji was determined to arm himself. He picked out a few corpses of similar build to his own and stripped off their armor and leather clothes. "Ba, benefactor, you'll be rewarded for your kindness. You don't need these things anymore anyway. Might as well let me use them to cover my body. Why doing this good deed? You'll surely ascend to the Western Paradise. Maybe there are even 72 virgins waiting for you." Hiroaji didn't know what he was saying, but he always had a feeling that these corpses were still living things with their own dignity and feelings. To communicate with them, he had to put himself on the same level as them. Hiroaji put on the leather clothes and skirt, put on the armor and helmet, picked up a heavy battle knife and waved it a couple of times. Looking at his reflection in a stinking puddle, he thought, I really look like an ancient warrior. Growl. His stomach began to rumble again. After donning this heavy armor, his physical exertion had increased significantly. Hiroaji thrust his sword into the nearby soil. Then, with utmost piety, he clasped his hands together and began to murmur softly, "All the grudges, hurry into my belly. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I'll do my best to fulfill them." Strangely enough, as he chanted his incantation, a greenish glow rose from the surrounding corpses, drifting gently into Hiroaji's belly. This was the method of absorbing grudges that Hiroaji himself had devised. As the saying goes, a hungry man is the wisest. Or perhaps it was because the grudges within Hiroaji were so powerful that they were like a strong magnetic field, attracting all the less powerful magnets around. However, this absorption was not one-sided. While receiving those psychic powers, Hiroaji also sensed the various emotions hidden within those bodies. Unwillingness, hope, remorse, and profound love that, in short, all these people carried within them a will to not die. Unfortunately, this was not strong enough to transform them into undead. After all, these soldiers were just ordinary mortals. Their dreams would have to be realized by Hiroaji. I'll slay. Hiroaji brandished his battle sword and launched a valiant attack on the giant maggots. These maggots might seem disgusting, but in fact they had no means of attack. Usually they survive by dissolving corpses with digestive juices, making them the perfect targets for a good for. Nothing like Hiroaji to practice on. Hiroaji felt no sense of guilt for bullying the weak, that he had been living in this damned world for over a month, and he needed something to amuse himself. He imagined these maggots as the people he hated the most and attacked them with great pleasure. Johnny, you despicable low life, shameless scum of society, die. Just thinking about that arrogant guy made him angry. Hiroaji couldn't help slashing and slashing until a poor maggot was turned into minced meat. He felt extremely satisfied. Even when blood and the disgusting green body fluids splashed on his face, Hiroaji didn't care. Come on, he had been here for over a month. Those things that ordinary people would find extremely terrifying, far beyond their psychological limits, were just a piece of cake to Hiroaji. Suddenly, a contemptuous laugh rang out from behind. The skeletal dragon, Gelate, had woken up at some point. Two tattered white bone wings rose up from its back. Although they couldn't enable flight, they still looked quite imposing. "You brat, having a good time masturbating here?" Hiroaji looked at the skeletal dragon with a hint of dissatisfaction, though there was still a bit of fear in his heart. "Don't forget your place. Come and help your master clean his body," the skeletal dragon said arrogantly. Yes, Hiroaji agreed reluctantly, and then embarked on a long-term servitude. First, Hiroaji was of course not very satisfied. But he was soon captivated by the skeletal dragon's delicate body structure. The physiological structure of ordinary creatures consists of not only bones, but also muscles and tendons. All the organs work together to perform complex movements. However, the skeleton race only has bones. Although their movements are guided and restricted by the soul fire, their bones are much stronger than those of ordinary creatures. So, don't think that a skeletal soldier is just a simple human skeleton. In fact, even the lowest level skeletal soldier is composed of at least 450 bones. As for a large-scale skeletal creature like Gilate, its body is actually made up of 573 bones. Hiroaji had to clean each bone carefully, and he felt like he was going crazy. Twice, when he was just a little lazy and left some bones that were not easy to see uncleaned. Gilate, the huge monster, immediately noticed. That was terrible. The monster went into a frenzy, kicking, trampling on Hiroaji, and even biting him with its terrifying teeth that actually tore Hiroaji into pieces. That Hiroaji then discovered that he couldn't really die in this space. His scattered body was reassembled under the pull of a strange force. Only the terrifying feeling of death and the piercing pain were real. Within the first 2 weeks of working for the skeletal dragon, Hiroaji died 36 times, more than twice a day on average. There was nothing he could do. The skeletal dragon was so strong that sometimes, when it just wanted to praise Hiroaji by patting his shoulder, it could kill him at first. Hiroaji was in agony, but later he got used to it. Now, he didn't have any strange feelings when seeing other people's corpses, and even when seeing his own corpse. He just felt numb that it didn't matter at all. Anyway, whenever he was in a bad mood, he would take it out on the giant maggots, call him an IQ, or say he was just escaping reality. Anyway, a coward like Hiroaji, who had been bullied since childhood, would have killed himself long ago if he didn't have 1 or 2 ways to adjust his mental state. After gradually getting used to this life, Hiroaji slowly discovered the mechanical beauty hidden within the skeletal dragon's complex skeleton. Hiroaji had studied mechanics since childhood. In this era, the definition of mechanics was mecha mechanics, a mechanical discipline that served cosmic mechas and spaceships. Due to his lack of spiritual and physical strength, becoming a mechanic had become the greatest dream job for a good for nothing like Hiroaji. Anyway, in the exciting space battle dramas on TV, there were always such unsung logistical personnel around the protagonist, responsible for repairing the protagonist's advanced mechas. The advanced occupation of mechanic was a creator who could independently design and manufacture cosmic mechas. Everyone who became a creator had a higher social status than a mecha knight. Of course, that industry also required extremely strong spiritual power. For example, a guy like Sha Chong might very well become a creator in the future, as long as he had a bit more imagination in his head. Although Hiroaji was not very talented, he had studied mechanics for 7 or 8 years. His father had noticed early on that his son lacked spiritual power. So he had chosen mechanical maintenance as Hiroaji's lifelong career. IT was also his father's occupation. However, Hiroaji had never seen such a delicate mechanical product. Tens of thousands of bones were combined in an incredibly ingenious way. As long as a certain part of the tail moved slightly, even the top of the head would immediately sense it. Even the most modern mechanical bodies couldn't have such exquisite functions. Gilate, has anyone ever told you that your bones are really beautiful? Hiroaji finally couldn't help asking while cleaning WY this time. Hiroaji had been with the skeletal dragon for 11 months. It seemed that Muni was about to appear to assign the next task. Would he start learning skeletal martial arts then? Hiroaji thought happily, although he didn't think that simple martial arts would have any use in the space age. Learning kung fu was better than being a servant all day long. Gilate snorted, secretly pleased of course. The skeletal dragon said, shaking its head, I'm the most powerful creature in this world. That my skeleton is extremely exquisite. But, Hiroaji frowned, I think there's some damage to the skeleton of your left forelimb, which makes the joint rotate inflexibly. There's also a small problem with your tail. That's probably why your tail is always sticking up. The worst part is your wings. Your wings should be able to help you fly, but the bones are all in a mess. Before he could finish speaking, the skeletal dragon angrily crushed Hiroaji under its foot and roared loudly. Damned human, how dare you slander the great skeletal dragon Gilate? I'm the most perfect skeletal dragon in the world. I've just suffered a little damage from a despicable enemy. Damn it that you're responsible for repairing my body. You're not allowed to leave until then. Hiroaji, who had just been resurrected, let out a scream and fainted again that a new work by Wanzi, Ruo Overthrows the Earth, has been published. The book number is 19952. Fellow enthusiasts, charge ahead together. There will be another chapter at midnight tonight, along with the third wave of the magnificent research results from the Wastrel Beginning Research Institute and the first refinement, adding event for this work. Fellow book lovers, don't miss it. Muni appeared. The skeletal commander was still as noble and elegant as ever, full of grace like a nobleman from the Middle Ages. His black robe and the purple flames swirling around him added a touch of mysterious evil. Hiroaji asked desperately, "Mr. Muni, G-Late said it would keep me here until I can repair it. This can't be true, right?" Muni was extremely astonished. "Really? This is truly a dreadful piece of news. Even the best repairer in the realm of darkness couldn't fix Gerald's skeleton. It's far too complicated. That bone dragon has gone too far?" "Yes." Hiroaji nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with excited tears. He was on the verge of shouting, "Long live understanding. I merely casually mentioned that there were problems with its wings and tail. Two bones were in the wrong positions, which would cause conflicts with the surrounding skeletal structure. There were also two areas where several bones were missing, and the size of some bones needed to be adjusted. Look, I just gave a casual suggestion. IT could have simply ignored me. Why did it have to keep me here? I've been in this place for a whole year. I've had enough. If it were in the past." The timid Hiroaji would definitely not have been able to voice his demands so loudly. Even when he was in the right, IT seemed that this year had brought about quite a change in him. The ghostly flames in Muni's eyes suddenly leaped. You could actually tell where Gerald was damaged. "Good heavens, Hiroaji, you're an unparalleled genius in our skeleton realm, the overlord among skeletons. Even the best bone repairers didn't know about Gerald's injuries. You're amazing." A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in Hiroaji's heart. Muni nodded. "I somewhat understand why Gerald assigned you such an almost impossible task. IT seems you truly have the ability. So, do as the Bone Dragon said. Come on, I have faith in you." "No way. We had a contract." Muni gave an evil smile. "According to the last clause of the contract, I have the right to change any terms at any time. Remember, never sign a contract with a devil in Latin again. Ha ha ha." Muni gracefully turned around and once again transformed into a handful of dust, true to the devil's modus operandi. "Hey, wait, you heartless raisin. I curse you." Hiroaji burst out cursing, but Muni's voice came from midair, tinged with a hint of amusement. "If you have any questions, ask Old D. He'll teach you how to become a qualified bone repairer." Old D. Suddenly, there came a fit of violent coughing that Hiroaji was startled. A new skeleton soldier had appeared behind him at some unknown time. This skeleton soldier was hunched over, and its entire skeleton was extremely ancient. Looking like an old man in the human world, IT leaned on a cane made from a thigh bone and carried a leather bag on its back, filled with various tools. Ahem that I'm Old D. From today on, young man, I'll teach you how to repair our damaged skeleton soldier brothers." The old skeleton said seriously. Hiroaji was stunned. Repair skeleton soldiers? Weren't skeleton soldiers just cheap consumables? Moreover, he had read in many novels that skeleton soldiers didn't seem to need repair. With a mere call, the bones would fly back to their bodies. Old D let out a dry laugh and slowly patted Hiroaji's shoulder. If Hiroaji hadn't been here for a year, being patted on the shoulder by a skeleton would have scared him to death. High-level skeleton warriors may be able to gather bones with their power of resentment, but ordinary soldiers don't have this ability. They either rely on their own skills to add to their body structure or on bone repairers like us. That's so. Old D nodded. Moreover, after a fierce battle, many brothers can't even stand up on their own, let alone repair themselves. That's when they rely even more on us skeleton repairers. So, we're like doctors in the human world, shouldering the heavy responsibility of saving the dying and healing the wounded. The phrase saving the dying and healing the wounded almost made Hiroaji burst out laughing. Old D pointed at the sleeping bone dragon Gerald, but Lord Gerald's skeleton is far too complex. I'm the most outstanding bone repairer in the realm of darkness, yet I can only repair skeletons with less than 3,000 bones. So, it's really astonishing that Lord Gerald wants you to repair its body. Hiroaji was furious. Damn it. The most powerful person here can only repair skeletons with less than 3,000 bones, but I have to complete the task of repairing over 10,000 bones. It's simply impossible. Old D smiled. However, since the lords have agreed for you to undergo this training, they believe in your ability. Maybe you can create a miracle. Young man, Hiroaji sighed, a miracle. The fact that I'm still alive after being tortured by you all is the greatest miracle in the world. Although he was in his heart, Hiroaji was already used to his bad luck, and at least there was one more person in the valley who could talk to him, which was a good thing. In the past year, although, there was that bone dragon. The lazy dragon spent its time either absorbing resentment or sleeping all day. It had nothing to say to humans. So, in this year, the originally introverted and self-abased Hiroaji had to talk to himself all day, or he would have gone crazy from boredom. Old D, how did you become a member of the undead race? Hiroaji asked curiously. Old D was the most normal-looking skeleton soldier he had ever seen, so he decided to ask. Old D slowly stroked the leather bag on his waist and said, I was a very famous blacksmith before my death. I was the most outstanding technician in our town. One year, the king's tax collectors came to our town. They not only extorted taxes violently, but also injured many people. My wife, Funia, was a very just person. So, she went to talk to the tax official. Who would have known that the tax official was smitten by her beauty and forcibly kept Funia with him? That time, I was also a coward, although I knew my wife was in their hands. I was afraid of the king's guard swords and guns that I hesitated for an entire night before going to the tax collector's camp to ask for her. But by then, the tax official returned Funia's cold body to me. My pain was beyond what an ordinary person could understand. I was like a madman charging at the tax official. As expected, I was stabbed to death by him. Although my body died, the fire of anger deep in my soul was far from extinguished. I would fight against the kingdom's army and kill that despicable tax official even if I became a devil. Stimulated by this resentment, I became a skeleton soldier and survived. Thanks to my memories as a blacksmith in my previous life, I found it very easy to master bone repair techniques. I've been fighting under the Dark Queen's command ever since, until the end of the world battle. The old man's voice was deep and gloomy, like a quietly flowing river, impacting Hiroaji's heart. Hiroaji gritted his teeth and secretly swore that even for this sad old man, he would master bone repair techniques. The great author hasn't published a new book for half a year. In the world of online novels, where new works are updated every month, does half a year without a new book spell only doom? It's not that the great author doesn't want to. In fact, as everyone has seen in these 6 months, the author has written numerous beginnings. These ideas were quite exciting at the time. However, I just want to do my best. I just want to see what kind of work I can create when I give it my all and bring a little simple reading pleasure to everyone. The great author doesn't know if he can achieve this goal, but when holding a manuscript of 500,000 words and clicking the upload button for the first time, the author felt extremely nervous. Because the world of online novels now seems much more unfamiliar than it was 6 months ago. Fortunately, there are still so many old friends and so many new friends that you're still here. Reading everyone's messages, the great author suddenly felt very happy. Suddenly, he felt that all the times of scrapping and rewriting in these 6 months were not in vain. That I don't like looking at those cold numbers. But the great author knows that behind every click and every recommendation, there's a person who has the same hobby as the great author, who loves reading and loves to immerse themselves in the world of fantasy. For you, I'll do better. Support the great author. Support interstellar skeleton soldiers. Let me feel your presence. Let's start this distant story under the deep blue sky together. Come on. Let's start with the simplest undead creature. This bone snake. It consists of 75 bones in total. Old D led Hiroaji to the edge of the battlefield. A bone snake lay stiff and motionless on the battlefield. This bone snake had its soul taken away by a light spell all at once, while its body remained intact. It was very suitable as a teaching material. Your course entails disassembling all its bones, examining each piece meticulously, and then reassembling them. Is it really that arduous? Hiroaji gingerly picked up the skeletal snake, only to find it extremely fragile. With the slightest touch, the bones scattered on the ground like a broken structure. Damn it! Hiroaji gazed dejectedly at the scattered bones. Old D squatted down. Putting on leather gloves, he slowly said, Watch closely. I'll first demonstrate in slow motion for you, and then complete the whole set of actions with a swift technique. Hiroaji nodded, wide-eyed, watching Old D's movements. The old skeleton took a deep breath. The pale, yellow, ghostly flames in his eyes suddenly shrank to a tiny and then exploded violently. Begin! Old D's hand seemed to turn into a wisp of gray mist. It was impossible to distinguish the exact positions of the 10 fingers, after several crisp cracking sounds of the skeletal frame. The whole skeletal snake reappeared. Is this the slow motion? Hiroaji was stunned. Old D nodded earnestly. Could you do it even slower, like an ultra slow motion? Please, Old D. After Old D left, Hiroaji stared at the scattered skeletal snake on the ground and began to ponder slowly. Old D's lightning, fast, and proficient actions still echoed in his mind, arousing in him an indescribable admiration that in the field of mechanical maintenance, no matter how knowledgeable a scholar is in theoretical knowledge, he is no match for a master with excellent practical skills. Such a senior with rich practical experience is definitely an exemplary figure for a junior like Hiroaji to learn from. Hiroaji had met many highly skilled mechanics throughout his life. Some of them could operate large-scale electronic instruments, but in terms of hand speed, absolutely no one could surpass Old D. Old D demonstrated the action 5 more times that it was not until the end that Hiroaji could barely make out Old D's movements. According to Old D, this was already his slowest limit, and no matter how he controlled his consciousness, his body couldn't move any slower. A fire was kindled in Hiroaji's heart. If he could master this method, after returning to the human world, he could become an outstanding mechanical maintenance master. This was far more practical than learning any skeletal martial arts. So Hiroaji didn't rest for a moment. He just frowned and stared intently at the skeletal snake. He stared motionlessly for 3 days and 3 nights, without even standing up. The size, color, hardness, and position of the 75 bones were firmly imprinted in Hiroaji's mind. Suddenly, Hiroaji reached out and messed up all the bones, piling them into a heap. Then he slowly put them back in their original positions. Amazingly, he made no mistakes. Hiroaji nodded in satisfaction and began the arduous process of assembly. He started with the simple spine and tail, dividing the whole skeletal snake into more than a dozen parts, each consisting of 5 or 6 small bones. First, he assembled the small bones into simple parts, and then joined these parts into a complete skeleton. It sounded very simple, but in reality, it was not that easy. Unlike machinery, which could be joined by rivets or welding during assembly, bones were connected to each other only by the curvature of their structures. A slight carelessness could cause the whole thing to fall apart. Fortunately, Hiroaji had plenty of time. Anyway, there was nothing else to do in this canyon, and mechanical maintenance was exactly what he liked. Hiroaji was completely immersed in the small skeletal snake. Every day, apart from absorbing some resentful energy, he just assembled the skeletal snake, not even caring about sleeping. This bone should play the role of connecting the upper and lower body. But if I rub it here, it should increase the body's frictional force and improve the crawling speed. Hiroaji didn't know that while he was engrossed in assembling the bones, the skeletal dragon, Gilate, had woken up twice. This irritable skeletal dragon didn't get angry that it watched Hiroaji, who was studying hard, snorted from its nostrils, flapped its wings boredly, and then lowered its head and fell asleep again. What a stupid human being. What a diligent human being. 2 months passed quickly. Calluses had grown on Hiroaji's hands. His fingerprints were hardly visible. The skin on his hand had been rubbed off and regrown countless times. The skeletal snake was finally completed. Old D, Hiroaji began to summon the old skeleton somewhat shamefacedly. Old D crawled out of the ground. Hunched over, he asked with a beaming smile, "Young man, what's wrong? Have you encountered any difficulties?" He wondered why the young man had summoned him at this time. According to general practice, an apprentice who had never been exposed to bone repair techniques usually took about 3 years to complete the repair of a skeletal snake. Even Old D himself, with his experience in blacksmithing, had spent a full year on his first work. Hiroaji lowered his head and said, "Sorry, Old D, that I couldn't complete the skeletal snake using your method." "Oh," Old D said, "don't be discouraged, lad. The first time is always especially difficult. Otherwise, let me demonstrate it to you one more time." Hiroaji shook his head and said carefully, "Well, the thing is, I really couldn't repair the skeletal snake with 75 bones. I thought these bones were not sufficient to support the skeletal snake to move in the most efficient way. So I polished some of the bones and discarded some others. Then I found some suitable bones on the battlefield and modified them. So it took a total of 127 bones to complete the final assembly. Hiroaji took out the final work with a blushing face. What? Old D was completely stunned. All the bones in his body trembled in disbelief. He took Hiroaji's work with a trembling hand. This skeletal snake looked long, narrow, and ferocious, compared with the one old D had taken out at the beginning. It presented a more streamlined and graceful body. Many auxiliary bones were added at the joints, making the final movement more efficient and providing better protection for the body. The original mouth, with only 2 teeth, was transformed into a sinister triangle. There were a total of 8 sharp teeth in the mouth, shining like saw teeth. Old D was also an expert in this field and naturally could see the tricks. He could hardly hold back his amazement and almost cried out. Perfect! Old D sent a wisp of soul power into the skeletal snake. Immediately, the skeletal snake glowed brightly and crawled rapidly on the sand, making even less noise. That it was very suitable for stealthy assassination. Old D was completely speechless. Seeing that the old skeleton remained silent, Hiroaji thought Old D was very disappointed in him. He said very embarrassedly, "Sorry, Old D, I've never been very smart since I was a child. I couldn't even finish such a simple thing in 2 months. That I really let you down." Old D forced a smile. He really didn't know what to say. He sighed and dejectedly withdrew his soul power. "Now try to disassemble it and reassemble it again. I want to see how you manage to do it." When it came to actual operation, Hiroaji became excited. He stared at the rigid skeletal snake. His hands seemed to be frozen in mid-air. His breathing became so faint that he was like a dead corpse. In his eyes, the complete skeletal snake gradually decomposed into individual bones. Half a minute passed. Just as Old D was about to ask, Hiroaji suddenly let out a soft cry and his hands suddenly moved. His movements were not as proficient and fast as Old D's, but his gestures were extremely gentle and delicate, as if what he was handling was not cold bones but the warm skin of his lover. If Old D's actions were like a dazzling storm, then Hiroaji's actions could only be described as a gentle breeze, an invisible and intangible gentle breeze that casually caressed every leaf on the branches. Completed. In less than 3 minutes, the skeletal snake was disassembled into individual bone pieces. Now Old D could see more clearly. Many of the bone pieces were very different from the original ones. Some had been polished and modified, while some had been replaced with more suitable parts. Old D exclaimed in surprise. "Where did you learn these methods?" Hiroaji smiled sheepishly and said, "These are some methods taught in school that I never listened carefully in class before. What I've learned is just superficial, but now I've finally discovered the fun in them." For someone as introverted as Hiroaji, inanimate bones and machinery are far more alluring than the treacherous real world. Old D continued to press. "Why are your movements so exquisitely gentle?" Hiroaji scratched the back of his head. "I'm not sure. I just feel that each bone has its own soul. Only by handling them tenderly and joining them together can these bones willingly unleash all their power." "Each bone has its own soul?" Old D repeated in a daze. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "I understand. I finally understand. Each bone has its own soul. This is the greatest secret of bone restoration. I understand." A strange glint flashed in his eyes. He imitated Hiroaji's gentle movements and began to reassemble the scattered bones on the ground. This time, it took much longer than before. Old D quietly felt the temperature and connection between the bones, fully releasing his spiritual energy, allowing the bones to naturally come together. The bone snake reappeared. How amazing! Hiroaji couldn't help but exclaim. This modified bone snake. Old D had only disassembled it once, yet he was able to assemble it perfectly from memory. Without a single error, it was evident that he was truly a master craftsman. Old D smiled faintly. "Since you've completed the bone snake course, let's move on to something more complex. Come forth, bone dog." A bone dog missing a leg appeared before Old D. "Your task this time is to thoroughly understand this bone dog. Then, use the discarded bones over there to create a suitable hind leg for it. Watch my disassembly process carefully. I'll only demonstrate once." Old D's hands began to move at high speed again. Thus, Hiroaji once again entered the strange world of bone transformation. inside the demonic castle in the dark abyss. A blood-red magic mirror showed Hiroji diligently learning bone restoration. That eye in the picture. Hiroji was completely absorbed, walking among the piles of corpses, casually rummaging through the bones he fancied. When he found a good one, he'd cut it off with a dagger and scrape away the flesh and tendons. Even the most seasoned butchers might not be as calm and accurate as him. Now, Hiroji hardly seemed like a normal human, but he was so indifferent to everything, as if all things in the world, except himself, were cold stones and a voice full of demonic charm sighed softly. This Hiroji is so adorable. I really wish I could be his teacher earlier and pass on all my necromancy to him. The female ghost was wrapped in a pure black silk robe, with only her pale and cold hands exposed, holding a slender quill pen between her fingers. Apart from the mysterious woman, Mu and I and Old D were also present, along with some other mysterious figures in black robes. Clearly, they were all high-ranking members of the Dark Abyss. Yes, Monica, Old D nodded repeatedly. This lad is incredibly talented. I asked him to repair the hind leg of an undead dog, and in just 1 month he created a 3-headed hellish undead dog. This little beast is extremely fierce now. Even I find it hard to deal with. If to confirm Old D's words, the undead dog let out a roar beside him. Its 3 large heads looked menacing, spewing an evil aura. The Lich Monica gave a soft laugh. That you're so useless. Old D, I could see over 5,000 years old. You can't even match the skills of a child. How embarrassing. Old D snorted. Monica, have you forgotten how I healed your broken leg 3,000 years ago? And now you're spouting such nonsense. That lad is no ordinary person. You can't compare him with others at MUNI, who had been silent, interjected. Indeed, perhaps it's the ghost of the Dark Queen secretly protecting us. At a time when the Dark Abyss is on the verge of collapse, she sent us such a talented person that he'll surely complete our mission and protect the Queen's successful reincarnation. Monica sighed softly. As long as the Queen can grow up successfully, it doesn't matter if we're doomed to hell forever. After all, the Queen saved our lives. Without her, we would have died 5,000 years ago and wouldn't be lingering on until now. Old D wondered, I just don't understand why Gerald insists on having this lad repair its body. I admit the lad might have the ability, but it'll waste a great deal of time. And our collapse could happen any moment. We don't have much time to spare, MUNI said. Gerald must have its reasons. Don't forget, it's the wisest creature in the Dark Abyss. IT existed for millions of years before becoming a bone dragon. Its thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Maybe Gerald thinks it'll be beneficial for the lad to receive training in bone restoration in the future. Think about it. After the Dark Queen rebuilds the undead army, she'll definitely need some bone restorers to enhance the combat power. Monica floated over and hugged Mu and I, coquettishly saying, I don't care, I wanted this adorable child earlier. You have to hand him over to me soon. Mu and I snorted and calmly broke free. No, according to the plan, after he completes Gerald's task, he must first learn skeleton fighting skills and become an outstanding warrior. I'll leave this to the Black General. You'll have your turn after the Black General finishes training him. How long will that take? Not long. Maybe less than 2 years. For us, isn't that just the blink of an eye? That's so long. We've never trained a little skeleton soldier like this before. He's different, Mu and I said. Maybe he'll be the last skeleton soldier in the world, and he also shoulders the responsibility of protecting the Queen. So we not only have to teach him bone restoration, skeleton fighting skills, and necromancy, but also how to command the undead army. Only then will there be someone to lead the army when the Queen builds a new undead force in the future. I hope he can bear it. Poor child. Monica blew a kiss at the blood mirror. Suddenly, a purple poisonous mist floated towards the mirror. IT cracked and then shattered into pieces. Monica, everyone was furious. The witch's voice was full of innocence. What happened? Ha! I finally succeeded. A ragged monster suddenly leaped out from the pile of corpses outside the canyon. Upon closer inspection, it was a blood-soaked man. Hiroji casually wiped the blood off his face and smiled as he looked at his successful creation in front of him. Dia, how do you feel? Dia was an ordinary little skeleton soldier. He was only 12 when he died, so his skeleton was extremely fragile in the harsh undead world. He was often beaten until his limbs were broken and he couldn't move, after Hiroji got used to repairing skeleton beasts. Old D specifically brought this shy child to him as an experimental subject for Hiroji's next step AT that time. Dia's situation was extremely dire. All the joints of his limbs were severely fractured. His pelvis was as soft as a cake. Most of his ribs were broken, and there were even 3 or 4 cracks on his hard skull. His eye sockets were almost connected. Old D said, "I told this kid not to push himself. He just had to be strong. One in pick fights. That's how he ended up like this. He's been causing trouble like this more than once. I don't know what's going on in his head. Why don't you heal him?" Hiroaji nodded. He saw something in Dia's eye sockets, something he was very familiar with, the cry of a weakling who refused to accept his fate. "You'll definitely become the strongest in the world." Hiroaji patted Dia's shoulder and then whispered, "I'm the same way." Dia was a very strong-willed child. This was Hiroaji's first time testing bone restoration on a living skeleton soldier, so it often caused unnecessary pain. The so-called claim that the undead don't feel pain is nonsense. Any living being can feel pain, but Dia endured it all bravely. "Dia, why did you become a skeleton soldier?" Hiroaji once asked during the treatment process. Dia thought for a moment. "Bad guys kill my mom and dad. I want to fight the bad guys. There will be another chapter at 9 o'clock tonight." Dear fellow book lovers, don't forget, the so-called bad guys refer to the King's army in that dark era. Countless innocent civilians died under the army's swords and guns that Hiroaji fell into silence. He realized that his so-called depression, so-called failure, and so-called sorrow were simply insignificant in the face of these skeletal soldiers. It was nothing more than a case of feigning illness. The years spent in the gloomy and isolated domain had endowed him with a completely different worldview, enabling him to view his past from a higher vantage point. It was as if once one transcended the boundaries of the earth. Human perception of things ascended to a new level. Finally, it was completed. After half a month of restoration, Zaidia's new body made its debut. The hands and feet were made of composite materials composed of 3 bones each. At the joints, sturdy skull materials were specially added for protection. 0.4 arms were installed in total, sufficient for wielding any weapon. The spine and pelvis had also been significantly strengthened, and the head was further equipped with armors made of wolf and horse bones. "Now, you are invincible," Hiroaji roared. Zaidia happily moved its new body. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. It's so wonderful." This feeling of being able to help others was truly wonderful. That it made Hiroaji feel that he was by no means a useless person. In any case, his existence could assist some people, and this feeling was simply excellent. Subsequently, Hiroaji devoted all his attention to the task of restoring the skeletal dragon Gilate. Strangely enough, now Gilate was extremely cooperative, and its temper had become incredibly gentle. And no matter what pose Hiroaji asked it to assume, the skeletal dragon obediently obliged. Hiroaji was not in a hurry to start the restoration of the skeletal dragon's body, for he knew that starting rashly would surely prevent him from creating a perfect work. His understanding of machinery was that it was another form of life. An intimate relationship had to be established between this life and himself before further actions could be taken. Hiroaji had been cleaning Gilate's body for a year, so he knew every single bone of the dragon extremely well. After half a year of restoration practice, Hiroaji had gained a deeper understanding of the interactions between mechanical parts. Now, when admiring the internal structure of the skeletal dragon, Hiroaji couldn't help but secretly praise the uncanny workmanship of nature for creating such a wonderful creature. In his eyes, this huge skeleton was undoubtedly an alluring maze. Once one endured the arduous journey to reach the end, the most charming rewards would surely await. When facing the delicate skeleton, Hiroaji was like Michelangelo facing a sculpture, Beethoven facing a musical score, and Leonardo da Vinci facing a canvas, completely immersed in it. Hiroaji had no idea that the new body he had modified for Zaidia would stir up a huge commotion in the gloomy and isolated domain. Previously, all the bodies of the skeletal soldiers in the domain had been modified by Lao Di and his apprentices. Fighting with those bodies was indeed very agile, and Lao Di's skills were of course top-notch. However, he lacked Hiroaji's imagination. After all, Hiroaji was a professionally trained mechanical talent. The combination of the ancient bone, restoration technique, and modern mechanical maintenance technology had created a miracle. The 12-year-old Zaidia, relying on his brand-new body, had actually defeated several experienced skeletal warriors in succession. An observant person could naturally tell that Zaidia's martial arts skills were indeed superb. But more importantly, It was his new body. Suddenly, numerous skeletal soldiers gathered at the entrance of Lao Di's cave, accusing him of hiding his skills and not using such excellent techniques to serve everyone. Lao Di could only explain with a bitter smile that this body was not modified by him, but by a human to a human. The skeletal soldiers widened their eyes. Impossible. It was well known that although humans were intelligent, their lifespan was only a few decades, that it was almost impossible to learn such a complex technique in such a short time. This human will enter the inner city after some time. Then you can go and find him yourself. Without batting an eyelid, Lao Di betrayed Eva in the distance. Hiroaji suddenly shivered for no reason. That he sniffed in puzzlement and then concentrated on his research again. After 4 months of repeated research, Hiroaji finally fully understood the skeletal dragon's body. He not only knew the origin and the circumstances of every wound on the dragon's body, but also deeply comprehended the endless obsessions attached to these wounds. A bridge had quietly been built between the human and the dragon. It was time to take real action. "Are you ready?" Hiroaji asked in a deep voice. There were 2 large bags on his back, filled with various bone-made parts. The skeletal dragon snorted. "Come on, puny human, not if I still can't fly this time. I'll devour you." Hiroaji smiled confidently and gracefully. "Don't worry that you'll never be able to eat me in your life." He started with the simplest part, the tail. Hiroaji slowly stroked the skeletal dragon's tail, searching for the gaps between the bones and using the sense of touch of his fingers to judge the tightness of the connections, and so on. This process took him more than half an hour, but the actual action only took 10 seconds. That he only added 2 tiny and insignificant bones. That is it done. The skeletal dragon couldn't believe it. Hiroaji smiled weakly. He was soaked in sweat and on the verge of collapse. Although the final process only took a short 10 seconds, for Hiroaji, it was no less than the most complex cardiac surgery. The process of placing the bones was simple, but there were very strict requirements regarding where to place them, how long and thick the bones should be, and even what kind of bone materials to use. It was no exaggeration to say that the real restoration had begun a year and a half ago, when Hiroaji first cleaned the skeletal dragon's body. The skeletal dragon flapped its tail half, believingly. Immediately, the entire canyon began to shake violently, and strange rocks on the cliffs tumbled down one after another. The skeletal dragon gently flicked its strange tail and instantly smashed a huge boulder into pieces. "Clever human," the skeletal dragon was overjoyed. "That you've won Gilate's friendship. Ah cough, help." Poor Hiroaji had been buried under the smashed stones and dust. The subsequent restoration of the leg bones was even simpler. Hiroaji not only didn't add any bones, but also removed 4 bone spurs from Gilate's leg bones. "Hey, human, aren't you holding a grudge because of what happened just now?" The skeletal dragon lowered its head and rubbed Hiroaji's body with its thick nostrils. This was a sign of friendliness. That Hiroaji smiled. "Impossible that I won't joke about such things. Your leg bones were probably injured a long time ago, and then you asked someone, I don't know who, to take a look. That person was probably a bone restoration master with considerable strength, but he wasn't qualified to treat a skeletal dragon." "Yes," Gilate murmured. "That person added a lot of auxiliary bone spurs to your thigh bones, according to the method of treating human skeletal soldiers. But the skeletal dragon's body is so exquisitely structured that every bone has its own independent function. Of course, reducing bones is not allowed, and adding bones randomly will also lead to the loss of function. Your leg bones had actually recovered long. It was just these bone spurs that had been causing trouble, making your legs stiff and inflexible." Gilate moved its thigh and found that it was indeed more flexible and had completely regained its former vitality. It groaned, a mixture of joy and resentment. "Damned Lao Di. I'll swallow him whole." This time, it was Lao Di in the inner city of the isolated domain who shivered all over. "Don't be too happy yet," Hiroaji said. "The most important part is the wings. The bones there are very thin and fragile. This is the most crucial step." Gilate obediently lay down. "Come on, did I promise I won't move." Hiroaji took 2 deep breaths. After checking the materials in his backpack for the last time, he did something that no one had expected. He actually took out a piece of cloth from his backpack and tightly wrapped his eyes. The skeletal dragon was startled. Hey, human, you're going to lose Gilate's friendship again if you don't stop." Hiroaji's voice was very gentle. "Don't worry." Gilate, I know your bones extremely well that I've never known my own bones so well. But precisely because I know them too well, I feel like I'm in the middle of Mount Lu. The reason I'm covering my eyes is to discard all unnecessary senses and solve the problem completely relying on my sense of touch. He nimbly leapt onto the skull of the skeletal dragon and climbed along its neck to its broad back. He had traversed this path countless times, so there was absolutely no chance of error. Between the wings of the skeletal dragon, Hiruaji took out 2 cotton balls and stuffed them into his ears. Petit present, Hiruaji had entered a state of complete silence and tranquility, akin to the state of meditation described by Buddhism, that he gently caressed the delicate bones of the skeletal dragon, and suddenly a surge of indescribable and overwhelming excitement welled up in his heart. When the deaf and infirm Beethoven sat before his desk, perhaps he was like Hiruaji at this moment, relying on his spiritual perception to create unparalleled masterpieces. 2 streams of clear tears suddenly welled up in Hiruaji's eye sockets. It was the soul fire hidden within the skeletal dragon resonating with him that Hiruaji moved. Gilate only felt an indescribable numbness and itching on his back, followed by an indescribable sense of comfort. The soul fire flowed smoothly in places that were previously unreachable, bringing an incomparable sense of ease. Hiruaji's hands moved in a seemingly random, yet precise manner. 7 or 8 small bones danced nimbly between his fingers, as flexible as marionettes controlled by strings, and as gentle as a mountain stream. Imperceptibly, they flowed from his palms onto the wings of the skeletal dragon, blending seamlessly without any signs of repair. Cold sweat gradually broke out on Hiruaji's forehead, and the muscles in his arms twitched, on the verge of cramping. Suddenly, a slender bone snapped with a crack. Hiruaji let out a muffled groan. The speed of his hand movements increased 100-fold, turning into a white blur. Everything below his elbow became a hazy shadow as he replaced the broken bone with a spare one at an incredibly fast pace. Finally, the great task was accomplished. Hiruaji let out a cheer. Too exhausted to remove the claw from his face, he collapsed on the back of the skeletal dragon. It's done, Gilate. Hiruaji was extremely excited. He knew, without testing, that this repair was definitely a great success. This is the confidence and dignity of a super mechanic. Gilate roared at the sky, and all the bones in its body tightened. A pair of gigantic skeletal wings spread out on either side of its body. Green soul fire coursed through the gaps in the bones, creating a powerful current of air. The skeletal dragon had never felt so elated. It pushed off with its feet and flapped its wings vigorously. Its massive body shot up into the sky. Roar! The powerful skeletal dragon finally took to the sky again after 5,000 years of slumber. Wow! Before Hiruaji could react, his internal organs felt as if they were being churned in a washing machine. He only heard the howling wind in his ears. The gale lashed at his cheeks like a sharp blade, and his hair was almost ripped out by the roots. Hiruaji tightly hugged the skeletal dragon's neck, not daring to let go for a moment. It was only when the skeletal dragon leveled out that Hiruaji tremblingly removed his blindfold. Looking down, he immediately let out a terrified scream. The valley below had turned into a narrow slit. Although Hiruaji was not afraid of skeletons and corpses, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of heights. In fact, almost everyone had a bit of acrophobia, especially when there was no support and air resistance. That Hiruaji felt as if all the bones in his body had gone limp. You stupid dragon! Put me down right now. You're repaying kindness with enmity and will come to a bad end. Hiruaji shouted hysterically, his heart almost stopping. Fortunately, Gilate was completely focused on soaring through the sky, and the wind was so loud that it didn't hear Hiruaji's words. The skeletal dragon was overjoyed that it hadn't flown this happily in 5,000 years. The skeletal dragon roared, "Hold on tight. I'm going to do some fancy tricks." What? Before Hiruaji could react, the skeletal dragon started to roll in mid-air like a spinning cannonball. Hiruaji felt dizzy and nauseous, almost vomiting his bile. Oh my God! I'll never fly again in my life. Help! The skeletal dragon wasn't done playing. After a series of spiral rolls, it made a nearly 90-degree vertical dive like a bomb. It didn't turn around until it was only about 10 meters from the ground, then glided almost parallel to the ground before piercing the sky again. Roar! So cool! Gilate began to accelerate. Only then did Hiruaji realize that the skeletal dragon had just been strolling before. And now it was really speeding up. Gilate flew faster and faster, and the surrounding scenery became a blur. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The air turned into a thick mist, and Hiroaji found it so difficult to even blink. Suddenly, as if breaking through some kind of shackle, Hiroaji and the dragon passed through a transparent barrier. Hiroaji gasped in the valley below. There stood hundreds of buildings of various sizes. Starting from the outermost horse, stoppers, and moats, there were countless arrow towers, trenches, and secret sentries, and there were also well-equipped defensive fortifications inside. These defense systems firmly guarded a group of dark-colored buildings. Countless white skeletons walked back and forth on the streets of this ghost town, faithfully carrying out the orders they received thousands of years ago. This was the true face of the dark and desolate realm. Only then did Hiroaji understand why he couldn't reach the castle at first. It was all an illusory falsehood, a barrier set up to deceive the enemy. From today on, you are a true member of this city, Gilate explained. The skeletal dragon slowly landed. The ground was already in an uproar. The skeletons and liches stared at the sky in astonishment. The most powerful combat force in the desolate realm, Gilate, had finally taken to the sky again. Who has such superb skills to repair Gilate's wings? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Gilate landed slowly with the unique majesty of a skeletal dragon. Its astonishing aura made the surrounding skeletons take 3 steps back in unison. Hiroaji endured the nausea and rolled off the dragon's back. Even though his feet had touched the ground, he still felt extremely nauseous and finally vomited violently. You dragon! I swear I'll never ride on your back again." After vomiting everything out, Hiroaji slightly raised his head and looked around. He saw thousands of skeletons staring at him with a rather sinister look. Is this the repairman who transformed Zaidia? Could it be him who repaired Gilate's wings? Impossible. He's just a human. It must be him. I want him to transform my body. The skeletons staggered forward, stretching out their hands in the classic mummy pose and surrounding Hiroaji. Transform! Transform! Hiroaji, who was already extremely dizzy, was so frightened by being surrounded by these creatures that even his toughest nerves couldn't take it. He fainted embarrassingly on the spot. Hiroaji slowly regained consciousness. Suddenly, he felt his body was heavy, as if something was pressing on him. He groped around blindly with his eyes closed and soon touched a soft and plump object full of alluring elasticity. Annoying! A sweet female voice made Hiroaji jump up. Turning his head, he saw a charming, mature woman with green hair lying on the bed beside him, breathing softly. Who are you?" Hiroaji was stunned, and saliva involuntarily dribbled down his chin. This green-haired sister had a pair of long, slender purple eyes. Although there were some fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, they only added to her allure. The green-haired sister smiled faintly, stretched lazily in a charming way, and complained, "You won't even let me sleep a little longer. How annoying!" She was wearing a thin white nightgown, through which her bare skin could be faintly seen. Especially on her ample bosom, there were 2 blushing spots. Although Hiroaji's mind was still somewhat in control, his body had already surrendered disgracefully. Seemingly sensing the change in Hiroaji's body, the charming sister smiled and moved closer. Don't come closer. I'm not a gentleman." Hiroaji cried out in pain, and his hands involuntarily reached out towards the beautiful woman. If it weren't for Muni's timely arrival, Hiroaji, the innocent young virgin, might have been ruined by her. "Monica, what on earth are you doing?" Muni asked coldly. Monica gave a mischievous smile, planted a deep kiss on Hiroaji's cheek, and then vanished into a cloud of dust. Hiroaji felt as if he were in a dream and didn't come to his senses for a long time. Hiroaji. Hiroaji finally came to his senses. After looking around, he said, "Where am I?" Actually, he wanted to ask who that woman was just now, but he felt a bit embarrassed. Muni said, "Hiroaji, you've passed Gerard's test and mastered the superb bone repair technique. Now, we're going to conduct further cultivation." Only then did Hiroaji see clearly who was in front of him. He said angrily, "Mr. Muni, what on earth are you up to? You should at least let me know in advance so that I can make some preparations. Don't launch a surprise attack like last time and torture me so badly." Muni said coldly, "After you leave here, you'll be able to master powers beyond ordinary people. Of course, you have to pay a small price for it." "What's 2 years? It's just the blink of an eye that we've been here for 5,000 years already. Hiroaji was speechless. Only then did he realize where the problem lay. The key was that the two sides had different understandings of time. In the eyes of these skeleton soldiers, 1 year was no more than the time it took to yawn. But if they yawned a dozen more times, he might as well just die of old age here. Hiroaji said with a bitter smile, "Mr. Muni, you're not going to tell me that I have to stay here for another 20 or 30 blinks, are you?" Muni still said coldly, "No, the energy of the dark abyss can only last for another 9 to 10 Earth years at most. You must learn all the skills of the undead race within this period." Hiroaji let out a sigh of relief. 10 years didn't seem too unbearable. He continued to ask, "What exactly do you want me to do? Why are you being so mysterious?" Muni said, "For now, I can only tell you that you have to use all your strength to protect someone. I'll tell you all the details when the time comes. Now, you must first learn the skeleton martial arts." "Skeleton martial arts? Follow me." Muni didn't answer his question at all and turned around to walk outside. "Damn it, are skeleton soldiers so arrogant?" Hiroaji was angry and scolded as he followed behind. He even wished he could stab this tomato skull commander twice in the head. Just as he walked out of the castle gate, there was a long and narrow bridge ahead. On the platform under the bridge, there were about several thousand skeleton soldiers crowded densely, looking forward to Hiroaji eagerly. "Wow, so exaggerated." Muni glanced back at Hiroaji indifferently and said, "These people admire your talent in skeleton repair very much and hope that you can transform their bodies. I've promised them that you'll be responsible for transforming 10 skeleton soldiers every night that will prepare all the materials. 10 skeleton soldiers. Are you kidding me?" Even with Hiroaji's good temper, he couldn't help but curse. "It takes at least an hour to transform one skeleton soldier. Am I not going to sleep?" Muni nodded. "I'll teach you a method to increase the bone strength by absorbing resentment. After using this method, you really don't need much sleep." Hiroaji was speechless. Who asked him to sign that unequal treaty stupidly? Crossing the long bridge, they soon arrived at a stone forest. The so-called stone forest was actually a large-scale martial arts training ground. There was a stone pillar standing every 3 or 4 meters, forming a forest-like appearance. The thinnest stone pillar was about as thick as a bowl, and the thickest one was even thicker than 3 Hiroazis put together. In the middle of the stone pillars sat a stocky skeleton soldier. He was not tall. Even if he stood up, he only reached Hiroaji's neck. Usually, skeleton soldiers always gave people a feeling of being slender and fragile. And both Muni and Old D were no exception. But this skeleton soldier seemed extremely domineering, like a mountain pressing in front of Hiroaji. On the stocky skeleton soldier's shoulder was a rusty iron rod. With just one strike, 3 more Hiroazis would be finished immediately. "This is your martial arts teacher, Heijong," Muni introduced. The stocky skeleton stepped forward and said clumsily, Heijong, teacher yours," Muni explained. "Not all skeletons can speak very fluently. Human language is too complicated for most of the undead. Maybe Heijong is not a person good at thinking, but he grasps the essence of the undead's combat." "Essence?" Hiroaji was puzzled. "That is belief," Muni shouted. "Most of the undead don't have human wisdom, strength, or flexibility, but our will to crave combat is definitely no weaker than anyone's. Even if we only know one move, we have to practice this move to the fullest." As Muni was speaking, Heijong suddenly stepped forward neatly and heavily stomped on the floor. The iron rod on his shoulder instantly disappeared from Hiroaji's sight and turned into a blurry shadow in front of him. An unparalleled gust of wind from the iron rod howled out immediately. With a thud, a deep mark was formed on the stone pillar in front. Hiroaji's mouth opened so wide that he could fit a honeydew melon in it. Muni said, 5,000 years ago, Heijong was just an ordinary farmer, carrying a hoe to work in the fields every day to support his family. Among all the skeleton soldiers, he's not considered a smart one. He still can't speak very well even now, and he's only practiced 2 martial arts moves, a vertical chop and a horizontal slash. Your task is to learn these 2 moves within half a year. Hiroaji highly doubted whether he could chop a huge rock in midair within half a year. It was a joke. This guy had practiced for 5,000 years. Hiroaji didn't think he had the same talent in fighting as he did in mechanical repair. Muni saw Hiroaji's uneasiness and sneered coldly. "Of course, if you admit that you're a useless coward right now, I might consider changing to an easier course for you." Hiroaji's pupils suddenly shrank, and the flippancy on his face disappeared instantly. "I'm definitely not a coward." Hiroaji strode to Heijong's side and stood upright. Ha! 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 Hiroaji held a slightly thinner iron rod and practiced intently. Heijong wasn't a very good teacher because he didn't teach Hiroaji anything at all. He just waved and chopped on his own. There were a total of 4 movements. Step forward, draw the knife, retract the knife, and step back. It was extremely boring. Hiroaji wanted to give up after just 2 days of practice because he found that this set of martial arts was not invented for humans at all. It was completely tailored for skeleton soldiers with stiff bodies and inflexible joints. If a human insisted on practicing it, he would become like those terrifying monsters in zombie movies wearing Qing Dynasty official uniforms, with straight hands and feet and a very stiff face that, if he went out to fight like this, the opponent would probably die of laughter as soon as he posed. Moreover, after just 2 days of practice, his whole body's muscles felt like they were cramped, and every muscle was trembling continuously. This would definitely cost someone's life. Hiroaji went to find Muni, but before he could say a word, he was enraged by Muni's look. That look meant, "You're a useless coward, a good for nothing, a scumbag, a muggle." No, absolutely not. Hiroaji went back to the stone forest angrily, picked up the iron rod, and waved it forcefully, imagining the stone pillar as Muni's cold and ugly face. That he suddenly thought of a legendary and effective practice method. Hypnosis. Hiroaji stared blankly. His muscles were stiff, and even his breathing seemed to have stopped. Only those very close to him could hear his murmured words. "I'm a skeleton soldier. I'm a skeleton soldier. I'm a skeleton soldier. I'm a skeleton soldier. I don't have muscles, my muscles don't hurt. I don't have muscles, my muscles don't hurt. I don't have muscles, my muscles don't hurt. I don't have muscles, my muscles don't hurt." Self hypnosis really had no effect at all. Hiroaji now thought it would be more comfortable to die. And just 2 days later, when he dragged his tired body back to the room prepared for him by Muni, he suddenly noticed that there were 10 skeleton soldiers with missing arms and legs standing at the door. No way. I still need someone to fix me right now. How can I fix the skeletons in this state? What's going on? Hiroaji felt like weeping, but had no tears. These 10 skeletal soldiers were all of the short stature type, looking about as young as little bean sprouts. They all looked at Hiroaji with extremely expectant and adoring eyes. It seemed that Muni knew Hiroaji very well and was aware that he wouldn't refuse the requests of these young lads. "Damn it," Hiroaji grumbled as he pushed open the door of his house. "Come in, you brats. Uncle will check your bodies." Well, the other day, a friend vehemently rebuked Dainyu for his consistent death-style endings, where he always wiped out all the main characters. Dainyu recalled and found that it did seem to be the case. Could it be that there was still a strong grudge in his heart against those super handsome, lucky and promiscuous main characters? So unconsciously, he wrote them off. Well, Dainyu promised that this time, neither the male nor the female lead would die, nor would the popular characters. Only those with well-developed muscles, ugly appearances, arrogant mouths, and whose fathers were city lords or police chiefs might meet their ends. To be, by the way, the book, friend named Ian and I Langman, who put forward this suggestion. Your suggestion came in very timely. You're such a kind-hearted person and a real good soul. Ah, how lovely you are. Inside the magic castle, Monica was laughing uncontrollably in front of a new magic mirror. Different from last time this time. Just the skeletal dragon Gerald took up most of the room, and the others had to huddle in the corner. Monica said with a beaming smile, "With someone like him to protect the queen, I feel quite relieved." A gray-robed figure short as a toad, crouching on the ground, said sinisterly, "However, won't his martial skills be too mediocre? 6 months is simply not enough time to master complete martial arts, not to mention the subsequent necromancy. Moreover, with such a weak character, he may not be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the queen." Muni shook his head and said, "You, Shadow, observe every movement and expression of Hiroaji carefully. True, I admit that he is indeed very weak in normal times, but once he enters a certain state, like when practicing martial arts or performing bone repair techniques, he becomes extremely cold-blooded, completely devoid of human emotions, like a coal machine." Hiroaji had 2 extreme ends in his character: extreme weakness and extreme cold-bloodedness. His normal self was just a disguise. When his true nature was revealed, I'm sure he would be a most terrifying warrior. Don't forget the powerful grudge within him. Shadow snorted coldly. "Even so, I have to train him personally for 6 months before I can be at ease. By the way, Gerald, since time is so tight, why do you still arrange for him to do these useless things like repairing the bodies of skeletal warriors? You know that once the collapse comes, we'll all turn into basic energy. The so-called body is completely useless to us. Gerald seemed to wake up at this moment and said lazily, "Have you carefully studied Hiroaji's memories? Do you know what has happened to the outside world in these 5,000 years?" Everyone shook their heads. The skeletal dragon lowered its head and said somewhat confusedly, "I don't know what those things are in Hiroaji's memories either. But I do know that if we continue to train this warrior in the old way, he won't succeed in the current world, let alone take good care of the queen. On the contrary, the bone repair technique, I think, will play a very crucial role and help him a great deal." "Please explain," Shadow said politely. The skeletal dragon swayed its head and said, "In the outside world, it seems that something called mech knights have become the dominant force. It's probably something similar to human magic puppets. Mastering the bone repair technique will be of great benefit for repairing and manufacturing such puppets." So that was the case. Everyone suddenly understood. Geralt was indeed an extremely wise being and would never act aimlessly. Moreover, piloting such magic puppets in mid-air battles was also beneficial for human body balance. That's why I took Hiroaji flying wildly in the air the other day, hoping to train his balance ability so that he could master superb magic puppet fighting techniques in the future. "Oh, so that's why?" "Well, since there isn't much information about mech knights in his memory, I really can't sort out the corresponding piloting skills. Everything will depend on his own efforts in the future. But now we must lay a good foundation. You know, the safety of the queen lies entirely in this lad's hands." The skeletal dragon sneered sinisterly. "To achieve this goal, starting tomorrow morning, the death-style flight training will continue and be continuously upgraded." Poor Hiraji had no idea of the disaster that was about to befall him. He grasped the last 2 hours and had some strange and wonderful dreams. Xiaowen. Hiraji drooled and laughed foolishly. At this moment, his door was suddenly blown open by a cold wind. Two purple soul fires slipped in nimbly, wrapped around Hiraji's body, and pulled him out of the room. Poor Hiraji was still thinking about his dear Xiaowen and that big-breasted beauty he saw in the bar. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his forehead. Looking up, he saw a huge skeletal dragon's head staring at him with a smile. Absolutely terrifying. Hiraji scrambled to his feet. His spring dream had long been scared away by the skeletal dragon's terrifying face. "Gerald, it's not even dawn yet. Can't you let me live?" Gerald howled like a ferocious wolfhound. "Stupid human. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy. Come and soar freely in the sky with me quickly." "No way." Again, before he could finish speaking, Gerald had shot up into the sky with a whoosh. This time was different from before. The early morning air was extremely cold. Moreover, Hiraji was only wearing a tattered pair of underpants. After flying a couple of circles, a layer of white frost had formed on his body. Apple, your big pear, you damned stinking dragon." Hiraji could hardly speak clearly. "Yahoo, let's have some excitement." Gerald seemed to be on a high. Going as crazy as he could. It seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he jolted Hiraji off his back. Half an hour later, Gerald dumped Hiraji, who had been completely frozen, into an ice block in the martial arts training ground. The black general seemed not to notice his disciple and just practiced his moves on his own. Kill! Kill! Well, why did his advancing route seem to be exactly towards Hiraji? The violent sword energy shattered all the ice on Hiraji's body, of course, also leaving numerous wounds of various sizes. Come on, frostbite can't be treated like this. Wah! Fortunately, Hiraji dodged in time, or his head would surely have been split open. Hiraji, practice the sword. Cowards, rest. Sometimes the black general's words also contained some so-called bullshit philosophy. Hiraji sighed and used all his strength to lift that heavy iron rod. "I'm not a coward. I'll practice this lousy watermelon. I'll practice this big banana. Kill." For the first time, the martial arts training ground was filled with the passionate sweat of a human. Just like this, Hiraji finally began his arduous martial arts cultivation. His daily tasks were extremely heavy. Starting at 5 o'clock in the morning, he would be carried on the back of the skeletal dragon Gerald and rushed through the air. Then came 10 hours of endless and monotonous martial arts practice, just practicing the 2 movements of slashing and chopping. Then there were 2 hours for absorbing grudges, which was equivalent to meal time in the human world. Muni taught Hiroaji a technique called black netherbone technique. Using this technique to absorb grudges for cultivation could not only maintain his own bodily functions, but also enhance the strength of his bones and enable him to perform more powerful skeletal martial arts. However, there was one drawback. The black netherbone technique mainly enhanced bone strength and power and had little effect on muscle training. After all, what do skeletal soldiers need to train their muscles for? So, on the outside, Hiroaji still looked as useless as before that if tested on a specialized body testing device. He might even seem more useless than before. Just thinking about this made Hiroaji rather depressed. Also, his fighting posture was as strange as that of a zombie. Therefore, it would be best not to engage in fisticuffs in the future, at least not in front of the girl one fancies. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? Hiroaji simply couldn't afford to lose such face. After completing the cultivation of the black netherbone art, it was time for the regular medical treatment. 10 skeletal soldiers, missing arms and legs, were waiting at his doorstep, as usual. Staring at him blankly, Hiroaji was extremely puzzled. How could there be so many disabled individuals in this gloomy abyss? Over the years, they hadn't encountered any overly powerful enemies. Why was this the case? He didn't know that these skeletal soldiers often deliberately broke their own limbs in order to receive his personal modification. After all, for skeletal soldiers, this wasn't a serious injury. Skeletal soldiers can sometimes be rather sly creatures. Half a year isn't a long time, especially in the eyes of undead creatures like skeletal soldiers. It passed by quickly. Hiroaji's cultivation had reached a brand new realm. He could now sleep for 7 hours every day because he could sleep soundly even on Gerald's back. No matter how bumpily the bone dragon jolted and performed various difficult rolling maneuvers, Hiroaji slept undisturbed and never fell off. His body's balance ability had become a natural bodily reaction and didn't require conscious control. On the training ground, the dullstones were no longer Hiroaji's training targets. He could barely spar with Black General, of course. This was because Black General's movements were very simple, always repeating the same 2 moves. So it was easy to spot his flaws. However, for an ordinary person, it was almost an impossible task to withstand his extremely powerful and heroic slashes. Hiroaji managed to do it, due to having cultivated the black netherbone art to the 3rd level. Hiroaji's bones were now stronger than those of elite skeletal soldiers. Even reinforced concrete might not be as hard as his bones. Relying on his tough bones, he could compete with the powerful Black General. As for the bone repair technique at night, it was mostly completed in a half-asleep, half-awake state. Hiroaji's hands seemed to have a will of their own. As soon as they touched a bone, they could diagnose the problem and come up with a solution, and, at the same time, find a most suitable bone from a pile of bones for modification. Life in the gloomy abyss was extremely monotonous, but Hiroaji found a glimmer of joy in this dull life. From childhood to adulthood, everything he did ended in failure. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he was just the most inferior of useless people and could never turn things around. During the few times he made efforts, instead of achieving the expected success, he was mercilessly ridiculed. He was like the toad that wanted to eat the swan meat. No matter how high he jumped, it was all in vain. But here, Hiroaji felt real success. As long as he worked hard, he would leave footprints on the ground. As long as he shed sweat, his strength would gradually increase. Hiroaji didn't care whether these skills would be useful in the future. All he knew now was that he was definitely not a useless person. I'm strong. Hiroaji believed that if he stood in front of Johnny now, he wouldn't be his self, abased as before and unable to say a single word. He would calmly let Ziowewen make her own choice. If she really chose Johnny, he definitely wouldn't force her. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Even if the Black Dragon boss stood in front of him, Hiroaji would have the courage to fight him one-on-one. It's not that he had the hope of defeating the other party, but now Hiroaji knew that a real man must never avoid any challenges among the skeletal crowd in the Demon Fort. Old D, he's really powerful. He managed to cultivate the black netherbone art to such a level in just half a year. For an ordinary skeletal soldier, it would take at least 50 years. Shadow, don't forget he's human, and his brain isn't corrupted at all. He has higher intelligence than ordinary skeletal soldiers. Old D. Precisely because he's human, he experiences symptoms like muscle soreness when cultivating the black netherbone art. We skeletons don't have these drawbacks. This kid is really tenacious. Monica, I'm liking him more and more. Shadow, humph, in that case, his training should be upgraded. One morning, Hiroaji was seriously practicing skeletal martial arts with Black General when he suddenly felt a cold, killing intent behind him. He turned around and saw a short, statured skeletal soldier staring coldly at him. "Who are you?" Hiroaji was very surprised. There had always been only him and Black General on this training ground. Because others practiced in more advanced areas, only they used such a stupid way to train. "My name is Shadow." "You useless brat," Shadow said coldly. He was wearing a large robe, and his hands were hidden in his sleeves. "What are you doing here?" Hiroaji frowned and asked. Shadow walked slowly to Hiroaji's side and said in a mysterious tone, "Do you think you're already very strong? You stupid fool. Next, I'll show you what real strength is and what real fighting skills of skeletal soldiers are. After you've seen it, you'll realize that an idiot like Black General is just a useless peasant." Shadow suddenly attacked. His large robe fluttered in the wind and covered Black General's head. Although Black General was tall, he was so stupid that he didn't know what was going on. Only then did Hiroaji see clearly that there were two very thin daggers tucked at Shadow's waist, looking almost like pieces of paper. The sharp daggers mercilessly cut into Black General's joints. Black General waved his iron rod to defend, but Shadow was much more flexible, dodging and jumping around him, as if performing a wonderful dance. After a whirlwind-like dance of death, Black General's limbs and spinal joints were all cut by the blades, and he completely collapsed. "What are you doing?" Although it sounds complicated, in fact, it was only a matter of 3 or 4 seconds. Hiroaji finally reacted at this time. He strode forward and gave Shadow a hard push, making him stagger. Hiroaji tightly hugged Black General's big head and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Shadow was quite surprised. Although he was moving very fast with his hands, a large part of his attention was focused on his back, always on guard against Hiroaji's attack. He didn't expect Hiroaji's steps to be so light. "Almost as good as his own as a skeletal assassin." Shadow sneered. "How can a person without strength protect the Dark Empress?" "You keep talking about the Dark Empress. What the hell is the Dark Empress?" "I'm done with this. Uncle Black General, wait a minute. I'll repair your bones soon." Shadow smiled sinisterly. "Kid, at this point, do you still think you can call the shots?" Black General also said laboriously in Hiroaji's arms. "Practice becomes stronger. Protect the Empress." Hiroaji's mind was in a mess. Who on earth was this Empress that so many skeletal soldiers were willing to work for her? Shadow stood upright beside him and said, "Kid, I, Shadow, am different from Black General. That I'm a practical fighter. In the next half-year, I'll assassinate you every day. If you have the ability, you can fight back. You can even break me into a pile of rotten bones. If you can't do it, I'll kill you once every day. I'm sure you know that people don't really die in this world." The Hiroaji was furious. "There's no need to wait for every day. I'll smash your dog's head today." Hiroaji took a lightning, fast step forward, raised his iron rod high, and smashed it down at Shadow. Shadow cackled. "You really underestimate the strength of a number. One assassin in the gloomy abyss." "You're too slow, too slow." Shadow's figure suddenly became blurred. He was using his extremely high-speed left and right dodges to create dozens of gray phantoms. Hiroaji was completely at a loss. He held the iron rod above his head but couldn't bring it down because he had no idea which enemy to attack. "Damn it!" Hiroaji growled angrily, twisted his waist forcefully, and changed a vertical slash into a horizontal one. Anyway, whether there were 360 clones or not, he would cut them all in half at the waist. He had practiced this move repeatedly for half a year. Although he wasn't as proficient as Black General, it was still full of power and momentum. Unexpectedly, the iron rod in his hand suddenly became extremely heavy, and he could hardly hold it. All of Shadow's numerous figures disappeared, and his real body was squatting at the front end of the iron rod. "You really disappoint me." Ewing executed a dexterous somersault and landed behind Hiri. A thin red line appeared on Hiroaji's neck, and blood immediately spurted out. Forming a beautiful flower, Hiroaji fell to the ground. His consciousness fading. I recommend the book I Desire the World by Etienne, with the book number 5296, standing on the ethereal path leading to the void. When I suddenly look back, the sky remains the same. The earth remains the same, yet I am no longer myself. Looking around blankly before this life, who was I? After this life, who will I be? People say that the Buddha is compassionate, saving all sentient beings. However, looking at the boundless universe. There is no Buddha who can save me, because once I jump into that smoke-filled abyss, I will forever fall into the cycle of desire. In a daze. His head was firmly stepped on by Yearning. Yearning retracted his sharp blade. While enjoying the pleasure of trampling under his feet, he calmly said, "You should be grateful that this is just a virtual game. If it were in the real world, you would be as dead as can be done, of course. It doesn't really matter if a dozen or so small fries like you die, that it's just that there will be one less important servant in front of the queen. In order to let you live longer and serve Her Majesty the Queen day and night, I have to train you, this useless wretch, vigorously." If it weren't for the fact that he had lost all his blood, Hiroji really wanted to give Yearning the middle finger. Yearning continued, "From today on, you should discard the ridiculous views of Heijong and Muni. What powerful fighting spirit. Without sufficient strength, what's the use of a strong fighting spirit? We skeleton warriors are a race with inherently insufficient strength and perception that it's extremely stupid to fight head on with other races." Hiroji was stunned at it seemed that this bastard actually made some sense. Yearning said, "But every race has its own advantages. Only by giving full play to our own advantages and avoiding our disadvantages can we maximize our combat power. The greatest advantage of us skeleton warriors is that we can endure. This determines that we are born to be assassins." Assassins? Yes. The skeleton race has tenacious patience, light footsteps, and no human breath or heartbeat. As long as we master sufficient skills, we can approach the target silently and achieve a one-hit kill. Boy, you have a lot to learn in the next half year. The last thing Hiroji was conscious of was Yearning's arrogant laughter. Just before his consciousness faded away, Hiroji secretly swore in his heart that one day he would stuff his fist into this bastard's mouth and see how he could endure then. From that day on, Hiroji started a new and miserable training. Yearning didn't regard himself as a teacher at all. Instead, he was like a sadist. He would appear from the shadows at any time and give Hiroji a fatal blow. Every time, he would also use his sarcastic remarks to cause serious trauma to Hiroji's spirit. He didn't keep his promise of killing him once a day. Instead, he killed Hiroji dozens of times a day. Hiroji smiled bitterly. Although he wasn't very good at fighting, he might be the person who had died the most times in the world, whether he was sleeping, resting, practicing kung fu, or repairing the skeletons' bodies. That damn Yearning would jump out from some unknown shadow. Then, without even thinking about parrying, Hiroji would die thoroughly. After dying like this for a dozen or so days, Hiroji finally gained some experience. Of course, he didn't have the strength to dodge Yearning's attacks, but after dying so many times, he finally knew which parts of his body would kill him immediately if stabbed, and which parts, although they would bleed a lot and look terrifying when stabbed, wouldn't result in his death. In real combat, Hiroji deliberately threw his body at the opponent's blade, letting Yearning's sharp blade pass through the unimportant parts. Then he could use the strength of his tough bones to attack Yearning. It was a tragic suicide-style fighting technique. This was the advantage of practicing the black netherbone technique. Even if his muscles and meridians were broken, as long as his bones were still connected, he could exert his full strength. After all, this was a martial art designed for boneless skeleton soldiers. Yearning found it increasingly difficult to kill Hiroji first. He only needed one knife to kill Hiroji each time, but gradually something was wrong. Every time Hiroji stupidly threw himself at the blade, Yearning thought he was discouraged and was taking this suicidal approach. Unexpectedly, this kid was so cunning he was willing to have terrible wounds on his body just to spit in Yearning's face. Yearning was completely enraged. One knife, two knives, three knives. After 2 months of confrontation, Yearning found that he now needed at least 7 knives to take down this kid. On average, it took an astonishing 15 knives to deal with him each time. You know, the way of an assassin lies in a one-hit kill that if it takes a dozen knives to kill the target every time, what's the point? Might as well join the Axe Gang. Monica, darling Yearning, I told you before, but you didn't believe it. Now you know how powerful Hiroji is, right? Yearning, humph. This is definitely a freak that is he really human. Isn't he some other race in disguise? Come on. Of course, our little Hiroji is a proper human being. It's clearly that your martial arts skills are no good, yet you're still boasting here. Impossible. No one has ever escaped 3 moves under my blade. Especially such a useless wretch with no foundation at all. Yuying was extremely angry. Hiruaji's existence completely subverted all his concepts of skeleton martial arts. Fortunately, this guy was being trained to be on their side. If such a terrifying monster appeared among the enemies, it would be truly chilling. Hiruaji had no idea what was going on in the magic castle, nor did he know that the seemingly cold Yuying had given him such a high evaluation. Now, there was only one thing in Hiruaji's mind, which was how to beat Yuying, this arrogant guy, to a pulp. That Hiruaji wasn't a naturally intelligent person, nor was he a genius full of tricks and strategies. He was just an introverted, shy, and somewhat timid ordinary person. But people like him have a characteristic. Once he decides to do something, he will devote himself wholeheartedly to it, because no friends would ask him to go out and play, and no girls would date him. His intelligence wasn't enough for him to find shortcuts, so Hiruaji could only practice hard. Practice endurance. Yuying's words made a lot of sense. Every time he attacked Hiruaji, he didn't appear out of thin air. He had been lying in ambush in the shadows, corners, or the soil, enduring for who knows how long before launching a sudden attack at the last moment. So Hiruaji was on high alert while also practicing endurance himself. He would stand in the shadow of a corner for a whole day, thinking about nothing and slowing his breathing to the minimum. In this way, it was difficult for Yuying to find an opportunity to sneak attack, and he had to launch a frontal attack, which lost the meaning of assassination. After getting bored with practicing in the corner, Hiruaji set his sights on the roof beams and didn't touch the ground for 3 days and 3 nights. Yuying scoffed at this kind of endurance training. Humph, it's just a childish trick. If you really want to train yourself, go to the battlefield at the valley entrance and try to endure among the corpses of human soldiers. You know those corpses are already rotten and stinking. Moreover, there are those terrible giant maggots. An ordinary person would vomit just by taking a look, let alone conduct special training there, of course. Hiruaji didn't want to go, but looking at the other person's contemptuous eyes, anger welled up in his mind. That be why the time he got out of the inner city of the dark abyss, his mind had calmed down a little, but the city gate had already closed behind him. The bone dragon, Gelate, was still lying lazily at the valley entrance. It looked at Hiruaji very curiously. Hiruaji slowly walked on a battlefield and laid down among the corpses. What are you doing? Human, the bone dragon asked very curiously. Sunbathing. Jingshin's new work, showing off one's power, with a book number 18155, is an absolute good book. Hiruaji excitedly opened the door of his house. He passed through the hall made of black rock, did a forward somersault, and threw himself onto the goose. Down bed, he shouted at the pillow, I've succeeded. I've finally succeeded. His clothes were in rags and smelled of a disgusting blood odor. Even the dirtiest beggar was cleaner than him. This was the result of 3 months of hell, like special training. In these 3 months, he had slept among the dead, been killed by Yuying more than 1,000 times, and stood like a stupid tree stump for 5 days and 5 nights. He had done all the stupid things that a fool could do, but it was all worth it because today he had smashed Yuying's head for the first time. So happy! Hiruaji cuddled a pillow and slumbered comfortably. Nowadays, the past events rarely appeared in his dreams. That once cowardly and mediocre self seemed to have vanished long ago and would never return. Hey, Hiruaji! A very playful voice echoed beside Hiruaji's ear. Something gently tugged at his ear and then assailed his cheek with a dexterous tongue. Hiruaji slightly opened his eyes and stared blankly at the flawless face before him. His mind seemed still in a daze. Thinking he was still in a dream, he unceremoniously embraced the soft and delicate body. The beauty burst into a laugh and rubbed her voluptuous body against Hiruaji without any reservation. It was not until Hiruaji caught sight of the sly flames in her eyes that all his drowsiness dissipated. He couldn't help but let out a startled scream. Ghost! What a thing to say! Monica said discontentedly, I in such a large city. Aren't you the only living person and the rest all ghosts? Who? Who are you? Hiruaji grabbed the bedsheet and covered his private parts. Damn it. Is this another special training? Well, this kind of training seems quite interesting. At least it's more fun than fighting that gloomy guy like Yuying. My name is Monica. Don't ever confuse me with those ugly skeletons that I share the same origin with Her Majesty. The Dark Queen were both immortal liches. Only then did Hiruaji learn that the so-called Dark Queen was actually a lich. But what on earth was a lich? Monica smiled slightly. We can be regarded as the aristocrats among the undead, and also the dominant force in the undead world, because we can use necromancy to summon those resentful skeletons. Naturally, formed skeletal warriors are extremely rare. Most of them need us liches to summon them so that they can find their purpose. Just imagine, in the future, you'll be able to summon your own skeletal warriors and form a powerful undead army. A picture emerged in Hiruaji's mind. The background was a large ruined city. The protagonists were numerous handsome mech knights, and he himself played the role of the big villain, commanding an ugly and terrifying skeletal army. Well, it seems pretty bad. Monica pursed her lips and snickered. She gently pinched Hiruaji's face. You look so cute when you're in a daze that I'm sure the queen will like such a cute boy. Hiruaji was stunned again. Damn it, did I endure such arduous training just to serve that so-called Dark Queen? Hell, these guys claim to have been here for 5,000 years. That queen must be at least 5,000 years old. God knows what kind of old hag she is that I'd rather die than serve her. Thinking of this, Hiruaji pushed Monica away with all his might and shouted, I don't want that Dark Queen to like me. You might as well kill me with a single knife. Monica was stunned for a moment and then smiled again. She stroked Hiruaji's face and said, Sweetie, things aren't as you imagine. Then how are they? Anyway, you'll surely get some benefits in the end. Sister would never lie to you. Once you master all the magic skills in the undead world, you'll be able to have everything you want in the real world. Seriously, I wouldn't teach others even if they wanted to learn. This was not entirely a lie, since the path of magic required considerable intelligence to understand. The skulls of those skeletons were empty. After 5,000 years, they had only evolved to the level of ordinary people, which showed their low intelligence. Although Hiruaji wasn't extremely intelligent, as a modern person who had received a complete basic education, he was better than those ancient farmers in terms of comprehension and reading ability. Moreover, you can leave this world after learning necromancy, Monica said with a beaming smile. Hearing this, Hiruaji jumped up excitedly. Is it true? Of course. How could sister lie to you? Then I'll agree to it. Although necromancy sounded terrifying and would be of no use in modern society, Hiruaji readily agreed in order to go home earlier. Monica smiled slightly, and a demonic luster appeared on her lips. Then she tightly hugged Hiruaji and kissed him deeply. Hiruaji was completely stunned, in a trance. It seemed that the other party transferred something into his body, like a round bead. But Hiruaji didn't feel any discomfort at all. Instead, he felt warm and extremely comfortable. What did you pour into my stomach? Hiruaji's face flushed red, looking like a novice. He didn't know where to put his hands. The witch Monica still wouldn't let him go. She let out a soft laugh, leaned close to Hiruaji's ear, and nibbled on his earlobe. That's the magic incantation. The treasure book for us liches to practice necromancy. All the necromancy spells are recorded in it. Once your strength reaches a certain level, those magic skills will automatically appear in your mind. Now you should be able to learn some simple necromancy. Why not give it a try? Hiruaji frowned. Following Monica's instructions, he cast aside all distractions and focused all his attention on the magic bead in his abdomen. After a while, he indeed felt a coolness in his lower abdomen. This coolness was like a clear spring and quickly rushed into his brain. Mysterious incantations flashed through his mind one by one, deeply imprinting the evil and strange necromancy in Hiruaji's spiritual sea. Hiruaji was startled. Wouldn't this mean he'd be forever associated with the undead? Damn it. He recalled the common plot in novels where an innocent character was killed because of carrying a precious treasure. Was it his turn this time? This thing was too precious. How could he accept it? Monica sighed softly. Indeed, this is the most precious treasure of the entire undead race. Without the magic incantation, the undead race will soon fall apart. Then why are you giving this to me? Hiruaji was very puzzled. Monica explained, Do you think we really want to do this? But what if we don't give you the magic incantation? After 5,000 years of erosion, the dark energy in the abyssal realm has gradually depleted. This space will soon collapse. Our undead race is about to fall into the abyss of destruction. The magic incantation will just be our... Hiruaji was slightly stunned. The other party's sorrow didn't seem fake. Was this world really about to collapse? What on earth was the Dark Queen doing? Didn't she try to save the abyssal realm? Then, since this world is about to be destroyed, why are you going to so much trouble to train me? Am I going to die here too? Hiroaji said fearfully. All these years, his tenacious training was just a hope to see the light of day again and return to his family. He didn't want to be buried with those skeletal monsters. Monica smiled slightly and shook her head sadly. No, you won't die. Even if we exhaust all our dark energy, we won't let you die, because you're the only inheritor of this undead world. You have to carry the knowledge, wisdom, and memories of the undead world and pass on our unyielding belief forever. Oh, that was it. Hiroaji suddenly understood. But why choose me? Monica said, it's not that we chose you, it's just that you happened to enter the entrance of our death space. And the powerful resentment in your body attracted us. That's all. You know, because of the bondage of the dark force, we can't leave this space. But you're different. You're neither undead nor human, yet you have the characteristics of both. So you can easily travel between the two worlds and complete the final mission. Mission? Yes, your mission is to find the Dark Queen, have offspring full of dark power with her, and then carry forward the knowledge of the undead world. Ah, such a difficult task? Hiroaji thought gloomily. How old was that queen? She still acted like a child and ran around everywhere. Now she was even lost, and no wonder these people were so anxious. Well, Monica patted Hiroaji's face. My sweetie, from now on, just follow sister and learn necromancy. Besides magic, you also need to learn noble etiquette and social skills. It'll be a very arduous cultivation. Hiroaji knew that magic would surely be difficult to learn, but he didn't expect that the so-called noble etiquette would be even more difficult. These damned liches probably had lived too long and had nothing better to do, wasting their precious time on such vain formalities. Not only must extremely complex and arcane rituals be performed when two people meet, but these rituals become even more elaborate with changes in a party's social status and even with the changing seasons. This is just the greeting ritual. There are also dining rituals, rituals for juniors to pay respects to elders, rituals for worshiping the dark god, rituals for challenging someone to a duel, formal duel rituals, victory rituals after a duel, and even the losers in a duel must present themselves in a very elegant and proper manner before they die. Undeniably, these rituals do appear extremely noble and elegant, but they waste an inordinate amount of time. Hiroaji suspects that even the eldest and most ancient noble patriarch from Earth would be like a country bumpkin, utterly a loss in such a situation. And then there are the names that, oh dear, just thinking about the accursed names of these liches gives one a headache. Each lich's name must include the names of their father and teacher, and the shortest of these names has at least 30 syllables. A slight mistake in memory would be a grave insult. If it weren't for the fact that these liches knew he was a human and ignorant, Hiroaji would have had to undergo the ritual of challenging to a duel a dozen or 20 times by now. The most outrageous one is Monica. That woman had a gentle and kind face, like an angel descending to earth, when she seduced him that day. But when it came to actual training, she was an entirely different person. Her cold face showed not a hint of emotion, the slightest sign of non-compliance. She would whip at him with a snake-headed lash. There were truly 9 ferocious snakes on that whip. When Hiroaji was bitten for the first time, he howled in pain. After several beatings, Hiroaji finally understood an age-old and profound truth. The more beautiful a woman is, the less trustworthy her words are. Compared to the dull ritual training, necromancy seems rather interesting. Hiroaji seems to be naturally amicable with these cold and mute things. He dislikes communicating with others the most. Only these things won't bully him. Necromancy sounds terrifying, but in fact, it is the most emotional type of all magics. When learning other magics, you must sense the spirit of the elements and resonate with matter. However, when learning necromancy, you have to communicate with living souls, understand their joys, sorrows, longings, and regrets, and then guide the willpower within them to resurrect skeletons. That be why the battlefield outside the valley, Monica said tenderly. She's always very gentle when talking about necromancy. Hiroaji calmed his mind and slowly walked into the battlefield. In this place littered with corpses. The air was filled with wandering souls, like a noisy four-way intersection where one couldn't distinguish the voice of each soul. I can't hear clearly, Hiroaji shouted. It's too chaotic here. Quiet your mind and immerse yourself in these souls, Monica said. Enter your calmest and most composed state and gradually separate these restless souls. Hiroaji took a deep breath. He recalled how he performed the bone. repair spell, and his hands trembled rhythmically. Strangely enough, when his hands began to tremble, he seemed to enter an entirely different state. Huaji closed his eyes and even blocked his hearing, instead pouring all his spiritual sense into the air. He sensed the howls of the undead and their emotions. These corpses gradually transformed into living people. They came to the battlefield for various reasons, all in the pursuit of a better life. Within each person, there was a force unwilling to die, but not everyone had the ability to rise on their own power. Let me help you. Let me help you fulfill your wishes, Huaji murmured to himself. At the same time, countless thin threads seemed to shoot out from his hands and penetrate the corpses. Miraculously, 2 soldiers' corpses with decaying flesh stood up unsteadily. Under Huaji's ultra-fast control, they even began to walk. I've succeeded. In his excitement, he couldn't keep his mind calm anymore. The connections in his hands disappeared instantly. And the 2 newly created skeleton soldiers immediately collapsed. Oh no! Huaji was extremely annoyed. He had finally felt the souls of the undead, only to have it interrupted so suddenly. Well, let's continue. Huaji was completely immersed in the wonderful world of communicating with souls and didn't notice at all that there was a stunned witch behind him. Monica had spent 5,000 years here, but she had never seen such a thing. She had only brought Huaji here today to let him feel the atmosphere. Becoming a true lich is no easy feat. Usually it takes several years just to resurrect some low-level creatures like mice. Unexpectedly, Huaji succeeded on his first try. For the first time in 5,000 years, tears welled up in Monica's eyes. Perhaps this young man is really the savior of the undead race. May he bring true happiness and eternal joy to the Dark Empress. Time passed quickly. Huaji had progressed from barely being able to summon 2 skeleton soldiers to being able to summon 8 at once. And in terms of manipulation, he could now manipulate 16 skeleton warriors at a time. Skeleton warriors usually fight according to their own wills, sometimes being slow and lacking in strength. But after being manipulated by a lich, their speed, strength, and flexibility are greatly enhanced, even reaching 3 times their original levels. So, it is a very practical spell. However, Huaji doesn't think it's anything special. The reason is simple. There won't be so many skeleton warriors for him to manipulate in the outside world. To become a skeleton warrior, the corpse must contain strong resentment and a bloody aura. Basically, only the bodies of soldiers on the battlefield are suitable. But nowadays, battles take place in space. One missile can blow up an entire spaceship. Where can one find corpses? As for ordinary people who die of old age, with the current affluence and the emphasis on end-of-life care, most people die without pain and go to the afterlife peacefully. Who would have so much resentment? He might even get slapped in the face if he turned someone into a skeleton warrior. But in the eyes of Muni, Monica, Gelit, and others, Huaji has become a god-like figure. He completed in 2 months what an ordinary lich would take 10 years to achieve. That isn't this godlike? Are all humans in the outside world so powerful? Yearning couldn't help but complain. I don't believe this kid is the only special one these days. They carefully studied the information stored in Huaji's memory and found that the current human society is very different from the past. Nowadays, humans can not only fly to the sky in large ships, but also have invented catapults that can level a city. They are truly remarkable. They have given ancient style training here, but it might just be a laughingstock in the outside world. Muni said, regardless, we must face this fact, since we've all done our best to train Huaji, even if we can't complete the task in the end. It's fate and no one's fault. Monica gritted her teeth and said, I wonder if our archenemy, the Holy Light Church, still exists. Those despicable people might be the biggest obstacle to our mission. Muni said, we must prepare for the worst. The Holy Light Church wields great power. Even the kings and dukes of powerful countries are mostly their lackeys, coupled with the mages trained in the church. They have power no less than that of our undead race. Since we've survived, there's no reason for the Holy Light Church to perish. Yearning sneered. Their biggest weakness is that they don't know that our undead race still exists in the shadows. If one day he demonstrates skeleton martial arts in front of the Pope and kills those hypocrites one by one, the expressions on their faces will surely be very interesting. Thinking of Huaji's abnormal learning ability, Yearning couldn't help but sneer. This monster was created by them, but it's the damned holy light church that will bear the consequences. Just thinking about it alleviated some of the 5,000-year-old humiliation. Well, Muni said, our time is running out. Now Hiraji has mastered bone, repair spells, necromancy summoning spells, and skeleton combat skills that it can be said that he has performed better than an elite skeleton warrior. But our goal is not just to train a skeleton warrior. Yes, Monica said that we want to train a death marshal who can command the undead army. Well, it's time to give him the final training. Meanwhile, I also need to tell Hiroaji all about the Dark Queen. Hiroaji returned to the castle utterly exhausted. Today, he'd exhausted all his strength, but still failed to summon the 9th skeleton warrior. It seemed that 8 skeleton warriors was his limit. Although every muscle in his body ached horribly, Hiroaji showed no sign of it on his face. Instead, he put on an extremely calm look, and his gait was unhurried and exuded an air of elegance and gentlemanliness. He was draped in a deep, black lich robe, which made him even more enigmatic. Hiroaji groaned inwardly. Damn it! If it weren't for that perverted woman Monica, who might be secretly watching, and would whip him hard if he showed his true nature, he wouldn't put on such an act. And that damned shadow assassin. Yuying might also be hiding in the dark, ready to launch a sneak attack when he showed signs of exhaustion. What a hateful bone assassin. However, in the past 2 months, their battles have been a mixed bag. Hiroaji had been killed by Yuying 26 times, but he'd also slain the latter 15 times. Moreover, Hiroaji had to be responsible for repairing Yuying every time. Even if the skeleton assassin had a thick skin, he'd eventually feel embarrassed to come. He carefully searched the room, but found not even a single mouse. Then he set up alarm mechanisms on the doors and windows with bones before lying down on the bed with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, just as he lay down, there was a loud boom, and the whole castle shook. A large amount of dust fell on Hiroaji's face, making him cough continuously. Oh my goodness! Hiroaji rolled over like a lazy donkey, and the chandelier on the ceiling crashed down on the spot where he'd just been standing. What on earth was going on? Hiroaji pushed the door open curiously. Just then, there was another tremor, accompanied by loud cries. Perhaps it was an illusion. Anyway, Hiroaji thought the corridor outside was much cleaner than before. All the torches and lamp holders were brand new, without a trace of rust. Hundreds of skeleton warriors were scurrying about in the corridor in a hurry. Some were holding large bundles of arrows, some were carrying large bundles of spears on their shoulders, and some were fumbling to put on leather armor. 3 or 4 black-robed liches came from afar, shouting loudly, "Go to the city walls! Go to the city walls!" One of the liches pointed at Hiroaji. "You go and defend the east gate." "Hurry up!" Did he mistake him for a skeleton warrior? Hiroaji thought it was impossible. He was all flesh and blood. How could he be? At this moment, Hiroaji found that there was only a pale, white skeleton left on his body. What? He turned into a skeleton warrior? Hiroaji just hoped it was a nightmare that he'd soon wake up from. Before he could say anything, a large group of skeleton warriors suddenly crowded in. Someone put a thin leather armor on him without a word, and someone else stuffed a long knife into his hand. Then Hiroaji was swept out of the castle by the large crowd. Hiroaji was stunned as soon as he saw the sky. The sky before him was by no means the one forever shrouded in gloom, as in his memory. A bright sphere was hanging high in the sky, mercilessly emitting dazzling light. This was probably the advanced illumination spell from the magic book, almost comparable to the sunlight. Burning boulders were constantly streaking across the sky and crashing violently onto the undead castle, instantly collapsing section after section of the city walls. Obviously, this was what had caused the earthquake just now. That in the distance, the bone dragon, Gelate, was circling and roaring in the sky, constantly spitting out poisonous gas and smoke at the ground. There were colorful sparks flashing around its body, which meant the enemy mages were launching fierce attacks on it. The ground beside the castle was littered with broken skeletons, most of which could never be repaired. Mixed with them were the corpses of a human army, and their number was comparable to that of the remains of the skeleton warriors. Judging from this tragic situation, the battle had lasted at least a day and a night. How could I not have heard the sound of fighting just now? It's impossible, Hiroaji murmured to himself. But he didn't have time to think more, because the skeleton warriors in front and behind him, under the command of the liches, had lowered their heads and charged fiercely towards the enemy's position. Helplessly, Hiroaji had no choice but to follow the large group, brandishing his long knife and charging forward. In the distance, one could see the well organized enemy troops. The coalition forces from the human world were wearing the sturdiest and most luxurious armors, wielding extremely sharp, long swords forged by famous blacksmiths. The troops stretched from outside the valley to the entire valley. Under the protection of numerous warriors, there was a large group of mages in the middle. As the skeleton warriors approached, a powerful howl rang out in the human army. A barbarian warrior over 2 meters tall, naked, holding a large axe, roared angrily, "Charge, for the glory of the god of war!" The vanguards of the two sides soon clashed violently. At this moment, the whole earth seemed to be quaking. The first few short skeleton warriors were immediately knocked flying by the tall, strong, and well-equipped human soldiers. But more skeleton warriors swarmed forward fearlessly, entangling the enemy's heavy axes and long knives with their fragile weapons. There was a thick aura of death in the air. Everyone was howling, and everyone's eyes had turned blood red. Was this the war between the undead and humans? Hiroaji stared blankly at the battlefield. The battle had entered a stalemate, and severed limbs and broken bones were flying around the warriors' heads. What kind of power drove these already dead people to drag their corpses into battle at all costs? Hiroaji asked himself, but he didn't know. Kill. Kill. It was a long time before Hiroaji realized that such terrifying roars were coming from his own throat. All the skeleton warriors in front had been shattered, and there was an overwhelming human army in front of Hiroaji. Kill. Hiroaji summoned all his black netherbone skills. His battle knife flashed up and down, and soon stabbed into the belly of a human soldier. This was the first time he'd killed a real human. But Hiroaji, who was used to bloodshed, didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, his body was filled with boundless pleasure. As he pulled the long knife back. Hiroaji slightly used the techniques in the magic language to absorb a tiny bit of fresh resentment from the soldier's body. Although it was only a negligible amount, it helped him recover at the fastest speed. The whole movement was as smooth as flowing clouds and natural as a perfect work of art. It was like a spring that had been stretched to its limit. Thanks to this power, it regained its elasticity and could burst out with powerful strength. Hiroaji's long knife chopped continuously and soon cleared a large area around him. The ground was littered with the soldiers' corpses, although these skeleton warriors were extremely brave and fearless of death. Their numbers were too small, and their individual combat power was not as high as that of the human warriors. The entire battle situation had been relying on the bone dragon Gelate circling in the sky to hold on. However, as the mages of the human army continuously cast super, large-scale, advanced magic spells, colorful spheres of light crashed violently towards Gelate. Finally, the bone dragon couldn't withstand the successive attacks and roared as it fell down. Without the support of this most powerful combat force, the mages could bombard the undead army with powerful magic spells and scrupulously. Huge rocks, fierce floods, and raging flames exploded in the skeleton army's formation. The human army's momentum was even stronger. Their swords, lances, and halberds were like flesh, grinding mills, efficiently grinding the skeleton warriors into pieces. One skeleton warrior after another was smashed. Only when the last bone had melted in the magic did they reluctantly stop the attack. Gradually, the formation of the undead army could no longer be kept in order. They were divided into small pieces by the human army. At a numerical disadvantage, the skeleton warriors could do nothing. Except for a few skeleton generals with strong martial arts skills, other ordinary soldiers died one after another. What on earth was going on? Was a real war really so cruel? These skeleton warriors were so heroic. Hiroaji's mind was in a complete mess, and he couldn't react to what was happening in front of him at all. His body just mechanically hacked and killed, clearing all the enemies in front of him. One comrade in arms after another around him fell. Different from what he'd imagined, these skeleton warriors would also feel sad and angry when their comrades fell. They would also help their comrades block the cold arrows from behind. Even at the cost of their own lives, gradually, Hiroaji felt that these were not emotionless and lifeless puppets, but real intelligent beings. Hiroaji grew furious. He had completely assimilated himself into the undead legion. Hiroaji dashed headlong into the enemy ranks, slashing and hacking with abandon. For a moment, screams echoed all around. The human soldiers never expected that this unremarkable skeletal warrior would possess such masterful combat skills, and were all caught off guard. However, There were simply too many human troops. Soon, Hiroaji was engulfed in a sea of enemies. Several long spears pierced his ribs. Although the current Hiroaji had no internal organs, this left him unable to move even an inch. Immediately afterwards, a huge warhammer descended from the sky, seemingly about to smash Hiroaji into pieces. Just then, a sorrowful and mysterious song resounded across the battlefield. A T first, the song was like the gentle spring rain that falls silently. Although it was soft and low, it was not drowned out by the battle cries on the battlefield, but reached everyone's ears clearly. The low, gentle female voice didn't sound old. It even carried a hint of childish innocence. Yet, the song was filled with endless vicissitudes and pain. The singer must have empathized with the sufferings of all the unfortunate in the world to be able to sing such a profound tune. Upon hearing the song, everyone, whether from the human army or the undead legion, stood still in a daze. The weapons held high could no longer be brought down. All eyes were turned towards the direction of the undead castle. Towards the tallest tower of the castle, the top of the tower, against the biting cold wind, a delicate and tiny figure stood firmly. Hiroaji, like everyone else, turned around and stared intently at this petite figure. In his mind, it was as if 10,000 bombs had exploded simultaneously. His ears were buzzing. The magical lights around him kept flashing. The flames were raging, and the castle was constantly collapsing. However, the young girl in the tower completely captivated Hiroaji's attention. Clang, clang, clang. The swords in the soldiers' hands all fell to the ground. Even if their feet were pierced, no one made a sound. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment, with only the eternal melancholy melody lingering in the air. Without the support of the mages, the illumination spell created by the light magic soon lost its effect, and the battlefield was once again shrouded in a purple haze. 2 bolts of lightning across the horizon pierced the dull air and clearly revealed the young girl's figure to everyone. Her beauty was breathtaking. The young girl seemed like a celestial being stepping out of a black and white movie. The dark lines outlined her graceful figure. Her pure black long hair cascaded over her shoulders, setting off a delicate and charming face that was even more endearing. However, those pair of demonic eyes burning with black flames dispelled most of the girl's delicate charm and instead showed a heroic and imposing air. Fragility and perseverance, which should originally be two completely different and even contradictory temperaments, were perfectly combined in the mysterious night witch. She was wrapped in a thin white veil above the deep and heavy castle. She was like a light bird, seemingly able to soar in the starry sky with just a gentle leap. The white veil faintly covered the private parts of her body, but a large area of pure skin was exposed. If it were another woman, it would definitely look extremely charming. But on this woman, it made people unable to have the slightest evil thought and only want to worship her. The young girl's hands were empty. She continuously made graceful gestures in rhythm with the song, emitting an indescribable strange radiance. Her delicate feet were bare, and only 2 delicate black ankle bracelets were worn on her left ankle, making a crisp clinking sound as their owner danced lightly. Most peculiarly, 2 crystal-clear black beads kept spinning around her as the young girl sang and danced, as the song penetrated people's hearts. The young girl's dance became more and more mysterious, and the beads spun at an extremely high speed on the battlefield. A black mist rose up at some unknown time. Suddenly, an extremely pure black light radiated from the young girl's body, enveloping all the undead legion. In the last moment, Hiroaji could only see the young girl's enchanting dancing posture. It seemed that by accident, she stepped out of the high platform and was about to fall from the castle. Hiroaji cried out anxiously and couldn't help but reach out his hand to catch her, regardless of the distance of 100 or 200 meters between them, seemingly sensing Hiroaji's concern. At the critical moment when she lost her balance, the young girl still slightly raised her face and gave Hiroaji an extremely bright smile. Then, she turned into a mass of darkness, and thousands of purple butterflies flew out of the darkness and landed on each skeletal warrior. A beautiful butterfly also landed on Hiroaji's palm. This butterfly was the incarnation of a young girl. Looking at the colorful butterfly, Hiroaji was completely spellbound. What you've just witnessed was the final war in our realm of darkness and desolation. Hiroaji, slowly woke up from his 5,000-year-old sealed memories. He was still in a daze from the tragic battlefield, and his mind was filled with the moving figure of the mysterious young girl. He jumped out of bed impulsively and grabbed Mu-En-I by the collar. Who is that young girl? What on earth happened to her? Seeing his great concern for the young girl, a purple light flashed in Mu-En's eyes, but soon it calmed down, and he still said in a cold tone, "That woman is our leader. The Dark Empress. The Empress's demonic name is Adrian. She is the Empress?" Hiroaji felt a bit lost, and at a loss. Mu-En-I nodded, sighed, and began to tell that ancient history that had been sealed away. It was the darkest, bloodiest, and cruelest era on the entire continent. All commoners were slaves of the Holy Light Church, living a life even worse than that of pigs and dogs. What is the Holy Light Church? Hiroaji asked. The Holy Light Church manipulated everyone's beliefs. Even the emperors of the mortal world had to respect their existence. Those emperors and generals who played the leading roles in the historical dramas were just puppets in the hands of the Holy Light Church. Mu-En-I explained that the Holy Light Church was just an ordinary religious organization at first. They were even persecuted by other religious groups, and the believers had to migrate everywhere and had no fixed abode. It was not until they migrated to a certain valley in Central Asia that they discovered some mysterious meteorite craters in the valley. It is said that the Pope of the Holy Light Church at that time, Alexander, received enlightenment from these meteorite craters and thus mastered powerful magic. From then on, the Holy Light Church settled in this valley. They called this place the Land of God and believed that it was a dwelling place bestowed upon them by the Supreme God. The believers listened to the teachings of Pope Alexander here, practiced various miraculous magics hard, and secretly accumulated strength at the same time. That time, the continent was in constant warfare. The monarchs of various regions were fighting fiercely with each other for the supreme power. The Holy Light Church took the opportunity to rise up. They chose a puppet emperor as their spokesperson in the secular world. With the help of the powerful magic of the mages, the continent was soon unified under the control of the puppet emperor. The commoners originally thought that peace had finally arrived, but the ambition of the Holy See was not limited to this. They attempted to control everyone's thoughts and make all free people submit to the so-called Supreme God of Light. It was the darkest and cruelest period. The people, who were already suffering greatly after the war, now had to pay a large amount of taxes to build the flashy churches and light altars. About 100,000 people crossed the Central Asian desert ruled by heat and quicksand to search for the spotless marble in the distant east. Then another 100,000 people transported these stones by water. For every piece of stone that was transported to the Vatican, countless people lost their lives to the heat of the desert and the violent waves of the Indian Ocean. It took the lives of 500,000 people before the great city of the Vatican Holy See was finally completed. Those angry souls lingered on the earth for a long time, becoming the perfect breeding ground for the emergence of the undead race later. Mu-En-I used magical energy to draw emblems in the air. The Holy See controlled many large commercial associations and great noble families. These family emblems belong to the most influential ones among them. I wonder if you've ever seen them. Hiroaji only took a couple of glances and exclaimed in surprise, "I've seen these emblems. Damn it, aren't these emblems the trademarks of some very famous large companies in the universe?" Hiroaji thought for a while. These companies seem to be among the top 10 large companies in the universe. Each of these companies controlled the resources of 3 or 4 planets and was more powerful than a country in the past. These companies are not only frantically exploring new resource, colonizing planets, but also independently researching mech technology and various advanced weapons. The so-called Cosmic Federation is merely a product of the mutual compromises among these companies, much like the United Nations on Earth, which has no strong constraints on its members. The 7 fleets of the Federal Army each have their own suzerains. For the interests of their suzerains, they may even fight one another. Mu-En-I said in a low voice, as expected. The Holy Church of Light still exists. Hiroaji, you must remember that the Church is our sworn enemy. No way. Hiroaji said miserably. These companies are so powerful now. How can we defeat them? Damn it. Each large company basically owns at least 100 space mechs, and the most powerful ones even have an exaggerated combat force of over 500 mechs. Hiroaji doesn't think that just being able to summon 2 skeletons can make him compete with them. Mu-En-I said coldly. The enemy is undoubtedly powerful. Otherwise, we would have defeated them 5,000 years AT that time. Every civilian was like being put into a meat grinder. They were squeezed dry of their last drop of sweat and blood, and then casually discarded as useless waste, left to die in the wilderness. And those beasts of the Holy See used what we had laboriously earned to further arm their soldiers, so as to oppress us even more brutally. This situation persisted for a full 200 years until the silent emergence of necromancy. Originally, there was no such thing as necromancy in this world. After humans died, their souls would dissipate and enter heaven or hell, those realms unknown to ordinary people. However, now, those who died a tragic death were not willing to just pass away and let those lords continue to lord it over them, oppressing their relatives and descendants. These grievances accumulated more and more, and finally formed new dark elements. First, the poor people at the bottom didn't know how to utilize these dark elements. Those skeletons resurrected with powerful grievances also didn't have enough wisdom to distinguish who were their friends and who were their enemies. So during this period, necromancy and skeleton warriors were regarded as inauspicious things and tools for evil deeds. Coupled with the Holy Church of Light's deliberate scheming and continuous negative publicity, finally, everyone turned pale at the mention of necromancy. They even attributed all the sufferings and torments of the people to necromancy, as if the world was a peaceful and serene paradise before the appearance of necromancy. But people won't be deceived forever. All hopes emerged in an ordinary shepherdess. Her name was Yadalian. She had never received any special education, but she had a gentle and kind heart. Her ears seemed to be able to hear all the injustices and darkness in the world, and her bright eyes could penetrate deep into the human soul and see all the ugly things clearly. When Yadalian was 16 years old, because the village couldn't pay the high rent, some young men fled. It was said that they hid in the mountains and became bandits who made a living by plundering the goods of large families, because they were familiar with the terrain. It was very difficult for the soldiers of each family to catch them. Unexpectedly, those useless beasts couldn't catch the bandits, but they vented all their anger on the innocent villagers. They sent troops to massacre the village. From the old to the infants, they didn't spare a single villager. They also burned all the houses to the ground and completely destroyed the village. Yadalian was also unfortunately killed in this disaster. Perhaps even God couldn't bear to see such cruel behavior. The dark elements lingered over the village for a long time and were reluctant to leave, after absorbing the powerful dark elements. Yadalian finally returned to the world as the first Lich. Yadalian was an unparalleled genius in the magic world. She used her immortal life to learn various knowledge and magic eagerly and integrated them. Finally, she created the holy canon of necromancy. The skeleton warriors summoned by Yadalian were no longer those muddled monsters that only knew how to hurt people wantonly, but skeleton soldiers who retained some memories of their previous lives and had a certain ability to think. Through continuous battles, these skeleton soldiers even created the powerful martial art of black netherbone technique, which was suitable for skeleton warriors. In this way, the Necromancer Legion continuously fought against the powerful local tyrants supported by the Holy See. In the battles, it gradually expanded and grew, and established its own base and power. The beginning. The Holy Church of Light didn't take these heresies seriously in the eyes of the elite warriors of the Holy See. The fragile-bodied skeleton soldiers were just some funny puppets. The so-called necromancy was just a deceptive spell created by a shepherdess. The noble hereditary magicians felt greatly insulted even to take a look at this crazy woman. But the situation soon changed. Under the high-pressure rule of the Holy Church of Light, the power of the Necromancer Legion continued to increase. Soon, it could compete with the regular army and even achieved many victories. It also launched large-scale attacks on several big cities controlled by the Holy Church of Light. Only then did the panicked clergy gentlemen wake up, regardless of continuing to quarrel over petty gains. They quickly armed a large-scale army and equipped it with a large number of magicians. Such a powerful force had never appeared on the continent before. The two sides had 7 large-scale confrontations. After all, the Necromancer Legion originated from the grassroots class and was not familiar with military strategies and combat skills. Despite their determination to die, they couldn't resist the rolling iron cavalry of the enemy. Finally, the enemy approached the stronghold of the Necromancer Legion, the Dark Abyss. This was the battle that Hiroaji had just experienced, which was an illusion created by Mu and I with necromancy. Finally, you still failed? Hiroaji said with great difficulty, his heart filled with a sense of desolation. Now he already knew how heavy a fate was borne on that young girl's shoulders, and he felt even more pity for her. Mu and I said in a low voice, "As you can see, we finally failed. The power of the Holy Church of Light was even greater than we had imagined, that if no miracle occurred, we would surely be unable to escape the enemy's clutches." Now Hiroaji was even more confused. "Now you're standing here safe and sound, aren't you?" Mu and I said, "You just saw that at the last moment." Yadalian released all her dark elements and created a closed, different space at the cost of her life. I end this space. Time has always been at a standstill, and we all hid in this haven. So that's how it is. Hiroaji let out a long sigh of relief. And no wonder he couldn't die, and no matter what here, it turned out that this was not a real world. But thinking that Yadalian had paid the price of her life, Hiroaji felt a faint pain in his heart, although he had only seen the young girl once in a dream. After hearing Muni's story, he felt as if he had known her for a long time. Well, what happened to Yadalian in the end? Hiroaji asked impatiently. Mu and I patted his shoulder. Yadalian is indeed dead. There's no doubt about that. But from the magic words she left behind, we learned that there's a very mysterious magic in necromancy called rebirth in the demon realm, the Lich Queen. Yadalian will be reincarnated into the world 5,000 years later. Hiroaji stood up excitedly. Originally, we dead souls didn't want to live on in this space, but after hearing this news, we all decided to wait patiently. We don't expect to leave this space, but we hope to do something for the reincarnated Yadalian in the future so that she can have a completely different life. Well, will the reincarnated Yadalian still remember what happened before? Mu and I slowly turned his neck. According to the records, she shouldn't. But those dark powers and memories are stored deep in her brain that if she doesn't recall them, she will always live a happy life as an ordinary girl. But we very much doubt whether the Holy Church of Light will do her harm again. They know. There are many strange people in the Holy Seed. It's hard to say whether they will sense the return of the dark elements to the world. What should we do then? Mu and I smiled. Originally, we had no way out. This space has basically no connection with the outside world, but we only vaguely felt that Yadalian was reborn in the world more than a decade ago. And we know nothing else. But by the grace of God, just at this moment, you entered the realm of darkness. Me? Hiroaji pointed at his own nose, utterly perplexed. Yes, it's you. You're not entirely of the undead race. There's still half of the human essence within you. So, if we channel all our remaining energy, we should be able to send you out of the realm of darkness and back to the mortal world. Then, you'll have to shoulder our responsibility, find Yadalian, and protect her from the interference of the Holy Light Church. Hiroaji slowly gaped, never expecting his mission to be like this. He looked at his own hands. His palms felt as scorching as if he were holding 2 lumps of charcoal. So, all his arduous training all along was actually for such a mission. Muni continued, "We know the opposing force must be extremely powerful. Therefore, we've imparted most of our knowledge to you. You're not just a mere bodyguard, but have to become Yadalian's right hand man. If Yadalian's past life memories awaken, then you must become her most capable subordinate. If her memories never awaken, then I hope you can become her husband, love her sincerely, protect her, and take care of her, enabling her to lead an ordinary yet sweet life as a blissful woman." This, Hiroaji was in a state of excitement. Going against a universe-level corporation was undoubtedly a dead end. So, he hoped that Yadalian's past life memories wouldn't awaken. But then he thought, wait a minute, if the girl's past life memories didn't awaken, how would she know her true identity? Could he just walk straight up to the girl and say, it turns out you're a necromancer and a dark lich from 5,000 years ago. And I'm a super strong bodyguard who has received comprehensive training for skeleton soldiers. Let me take care of you for the rest of your life. What the hell? Just thinking about such a thing seemed impossible to succeed. Suddenly, Muni grabbed Hiroaji's hands with great excitement. "Hiroaji, all the hopes of our undead race over the past 5,000 years are pinned on you. Please don't let us down. How could he not let them down? They were setting their expectations of him way too high." Hiroaji was caught in a dilemma. He didn't have Jackie Chan's martial arts skills, nor Andy Lau's good looks, for him to be a bodyguard and a husband. The girl had to be willing. Moreover, there were so many colonial planets in the vast universe. Who knew where that girl had been reincarnated? Muni said seriously, this is the benefit of learning the demonic language. You already have the dark heart within you. As long as you and Yadrian are on the same continent, you'll definitely sense her presence. Damn it. Who had this so-called dark heart inside? Hey boss, do you know there are at least 1,000 continents in the world today? Iraji suddenly felt that his future was so miserable he'd either be regarded as a crazy pervert by the girl or be crushed by the holy sea as easily as crushing an ant. All right, Iraji said dejectedly, I'll try my best to find her. But there's one thing to clarify first. You haven't been outside for so long and aren't very familiar with the outside world. I can't guarantee I'll definitely find Yadrian. Even if I do, she may not want me as her husband. Anyway, I'll just do my best. Okay, the flames in Muni's eye sockets gradually dimmed that we know this mission is extremely arduous. In fact, we don't have high hopes for you that it's just our last-ditch effort, because after some time, the dark elements sustaining this space will be completely depleted. Why then, we'll enter eternal slumber. Only when the Dark Empress fully awakens can we be summoned back to the real world. Whether you succeed or fail doesn't matter much to us because we've lived long enough. Hiroaji was stunned, and a very strange feeling welled up in his heart. Although he himself didn't have much chance of success, when he heard the other side say he couldn't do it with their own mouths. Hiroaji felt rather depressed. He really wanted to promise that he'd definitely complete the mission. But thinking about the might of those big companies, he felt he couldn't make such an overconfident statement. Because wouldn't that be like deceiving them? Hiroaji secretly made up his mind that if he had a chance to return to the real world in the future, he'd do his utmost to accomplish this task. Whether he succeeded or not in the end, at least he'd be worthy of their training. Maybe Adrian was reincarnated just 2 streets away from his home, and he might bump into her when going out to buy breakfast someday. There weren't that many battles in this world. Maybe after 5,000 years, all those magicians and whatnot were long dead, and the Holy Light Church had become a mere commercial group, did I in that case. Being able to live a sweet life with Yadrian didn't seem so bad. Anyway, Xiaowen didn't want him anymore. Humph, he couldn't let others look down on him. He'd find a prettier girl. Hiroaji giggled foolishly, and saliva dribbled from the corner of his mouth. According to Muni, there were only 2 months left before Hiroaji could leave the realm of darkness. In this final period, those perverted demons clearly had no intention of letting Hiroaji off, but tortured and trained him even more severely. Now, he had to repair 30 skeleton soldiers every day and also had to be on guard against sneak attacks from Yuying and his 3 disciples from time to time, in addition. He had to learn all the etiquettes of the upper-class society from Monica and had tasted the pain of the snake-headed whip more than once. The bone dragon Geralt was like he was on a stimulant. He'd take Hiroaji flying in the sky for 4 hours a day and required him to keep practicing the black netherbone technique on his back during these 4 hours. Through continuous training, Hiroaji's various skills were growing at an astonishing rate. It could be said that he had become the most promising skeleton warrior in history. But Muni clearly wasn't satisfied with this. In the last period, he started teaching Hiroaji some techniques for commanding troops in battle. Actually, military strategy was the biggest weakness of the undead race, because these people were ordinary civilians in their previous lives. At most low-level warriors, there were very few outstanding military strategists among them. It was precisely because of the lack of good command that they lost in all 7 battles and almost got completely wiped out in the end. However, during the 5,000-year period in the realm of darkness, the skeleton race had summarized the experience and lessons of those 7 battles and obtained a lot of valuable theoretical knowledge. Since it was refined through continuous actual drills over 5,000 years, most of these methods were simple and straightforward but very effective. Muni imparted all this knowledge to Hiroaji, since it was mainly used to give orders to simple skeleton soldiers. These battle tactics were very clear-cut. Even someone with average aptitude like Hiroaji could understand them. There was one thing that puzzled Hiroaji very much. Muni, why do your battle tactics mainly involve manipulating less than 100 skeleton warriors? Muni said, compared with the Holy Light Church, our power is very weak. So, we can't adopt the method of large-scale frontal combat that we failed in the past precisely because of this battle tactic. Now we've concluded that we must reduce the scale of our troops and use a small, elite force to raid the weak points of the enemy. Only by using this guerrilla warfare method can we achieve the final victory. Hiroaji shook his head stupidly, completely failing to understand what the other was saying. Muni sighed. He thought Hiroaji had little future in military strategy, but the subsequent tactical drills greatly exceeded his expectations. It's been a week since the novel Interstellar Skeleton Soldiers was uploaded. Originally, I thought everyone had forgotten about me since I hadn't published a book for half a year. But when I checked today, the number of favorites had already exceeded 1,000. Oh, you guys are so supportive. I'm so excited that I just want to pour out all the warm, bittersweet things in my heart for you to see. Seriously, well, no more words that I'll write another chapter after 12 o'clock. Muni and Hiroaji each commanded 80 skeletal warriors. Muni could manipulate 14 skeletal soldiers, 2 fewer than Hiroaji, which meant he had 2 fewer elite commanders than the other. However, Muni believed that with his superb tactical skills, he should be able to easily defeat the opponent. The terrain was a rugged mountain forest full of jagged rocks, without any proper roads, which was exactly the kind of field Muni was most accustomed to. But the final result left everyone extremely perplexed. At the beginning, Muni did have a very smooth start. His skeletal warriors coordinated skillfully, like the fingers on a palm, approaching the enemy from various directions. In contrast, on Hiroaji's side, since it was his first time to command troops in battle, all his orders were in a complete mess, and the formation was also loosely arranged. Muni's troops easily surrounded several of Hiroaji's straggling soldiers, who were originally scouts sent out by Hiroaji. But they were too far away from the main force and were wiped out before they could play any early warning role. Subsequently, it was almost like a one-sided massacre. Hiroaji's troops were scattered in disarray, surrounded and eliminated. But when Hiroaji was left with only a dozen or so skeletal warriors, an unexpected change occurred, because these dozen or so skeletal soldiers were all manipulated elite warriors by Hiroaji. A cold light flashed in Hiroaji's eyes, and a faint layer of cold air surrounded his whole body. His hands respectively emitted soul threads that twined around those skeletal warriors. Hiroaji's hands had turned into 2 dazzling glows. The 18 elite warriors were like being possessed by gods. Their speed and strength soared, and their teamwork was extremely exquisite. They actually launched several beautiful counter charges and almost disabled Muni's troops. Muni frowned. Hiroaji's way of fighting was a bit of a cheat, because he didn't win simply by relying on commanding tactics, but by using his terrifying manipulation ability. But it could also be said that Hiroaji had amazing attainments in commanding small troops of a dozen or so people. Hiroaji, why did you place these 2 warriors here? What's their function? Muni asked puzzledly. After the battle, Hiroaji returned to being that seemingly harmless boy next door. He also smiled somewhat puzzledly and said, I don't know why either, I just felt they should be there. It's like when I perform bone repair techniques that I put the most suitable bones in the most suitable places with the most suitable strength, and then things just succeed. Muni nodded repeatedly and fell into deep thought. Was there any connection between commanding troops and mechanical construction? He had never thought about it before, but now the world was far from what he had imagined. Let Hiroaji give full play to his abilities. Hiroaji, you will create a world of your own, Muni said with great certainty. Come on, let's have another round. This time, the number of your troops remains the same, while mine will increase to 100 skeletal warriors. What? He shouted in a frenzy. This is unfair. A slightly evil smile appeared on Muni's face. Where is there any real fairness in this world? By the way, the newly added 20 skeletal soldiers are high-level skeletal assassins, including Yuing. You have to be careful. Yuing slowly walked out from behind Muni and greeted Hiroaji with the blade in his hand. You guys are so despicable. Hiroaji roared angrily, but when the enemy surrounded him in a fan shape again, he immediately got into the state. His hands danced nimbly, getting his soldiers into battle positions as soon as possible. 1 month later, the atmosphere inside the demon castle was very strange. All the high-level members of the undead legion surrounded in a circle, and the bone dragon Gilate also coiled in the corner. They tightly surrounded Hiroaji, the only human in the dark abyss. If an ordinary person was stared at so intently by so many skeletons, they would probably have burst into tears. However, Hiroaji remained completely unmoved. He stood with his feet slightly apart, his body fully stretched like a tall and straight tree. There was no expression on his face, showing a silent and cold demeanor. Even his eyes showed a tinge of gray, as if he were an experienced old man. Well, this is the proper etiquette for a lich, if Hiroaji doesn't put on such a strange expression. Monica will whip him, someone thought. After nearly a year of such training, even a pig would probably be trained to be a noble in high society. But Hiroaji, Muni said seriously, it's time for you to leave this place today. Hiroaji was both excited and puzzled. According to what Muni had said before, he should have stayed here for another year or so. Why was he being sent back so soon? Muni explained. Because the dark energy is dissipating very seriously, this space probably won't last long we have to send you out as soon as possible, because you couldn't help but say, but I haven't completed all my training yet. Monica let out a soft laugh and whispered, silly boy, we all know that the outside world has changed dramatically. These trainings may not have any effect at all, but what we really want to train is not your body, but your mind. Mind? Yuying coldly interjected, only those with truly strong minds will forge ahead on the future path. Otherwise, no matter how strong the body is, it's just a walking corpse. That Hiroaji looked at these skeletons excitedly. In his heart, these so-called monsters in others' eyes were very rare teachers. Indeed, they had trained him very harshly, but without their guidance, he couldn't have become a person with a truly strong mind. Although the future task was extremely arduous, Hiroaji vowed to complete it wholeheartedly. Muni, well, your time is almost up. Remember one thing. After we send you out, this world will collapse and return to its origin. A very small bead. You have to keep this bead properly. Maybe one day, if the Empress regains all her memories, we may wake up again. Hiroaji nodded vigorously. Well, do you have anything else to say to us? Muni asked coldly. Although there was no change in his tone, Hiroaji could hear a trace of reluctance and regret in his voice. Hiroaji nodded vigorously. His gaze slowly swept over Muni. Monica, Yuying, Heijiang, Lao Di, and the Bone Dragon Gelate. His voice hoarse, he said, I will definitely find Udelian and then summon everyone back again. That I definitely will. Muni smiled slightly. Life and death don't mean much to us. As long as Udelian can live a good life, that's our only hope. Well, go. Yuying said coldly. Skeletal assassins don't need these useless emotions. Although he said so, his own voice was also trembling. The Bone Dragon Gelate lazily stretched and blew a puff of air at Hiroaji with his nostrils. Laudi didn't say anything and just silently watched Hiroaji. Monica blew him a charming kiss. It's time. Muni said, the collapse will soon begin. Let's use our last strength to send Hiroaji out of this space. Everyone raised their hands and channeled all the remaining dark energy in their bodies around Hiroaji. Soon, a greenish fog formed. As Monica led the chanting of ancient undead spells, the fog slowly began to rotate and formed a huge whirlpool. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. Hiroaji finally couldn't hold back and shed touched tears. Hiroaji, Muni shouted loudly. Time in the dark abyss is absolutely still. So for you outside. Not even a day has passed. You must always remember your identity. Keep a low profile and don't let the people of the Holy Church discover your identity. This final exhortation was soon shredded by the whirlpool. The dark abyss, deprived of the support of the dark elements, began to gradually collapse. The huge castle crumbled. Fissures appeared on the ground, and the rocks formed mudslides that rolled down violently. Even the sky turned pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Hiroaji's soul drifted aimlessly. And for the last time, he gazed at the dark abyss below from mid-air. There, thousands of skeletal soldiers were lined up in an orderly formation, standing quietly at the very center of the city, awaiting the arrival of destruction. They had completed their final mission and could finally enjoy eternal slumber and peace. Hiroaji's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, and the scenery before his eyes gradually turned chaotic. His ears were filled with a noisy rattle, and he didn't know what he had swallowed. Suddenly, he found himself struggling in a putrid river. Now, Hiroaji was no longer the sports idiot who couldn't swim. Despite the dirty and viscous river water, he quickly surfaced. Hiroaji had never felt that the air was so refreshing and the starry sky was so cleared. A large and round moon hung high in the sky. Hiroaji climbed onto the riverbank exhaustedly and fell heavily into the mud. All the thoughts in his mind gradually settled down. Looking at his wrist, he found that his watch had somehow returned to his wrist and seemed as shiny as a brand new one. It was February 14th, in the 375th year of the star calendar, a tragic Valentine's Day. Huh. Hiraji suddenly couldn't contain his emotions and burst into laughter. He didn't know what he was laughing about. But it seemed that in the past few years, he had had a strange and bizarre dream in which bone dragons, skeletons, and liches appeared. However, this dream had truly changed Hiraji's life. After lying on the ground for an unknown amount of time, Hiraji found that there was a smooth, round jade like stone in his clothes, looking like a glass bead. The pitch-black glass bead was full of mystery. Looking into it from different angles, one could seemingly see a world full of ever-changing wonders. This was the world transformed from the dark abyss, and Mu'ai and others were all sleeping in this tiny cemetery. Hiraji smiled slightly and tightly grasped the glass bead in his hand. It seemed that everything was not just a dream. Skeletal soldiers and the Church of Light truly existed. Alas, it seemed that there were indeed many obstacles on his path forward. But no matter what difficulties came, let them come. This time, Hiraji would never run away again. Volume 1. The Dark Abyss ends at a gloomy and shabby alleyway, with mercury lamps shining down, illuminating countless mosquitoes flying randomly in the air. A strange and eerie figure walked slowly out of the darkness. This person walked very peculiarly, as if all the joints of his limbs were stiff and his muscles didn't work at all. He moved solely supported by his bones. His face was expressionless, and he was extremely indifferent to everything in the world. If a timid person saw this sight, they would surely think this was a zombie that had just crawled out of the cemetery. Actually, it was almost a case. There was hardly any difference between Hiraji and a zombie. That if there had to be one, it was that he was stronger than a zombie. But now, Hiraji was facing a very serious problem. He was lost. Although only a few hours had passed in the real world, for Hiraji, more than a decade had passed, and it was a decade full of the unimaginable. In this situation, he really couldn't quite remember where his home was. Moreover, after staying in the skeleton land for so long, he had gotten used to moving with the power of his bones. If his parents saw him in this ghostly state, they would surely be extremely worried, thinking that he had become partially paralyzed. So, Hiraji wandered around the alleys near his home while trying hard to get used to his original way of moving that he just hoped not to be seen. Hiraji secretly admonished himself in his heart that one must be low-key in life, especially when one was a skeletal soldier. Otherwise, if those giant cosmic companies just plucked a hair and poked him gently, he would be punctured with a big hole. Unfortunately, just as he feared something, it came. In the distance, 2 gunshots rang out softly, followed by the roaring sound of a car engine and the stomping sound of big leather boots on the ground. There were also threatening voices that sounded extremely vicious. "Don't run. Damn bitch, today is your death day." Before Hiraji could react, something cold was pressed against his lower back, but he looked back and was startled. A beautiful woman covered in blood, with a pale face, but her big, round eyes were wide, open, full of an unyielding spirit. On her back, there was an unconscious old man. The thing pressing against Hiraji's waist was a miniature pistol. However, the reason why Hiraji was startled was neither because the beautiful woman was covered in blood nor because he was being pointed at by a pistol. After all, he had lived in the dangerous dark abyss for more than a decade. Even a highly decomposed corpse in front of him wouldn't make him feel extremely dangerous. But this woman in front of him was actually the drunk concubine he had met in the bar last night. It was this woman who had brought him so many troubles that Hiraji instinctively wanted to hide. "Sister, you've got the wrong person, right?" The drunk, beautiful woman had little strength left and was almost leaning on Hiraji. But her tone was still very firm. "Get out of the way. Irrelevant person. Don't block my path." Hiraji thought to himself that he wasn't blocking her way at all. It was she who had collapsed onto him. However, he knew that there was usually no point in reasoning with a beautiful woman. The drunk, beautiful woman let out a muffled groan, and a wisp of blood oozed from her mouth, making her look extremely delicate and pitiful. A huge blood flower blossomed slowly on her chest. After staying in the dark abyss for so long and being used to being a bone repairer, Hiraji actually regarded this beautiful woman as a pink-clad skeleton for a moment. He even absent-mindedly opened her bra and carefully examined the wound. "You." The beautiful woman widened her eyes, and the muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at Hiraji's forehead. But seeing his cold gaze, which was not the lecherous look of an ordinary lecher. She didn't pull the trigger. 3 ribs were broken by the bullet, pressing on the internal organs, and there was also some internal bleeding. Hiroaji said while examining the wound that he thought these muscles and blood vessels were so annoying. Why didn't ordinary skeletal soldiers have these troublesome things? It was a pity that he didn't have the right tools. Otherwise, suddenly, Hiroaji saw the pistol in the beautiful woman's hand. The drunk, beautiful woman was shocked. She saw this mysterious passer-by move like lightning. Before she could react, her self-defense pistol was snatched away. What happened next made her even more incredulous. This ordinary-looking and simply dressed young man stared at the pistol intently for a while, then took a slight breath, and his hands turned into 2 white glows, like a master butcher dissecting an ox. A delicate pistol was instantly disassembled into its most basic parts. The drunk, beautiful woman was extremely shocked. She knew that this was not an ordinary pistol, but a specially shrunk and assembled version for concealment, which used many special tools. Generally speaking, without tools, only a very experienced veteran could disassemble it. Who on earth was he? Hiroaji smiled satisfactorily, as expected. There were the tools he needed in this weapon. Hiroaji picked up a spring and a piece of iron sheet and concentrated on operating on the beautiful woman's chest. However, he overlooked one thing. Skeletal soldiers had extremely strong self-control and wouldn't tremble or scream no matter how much pain they endured, but the person in front of him was a living human being. The drunk, beautiful woman trembled all over in pain, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She thought this man was so ignorant. If he was going to treat her wounds, at least he should have said something first. However, she was also a person with a strong will and would never lose face in front of others, so she endured it all the time. After a while, Hiroaji looked at the bullet in his hand satisfactorily and nodded happily. The bullet had been removed, and the ribs had returned to their original positions. That, of course, the internal bleeding hadn't stopped, but Hiroaji didn't notice those broken blood vessels at all. He didn't think there was anything remarkable about blood vessels. It wasn't until the beautiful woman let out a soft moan that Hiroaji realized what a stupid thing he had done, and he stood there, momentarily stunned. The beautiful woman's lips were bitten with deep indentations, and she stared at Hiroaji with a face full of resentment. Who are you? The beautiful woman covered her chest laboriously. The pain had alleviated a great deal, indicating that this man truly had some ability. Hiroaji was in a complete fluster. This was the first time a beautiful woman had asked for his name. However, he intended to keep a low profile, now to the good deeds without leaving a name. Hiroaji said in a solemn voice. The beautiful woman let out a stifled laugh, which then tugged at her wound, causing her to let out an ouch. Hiroaji stared blankly at the beauty. As the saying goes, after 3 years in the army, even a so becomes as beautiful as Jiaochan. Hiroaji had only seen Monica, a beautiful woman, in that gloomy and isolated realm, but she was a 5,000-year-old lich. It had been more than a decade since he last saw such a pretty woman that Hiroaji was deeply touched. He couldn't help but want to tell her his real name. However, recalling Mu-Ni's advice, he managed to hold back. The beautiful woman said, My name is Huofeng, that I'm from the underworld. I was attacked by enemies today, and my grandfather was also seriously injured. Since you're so capable, please take a look at him too. Oh, okay, he said in a flurry. Huofeng laid the old man on her back on the ground. The old man was gravely injured, with about 7 or 8 gunshot wounds on his body. Hiroaji was only a half-baked doctor who could only treat bone injuries. For a moment, he was at a loss to this time. The 2 sides of the alley were blocked by 7 or 8 big men in black. Seeing Huofeng and the others injured and maimed, the big men sneered and surrounded them. Hey, there's an extra brat. Who is this kid? A leading big man with a ferocious face and a tuft of dyed red hair on his head asked. Huofeng reluctantly shuffled in front of Hiroaji and said firmly, He's just a passer. But he has nothing to do with this. A passer-by. The big man nodded, then shouted, Bad luck for you. Then, for being a passer-by, a dagger appeared in the big man's hand like a venomous snake, glinting coldly as it stabbed towards Hiroaji. The big man didn't use a gun, perhaps thinking it was overkill. Huofeng let out a scream, her heart filled with sorrow. She knew her enemies were ruthless and killed without batting an eyelid. It didn't matter if she died, but unexpectedly, she had implicated this innocent passer-by. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. A black glint flashed in front of the big man, and Hiroji had already circled behind him. Somehow, the dagger ended up in his hand. Hiroji was expressionless. He stabbed the dagger into the big man's cervical spine as if he were slaughtering a piglet, inserting it through the gap between two bones. There was no sound at all, and he smoothly severed the big man's spinal cord. Hiroji, who was well versed in the human skeletal structure, of course knew where to make the cut to completely incapacitate the enemy. The big man fell to the ground and died on the spot. There was neither the panic and uneasiness of a first-time killer nor the enjoyment and pleasure of a psychopathic murderer on Hiroji's face. He was simply extremely cold. This expressionless coldness, in everyone's eyes, undoubtedly turned into the most terrifying visage. Coupled with Hiroji's somewhat rigid posture and his silent movements, he was more like a ghost in the legend. Hiroji wiped the blood off the dagger and coldly pondered that every time he entered a combat state, he would become a completely different person, so calm and indifferent. What to do? So many people had seen him make a move. They would surely remember his appearance. He might as well kill them all to silence them. Hiroji didn't hesitate or have any mental struggles about killing. Over the years in the gloomy and isolated realm, his teachers were all ruthless outlaws who had no scruples about killing. Having made up his mind, Hiroji pounced out like a strange bird. The thugs were terrified and quickly drew their guns to shoot. But having been trained by Yearning, the #1 assassin in the undead world, how could Hiroji allow them to have a chance to act? A dagger glinting with cold light became the deadliest weapon. In half a breath, he had insidiously severed the spinal cords of all the criminals. Hiroji stood back in front of Hwofeng coldly, not out of breath and without a single drop of blood on him. Hwofeng was deeply shocked. She had been in the underworld for more than a decade, but she had never seen a death machine like Hiroji, completely devoid of emotions. Her grandfather was a retired veteran, and among his comrades in arms, there were all sorts of strange characters who worked as space pirates or mercenaries, but there had never been such a cold-blooded brute. This man in front of her, if he wasn't a god, then he must be a devil, showing no pity for human life at all. Hwofeng didn't doubt that the man would stab the dagger in her heart the next second. Hiroji gradually calmed down. Hwofeng in front of him made him feel very conflicted. "You won't tell anyone about what you've seen of me, right?" Hiroji said as gently as he could. He always had a very different feeling towards women. Moreover, she hadn't done anything against him, so she couldn't be considered an enemy. Only when facing enemies would Hiroji turn into that cold-blooded killer. In front of friends, he became that somewhat timid boy next door. Hwofeng nodded with tears in her eyes. At tea this time, the headlights of a vehicle shone into the alley. Another group of people arrived. "Miss, boss. Hwofeng trembled and said, "They're my people." Hiroji nodded. He didn't want to show up in front of so many people. "Goodbye, Hwofeng." "Well, please tell your grandfather I'm sorry. And I'm also sorry to you, sorry." Hwofeng was completely puzzled. She wanted to ask more, but the mysterious man had disappeared into the night sky. Hiroji's cold-blooded actions and his somewhat childish words left a deep impression on Hwofeng. Coupled with his lightning, fast movements and his proficiency with machinery, this man was shrouded in a mysterious glow. "Who on earth is he?" Hwofeng murmured, her eyes filled with fascination. "Miss," her loyal subordinates surrounded her, and the doctor from the gang quickly stepped forward. Ignoring her injuries, Hwofeng said solemnly, "I want you to investigate a person at this moment." Hiroji didn't know that Hwofeng had regarded him as a hermit expert. After a bit of exercise just now, his hands and feet felt much more flexible. He scurried through the alleys like a wild animal. About half an hour later, he finally found the door of his home. Hiroji's home was in the civilian area. Since the people living nearby weren't wealthy, the streets were rather shabby, the houses were small, and no one had their own yard. However, the neighbors were very close, knit, and would help each other. This was the kind of warmth that the upper-class people in high-class residential areas couldn't enjoy. Ewan used to be a resident of this area too. But 2 years ago, her father's business was successful, so they moved to a better neighborhood. The two of them gradually drifted apart from then on. There were 4 members in Hiroji's family. His father was an ordinary junior clerk in a company. He was an introverted man and was often bullied by his superiors, but for the sake of maintaining the family, he had to endure. His mother was much more assertive. She was an insurance saleswoman with a silver tongue. Poor Mister, he often had to listen to his wife's nagging even when he got home. How depressing. As for his younger sister, she was even more mischievous. Her IQ and mental power were twice that of Hiroaji. She was a super gifted child with a genetic mutation in this family. Dad, Mom, I'm back, as soon as he entered the door. Hiroaji said, excitedly. It had been more than a decade since he last saw his parents. He had even doubted whether he would ever see them again. How could Hiroaji not be excited? Mr. Dahi and his wife were watching TV on the sofa. They were both very puzzled as to why their son seemed as if he hadn't seen his family for 10 years, just because he had been away for 2 days. Getting so excited, Hiroaji rushed into the room. Seeing his parents sitting there safely, he let out a long sigh of relief and said, Dad, Mom, I love you. Mr. He was extremely touched. What a filial child. Mrs. D laughed and said, What's got into you today, you little rascal? You're so sweet-tongued. Nothing, Hiroaji gasped and sat down on the sofa. Where's my little sister? Isn't she at home? Father, he shook his head. She's preparing for tomorrow's model competition. You know that, don't you? She's been working on assembling a mech knight model for months, all for the professional level model competition at your school tomorrow. Hiroaji was momentarily stunned. Right, he'd spent over a decade in the dark abyss and almost forgotten about it. Since the birth of the mech knights, the happiest ones have been the toy manufacturers. Each model of the knight can spawn a set of toys. And no matter how expensive they are, there will always be buyers, coupled with the animation, movies, special effects dramas, and games themed around the mech knights. The mech knight models have now become the mainstream toys for children across the universe. Some of these toys are pre-assembled, while others come as individual parts. Point one needs to sand, glue, paint, and go through other complicated processes that IT can take up to several months to complete a single piece, making them almost like works of art. Among the numerous enthusiastic fans, there are various competitions. Originally, these model assembling competitions were mainly for adults. The toys are expensive, and the processes are beyond what children can handle. However, Hiroaji's younger sister is an exception. She has strong hands-on ability. She pestered her father to buy her a high-level model toy so that she could participate in the competition tomorrow. Hiroaji nodded and then called out into the room. Little sis, hearing her brother's voice, Xiaomei skipped out, shouting as she ran, Brother's back. I'll show you my newly made free knight model. It's amazing. Hey, where's my model? Xiaomei pouted and looked around. She clearly took it out and placed it on the stool for her parents to see. Where could it have gone? Everyone's gazes landed on Hiroaji's, but only then did Hiroaji sense something was wrong. He jumped up, but it was too late. The perfectly made model had already been crushed into pieces under him. Hiroaji stood still. As if struck by lightning, Xiaomei's expression instantly contorted. Two big teardrops rolled down her face. She covered her eyes and cried, Brother's so mean. He broke my free knight that I've been working on for weeks. Xiaomei hates brother so much. Father Yi's face also changed. Oh, Hiroaji, why are you so careless? You're always so clumsy. Xiaomei, forget it. Dad will buy you another one at a high-level model is almost equivalent to half of Father Yi's monthly salary. But what else could he do? No. Xiaomei cried and ran back in her room. That I'm supposed to participate in the competition tomorrow. I've already told my classmates, and they're going to cheer me on. Anyway, bad brother, you have to compensate me for my free night. Xiaomei, stop making a fuss. This is the highest level model. Even professional players need at least a week to barely finish the assembly and painting. Your brother didn't do it on purpose. Father, he continued to console her. But Xiaomei slammed the door shut. Sigh. Father, he and Mother, he glanced at Hiroaji, shook their heads, and went back to their room. Only Hiroaji remained, as motionless as a wooden chicken. How could things turn out like this? Hiroaji was extremely distressed. He remembered that his sister had begged his father for a long time. She even promised to take care of all the household chores and get full marks in all her exams before she could buy this professional level mech model. His sister would tell him every night how they should celebrate after she won the competition. It was obvious how much she cared about it. These days, after school every day, his sister would obediently sit at the desk and assemble the model, looking so concentrated that she wouldn't even respond when called. It was finally completed today, but he destroyed it. Hiroaji let out a long sigh and sat there on the sofa, staring at the fragments on the chair. He wondered if there was any way to reassemble the model. He poured himself a cup of tea and focused intently on examining each piece of the model. Since this was the highest level model, each part was made with great precision and was basically the same as the real mech in terms of physical structure. Fully meeting the mechanical standards at first, Hiroaji just wanted to give it a try, but he soon got completely absorbed. The structure of each piece of the mech was so exquisitely designed that it seemed it could only be designed this way. Otherwise, the whole mech couldn't have such mobility. The connection parts were also very clever. The hydraulic systems of the wrist and ankle joints were incredibly lifelike that Hiroaji couldn't help but keep exclaiming in admiration. Not satisfied with just looking, Hiroaji even fetched his laptop and logged into the toy company's online forum to find the design drawings of this free knight model. These design drawings were authorized by the real free knight mech manufacturer. Although they weren't exactly the same as the real product, most parts were similar, but of course, the manufacturer never thought that someone could understand the mechanical structure just by looking at the general exterior design drawings. Such a genius simply didn't exist in this world. Hiroaji looked and thought repeatedly, slowly stroking each piece of the model fragment, carefully experiencing the endless changes within. Finally, Hiroaji was ready to act. The morning glow gradually illuminated the room. Xiaomei crawled out of bed with red-rimmed eyes. She'd secretly cried most of the night. Although her brother had always been clumsy, this time he'd gone too far. Xiaomei decided to ignore her brother for 2 months. Well, maybe half a month would do. It was a pity that she couldn't participate in the model competition this time. She was supposed to be the youngest contestant. The next competition would be 3 months later. How annoying! Xiaomei walked drowsily through the living room towards the bathroom when something on the table glistened and caught her attention. Da-da! Xiaomei exclaimed. It was a free knight model painted in deep black. The whole body showed a very powerful, streamlined shape. From the exaggerated air vents and the spread mechanical wings, it could be seen that the whole body was in high-speed flight. Its bright eyes showed boundless wisdom, and its strong limbs were full of explosive power. My free knight. There was also a piece of paper under the model. A big cartoon head was drawn on it with a cute and strange pen. Looking dull and stupid, with its mouth wide open in a carefree smile. There was also a line of words. Little sis, sorry. Brother fixed the model for you. Please don't ignore brother, okay? Xiaomei smiled happily. She rushed into Hiroaji's room like a bomb and fell heavily on the bed, pinning Hiroaji down to what's going on? Hiroaji, who hadn't slept all night, was catching up on sleep. That IT was no joke. The mech model was so delicate that some parts could hardly be seen without a microscope. This job was much more difficult than repairing the skeleton soldiers. Hiroaji had worked all night to barely finish it. Little sis, Xiaomei sweetly gave Hiroaji a good morning kiss and said in a charming voice, Xiaomei loves brother the most. Brother is so awesome. Hiroaji scratched his head and also laughed. School.in fact, schools in this era are very different from before. Since computers and automated systems have almost taken over all basic labor work, there's no need to learn these things. Moreover, with the in-depth development of the universe, there are many job opportunities and the employment pressure isn't that great. So now, schools are like classical academies, with a very relaxed academic atmosphere. Usually students study on their own through the computer learning system. They only consult teachers when they really don't understand something. Most courses are related to mechs, either training courses for mech knights or courses on related R&D and maintenance. Anyway, all the low-level jobs are done by robots. However, in the field of mechs, there are 2 categories, amateur and professional. The amateur-level mechs refer to agricultural mechs, mining mechs, industrial mechs, construction mechs, etc. This is a part with a relatively large demand. Since many newly colonized star systems need to be built, they all require excellent pilots and technicians. That AS for professional mechs. They are military mechs responsible for the initial exploration of primitive planets and battles against extraterrestrial creatures. The control of this kind of mechs is relatively strict, and the venues and equipment required for teaching are also relatively expensive. That IT was not until the emergence of virtual reality network technology that ordinary people had the opportunity to learn to drive mechs. In the past, it was the privilege of the rich and the nobility. Of course, on a planet like Earth with low technological capabilities, virtual technology is not yet well developed, and few colleges can teach the knowledge of professional mech driving. Bihua College is one of the few colleges on Earth that has a professional mech discipline. Naturally, a student of Hiroaji's level has no qualification to learn the maintenance of military mechs. He is learning the maintenance of agricultural mechs, which are more or less like human-shaped tractors, harvesters, and fertilizer applicators, Hiroaji is very distressed. The problem is not going to school. The main thing is that he doesn't know how to face Yuan today. Well, actually, so many years have passed in the dark abyss, Hiroaji has almost forgotten what Yuan looks like. But if he shows no reaction at all, won't it be very strange? Will others notice? Keep a low profile. He must act like a stupid and useless college student and not show any of the action patterns of skeleton soldiers. Hiroaji decides to skip class. In fact, it can't really be called skipping class because now going to class just means that everyone uses their computers and virtual simulation helmets to enter the learning software for self-study. Usually, people have a fixed classroom for learning, which is convenient for communication, of course. It's okay if you want to study by yourself on the grass outside or on the seats beside the tree-lined path. Hiroaji finds a secluded place on the campus grass and sits down. He is still not quite used to the sunlight and still prefers darker corners. He takes out 5 steamed buns and eats them with relish. He hasn't eaten for more than a decade. Although his body doesn't feel uncomfortable, he has been longing for the delicious taste of food for a long time. Just as he sits down, someone snatches a bun from his hand. Hiroaji looks up and sees a sporty girl with short hair, as black and shiny as a pearl, grinning at him. Chaoan? Hiroaji still remembers a few friends. Chaoan is a very strange girl. Her family runs a martial arts school. Since childhood, she has been dressed like a boy. She has a carefree and impulsive personality and usually likes to help the weak and fight injustice. It was because she once saw Hiroaji being bullied on the road and stepped in that the two of them formed a strange bond ever since. Chaoan can't stand Hiroaji, being such a big man with such a cowardly character. So she's determined to train him to be a real man, which serves as a test for her to inherit her family's martial arts school. Hiroaji is a little afraid of this girl with a somewhat violent personality. However, under the threat of her fists, he doesn't dare to say, so, in no way. Chaoan widens her eyes and unceremoniously eats the snatched bun. You eat so much in the morning that you'll get fat. Hiroaji smiles bitterly. Clearly, Chaoan eats twice as much as him at each meal. How about it? Chaoan winks. Did you succeed yesterday? Originally, Hiroaji didn't have the courage to confess his love to Yi-Won at all. It was under the encouragement of teacher Chiao and that he dared to do this heroic act in his life. From this perspective, Chaoan should take a great deal of responsibility for Hiroaji staying in the dark abyss for more than a decade and almost becoming a complete skeleton soldier. As for how Chaoan knows about Hiroaji's affairs, it's naturally because she threatened Hiroaji with her fist to make him tell. Hiroaji pretends to be depressed and shakes his head. Didn't succeed? Yeah, she was taken away by a man named Johnny. That guy looks very rich. That IT has said that his father is a school director. Johnny? Chaoan exclaims. Hiroaji, this is a big problem that Johnny's father seems to have great influence across the Earth circle. Be careful not to mess with him or you'll be in trouble. I didn't mess with him, did I? Hiroaji mutters. Chaoan smiles boldly. If you really get expelled from school, come to work at my family's martial arts school. I'll definitely train you to be the strongest man. Thanks, by the way, why are you so free? Didn't you go out last night? Chaoan blushes slightly and mutters. I only like kung fu. Those men are all so weak. They can't even beat me. How can I be interested in them? Hiroaji thinks to himself. Fortunately, they can't beat her, but if he were really entangled by this woman, there would be constant fisticuffs at home every day. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Chaoan grins. Anyway, success or not doesn't really matter. At Kati, at least you had the courage to tell that girl your true feelings. That's already a great improvement, but I don't know how to face Xiao Wei now. It's easy. Just stand in front of her as if nothing had happened. She won't eat you. It seems a bit awkward. Precisely because it's awkward that you should stand in front of her. Well, I almost forgot. We should go to find you one and that Johnny. Then you stand in front of them. This is a good way to train your manliness. No need. Who knows where they are? You are so ignorant. Isn't today the competition day for the senior group of the Mech Night Model Contest organized by the college? Johnny is also participating. Only then does Hiroaji remember that not only Johnny, but also Sha Chong is participating in this competition in the college. To promote the atmosphere of mech, night culture, various mech-related activities are often held, such as mech, night game competitions, or mech speed races. High-level mech models, with a relatively high degree of simulation, are considered a professional level sport, not just simple toys. Those who can make high-level mech models have relatively profound attainments in mech design engineering, attract audiences, and increase the excitement of the competition. These competitions often invite people from outside the school, or simply do not restrict the identity and age of the participants. Xiaomei is also participating in this competition, right? Hiroaji says blankly, my little sister is coming to the school to participate in the competition this afternoon. Your little sister? Is it that genius child you suspect is definitely not your father's daughter? A strange product of complete genetic mutation? Xiao and shouts. Then we should go and cheer her on. Hey, are you still a man? I'm ashamed of you. Okay. Hiroaji grits his teeth. Let go together this afternoon. That's more like it. It's worth my treating you as a good buddy. Xiaoan puts her arm around Hiroaji's neck and unceremoniously grabs another bun. These buns are good. You should buy them for me every morning from now on. What? Gentlemanly demeanor is very important. I'm teaching you a way to show your affection. Do not know how to chase girls in the future. Well, Hiroaji thinks of having to look for the Dark Queen whose whereabouts are unknown and immediately feels extremely troubled. At this time, Xiaoan suddenly looks serious and whispers, Sean and Luke are coming. They seem to be looking for trouble with you. Who is Sean? Hiroaji is completely confused. Xiaoan stares at him in surprise and says curiously, Are you confused? These two hooligans played a prank on you the day before yesterday. Hiroaji frowned tightly and thought carefully. Only then did he vaguely recall that there indeed seemed to have been such a thing. In this world, there are just such scoundrels who take pleasure in fooling those weaker than themselves, deriving a sense of superiority as the strong. Sean and Luke happened to be such scumbags. Hiroaji forced a bitter smile. For him, the incident had occurred over a decade ago, nothing more than a trifling matter of no consequence. He could hardly even remember what Sean and Luke looked like. However, to keep a low profile, Hiroaji still feigned extreme fear, hiding behind Joanne and stuttering, Then what should we do? Joanne grabbed Hiroaji's ear and said, What do you mean, what should we do? You're Amanda, what's the big deal about going up and saying hello to them? Just then, Sean and Luke had approached the two of them. Both were the pampered sons of wealthy families. Wearing gaudy and outlandish clothes and having their hair dyed in a riot of colors. Each of them held a portable virtual network helmet in their hands. Student Hiroaji, you seem to be quite comfortable. Sean squatted down with a lewd smile on his face, looking at Hiroaji. However, he didn't dare to be rude to Joanne behind him. After all, Joanne was known throughout the school as a violent girl. What do you want? Hiroaji said indifferently. He had long forgotten about his past grudge with them and had no thoughts of seeking revenge. For now, he had reached a new level and wouldn't bother with such low-class scum. Of course, if these scumbags insisted on provoking him, that would be another story. Luke was a hulk with developed muscles. He handed over a disc and gruffly said, The professor of the intermediate mechanical maintenance course sent us to distribute a new learning software. There are 2 tests in this software, and you need to complete them right now and submit the results to the professor. Come on, install this software. In modern universities, most courses adopt this software-based learning method. Each student owns a virtual reality network helmet, which looks just like a motorcycle helmet. Once the helmet is put on, one can enter a 100 realistic virtual world. Initially, it was a tool for online games. But now it has become an excellent teaching tool for learning that as long as various learning software is installed, it can meet the learning needs of different courses, especially for the mech maintenance major, which highly requires practical operation experience. The virtual helmet is indispensable. That Hiroaji also had his own helmet, but its performance and model were not as advanced as theirs, just an ordinary, mass-market model. Hiroaji hesitated. Generally, new courses and software were transmitted to students' virtual helmets by the professor via wireless download. It was unusual to have classmates distribute them on discs. Clearly, these 2 guys are trying to play a prank on him again. Joanne also realized this and angrily shouted, What on earth are you 2 up to? Sean replied with a cheesy smile, Student Joanne, we mean well that we just want to have a discussion with student Hiroaji about mech maintenance. You're always sticking up for him, but you don't know that people are laughing at Hiroaji for being your shadow, always hiding behind you. Joanne blushed and clenched her fists tightly. Luke said, Hiroaji, we're being kind enough to bring you the software, yet you're so hesitant that you look down on us? Sean added fuel to the fire. Forget it. Student Hiroaji is just a student majoring in agricultural mech maintenance. He's not an elite like us who major in mining mech design. The intermediate mech maintenance course is quite a challenge for someone at his level. Student he, if you just admit that you're not smart enough to learn intermediate mech maintenance. We'll have something to tell the professor. He stared at them indifferently. In the field of mechs, there are huge differences in the social status of different occupations. Generally speaking, mech designers rank higher than mech pilots. And mech pilots rank higher than ordinary maintenance personnel. Of course, professional combat mechs are superior to ordinary mechs, and among ordinary mechs, agricultural mechs are the lowest level ones. The agricultural mech maintenance major that Hiroaji was enrolled in was considered the bottom of the barrel, with the only advantage being the relatively low tuition fees. However, students in this major had to sign an agreement with the school promising to serve on some remote agricultural planets for a certain number of years after graduation as compensation for the tuition grant. Naturally, students from different majors sometimes took the same courses, such as intermediate mech maintenance. This course was the most complex and advanced one for the agricultural mech maintenance major. However, for Sean and his friends majoring in mining mech design, it was just basic knowledge and no wonder they looked down on Hiroaji so much. Well, are you brave enough to use this software? Hee, there aren't any ghosts in it that'll eat you up. Sean shouted, waving the software in front of Hiroaji's eyes. Hiroaji sighed. If I use this software, will you leave? He hadn't slept well the previous night and was feeling rather listless today. He really had no interest in getting entangled with these small fries. Sean was extremely pleased, of course, that we still have to report the results to the professor. Hiroaji nodded, took the software from Sean, inserted it into his virtual helmet, and then put the helmet on his head as the front canopy slowly lowered and the signal light indicating the connection to the neurons lit up. Sean and Luke exchanged a glance and both burst into malicious laughter. Joanne intuitively felt that something was wrong with this software. But at this moment, Hiroaji had entered the virtual state. Just like someone in a deep dream and couldn't be woken up directly, or it would be life-threatening. Joanne grabbed Sean's collar and waved her small fist in front of his ugly face. Shouting angrily, "What kind of software is this? What tricks are you playing?" Sean panicked and said, "Let go, you tomboy." Joanne narrowed her eyes. "What did you say?" "Huh." Only then did Sean realize he had said the wrong thing. He knew that Joanne's family owned a martial arts school in this era, when martial arts were popular in the universe. A martial arts family meant powerful strength and extensive connections. Moreover, Joanne herself was an outstanding student majoring in combat mech piloting. It was said that she would soon pass the night test and become a trainee mech knight. This girl was not a poor, vulnerable wretch like Hiroaji who could be bullied at will. "Speak up, or I'll kill you," Joanne hissed threateningly through gritted teeth. "It's the software for Resident Evil 13. Sean was so scared that he blurted out. Joanne gasped in horror. The Resident Evil series of games were horror-themed games developed by a well-known game company, with zombies, viruses, maggots, and all kinds of monsters as the main characters. They created a rather terrifying and bizarre visual effect. The Resident Evil 13 game was an era-transcending game software that the company had developed by integrating all the most advanced technologies. Ironically, after this game was used in conjunction with the virtual helmet, because the monsters in it were so terrifying, 80 of the players suffered from high blood pressure, dizziness, heart palpitations, and even various psychological problems after playing. Even 132 players had heart attacks and died on the spot due to excessive fright. 2 months after the game was launched, the interstellar government had ordered all copies to be recalled, and the game company had gone bankrupt due to the huge compensation claims from the players. "You actually made him play Resident Evil 13? Joanne shrieked. "Don't you know that Hiroaji is naturally timid?" "You'll scare him to death," Sean said. "We just want to play a little joke on student he." "Humph, we've both played this game, and nothing happened to you as a real man, supposed to be scared of game." Although Sean said so, the reality was quite different. After he and Luke got their hands on this band game, they thought they were brave enough, but after playing it for a short while, they were so scared that they wet their pants and didn't dare to touch it again. That was why they wanted to play a prank on Hiroaji to see how this coward would react. "Quick, take this thing off him," Joanne said word by word. Sean swallowed hard. "You know that's impossible. The virtual helmet has just started running. It'll take at least half an hour before a forced exit can be carried out. Otherwise, it might damage the central nervous system. Y'all." Chow pointed at Sean's nose. "You two scoundrels, if anything happens to Hiroaji, I'll never let you get away with it." Hiroaji was extremely drowsy. He knew from the very first second of entering this new world that this was by no means a mere teaching software. Ahead stood a gloomy and terrifying castle, surrounded by a forest enshrouded in thick mists. Harsh screams echoed in his ears, and then he saw some zombies with decaying bodies emerging from the mists. Those zombies were crafted with astonishing realism. Even the exposed internal organs, bulging eyeballs, yellowish fat, and white bones were meticulously designed. Suddenly, a zombie rested its hand on Hiroaji's shoulder. If it were someone else, suddenly finding themselves in such a world without having a heart attack and being scared to death on the spot would be considered a stroke of luck. But who was Hiroaji? He had spent over a decade in the gloomy and desolate domain, where he faced either human corpses or skeletal soldiers every day. Even a person with a timid nature would have long become accustomed to that bloody world. To Hiroaji, these zombies in the game even seemed somewhat familiar. This zombie had a problem with its left leg joint and walked clumsily. That one over there seemed to have several broken ribs, which was extremely detrimental to the protection of its spine, and this zombie dog's pelvis was shattered. It really needed some fixing. However, he was so sleepy he'd deal with it after waking up. Hiroaji was utterly exhausted. Yawning, he gently pushed aside the numerous zombies, climbed up a big tree in a few steps, found a soft spot among the branches, and fell into a blissful slumber. However, Hiroaji didn't anticipate that the three people outside were growing increasingly anxious. Half an hour had passed, yet Hiroaji remained motionless, as if he had fainted. The expressions on the three people's faces gradually changed. Sean and Luke exchanged a panicked look, according to their experience. Shortly after entering this game, players would usually start jumping around, shouting loudly, and even losing control of their bodily functions. Otherwise, how could it be called the player-killer software? But Hiroaji remained still. If it wasn't that Hiroaji was extremely brave and completely indifferent to zombies and skeletons, then there was only one possibility. He was dead. If he were still alive, he would have been so scared that he'd have quit the game by now. Damn it, Sean cursed inwardly. He just wanted to play a prank on this naive boy, but he never thought he'd end up getting the boy killed. This was really a huge headache. Chowan was on the verge of tears. Stamping her feet, she shouted, "You two scoundrels, hurry up and rescue him." Sean pulled a long face. Seeing that half an hour had passed, he quickly joined Luke and fumbled to turn off Hiroaji's virtual helmet and removed it in a hurry. Then they saw Hiroaji snoring and drooling. All three of them were stunned. After a long while, Luke said with great difficulty, I think it might be that this poor fellow Hiroaji's virtual helmet isn't of high enough performance. So it can't run the 13th generation Resident Evil software." Sean heaved a sigh of relief. It should be so. Damn it, this kid is lucky." Chowan also thought it made a lot of sense. She waved her fist in a half-angry, half-amused way. "You two get out of here. You're lucky today. Don't let me see you again." Yes. The two, still in shock, didn't even bother to retrieve their software and fled in a hurry. They knew that, luckily, that poor boy couldn't afford a high-end helmet. Otherwise, if someone really died, no matter how wealthy their families were, it would still be a very troublesome matter. After the two left, Chowan looked at the sleeping Hiroaji with a complicated expression in her eyes, which were somewhat dazed. "Hiroaji, why can't you be stronger? If only you were a bit stronger. I'm not against you making friends. Xiaowei, but I don't think a friend like Hiroaji will do you any good." The academy was extremely lively this afternoon. The mech model competition not only attracted many industry insiders, but also a large number of ordinary mech enthusiasts, including many children. For the academy, this was a great opportunity to expand its influence, so all visitors were offered free admission. The campus was decorated with colorful lights and was filled with laughter. Two huge, inflatable mech models fluttered in the wind at the entrance. Johnny drove Yue slowly into the campus and said that Yue said with a hint of melancholy, "Johnny, I'm really worried that Hiroaji might do something stupid. You know, his family has been our neighbor since childhood, so we've always been good friends. Although I can't accept his request, please don't insult my friend." Johnny shrugged. "Xiaowei, I'm not looking down on the poor. Being poor isn't a crime. But this Hiroaji, I've inquired about him in his department, that he's not only stupid, but also has a cowardly personality and no decision. making ability that I really don't want you to be friends with someone like him. Yue lowered her head and sat there sullenly. Seeing that his girlfriend was unhappy, Johnny quickly changed the topic. All right, that I'm not interfering with your freedom. I'm just sharing my thoughts. Look, the school looks so beautiful today. It seems that the management staff my father brought back from Star are really efficient. Johnny's father was a school director, so he had arranged many staff members to enter the school's management. Yue murmured, I didn't expect a model competition to attract so many people. When it came to models, Johnny was extremely proud. Dear, it's not surprising that don't underestimate this simple model as a profound mech creator. One is often a master at model design and assembly. Conversely, professional players with talent in model design and assembly are also highly sought after by major mech design companies that so amazing. Yue widened her eyes. Johnny nodded. Yes, besides our school, the organizers of today's event also include Chiendai Toy Company, Limited and Blue Diamond Interstellar Mech Design and Manufacturing Group. Moreover, there are more than 20 headhunters from design companies looking for hidden masters among the people. You know, in the mech design industry, although knowledge of mechanics, electronics, and biology is very important, what's even more crucial is a touch of inspiration that a designer without inspiration is just a worker on an assembly line. While a designer with inspiration is a superb creator who can design perfect works of art. But Johnny, aren't you a mech knight? Why do you also like model assembly? Johnny gave a very charming smile. Baby, as a mech knight, I'm very interested in every aspect of mechs. And you know, professional level mech model design is extremely complex. Many parts are thinner than a hair. The process of assembling and modifying models is also a process for me to cultivate my mental abilities. It was just an ordinary pastime before, but today I'll definitely win the grand prize for the best work and give it to you, dear. Johnny kissed Yue deeply. They didn't notice that there were several people watching them with great interest in the distance. Qiao and Sha Chong and Hiroaji were drifting along in the crowded crowd when they happened to see the two of them. Qiao gave Hiroaji a meaningful look, only to find that the latter had a calm face. Even breathing, and not a single hair on his body trembled. Qiao was very puzzled. He was rejected just yesterday. Shouldn't he be extremely sad and gloomy today? Moreover, he was witnessing such an intimate act right in front of his eyes. Hiroaji yawned. Tom. Yue was a memory from over a decade ago. Although he couldn't say he had absolutely no feelings in his heart, it was far from the point of being heartbroken. Moreover, during his days in the gloomy and desolate domain, Hiroaji had learned a complete set of aristocratic etiquette under Monika's education. Unconsciously, he showed a touch of elegant upper-class demeanor in his daily life and would never do anything strange in public. Hiroaji stepped forward. Raji. Yue also saw her childhood playmate and felt somewhat embarrassed. She knew Hiroaji's temper very well. He could be a bit stubborn at times. It would be terrible if he made a fool of himself in front of so many people. If she made Johnny angry with Johnny's family's influence, it would be as easy as pie for them to destroy this unknown Hiroaji and even his family. Johnny turned his face away, looking around with blatant disdain, showing absolutely no inclination to interact with those of a lower stratum. Hiroaji wore the most refined and composed smile, exuding an air of complete poise and self-assurance. Every movement of his seemed to be measured with precision, neither too casual nor overly stiff. Even a simple gesture of raising his hand was most pleasing to the eye. Hiroaji took Yue's hand and naturally performed a kiss, hand salute, saying in a voice full of magnetism, "Did you enjoy yourself last night, Xiaowei?" Yue stared at him in disbelief, completely stunned. She simply couldn't understand how Hiroaji seemed to have become an entirely different person overnight. Originally, she had thought Hiroaji would grab her shoulders and cry. Johnny also changed his complexion slightly. Looking at Hiroaji in utter shock, Hiroaji flashed a dashing smile and extended his hand, saying, "I heard you also have a work competing today. Classmate Johnny?" The revulsion on Johnny's face flickered by briefly, and he reluctantly shook Hiroaji's hand. Why? Yes, I do. Under Hiroaji's astonishing act. His mind was already a bit muddled. Hiroaji said sincerely, "I wish you good luck in the competition, classmate Johnny, and also wish you two happiness." After saying this, he bowed slightly to the two of them, then turned around gracefully and left, leaving the two of them as dumb as posts. There was a welling of hot tears in Yue's eyes. Her mind was in utter chaos. The extraordinary manliness shown by Hiroaji in the past few days had completely flustered her. For a moment, Hiroaji's ordinary stature seemed to grow tall. Chowan held her breath and slapped Hiroaji's shoulder vigorously. "Well done, Hiroaji. Where did you learn these tricks?" Sha Chong said seriously, based on Hiroaji's usual behavior. "You're definitely not acting normal today. Either there's a master secretly guiding you, or something unimaginable happened last night. Because a person who's always been cowardly and incompetent can't become so confident overnight." Hiroaji forced a bitter smile and frowned slightly that why Wei's influence on him was obviously stronger than he had thought. That was why he had unconsciously walked over, wanting to gain some face in front of Wei to change the image he had left in her mind. Come to think of it, such behavior was still a bit childish. His goal was to make a mark in the 4 major companies in the universe, not deal with an insignificant figure like Johnny. What Sha Chong said made sense. It had been too obvious point one should keep a low profile. Hiroaji gave a simple, minded laugh that I learned these moves from TV and practiced them at home many times. "How do I look? Not bad, right? Here we go again," Chowan said dejectedly. "Hiroaji, stop smiling like a fool all the time. You were really stylish and charismatic just now. Now that you're smiling like this, anyone can tell you're faking it. I can't help it that I'm just like this. Actually, the professional level model competition is different from other sports competitions. The winner can't be determined through direct confrontation. In this competition, all the contestants were carefully selected through extremely fierce preliminary and semi-finals, WY the time of the final. Only a little over 30 mech models remained. The competition venue was on the school's large lawn. Each contestant had an open style booth where they could display their competing works, processing tools, venue models, posters, etc. Some well-made models even had self-shot model animations. There were a total of 5 judges, consisting of professional figures such as professors of mechanical design from the college, senior engineers from mech manufacturing companies, and presidents of toy companies. However, they didn't reveal their identities. Instead, they mingled among the ordinary visitors, secretly observing the contestants' models and asking them some professional questions to determine the final scores that, of course, the headhunters wouldn't miss this opportunity either. Sometimes, even if a contestant didn't win, as long as his creative ideas matched a company style, he was very likely to be directly hired as a professional designer. The more than 30 contestants were all in high spirits and full of confidence. Outside the professional contestants, there were also many small booths set up spontaneously by students. As long as you had the courage to show your work in public, you could bring out your model. Maybe you'd catch the eye of a company and become rich overnight. Coupled with those selling snacks and the toy company's vehicles specifically selling mech models, the whole school was filled with a festive atmosphere. Sha Chong was one of the more than 30 finalists. Apart from studying, mech model design was his greatest hobby. Chowan and Hiroaji served as his assistants, helping him decorate the booth, connect the lights, play the DV programs, and so on. They were sweating profusely from the work. At tea exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all the booths were almost decorated, and the models were in place. A large crowd immediately poured onto the lawn. Wow, a professional-level Xuanlong mech. It's so cool. The military PT 547 heavy firepower armor with camouflage paint is so exquisite. Even the exhaust holes on the soles are carved. There's not a single omission. It's really good. Look at that animation over there. Point 3 serious reconnaissance mechs are about to escape a meteor shower. This video is... Oh, this mech model has even been specially damaged. Every wound looks so real, as if it was really hit by the meteor shower. It's really, really amazing. The cute kids couldn't understand the details of the models. They just thought these mechs were so awesome and were screaming with excitement. As the crowd got bigger, Sha Chong couldn't take care of Hiroaji and Chowan anymore. He looked serious and kept explaining his creative ideas and concepts to the passing visitors. After all, the 5 judges were among them. Hiroaji looked around anxiously. What's wrong? Chowan asked why sister hasn't arrived yet. She said she'd come to the competition today, Hiroaji said. Apart from the professional contestants' finals, many people obtained semi-professional qualifications and could, after the competition, consult the judges and the final winners with their mech models. This was also done to boost the public's enthusiasm and to promote the school and major companies invisibly. Xiaomei was selected as a representative by her primary school and could display her mech on stage. This was an honor that Xiaomei had been looking forward to for a long time. Maybe there's a traffic jam. The traffic at the school gate is really bad today, Chiao said. She also knew that Hiroaji's sister was a crazy mech enthusiast and very smart. Completely different from Hiroaji, Sha Chong was almost overwhelmed with work. Moreover, he usually stammered a bit when speaking, and once he started talking about mechs, he used purely professional academic terms. Also, he didn't have much money for extra decorations. So after a while, the crowd gradually thinned out. That IT seems we've failed, Sha Chong sighed. Everyone likes mechs with shiny exteriors and cool names. They're not interested in my designs at all. They don't say that. Hiroaji patted his brother's shoulder. This is just a misunderstanding of ordinary people in a war-torn battlefield. Concealment is the most important thing that a mech with a shiny exterior is just a moving human target, clearly asking to be bombed. I think your design is very good. Although the two mechs look like toads. Indeed, the two mechs designed by Sha Chong had very plain looks. They didn't look human-shaped at all, but rather like ugly, crawling animals, painted with a dark swamp, like camouflage. And no wonder no one paid them any attention that a plump middle-aged woman stopped in front of Sha Chong's booth. She frowned and looked at the mechs for a long time, then came to a conclusion. These two mechs are really ugly. Sha Chong sighed. Yes, they are. The middle-aged woman nodded in agreement. Then changed the subject, but they seem to have a higher chance of survival. Sha Chong's eyes lit up. That you've noticed that too. These two mechs adopt a prone design, and their height is less than a quarter of that of an ordinary mech. They're very good at avoiding aerial fire. And in close combat, it's also very difficult for the enemy's lightsaber to hit them. Then how do your mechs attack the enemy? The woman asked with a smile. Look, Sha Chong skillfully removed a tiny device from the mouths and the tails of the two mechs. This is a beam weapon generator, which is specifically used to attack the enemy's legs in close combat. We all know that the weakest part of a human-shaped mech is the support axis of its legs. But it's difficult for a human-shaped mech to attack the legs. My design has no such problem. However, humanoid mechas have the most extensive applications. Your design seems to have relatively fewer combat functions, due to the fact that the jet nozzles are all at the bottom. It's difficult for them to adapt to space combat. Sha Chong declared categorically, I don't think every mecha has to adapt to various combat environments. The design concept of these two mechas is for ground combat in complex terrains. Look, apart from being supported by 4 limbs, they also have crawler tracks for movement or can fly close to the ground in the manner of an air cushion vehicle. The combat mode I envision is that they can be camouflaged and hidden in the dark. Form a combat formation with humanoid mechas, and then suddenly pounce on the enemy in an unexpected manner when the enemy gets close, delivering a fatal blow. The woman nodded in full agreement while carefully examining Sha Chong's design. Chiao and Hiroaji beside them quickly stepped forward and firmly grasped this sole visitor. One offered tea and the other presented water. One fanned the air and the other handed a towel, vying to show their attentions. This seems to be a good design, but I've never seen this type of mech on the market. Did you modify it yourself? The woman continued to inquire. Sha Chong nodded and then smiled bashfully. This is a modification and assembly based on the models of the Star Defender, 2 mecha of Rand Corporation, the Desert Wolf series reconnaissance mechas of Poulton Company, and the Jungle Crocodile series mechas of 5 Star Company. According to my analysis, in actual mecha manufacturing, these 3 types of mechas can also be easily transformed into these 2 mechas. Compared with an entirely new design, it can significantly enhance safety performance and reduce R&D costs. The woman nodded and then asked, but in this way, don't you think there's a bit of a lack of innovation? There doesn't seem to be any brand new design in it. Sha Chong got excited. It's not like that. I've added different brand new design systems to these 2 mechas, so they're divided into different models. Oh. The woman sat down on the chair that Hiroaji had brought over and became interested. Sha Chong pointed at the first mecha in the shape of a turtle, skillfully opened the turtle shell on its back, and took out 16 tiny parts from it. Those parts were only about the size of a toothpick. But the components on them were still very delicate. Sha Chong explained, these are 16 sets of floating electromagnetic guns. They're controlled by the spiritual power of mecha knights and can launch all-around attacks in 365 degrees in midair, making it extremely difficult for the enemy to defend against. The woman said, a floating electromagnetic gun isn't that a weapon used in a zero-gravity space environment. Sha Chong said confidently, my idea is to install a new type computer, simulated neuron with extremely strong computing power newly produced by AMT Company in this mecha to multiply the knight's spiritual power and use it to drive the electromagnetic gun. In other words, this mecha is suitable for drivers with mediocre skills but extremely powerful spiritual power. Obviously, this was a combat mecha specially designed by Sha Chong for himself, because he was a genius with underdeveloped motor cells but extremely high spiritual power. This ugly mecha driven by a person with extremely high spiritual power was definitely a powerful ground-moving fortress. The woman nodded repeatedly and then pointed at the other mecha in the shape of a toad and asked, "What about this one?" Sha Chong, different from the high spiritual power model just now. This mecha is specially designed for drivers with low spiritual power and is going to adopt the lowest level electronic central neurons. Due to the insufficient computing power of the computer, its mobility and firepower are greatly reduced in a normal environment. Such a mecha would surely be doomed. What are its advantages? The woman asked with great interest. The combat mode of this mecha can be summed up in one word: endure. Although the driver has insufficient spiritual power and the mecha's performance is very mediocre, everyone in the universe is the same in terms of endurance. I've focused all the performance of this mecha on concealment and reconnaissance. The optical stealth coat can ensure long-term concealment, and there's also a large capacity energy storage device inside the mecha. In the concept, this type of mecha can serve as a long-term front, line sentry, or a hidden assassin. Moreover, the cost of maintenance and assembly is also very low. Most importantly, there's a high-energy liquid energy bomb installed inside the mecha, which can be used to fight the enemy to the death when necessary. In short, this is a low-level soldier that will fight desperately to take out the enemy's high-level mecha. Hiroaji was very touched listening beside. Obviously, Sha Chong had designed this mecha for him to drive in previous mecha designs. There had never been a mecha specially designed for drivers with mentally challenged spiritual abilities. What's more, Hiroaji was the king of useless people who couldn't even drive an agricultural harvesting mecha. The woman's eyes sparkled with interest. It was obvious that she was more interested in the latter mecha. After all, in this world, there were very few geniuses with outstanding spiritual power, but there were countless useless people with insufficient spiritual power. The woman observed for a while longer, listened carefully as Sha Chong finished explaining the entire creative concept, and then left it. As soon as the woman left the crowd, for tall bodyguards firmly protected her. The principal of Bihua College bowed and scraped beside them and said, "Miss Su Fangfei, do you think the model players in our Earth sphere are okay?" Generally speaking, the talents in the Earth sphere are outstanding in super martial arts, but they're not as good as those in the space colonies in mecha design. After all, the children there have been exposed to this stuff since childhood. This woman was the president of the world-famous Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery Manufacturing Company. Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery was especially good at producing long-range attack mechas with powerful firepower, but it was not as proficient in the design of close combat mechas as a descendant of the Chinese people. Su Fangfei admired the ancient Chinese super martial arts very much and was eager to design martial arts type mechas more suitable for warriors to drive. So she came to the Earth sphere specifically for a series of business activities. Otherwise, even if Bihua College was a top-notch educational institution on Earth, it couldn't have invited such a well-known figure in the mecha world. Recalling Sha Chong's somewhat childish explanation just now, Su Fangfei nodded unhurriedly. There's a contestant named Xiangni. His work is first class in terms of assembly, painting, etc., and he's also made some minor modifications to the model itself to make it more suitable for the driver's habits. It's obvious that he's a very good mecha knight. The principal nodded excitedly again and again. Yes, classmate Xiangni is the beloved son of Mr. Laodisa, the president of Benetton Technology Company. He's also a mecha driver with a junior knight qualification. His future is truly limitless. Oh, Su Fangfei curled her lips. Benetton Technology Company was a very influential large-scale enterprise in the interstellar world. However, they didn't produce complete mechas but specialized in providing electronic central neurons for mechas. The electronic central neuron was the brain of the mecha. Only when the electronic brain was connected to the driver's physiological brain could the knight complete complex and intense actions. Its importance was self-evident. Benetton Technology supplied products to 4 or 5 large-scale mecha manufacturers at the same time. Its connections and strength couldn't be underestimated. The president, Laodisa himself, was a man of great talent and bold vision. One could tell just by looking at his decision to give up great development opportunities in the universe and shift his focus of work to Earth. Su Fangfei knew that the other side had also realized the importance of ancient Chinese martial arts. With the progress of technology, mecha design had basically reached a bottleneck where it had stagnated. Whether it was firepower, endurance, or mobility, they had all reached the limit of human science in this situation. Only by tapping into the driver's own potential could the overall performance be elevated to a higher level. In the future universe, close combat mechas will surely rule the roost. Agile and lightweight close combat mechas can deplete the energy of long-range attack mechas with their superb evasive maneuvers and then mercilessly kill them. Therefore, whoever can thoroughly master the mysteries of ancient Chinese martial arts will be able to control the entire universe. I see what I should do now. Su Fangfei smiled. She greatly admired that innocent boy and was also extremely interested in the turtle and toad he designed. She even thought he was better than Johnny, because Johnny lacked the boy's innovative spirit and only knew to make minor changes in some insignificant parts, not daring at all to change the overall structure of the machine body. However, Su Fangfei didn't want to damage her business relationship with Benetton Technology just because of this. She decided to order her subordinates to make Johnny the final champion, with Su Fangfei's status. Of course, she wouldn't be a judge in person. The judges were her assistants she brought along, and even this was already quite a sensation for that lovely young man. It was a pity to make him second. But Su Fangfei had already made up her mind to recruit such a talent under her command to contribute to the further development of the company. Su Fangfei couldn't help but secretly rejoice that on a whim today, she had discovered a gem hidden in the gravel at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The final result of the competition finally came out as expected. Johnny's work. Tianzin won the final championship. Sha Chong came in second. But this result still surprised him very much. Hiroji beamed and said, "Sha Chong, you're so amazing." Next came the chaotic awarding ceremony, and then the amateur model enthusiasts selected from various places took the stage to consult the champion and other professional players. It was then that Xiaomei rushed over out of breath. "Xiaomei, why are you so late?" Hiroji asked in surprise. Xiaomei was on the verge of tears. "It's all because of Dad's lousy car. It broke down halfway and took ages to fix. It's so annoying." Father, he followed behind with an embarrassed look on his face. He had finally managed to get half a day off from work. "Xiaomei, don't talk like that," Hiroji said seriously. "It's not Dad's fault that the car broke down. Fortunately, you're still in time. Hurry up and go up." Xiaomei nodded. "Wow, Brother Sha Chong is also up there?" "Yes," Hiroji said happily. "None of us expected this." Xiaomei squeezed into the crowd excitedly and waved the mech model in her hand to say hello to Sha Chong. The host on the stage became energetic. Now, the little girl Xiaomei from Bihua College Affiliated Primary School is coming up. She is the youngest expert-level model maker today and is only 12 years old. Little girl Xiaomei. "This is our champion today." The host wanted to lead Xiaomei to Johnny, but Xiaomei stopped in front of Sha Chong and said with a big smile, "Brother Chong, you're so awesome." Sha Chong still looked expressionless, but he smiled at Xiaomei. "Look, I also have my own mech that took me several weeks to make it." Sha Chong took the model from Xiaomei's hand and looked at it with a smile. The two of them completely ignored Johnny, leaving him standing there looking extremely embarrassed. Johnny was furious. He came over with a straight face, took a look, and said coldly, "This mech is a 200. 1 scale free night. The original machine was produced by Zirin Mechanical Company 6 years ago, and the toy is the mainstream expert-level product of Qianai Company. However, little girl, I think at your age, you'd better not force yourself to get involved in expert-level models. Look, there are serious mistakes in the whole assembly of the machine body, and the camouflage paint here is also wrong. IT can't achieve the effect of concealment at all, that it's simply a waste of money and time." No one expected him to say such a thing. After all, Xiaomei was just a child. Being humiliated for no reason in public, she immediately burst into tears, rubbing her eyes. "Woo, I spent several weeks making it. It wasn't just randomly assembled that you're lying that you're a bad guy. Woo." Xiaomei took the model to the judges, put it on the table with teary eyes, and asked the judges hopefully, "Look, this is clearly a very good mech model, right?" The 5 judges looked at each other. They all could see that there were some problems with the splicing of this mech, and it wasn't completely the same as the real Free Knight. Of course, if it were more advanced players, they might have modified the model themselves, like Sha Chong and Johnny. But for Xiaomei at this age, modification was unthinkable. One judge coughed lightly and said very kindly, "Little girl, this model is really good." Liar. Xiaomei was very perceptive that you were just me. The judge was extremely embarrassed. He took Xiaomei's free night and comforted her. How could that be? How could it be? I really... The judge's words suddenly stopped. His body seemed to be frozen all of a sudden, and he couldn't say another word. Professor Stephen, Professor Stephen? The judge next to him noticed something was wrong and gently shook this famous mech design expert. But when this judge looked at the free knight, he also seemed to be possessed and couldn't move at all. The third and fourth judges also fell under the clutches of the free knight one after another. The four of them stood still, as if facing some kind of treasure. What on earth is wrong with you? The fifth judge asked strangely, feeling a bit nervous. After a long time, Professor Stephen managed to say with great difficulty, If I'm not mistaken, this model seems to be designed in the appearance of the free knight on the surface. But the internal transmission device, joint structure, etc., are completely different from the free knight." Another judge trembled as he turned the joints of the model and kept nodding. The range of motion of the wrist and ankle joints has increased by 65 compared to the free knight. And the number of movable joints in the whole body has increased to 4 or 5. That IT can definitely greatly improve the realism of movements, which is more beneficial for close combat. The third judge picked up the model and slid it in front of him quickly and said with difficulty, "At first glance, the camouflage paint seems to be a complete failure because it can't blend into the environment at all. But under high-speed movement, the real function of the camouflage will be revealed. This is a mech that can invisibly move at high speed. Moreover, the light of the camouflage has a certain confusing effect on the enemy's observation." The fourth judge carefully disassembled the cockpit and let out a soft exclamation. The surrounding structure of the cockpit is very delicate. The overall weight has been reduced by 11 compared to the free knight, but the anti-strike ability has been greatly improved. That it's really a genius. A genius work. Professor Stephen let out a long sigh of relief and tremblingly lit a cigarette for himself. What's more, and even more important, this machine body is completely transformed from the parts of the free knight without using a single extra part. That means, with the current capabilities of Zirin Company, as long as some simplest modifications are made to the production line, they can start manufacturing this new evolutionary version of the free knight. The words of the 5 judges were clearly heard by hundreds of model enthusiasts on the scene through the microphone, and almost everyone went crazy. My goodness, there's actually such an excellent mech model modifier in the Earth sphere. This is really an incredible big news. Several executives from headhunting companies rushed towards the stage one after another, pulling and tugging at each other. Damn it, even if I lose my life here today, I can't let this little girl get away. A salesman from Zirin Company was so excited that he was almost fainting to my goodness. As long as I get this mech model or that little girl, my future in the company will surely be smooth sailing. You know, among those 5 judges, there are high-level technicians from Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery and Benetton Technology. What such experts say can never be false. The most embarrassed person on the scene was Johnny. No one paid any attention to him. That IT was as if he was an insignificant extra. Moreover, he had just said that the little girl's model was worthless. Who would have thought that he was the one who was blind? Johnny's eyes were red as if they were bleeding. He wished he could strangle this little girl right away. However, Professor Stephen pondered. Little girl, to be honest, I don't think you have the ability to complete this work. That is there a teacher behind you giving you guidance? Xiaomei shook her head. I just assembled it myself by looking at the instructions. I didn't do any modifications at all. I really don't know what you're talking about. I just remembered, yesterday, before she could finish speaking, Xiaomei's mouth was covered by Hiroji smiled embarrassedly at the judges and said very mysteriously, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Xiaomei's elder brother, Ruaji. Actually, the thing is like this. Yesterday afternoon, our Xiaomei was playing in front of the door when suddenly a very mysterious stranger walked over from the side. This strange guest accidentally dropped and smashed the little girl's model. Then, he offered to repair the model for Xiaomei. We just let him do as he pleased. Who knows whether it was a modification or not? Ha! We have absolutely no idea." Professor Stephen nodded repeatedly. IT made sense, but he wondered when such a mech expert had appeared in Earth's sphere that he knew that recently, with the strategic shift of the Benetton Technology Company and the large-scale entry of the Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery Company. Many technicians and innovators had come to Earth. Perhaps this was one of the reclusive experts. The professor mused. What did the strange guest look like? He had a head as big as a bucket, a back like a tiger's and a waist like a bear's, a green face and ferocious fangs, and his temples were bulging. In short, he was a super expert. I've never heard of such an expert. Well, there's simply too many reclusive experts in this universe. Maybe he's another hermit? The professor glanced at It was obvious that this young boy had ordinary aptitude. The professor simply couldn't believe that he was the real modifier of the mech. The most disappointed were the recruitment agents below. They had lost a chance to get a high bonus. However, this was also expected. Mech modifiers of that caliber either had their own private modification studios or were the technical backbones of major companies. It was not so easy to poach them. The happiest were the reporters from various tabloids that a mysterious strange guest had created a shocking mech modification work through a primary school girl, leaving the senior engineers of the two big companies stunned. Oh my god, what great news material. The most nervous was Hiroaji. Fortunately, Xiaomei didn't tell the real situation. Otherwise, he would surely have become the focus of the mech industry in Earth's sphere. Maybe in a couple of days, his details would have been dug out clearly. Keep a low profile. Must keep a low profile. Hiroaji's face was covered with cold sweat. How could his life have become so full of thrills and excitement in just one day? Was he destined to have nothing to do with a low-key life? In a wilderness with complex terrain, for mechs were engaged in a fierce fight. The mech driven by Johnny had distinct edges and strong mobility. The 18 micro engines whirled up the dust on the ground, filling the air with an air of dominance. This was the heavenly lord he had made in the model competition. It was no longer a model over half a meter tall, but a 10-meter, high-powerful mech. His opponents were 3 mech knights from the company, also his loyal subordinates. This was the private training ground of the Benetton Technology Company. This also showed the financial strength of the Benetton Company. Training with mechs over 10 meters tall required a very large area. It would be okay on a cosmic planet, but on Earth where land was extremely precious, it was an extremely luxurious requirement. Most people learned to drive mechs through the computer network in the virtual space. Some people didn't even get to drive a real mech until the night assessment. Bang, 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 bang. Johnny moved as fast as lightning. His lightsaber flashed among the many enemies and soon cut off the power transmission devices of all the opponent's mechs. The huge armed mechs instantly became a pile of scrap iron. Johnny's face was ashen as he slid down from the cockpit along the landing rope. He took the towel handed by the servant and wiped the sweat from his face, then walked angrily towards Yue. Yue served him carefully. Johnny gave her a sideways glance. I'm in a really bad mood today. Yue was extremely frightened. Johnny had always been gentle and polite in front of her. Why did he seem like a different person today, like a terrifying demon? Johnny held up a finger. I've never been so insulted. And by a hick from Earth do you know that? Why do you say so? Johnny, Yue felt her heart was about to break. She didn't expect Johnny to be like others, looking down on Earthlings, regarding them as bumpkins without ambition and knowledge. Humph, who on earth is this Hiroaji? In terms of family background, ability, and appearance, what does he have to compare with me? How dare he do this to me in front of so many people? Good. Very good. Want to fight with me? What right does he have to fight with me? Johnny roared. Yue was like a small sapling in a storm, swaying helplessly. What are you talking about, Johnny? Hiroaji didn't do anything wrong. Please don't make things difficult for him. Just for my sake. Yue knew that with Johnny's strength, crushing Hiroaji would be as easy as crushing an ant. Johnny narrowed his eyes, grabbed Yue's hair, and said viciously, What right do you? This bitch have to order me? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, you're just a plaything in my hands, Johnny the young master. How ridiculous that you think I'll spend my life with a village girl like you from Earth. Bitch, let me tell you, you'd better serve me well. If I'm in a good mood, there might be some benefits for you. Otherwise, as for that Hiroaji, Johnny said with a gloomy face, I'll teach him a lesson. Just wait, brute. Far away, Hiroaji had no idea that trouble was coming. He hid in his study. The lights were off, and the brightness of the computer was adjusted to the lowest. The whole room seemed to be shrouded in a ghostly mist. Even if someone stood in the room, it would be difficult to find Hiroaji in the dark and desolate realm. Hiroaji had developed the habits of a skeleton soldier, but he liked the dark, quiet, and lonely environment. Only in the darkness could he slowly explore the power within his heart. Hiroaji concentrated and drew the emblem of the light church. Then he scanned the pattern into the computer and used data, search technology, to find matching results. Soon, he found the companies controlled by the light church, as expected, among the top 100 large enterprises in the universe. The forces directly controlled by the light church accounted for more than one-fifth. Moreover, there were also those enterprises they secretly manipulated. Generally speaking, among the 982 inhabited planets in the universe, these companies occupied at least more than 150 planets. Most of these planets were newly developed resource planets. They might not be as strong as administrative planets in terms of population and economic power, but they were rich in industrial resources, and many heavy industry enterprises were concentrated there. Some planets could even achieve a one-stop process of resource extraction, refining, component manufacturing, and mech assembly. That is to say, after thousands of years, the control of the light church hadn't decreased at all. What he was going to confront was the whole world. There was no change in Hiroaji's face because a skeleton soldier never panicked. His hands tapped nimbly on the keyboard, making a clear and pleasant sound. There are three ways Hiroaji's mind raced. First, find a way to prevent the light church from knowing about my existence and that of the Dark Queen, and just live a peaceful life forever. But then, the undead race would perish after me, and no one would ever know the honor and pride of those dead warriors. The second way is to desperately build my own power until I can rival the light church. But the problem is, in the cosmic era, how much effect can the undead magic and the black nether bone art really have? Even if I can summon hundreds of skeleton soldiers and lead an army to charge at the enemy, it probably won't be as powerful as the attack of an armed mech. The third way is to stir up internal strife in the light church and let them fight among themselves so that they have no time to care about the Dark Queen. But how easy is that? Hiroaji closed his eyes and pondered painfully. This time, there was a knock on the door. Hiroaji sprang up from the chair like a bat. First, he closed the computer web page, then turned on the ceiling light, and finally opened the door. Brother Hisaume stood at the door smiling. Little sister, what's up? Dinner is ready. You can come and eat. Okay, I'll come right away. Hiroaji gave a faint smile. Brother, Hisaume suddenly leaned in with a serious look. Brother, you seemed very strange these days. It's like you become a completely different person. Xiaomei said worriedly that I was reading a comic book yesterday and saw that there are some alien monsters that can eat people and then take on their appearance and live in their homes. Brother, you're not such an alien, are you? What kind of books has little sister been reading lately? Hiroaji was extremely distressed. Look, Xiaomei exclaimed. When you hear such words, there's not the slightest change in your expression. You're like a robot. It really feels so strange. Well, Hiroaji himself was helpless. Just imagine, if anyone lived with a group of skeletons for over a decade, they'd probably become as calm as if Mount Tai were collapsing in front of them without batting an eyelid. Moreover, Hiroaji had received the so-called Lich Noble education. Thus, he had this dead, expressionless face. Just like a zombie in the Dark Knight, Hiroaji touched his face and forced a smile at his younger sister. However, Hisaume nodded and said to herself, I still prefer my current elder brother. At least, my elder brother now has great skills. He can even repair broken models, and he seems so reliable that it's much better than before. Hiroaji never expected that his past self was so unpopular. He smiled bitterly and asked, Sis, you didn't tell anyone about me repairing the model, did you? Of course not, we pinky promised, but why can't I tell anyone? Elder brother? Well, anyway, it's definitely right to listen to your elder brother. Be a good girl, and after I finish work, I'll buy you a bigger and better model. Long live elder brother. After dinner, Hiroaji wrapped himself up tightly and put on a pair of big sunglasses before strolling onto the street. For him, sunlight was the most thing, and moonlight was almost the same. The best scenario was a dark night with no stars at all, which would be the battlefield for skeleton soldiers to gallop freely. Actually, Hiroaji wasn't just wandering aimlessly. He was planning to look for one or two suitable corpses to see if he could turn them into skeleton warriors. Alas, although he knew that using these skeleton warriors to fight against armed mechas had absolutely no chance of winning. At least he worked so hard to learn this skill that he should make something for self-defense. Even if he couldn't fight against mechas, it'd be good to catch a gangster or something. Hiroaji wandered around and then took a taxi. The taxi driver flatly refused to go to the cemetery when he heard it was so late. Under the circumstances, Hiroaji had no choice but to use a little hypnosis. Hypnosis, if it failed on someone with a strong will, would cause serious harm to the caster. Unfortunately, in this era, people worked hard to cultivate their mental strength, and everyone had a firm mind and was impervious to influence. Hiroaji, who was an idiot in terms of mental strength, didn't dare to casually compete with others in mental strength. Fortunately, the driver was a fool. He grunted twice and then stepped on the accelerator. Finally, he arrived at the cemetery, but the result was very disappointing. Due to the shortage of land, more than half of the deceased were cremated and had turned into ashes. How could he summon them into skeleton soldiers? Among the remaining half, most of them died of old age at a ripe old age, with their descendants around them and their families thriving. They had no resentment at all. Bones without resentment were like firewood. Even the most outstanding necromancers couldn't summon them to be reborn. There were also many young people who died in car accidents in an instant. They didn't even know what had happened and had no room for resentment. Finally, he found a guy, a serious criminal, the mastermind of 13 consecutive cases of robbery, murder, and rape. He was just executed, and his bones were well preserved. Hiroaji thought again and decided not to summon this guy. Once such a low-class guy was summoned, his pre-death resentment couldn't be vented, and he would definitely kill again. There was no wall that could keep a secret. Once there was an incident of a skeleton monster killing people. Not to mention the police, the Holy Church would soon come to his doorstep and trace back to find him. Such a dangerous thing couldn't be done. Moreover, just one skeleton soldier wouldn't play a decisive role. Ikuji sighed. As he had imagined, it was really too difficult to find bones full of resentment in modern society. Large-scale skeleton soldiers could only be found on the battlefield. But where was the battlefield? The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. There was no one around, and the cold wind was blowing. That if the cemetery keeper came out at this moment, he might mistake Hiroaji for a living skeleton that had just crawled out of the coffin. Hiroaji smiled bitterly a few times, casually absorbed some of the undead chi from the deceased, and then left the cemetery. It was still early. Hiroaji didn't want to go home so early. During these days, he had slept enough during the day and was extremely awake at night. After thinking about it, Hiroaji went to the garbage dump on the outskirts. This dump mainly discarded metal products, including all kinds of mechanical products such as scrap cars. Under the night, the scrap cars were piled up like a mountain, coldly looking at the earth like a black behemoth. Hiroaji often came here before. Since he was studying mechanical maintenance at school, he needed some practical operation opportunities. He was also familiar with Old Man Zhang, who guarded the place. Usually, the old man let him freely pick the discarded parts he liked, and in return, Hiroaji would repair things like television for the old man for free. Grandpa Zhang. Old Man Zhang was already asleep. He said in surprise, "Xiaoji, why are you coming so late today?" "Well, I'll just go in and take a look. Go ahead. Be careful and stay safe." Old Man Zhang muttered and lay down. Hiroaji nodded, tiptoed through the gate, and walked along the path into the garbage dump. Because the waste was piled up like mountains, the structure was very unstable. Several times, Hiroaji almost got buried alive by the collapsing garbage mountains. But now, of course, there was no such problem. Hiroaji stood upright on the top of the highest garbage mountain, looking around at the silent wasteland and taking a deep breath. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable power. Just like when facing the city of bones in the dark and desolate realm, it seemed that countless unwilling souls were roaring, gasping, struggling, and howling. What on earth was going on? Hiroaji closed his eyes, slowly released the dark elements in his body, and quietly sensed the aura from all directions. That he was sure that this was a power very similar to the undead chi, but there were also some subtle differences. Strangely enough, there were no large numbers of corpses around. Only thousands of corpses could emit such a strong sense of resentment. Hiroaji thought of a possibility and couldn't help shivering. He knelt on one knee on the ground and carefully felt the metal garbage under his feet with one hand. A strong sense immediately came from his palm and resonated with the dark power in his mind. Yes, the powerful resentment didn't come from human corpses. Instead, it came from the corpses of these cars. Motorcycles, televisions, and computers, those metal garbage. These metal products were still living machines not long ago. They had delicate and perfect gears, circuits, and bearings, and could achieve extremely high speeds and display vivid images. How much joy people had found from them, and how much emotion they had invested in these mechanical bodies. These emotions gradually settled down and became the life of the mechanical bodies themselves. After being abandoned by humans, these poor machines could only wait silently, crying with voices that humans couldn't hear. Their upcoming fate was to enter a blazing steel furnace and be remelted into red-hot steel water, completely ending their existence. This was the fate of the mechanical bodies. Hiroji fully heard the pleas of numerous scrap machines and their resentment. The powerful resentment mixed together and turned into an extremely strong magnetic field. An idea came to Hiroji's mind. Maybe he could use metal products to replace human bones and create a new generation of metal skeleton soldiers. This idea instantly excited Hiroji. In the cosmic era, mechanical bodies often stood at the forefront of the war and received the most intense attacks. The resentment in metal bodies must be stronger than that in humans. For example, a soldier in a battleship might never have seen what the enemy looked like in his lifetime, and his usual job was just to press buttons. Even if such a soldier died in battle, he couldn't turn into a very fierce skeleton soldier. However, mechanical bodies were different as long as the summoning was successful. Just in terms of sturdiness, they were several levels better than bone skeleton soldiers. Without hesitation, Hiroji took a few deep breaths in silence, then meditated on the summoning spell contained in the magic words in his mind and began to gather the resentment from all directions. A wonderful thing happened. Suddenly, clusters of purple light mists rose from the scrapped cars all around, looking like fireflies. Under the incantations chanted by Hiroji, these fireflies all whirled around his body as more and more of them gathered. They gradually merged into huge light clusters, and finally there was only one left. That Hiroji sighed, that he knew that these scrapped vehicles were not war machines. In human terms, they were like pious believers in law, abiding citizens. So they naturally didn't contain much resentment. The more resentment there was, the stronger the summoned skeletal soldiers would be. However, Hiroji had never summoned mechanical skeletal soldiers before, so he had no idea what he would conjure up. Hiroji waved his hand, and the purple light cluster flew out like lightning, searching for the most suitable body to inhabit among the numerous scrap machines in the junkyard. Hiroji let out a soft cry and quickly followed behind. The purple light finally landed between two piles of garbage. Like a huge magnet, it sucked up all the tiny parts on the ground. In the dimness, it seemed that an invisible pair of hands combined these parts, gradually forming the shape of hands, feet, and a head. Hiroji quietly followed behind. At this moment, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He saw that the mechanical skeletal soldier completely absorbed the purple light into its body. The light disappeared in an instant, but there were still two flickering flames in its small eyes. That it was actually in the shape of a mechanical crocodile. Hiroji was extremely annoyed. He knew that there wasn't enough resentment here, but he didn't expect to summon such a useless thing. Originally, Hiroji had thought that if he had the chance in the future to obtain some discarded armed mechas, he could create an undead mecha army to the Bright Church. Now it seemed that to summon such a large-scale undead mecha army, how much resentment would be needed? The metal crocodile nimbly crawled towards its master, climbed up Hiroji's trouser leg, and finally reached his shoulder. The little crocodile hissed, looking very docile. Hiroji sighed and said, "Forget it. After all, this is the first time I've used the mechanical skeletal soldier summoning spell. Having such a little guy is not bad. I think from now on, you'll be called Abu, okay?" Abu, having received its master's name, happily turned over on its back and waved its limbs. Fortunately, it was small. Otherwise, Hiroji wouldn't know where to put it. He just didn't know what this thing ate. The real skeletal soldiers survived by absorbing the resentment of corpses or the living as for Abu. Just as Hiroji was about to ask, he saw the little metal crocodile crawl onto the ground on its own, pick up a screw, throw it into its mouth, and chew it greedily. Hiroji was stunned. "You actually eat metal directly?" "Hiroji, I've taken care of everything for you. From now on, it depends on your own efforts." In the bustling downtown area, in front of a dozen-story office building, Sha-Chong seriously said to Hiroji. This was the new office of the Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery Company on Earth. Because of his excellent performance in the previous 2 days, Sha-Chong had been officially hired as a junior researcher by the Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery. Although his position was not high, his future prospects were definitely bright. Moreover, he was a staff member personally selected by the president, Su Fengfei. Naturally, there were already people in the company trying to curry favor with him. Sha Chong was not good at networking and didn't have any excessive demands that he just saw that his best friend Hiroji seemed to have a hard time finding a suitable job. So he specially arranged it through channels to give Hiroji a chance for an interview. Don't underestimate this interview opportunity. You should know that large and wealthy enterprises like the Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery have countless outstanding talents eager to join the company every year. These people usually have to go through extremely strict online registrations, followed by 3 written test processes. Maybe only 2 out of 100 applicants have a chance to participate in the interview. Hiroji was spared this trouble and could directly face the final test. For Sha Chong, this was also the maximum he could do. After all, he was just a new junior staff member in the company. Hiroji nodded and walked into the company lobby. The Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery was truly imposing. Not only was the office building luxuriously decorated, but the employees coming and going were all dressed in suits. Looking shrewd and capable, they were all the cream of the crop that Hiroji's mind raced. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to be an ordinary mecha maintenance worker. However, under normal circumstances, he was just a second-rate college student who had repaired agricultural mechas. He simply didn't have the qualifications. If he rashly showed his skills, those with discerning eyes would surely notice. Which would be even worse, as it seemed that he could only let down Sha Chong's good intentions. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Hiroji?" A receptionist stood in front of him with a beaming smile. Curiously looking at Hiroji smiled faintly. "Hello, I'm here for the interview." The receptionist nodded and led the way, guiding Hiroji into a special room. There was a large electronic machine in the room, and there was something like a helmet in front of it, which seemed to be a computer virtual helmet system. "Sorry, Mr. Hiroji," the young lady said somewhat apologetically. "The chief examiner, Mr. Lanchun, is a bit busy at the moment. So please take some tests on this testing machine by yourself. Later, Mr. Lanchun will carefully analyze your test results. I'm really sorry." The receptionist left, and Hiroji was left alone in the room. He understood that IT was the time when the company was recruiting a large number of graduates. Maybe the chief examiner was dealing with those applicants who had come through the normal channels. As for himself, who had got in through the back door, this arrangement would make it convenient to manipulate things in the future. Anyway, the position Sha Chong had chosen for him was just the lowest level maintenance assistant. As long as he was barely passable in all aspects, the company wouldn't have any objections. Thinking of this, Hiroji put on the virtual helmet and entered the virtual world. The bright light slowly scanned his brain and body. A sweet-sounding female, synthetic voice rang in his ear. "Subject number 1, get ready. Body scan starts. Mental power scan starts. Subject number 1, physical strength value is 61. Mental power strength is 37. Comprehensive judgment, grade E, completely unqualified." That Hiroji blushed slightly. In the current world, the main indicators to judge a person's value were no longer IQ or EQ, but physical strength value and mental power. Only a strong body could withstand the super gravity during cosmic mecha battles. Only tough mental power could better combine with the mecha's electronic neurons. The limit of these two values was 200, and the data of ordinary adults fluctuated around 100. Generally speaking, men had relatively higher physical strength values, while women's mental power was slightly higher. The lowest range for normal people was 60, that is to say, Hiroji's physical strength barely reached the normal range, and his mental power was an utter failure. Such low mental power strength meant that he could never pilot a cosmic mecha or a large-scale spaceship. Because mechas connected the human brain with electronic neurons to perform complex calculations in mecha maintenance, special maintenance mechas were often used, which required a rather high level of mental power. This was the reason why Hiroji couldn't choose high-level maintenance and could only choose agricultural mecha maintenance. The computer system also seemed to be surprised that such a useless person would come for the test. After the program ran for a while, a smoky wilderness gradually emerged in front of Hiroji. There were 10 dilapidated mecha wrecks in front, and there was also a small mountain-like pile of old parts beside them. There were bomb craters everywhere, and there were countless mechas flying in the sky, attacking each other and emitting colorful glows. Subject number 1, your first test is to repair these mechas in the shortest possible time. What? Hiroji's eyes almost popped out. Isn't this a battlefield? Oh my God, Do big companies even have to put a candidate for an agricultural mecha maintenance worker through such a harsh test? The computer said in a monotonous voice, Subject number 1. This assessment mainly tests your ability to adapt to complex environments. The full score is 100, and the maximum time is 12 hours. If you haven't completed it after 12 hours, you will be judged as failed. Please do your best. Ability to adapt to complex environments? Hiroaji cursed under his breath. His future job would at most be to repair lawn mowers on some desolate agricultural planets. What kind of adaptability did he need? These big companies were really troublesome. However, although he hadn't made up his mind to pass the test, he should at least save Sha Chong's face, that he couldn't let people say that the person introduced by Sha Chong was an ignorant fool who couldn't even pass the first test. Hiroaji decided to pass the previous tests first and then fail the last one accidentally. In this way, he could save Sha Chong's face without being too conspicuous. Hiroaji took a deep breath and rushed quickly towards those huge mechas. Lasers and bombs exploded beside him. The ground was shaking ceaselessly like an earthquake. The air was filled with rolling heat waves. Shock waves attacked Hiroaji again and again. Sandstorms filled all the mechanical interiors with gravel. There were no blueprints, no repair assistance, no suitable tools, no computer systems, and spare parts had to be searched for in the nearby mountain. Like piles of discarded parts, Hiroaji was in trouble when facing the first mecha. It wasn't any kind of agricultural mecha. He knew that IT was an out-and-out high firepower heavy-armed mecha. Alas, as expected of a top-notch interstellar company. Not to mention that he intended to hold back his skills. Even if he wholeheartedly wanted to pass the exam, it might not be that easy. Hiroaji stopped thinking further and carefully observed the structure of the damaged part of the mecha. Well, there was a small problem with the power transmission system. IT was in a complete mess inside. If he repaired it according to the original structure, it might take quite a long time. Hiroaji suddenly remembered the skeletal soldiers in the dark abyss. If he regarded a mecha as a skeletal soldier, many body structures were universal. Why follow the original structure? Could he succeed if he repaired the mecha according to the structure of the human skeleton? Yes, that's it. Hiroaji excitedly jumped off the mecha and rummaged through the nearby pile of parts. Finally, he found the parts he needed. He never thought that those parts were so huge that he couldn't lift them. Nor did he think that there was a repair mecha there for his use. Anyway, he didn't know how to use the repair mecha, so he simply relied on his tough bones to directly lift the huge screws and metal frames and ran towards the damaged mecha. If someone saw this scene on the outside monitor, their jaw would surely drop to the ground. You know, in this kind of virtual environment for assessment, all the physical qualities of the test takers were exactly the same as in the real world. That is to say, someone who could lift an object weighing more than 800 pounds here could do the same thing in the real world. However, even a super warrior with a physical fitness value above 150 might not be able to do what Hiroaji was doing now. This was because no one knew that Hiroaji's bones had been strengthened by the black netherbone technique and were now harder than diamond. 1 mecha, 2 mechas, 3 mechas, in less than 4 hours. Hiroaji had repaired 6 mechas. That Hiroaji didn't know that these mechas were the most combat-capable and complex armed mechas in the universe, that he just increasingly sighed that the strength of Black Phoenix heavy machinery was really powerful. Maybe even the junior staff who served tea and water had the strength of a senior mecha repairman. Outside, only 5 minutes had passed. According to different algorithms, the virtual system had 2 time settings. One was the commonly used normal mode, where 1 hour in the virtual world was equivalent to half an hour outside. The other was the super long mode, where 1 hour in the virtual world was equal to 2 minutes outside. But this required very powerful computer technology, and the maximum duration could not exceed 24 hours in the virtual world. People who had used this mode could not use it again within half a year. Otherwise, their brain nerves would be severely damaged. Mr. Lon Shun of Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery was very anxious. Why hadn't Professor Puston arrived yet? Professor Puston was a legendary mecha creator in the universe. In the early years, he had designed countless classic mecha models. Since he became the president of Mingguang Industrial University in the Mingguang Galaxy, his research direction had shifted to mecha modification. The mechas modified by him often could more than twice the combat ability of the original ones. So, Professor Puston was also called the man with the magic touch that turns stones into gold. All the mecha repairmen in the universe regarded Professor Puston as an example, using his strength to prove that repairmen were not inferior to creators. Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery had almost exhausted all its financial resources and personal connections to hire Puston as the group's chief engineer, and the cost was astonishing. If it weren't for the purpose of combining the ancient martial arts of Earth to develop new mechas more suitable for the super martial fighting skills, Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery wouldn't have paid such a price. Manager Lan Shun whispered to a junior clerk, "Since a well-known figure like Professor Puston is coming to our company, there's no need to arrange an assessment, right? Isn't it a bit disrespectful to him?" "What do you know?" Lan Shun glared. "Professor Puston is such an upright person, since he has accepted such a high salary. He naturally has to show some strength in front of everyone to prove that he's not just a show off, that it'll be more convenient for him to work in the future." But the junior clerk said, "Isn't the test arranged for the professor a bit too harsh? I can't believe that there's a repairman in the universe who can complete such a test to be quiet. This is an assessment personally approved by the professor. The professor's strength can't be measured by human cognition." Yes. While they were talking, Hiroaji in the virtual world had already repaired 9 mechas. At this moment, an unexpected change occurred. The sky suddenly darkened as the sunlight was blocked by a large number of warships. Countless armed mechas flew out of the huge warships like swarms of locusts. Some were fighting in the air, and most of them landed on the ground and charged towards Ivish and away. Not to mention Hiroaji alone, even if it were Muni leading tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers. It might not be enough for these mechas to make a meal. The ground shook violently, and Hiroaji accidentally fell off the mecha he was repairing. Fortunately, he was agile. He propped his right hand on the ground and rolled. So he wasn't injured. With a loud boom, a high-energy bomb exploded in front of him, and Hiroaji quickly shrank his body and head into the soil as much as possible, feeling as if the overwhelming dust was pouring on him, trying to bury him alive. When the smoke cleared and he looked up, the 9 repaired mechas were smashed to pieces again. This time, it was even worse. He couldn't even find the spare parts that a large number of armed mechas also rushed out from behind Hiroaji and attacked the enemy camp. The two sides quickly intertwined and started close combat. Hiroaji sat expressionlessly in front of a scrapped mecha, deep in thought. There was not a trace of regret in his heart, because according to the creed of the skeletal soldiers, regret was the most useless thing in the world. There were only things that should be done and things that shouldn't be done. One just had to do them as for whether one could succeed. That wasn't a question for a skeletal soldier to think about. A flash of inspiration came to Hiroaji's mind, and he rushed into the battlefield like a madman in the arena of huge steel warriors. Not to mention ordinary people, even battle-hardened elite soldiers might be so frightened that they would tremble and not dare to move. But how could Hiroaji be compared with ordinary people? The years in the dark abyss had already tempered his character into something as hard as steel. Even if someone was disemboweled right in front of him, he wouldn't even frown. Mechas kept falling on the battlefield, making a huge noise that almost overwhelmed Hiroaji. But Hiroaji didn't even blink. His eyes greedily stared at these newly damaged mechas and the parts inside them. When a mecha fell, Hiroaji desperately waved the huge wrench that only a repair mecha could usually wield and rushed forward. Test, taker number 1, you have officially completed the first test. The average intact rate of the 10 mechas has reached 79, and they can move normally. That a melodious female voice came to Hiroaji lay exhausted in the rough gravel. The sun in the virtual world had set, which suited Hiroaji's taste. He secretly thought, "I thought the intact rate should be above 95 at least." Armed mechas were really very delicate. Many of their structures and mechanical devices were very complex and could never be compared with toy. Like agricultural mechas, Hiroaji seemed to be addicted. Thinking that there wouldn't be such fun things to pass the time in the future was like making an F1 racing champion only be able to touch bumper cars for a lifetime. It simply couldn't satisfy his appetite. In the future, if there's an opportunity, he must obtain some design diagrams of armed mech for in-depth study, aiming to improve the intact rate. Hiroaji secretly made up his mind. Little did he know that if others saw that he could repair 10 mechs within 12 hours without ever having seen any design diagrams of armed mechs, or even touched the rust of an armed mech before, and this was done on the perilous battle front, it was simply beyond human capabilities. Well, even skeletons probably couldn't achieve such an exaggerated feat now. Let's proceed to the second assessment. The gentle female voice rang out again. The scene before him transformed from the war-torn wasteland into a spacious dojo. The subsequent martial arts test mainly assesses the taker's cultivation level in super martial arts. 100 martial artists from various schools will launch attacks on the test taker. The taker must knock down as many enemies as possible within 2 hours, as soon as the voice faded. 2 holes appeared in the floor around Hiroaji, and then 2 burly and muscular men rose up, howling as they charged towards him. Hiroaji was utterly speechless, even if the previous mech repair had some relation to his future work. What on earth was this martial arts test? He wasn't here to apply for the position of security captain. Damn it. With a poker face, Hiroaji stretched out his hands and hopped like a zombie, barely dodging the cross attacks of the 2 men. Then, with a single chop of his hand, he took them both down, having a profound knowledge of the human skeleton, although his strength was not great. He concentrated all his force on the gaps between the cervical vertebrae. With 2 cracking sounds, their necks snapped. The bodies immediately turned into green data streams and drifted away with the wind. 4 more holes appeared on the ground, and 4 more burly men emerged at the entrance of the Black Phoenix Group building. The senior officials of the group were still anxiously waiting. Manager, the chatty clerk, rambled on. Even if Professor Puston can pass the first test, why is there still a martial arts test? And they went through so much trouble to collect the combat data of 100 real martial artists on Earth and turn it into virtual data. It's so cumbersome. Lon Shun sneered at you think Professor Puston is just an ordinary, weak-looking scholar? Let me tell you, Professor Puston is a 7th Dan expert rated by the Super Martial Arts Association. What? In the development of super martial arts, martial artists across the stars integrated various martial arts schools and founded the Super Martial Arts Association, which is mainly responsible for grading martial artists. Professional martial artists are divided into 9 Dan levels. The 7th Dan expert is a combat specialist who can hardly find an opponent on an entire planet. Lanshin said, Professor Puston's ability in mech modification is indeed remarkable. However, in this aspect, if we hire several more engineers and equip them with high-end computers, we might not be unable to replace his capabilities. The reason why the company is willing to pay a high price to hire the professor is that he is a rare talent with both literary and martial skills. He has profound attainments in both mech modification and super martial arts. Only such a person can design mechs truly suitable for the display of super martial arts. Yes, Lanshin continued, as you know. Martial artists on Earth often have parochial views. They still cling to their ancient martial arts. Some of them don't even want to recognize the name of super martial arts, let alone integrate martial arts with mechs. Professor Puston intends to have virtual battles with these masters in the computer and make friends through martial arts. Then, he'll take the battle videos to show to the martial artists and communicate with the ancient martial artists as a fellow martial artist. It'll be much more convenient, I see. The junior clerk nodded and sighed. However, even Professor Puston might find it difficult to withstand the wheel battles of 100 experts. Well, Lanshin nodded, after watching the actual combat videos of those martial artists. The professor estimated that he could probably hold out against about 50-odd martial artists. Any more than that, and he would surely be defeated, but we don't really need to determine a winner. We just need to show that the super martial arts in the universe are no less powerful than the ancient martial arts on Earth that I understand, manager. Look, is that Professor Puston's motorcade by the time Professor Puston arrived? Hiroaji had already taken down 61 martial artists. The battle had long reached a hot stage. The opponents were all armed with various weapons, such as swords, spears, and halberds, and Hiroaji also held a sharp blade in his hand. He was covered in blood, looking like a blood-soaked man. The meridians in his hands and feet were pierced, and there were several holes in his internal organs. However, for Hiroaji, as long as his bones were intact, he could still give his all, but as the blood flowed out, the figures in front of him gradually became blurred. Kill! Hiroaji growled. He quickly turned around and slashed 2 enemies who were sneaking up from behind. Then he kicked the heart of a man in front of him. Finally, he couldn't hold on anymore and was stabbed into a honeycomb by 7 or 8 enemies using long-range weapons from afar. Hiroaji's eyes dimmed instantly. The gentle female voice rang out again. Test, taker number 1, within 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 38 seconds, killed 69 enemies and wounded 7. Hiroaji frowned. The skeleton martial arts always aimed for a one-hit kill, and there was no concept of wounding an enemy. IT seemed that his black netherbone technique was not well cultivated, or he lost his aim due to his serious injuries. However, such a result should be good enough, right? Even if Hiroaji was naive, he couldn't believe that he wouldn't be able to get a job as a junior agricultural machinery maintenance assistant with this performance. Well, all he needed to do next was to deliberately fail the last test. Hiroaji knew that such assessments usually consisted of 3 items. Unexpectedly, after the dojo in front of him disappeared, the main office building of Black Phoenix Machinery appeared, along with the logo of Black Phoenix Machinery, a soaring Black Phoenix. There was enthusiastic applause all around. The female voice transformed into that of Su Fengfei, the head of Black Phoenix Technology. With a beaming smile, she said to Hiroaji, "Professor Puston, congratulations on officially becoming the chief engineer and the deputy minister of the design department of Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery Company. Limited, the Black Phoenix Group welcomes your arrival." This was all designed out, of course. Su Fengfei herself was supposed to come to greet Professor Puston, but she had a business meeting with the president of Benetton Technology today, so she was a bit late. Hiroaji's mouth slowly opened wide. Chief engineer, deputy minister of the design department. As a mechanical maintenance worker, Hiroaji certainly knew what this meant in the past. Hiroaji's dream was to become the chief engineer of a large mechanical repair factory. For example, the chief engineer of the second tractor repair station in Hamilton, or the deputy minister of the design department of the school-run agricultural machinery factory in Xiangyang Village. Such positions would have been enough for Hiroaji to strive for his whole life back then. As for the chief engineer and the head of the design department of the Black Phoenix Group, Hiroaji had never even dreamed of it. There must be something wrong here. Cold sweat broke out on Hiroaji's forehead, and he couldn't even remember when he had exited the virtual world. Oh no. Soon, someone would come to this room. Presumably, this was prepared for that Professor Puston, not for the exam of a junior mech maintenance assistant. That damned woman had brought him to the wrong place. Hiroaji felt like crying, but had no tears. Hiroaji, of course, knew how much strength was required to be a chief engineer and a chief designer. But how was he going to explain how he had such abilities later? He couldn't just say that he had a strange dream a few nights ago, spent more than a decade in a place called Yuanjuiyu, and then learned advanced mech maintenance skills from repairing skeletons. Could he? Well, although the Black Phoenix Group was not under the influence of the Bright Church, Hiroaji believed that this matter couldn't be hidden for long. What awaited him then would not be the throne of the chief engineer, but the guns of the Bright Church. He must destroy the evidence. There was a faint red glow in Hiroaji's eyes. He squatted down in front of the virtual system and began to carefully examine this sophisticated instrument. "Professor Puston is here. Professor Puston is here." Outside the Black Phoenix Group building, there was the sound of drums and music that a group of senior managers bowed and smiled obsequiously. An extended limousine came to a smooth stop in front of them. A tall, middle-aged man with a cold gaze stepped out of the car steadily. Strangely enough, although he was a Westerner with blonde hair and blue eyes, he was wearing a dark red tang suit. It seemed, just as a rumor had it, that Professor Preston was an ardent enthusiast of Eastern culture. That was why he practiced the super martial arts evolved from Eastern martial arts. Lan Shun, the HR manager of the Black Phoenix Group, bounded up like a rabbit. "Professor Preston, welcome to Earth and to our Black Phoenix Group." Professor Preston was an extremely amiable person. He nodded and smiled. "Hello. From now on, we'll be colleagues. I'm Lan Shun from the HR department. Your esteemed presence has instantly elevated the scientific research strength of our Black Phoenix Group several times over. We're truly grateful." Preston gave a dashing smile. "I'm just very interested in Earth's ancient martial arts. In the future, I'll still need to rely on the company's scientific research strength to develop martial combat mechas that are more suitable for the display of super martial arts. There's no need to talk about gratitude." Yes. Did Professor Preston rest well at the hotel? The professor nodded, took off his silk gloves, revealing his precious hands reputed to be able to turn stones into gold. "Where's the virtual machine? I heard you've prepared the data of 100 Earth martial artists. It's truly an honor for a martial artist to be able to compete with these great masters." This way, please. Lan Shun said in a flurry. A large group of people crowded around, led by the receptionist to a room on the 3rd floor. "Please come in, Professor Preston." The receptionist smiled and politely opened the door. Lan Shun and Professor Preston walked into the room, but when they saw the words posted on the wall, they were both stunned. Examination venue for junior agricultural machinery maintenance assistants. This, Lan Shun was furious. What's going on? The smile on the receptionist's face was gone, replaced by a panicked look. She stammered. It seems there's been a mistake. The professor's venue should be on the fourth floor. Professor Preston smiled kindly. Tea doesn't matter. We'll just climb one more flight of stairs. Don't be nervous. We'll be colleagues from now on, and we'll see each other every day. The receptionist still looked dejected. But just now, I seem to have taken a job applicant who came for the junior machinery maintenance exam to the fourth floor. Just then, a dull sound came from the ceiling that everyone's faces changed. When they rushed to the fourth floor, they saw the exam room door wide opened up. A silly-looking young man was hugging his foot and shouting loudly, "What's going on? Who are you?" Lan Shun roared angrily. My name is Hiroaji. Hiroaji said, his face contorted in pain. Just now, a beautiful lady brought me here for the junior machinery maintenance exam. But after I put on the virtual helmet, no matter what I did, the picture wouldn't come up. I couldn't find anyone, so I had to try it myself. I gave the machine a gentle kick, and who knew it would turn out like this? Lan Shun was almost fainting with anger, but he barely managed to walk into the room and saw that there was a large dent in the originally intact virtual electronic device, obviously for being kicked. At the same time, thick black smoke was billowing from inside the machine that a technician quickly stepped forward to check it. After a while, he shrugged helplessly. The equipment for storing information is completely damaged. It'll probably take 2 days to restore the initial data, but the applicant's exam information should have been completely lost. That I don't care about that damned information. Lan Shun cursed, pointing at Hiroaji's nose. He said, where did you come from, you idiot? Do you know what you've done? You bastard scoundrel scum. Hick, ape barbarian orc? God, you've offended the greatest machinery maintenance master in the universe. I definitely don't want to see your disgusting face again. Get out quickly, but Hiroaji really didn't expect things to turn out like this. He hoped it wouldn't affect Sha Chang's future work. Lan Shun trembled all over. You still want to join our Black Phoenix group? Idiot. Let me tell you, the Black Phoenix group is a high-level machinery manufacturing enterprise composed of the elites of the elites. Even a cleaner in this company is the best. Do you think a clumsy thing like you can join the company? Security guards, we're the security guards. Before I kill this bastard, drag him out, looking at the other person's gaping mouth. Hiroaji inexplicably shivered. He remembered the werewolf that transformed on the full moon night. 2 hefty security guards stepped forward, one on each side, grabbed Hiroaji's arms, and dragged this clumsy, low-class person out of the company. We're really sorry. We actually made such a big mistake. The sweat on Lan Shun's face was enough for a bath. I'll fire that receptionist later. Please believe that this is definitely not our company's way of doing things. Of course, I believe you. Preston smiled at a master of his level, was usually an expert in cultivating spiritual power, and couldn't possibly get angry over such a small matter. All right, Professor Preston sighed, since it's not ready yet. I'll have to come back in 2 days. Yes, he said that. The professor was about to turn around and leave, but he saw something. Professor Preston's pupils suddenly contracted. What's wrong? Lan Shun looked at the professor in confusion. Professor Preston walked to the damaged machine, took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and squatted down to carefully examine the part that Hiroaji had kicked. This damage mark. The professor's heart suddenly raced. He took out a screwdriver from his waistcoat and skillfully unscrewed the partition of the machine. Many of the parts inside seemed intact, but when Professor Preston gently blew on them, some of the components immediately turned into fragments and fell to the ground. Professor Preston noticed that these parts were all related to information storage. The other components were not damaged at all and were as good as new. Mr. Lan Shun. The professor stood up, speaking slowly with an extremely serious tone. Yes, Professor. Lan Shun couldn't help standing at attention. This virtual world simulator doesn't seem to be a common product on the market, does it? Yes. Lan Shun was stunned that he didn't know why the professor would ask this question. But he still answered truthfully. This is assembled and produced by our company ourselves, specifically for internal needs. Well, I see that the distribution positions of most of the components are different from the products on the market. Yes. That is to say, if you don't have the design blueprint or haven't opened the panel to take a look, an ordinary person can't know the positions of the components inside. Right? Should be like this. I understand. Professor Preston walked into the corridor. The strange and reckless young man had already been dragged away by the security guards. Looking at the empty corridor, the professor lowered his head and pondered. To be able to transmit power through the aluminum plate and completely shatter a delicate component without damaging the surrounding parts. Was this a master or just an ordinary person with extremely good luck? If it was just luck, then this young man's luck was too good, wasn't it? The professor took another look at the computer that was precisely damaged, as if hit by a scalpel, and couldn't help clenching his fists. Ancient Big Deep, Sea Octopus YY's Magnum Opus, Playboy, book number 7640, guaranteed to be an absolute good book that you've really had bad luck today. In a dirty small pub, Sha Chong sighed. Hiroaji felt a bit guilty. He drained the beer in front of him in one gulp and said, "It doesn't matter to me." Sha Chong frowned. "What do you mean it doesn't matter?" "The Black Phoenix Group has good benefits, high pay, and relatively light work. Especially now that it's developing Earth business, you don't have to leave your hometown and go to an alien planet to make a living. Such jobs are hard to come by now." Hiroaji nodded. With the expansion of university enrollment, the employment situation for graduates was very bleak. Most people were sent to newly developed colonial stars on the edge of the universe. The working environment was harsh, the work was arduous, the salary was low, and they couldn't see their families for years. In contrast, finding a stable job near home was the dream of many graduates. Hiroaji sighed. "You don't have to worry about me, I'm just afraid this will put you in a difficult position in the company." Sha Chong shook his head and said, "If a company evaluates employees based on factors other than work, then I don't deem myself worthy of serving this company. Besides, it's not difficult for me to find a job." Hiroaji smiled and said, "Forget it. There'll always be a way out. Worst, I'll find a border planet to grow sorghum. Planting hundreds of acres of bright red sorghum. I can make wine when there's a surplus." Actually, after living in the dark abyss for a long time, Hiroaji really grew fond of the solitary life. If it weren't for his parents and younger sister at home, and the mission of the so-called Dark Empress outside, he really wanted to find a desolate planet and start anew. The two drank for a while longer, thinking that they might be separated after starting work in the future. Even Hiroaji, who never showed his emotions, couldn't help feeling a bit melancholy after finishing the last bowl of wine. They supported each other on the way home. The setting sun stretched their shadows into two long lines that intertwined from time to time. When Hiroaji got home, he found his parents and younger sister sitting on the sofa, all looking extremely worried. His father was holding two documents in his hand. "Dad, what's wrong?" Xiaomei rushed up and anxiously asked, "Brother, did you pass today's interview?" "Did you pass?" Hiroaji shrugged and said, "A big company like the Black Phoenix Group has extremely high requirements. Tomorrow, I'll apply to some small companies on Earth. Those companies are more suitable for me. Oh, this is terrible." Xiaomei looked on the verge of tears at what's going on. Hiroaji raised his eyebrows. "Xiaoji," Dad said with a worried look as he waved the documents in his hand. "The government conscription department just sent the conscription notice that you've been drafted into the army." "What? How is that possible?" "Most of the federal army's military forces belong to the independent armed forces of each star region. The recruitment of soldiers mostly relies on professional soldiers attracted by high salaries, mercenaries provided by various mercenary groups, and bounty hunters. Moreover, as a fresh graduate of Bihua College, Hiroaji was entitled to exemption from military service. There was no reason for him to be suddenly conscripted. Dad sighed and said, "Just now, your school also sent a notice saying that because your spiritual power level is too low, you've been disqualified from studying and are ordered to drop out immediately. From today on, you're no longer a student of Bihua College." Mom couldn't help shouting, "What kind of school is this?" Didn't they know Xiaoji's situation back then? Besides, it's just a course in agricultural mech maintenance. What does low spiritual power matter? Dad lowered his head and said gravely, "Originally, if you could get a job in the Black Phoenix Group, perhaps with the group's influence, we could find a way to avoid the conscription order. But now, alas." Hiroaji walked to the table and sat down, but he took the documents from his father's hand and examined them carefully. Point one was the expulsion order for Bihua College, and the other was the conscription order demanding that he report to the city's conscription office within 3 days. According to the conscription order, he would be dispatched as a mech maintenance soldier to Planet Alpha 2 in the Crimson Star system to serve the Federation for 3 years. Hiroaji understood immediately. It must be Johnny, the heir of Benetton Technology, who was pulling the strings. Only Johnny had the ability to get Bihua College to expel him, and only a big company like Benetton Technology could influence the decision making of the local military institution. Forcing him an agricultural mech maintenance worker, to enter the army for dangerous military missions. The Hiraji knew that on many planets at the edge of the universe, the air quality was far from suitable for human survival. And there were countless extremely dangerous interstellar aliens. Even supplies relied on interstellar transportation from thousands of miles away. "Where is this Crimson Star system?" Hiroaji asked curiously. "I've never heard of it before." Dad whispered, "Today, I specially asked the officer who delivered the conscription order. He said it's a new territory developed 20 years ago, belonging to the yearning star region among the 5 major star regions. It's a Class 4 planet. A Class 4 planet refers to an area that has been recently explored by humans, with only a scientific research station or a small-scale settlement established on it. Around planets of this level, magnetic storms and meteorite streams are common, and alien monsters may lurk deep underground. All material conditions are extremely scarce, and usually no civilians would consider settling in such a star region. Only researchers or armed personnel from various companies would set up bases there." Hiroaji sighed. Since he knew someone was deliberately setting him up, he knew he wouldn't be sent to a beautiful and resource-rich place. "Well, since the conscription order has been issued, I'll make preparations and report the day after tomorrow." The whole family stared at Hiroaji in horror, as if the person in front of them was not their relative but a completely different demon. "Xiaoji, you're going to join the army?" Dad was stunned. "Oh, my poor child, you've been a bit clumsy since childhood, and you're not in good health. You don't even know how to pilot a mech. How can you go to such a dangerous place to serve in the army?" Mom wept bitterly. "Brother, don't go. Stay with me." Xiaomei clung to Hiroaji's clothes. Hiroaji smiled faintly and said, "I know I'm not in good health, but isn't joining the army a good chance for exercise? Don't worry that I'll take good care of myself. But besides, our family doesn't know any high-ranking government officials that we can't change this decision. Instead of looking so worried, let's think on the bright side," Hiroaji said with a smile. Dad and Mom looked at their grown-up son with mixed feelings. Looking at Hiroaji's determined face, they were really proud of having such an outstanding child. In the pitch-black room, apart from the faint light reflected from the computer screen, only Hiroaji's cold, emotionless eyes, like crystals, emitted icy rays. Planet Alpha 2 was like a small pebble at the edge of the universe. It was neither located at a strategic point, nor did it have abundant resources to be envied, nor a developed industrial system. It was said that there were several rather peculiar species of animals and plants on this planet, which attracted many scholars in the field of biology to explore and research. Hiroaji quickly tapped the keyboard, browsing through all the information about the Crimson Star system he could find on the internet. However, this star system was too remote, and there was very little available data. Hiroaji thought slowly. Abu, the metal crocodile, playfully climbed onto his shoulder and then jumped in front of the computer desk. It skillfully tapped the keyboard with its clumsy and thick claws. Immediately, some racy and passionate web pages popped up on the screen. Titles like Endless Spring Scenery, Hot Peaches, Lonely OL appeared. "Damn it, Abu, what are you doing?" Hiroaji was annoyed that he never expected that the metal crocodile he had painstakingly summoned was actually a complete lecher. Every day, when he wasn't paying attention, Abu would secretly surf the internet to look at inappropriate content. At first, Hiroaji was quite happy because the ability to surf the internet indicated that this skeletal soldier had a relatively high level of intelligence and self-awareness, and browsing more web pages would also help it better understand the world, which was beneficial for future battles. But unexpectedly, all the web pages it browsed were pornographic. Abu playfully climbed onto Hiroaji's shoulder again, sticking out its tongue and licking his face. "I really can't do anything about you." Hiroaji sighed. The resentment from the huge mechanical could only support a small crocodile like Abu. Ultimately, it was because the energy contained in it was too little, since those were just civilian machines. If they were military machines, Hiroaji believed that they would contain more resentment and that more powerful mechanical skeletal warriors could be summoned from them. However, it was impossible to access military machines through normal means. Only by joining the army could there be a chance of success. Moreover, in a remote place like the Crimson Star system, even if something went wrong, it could be easily covered up. Johnny had actually done him a favor this time. However, Hiroaji still thought Johnny was a risk factor. Once one is sent to serve in the deep red galaxy at the end of the universe, if Johnny intends to harm one's relatives then, there will be nothing one can do. Well, Abu and Hiroaji stretched their waist, and a glint of killing intent flashed across his eyes and vanished in an instant. May there be no moon tonight. We got a lot to do. While Hiroaji was deep in thought, he suddenly stared blankly. He saw Abu dragging out something like a silk cloth from somewhere. There was a rolled lace embroidered on its side, and wearing it on the head made one look pompous. Hiroaji took it down curiously to have a look. It turned out to be a camisole for girls. Just then, the door was suddenly opened, and a little sister came in muttering, "Brother, something terrible has happened. It seems that there's a lingerie thief in our house. Many of my lingerie pieces are gone." The little sister suddenly stopped. She glanced at the camisole in Hiroaji's hand and then stared fixedly at the indecent picture on the computer screen. "Brother," Hiroaji was in a cold sweat. It was a morning with extremely bright sunshine. Hiroaji was sitting comfortably under the sun, holding a bowl of fukanji made up of big pieces of fish and meat. From time to time, the nagging voice of Chiao was ringing in his ears like a spell. Hearing that Hiroaji was soon going to be a soldier on a border planet, Chiao was so anxious that she dragged Hiroaji to her family's martial arts arena early in the morning. While nurturing his manly physique with a regular meat kanji, she was cursing that damned Johnny with all sorts of the most despicable words. This abominable second-generation heir, good for nothing. And stinking bastard. Does he know that this could cost someone's life? The deep red galaxy. What a hellish place it is. The government hasn't recruited a single soldier from Earth for decades. It's obvious that it's that scoundrel Johnny framing you. Hiroaji was dozing off groggily. He was in poor spirits during the day anyway. Moreover, under such a fierce sun, with so many tall and strong martial arts enthusiasts practicing in the early morning nearby, it felt just terrible. Now Hiroaji somewhat understood why vampires in movies always slept in coffins. Frankly speaking, a coffin was soft, quiet, and dark, and it was really quite comfortable to sleep in. Well, once he got to the deep red galaxy, he must make himself a coffin to sleep in. Hiroaji thought to himself. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the ear. Hey, what time is it, and you still want to sleep? In a couple of days. You'll be sleeping in a military coffin, you big idiot. Chowan roared loudly. Hiroaji looked calm. He nodded and said, I know. Chowan was almost going crazy. You know nothing. Do you know what it means to be a soldier? You can't even beat the youngest apprentice in my martial arts school, that you'll be tortured to death by those interstellar people. Interstellar people refer to humans born on colonial planets outside the Earth. Because the most outstanding races were selected for the cosmic exploration plan back then, the genes of these people were generally superior to those of Earthlings. Coupled with the effects of cosmic radiation, as well as advanced genetic technology and biochemical technology for transformation, the physical fitness of cosmic people far exceeded that of Earthlings. This was also one of the reasons why the army rarely recruited Earthlings as soldiers. If one was not a master of super martial arts, then instead of being a combat force, one would be a burden to the whole team. One could well imagine how the comrades in the army would deal with a burden. Hiroaji sighed. The conscription order has been issued. If one doesn't obey, one will be thrown into prison. That it's better to go to prison than to go to one's death? Well, but if one goes to prison, one will still be deported to a border planet as a convict to serve a sentence. This, Chowan bit her lips tightly, obviously at a complete loss. Hiroaji said hesitantly, or I'll go to that Johnny and plead with him. Maybe he'll have a soft heart for a moment and let me off. That's impossible, and I don't want you to do such a disgraceful thing, Chowan said coldly. That Johnny is a psychopath. He won't let you off so easily. Maybe he'll humiliate you severely, and in the end, you'll still end up dying on an alien planet. But don't worry, Hiroaji, I'll take good care of your family. I'll never let that stinking bug Johnny have a chance to harm your family. Hiroaji smiled. That's good. Thank you. Chow and Johnny won't hurt anyone anymore. That a rough voice interrupted them. Chowan looked back and saw a bearded big man in a dark-colored martial arts uniform walking in, chewing a fried dough stick and holding a newspaper in his hand. Dad, Chowan called out. Hello, Uncle Chow. Hiroaji bowed politely. Sit down, said Chow Tiansheng, the master of Tianlong Martial Arts School. Casually, he didn't like this young man. Hiroaji, T wasn't because of his poor martial arts skills, not even being able to beat the youngest apprentice in a martial arts school, but because of his cowardly character. He simply lacked the courage to fight with others. Chow Tiansheng, who was born into a martial arts family, didn't want his daughter's sweetheart to be such a coward. Dad, Chowan said anxiously, Hiroaji is going to be a soldier, go to a border planet that we don't even know where it is. What should we do? Don't know where it is. Isn't it just in the middle of our universe? Xiao Tiansheng chewed up the fried dough stick in a few mouthfuls, then slurped up a big bowl of meat congee and mumbled. It's good for young people to go out and see the world. When I was his age, I was still a mercenary in the Spartan galaxy, fighting those damned pirates. I almost got killed twice. So what if one gets killed? A real man should aim high. What's the future in staying on Earth all one's life? Dad, Xiaoan didn't expect her father to say such a thing. She gave his slovenly master of the martial arts school a hard look. Xiao Tianxing burped and handed over the bowl as big as a wash basin. One more bowl, that you're such a pig. Hifaji, he said honestly, Uncle Xiao, do you think it's still possible for me to go and have a clear talk with classmate Johnny now? Because I think I haven't really offended classmate Johnny. It's just a misunderstanding between us. The contempt in Xiao Tianxing's eyes deepened, that he snorted and slapped the newspaper on the table. Sorry, it's probably too late. Last night, there was a strange big explosion in the villa of the president of Benetton Technology Company. The president, Anderson, was seriously injured, and his only son, Johnny, was blown to pieces and died on the spot. What? Xiao jumped up. What's going on? Xiao Tianshang said while picking his nose. The incident happened at 2 o'clock yesterday morning. On the surface, it seemed to be an accidental explosion caused by a gas leak, but according to the police, it's very likely to be a murder. Murder? Hiroaji held the rice bowl and stopped moving. Well, although the murderer was very cunning and didn't leave any clues, not even a trace on the surveillance video, the police believe it wasn't an accident. Why? Benetton Technology Company specializes in the design and manufacture of electronic machinery. The residence of President Anderson was even more strictly protected. It could be said to be an intelligent residence. That AS for the gas pipeline network in the villa, there were 3 layers of strict protection set up, monitored from various aspects such as machinery and electronics. Once something went wrong, an alarm would be triggered immediately, and there were also air detection probes in each room. Once the gas content in the house exceeded the standard, measures would be taken immediately. But judging from the scene, no one noticed until the gas filled the whole villa. Even the people in the villa, like Anderson and Johnny, didn't wake up that it's very likely that the criminal first installed some kind of anesthetic gas device in the air conditioner to anesthetize the people, and then fill the house with gas. The criminal was experienced and skillful. Most importantly, he was very familiar with all kinds of machinery. The strict alarm system was just like a piece of transparent window paper to him. And the ordinary gas pipelines and electrical networks could be easily turned into invisible killing tools. Now the police have launched a strict search for this unknown criminal. But since the explosion was delayed by several hours, it's very difficult to determine where the criminal is hiding now. Xiao Tianshang finished another bowl of congee and then patted his belly contentedly. A master. The person who committed the crime must be a master. Just like the masters in our martial arts world point one strike, and he hits the target. He can kill without a trace. Dad, Xiaoan scolded coquettishly. Hurry up and think of a way for Ruaji. Okay, how about I break this kid's dog legs right now and say that he accidentally got injured during martial arts practice? Will that work? Xiao Tiansheng clenched his fists until they crackled. You. Xiaoan was both amused and exasperated. Forget it, Hiroaji said with a tinge of melancholy. Now that Johnny was dead, all his last hopes were dashed. He could only obediently report to the military. Xiao An's eyes reddened, and 2 clear teardrops involuntarily trickled down. She sobbed, Ruaji, you must come back alive? I will, Hiroaji replied with a serene smile. He gave Xiao a meaningful look and said, I will definitely come back alive. Xiao, all right. Xiao Tiansheng said gruffly. Stinky brat, don't say I didn't help you. I got 2 phone numbers here. They belong to my old buddies who've been working in the interstellar mercenary group. They won't be of much help in the Crimson Star region, but if you're transferred to other places in the future, you can look them up. Xiaoan, are you satisfied now? Stop staring at your old man with that look. Hee, I know you're worried about this kid. You? Xiaoan blushed with shame and covered her father's mouth with her hand. Hiroaji pretended not to notice. His attention was all on the newspaper. On the front page of the morning paper, Johnny's villa was ablaze. His mind, however, had already flown into the vast universe and those colorful worlds. Hunter was extremely irritable. He was formerly an ace knight of the mech squadron stationed on the planet Gulen, an ace in the military. The planet Gulen was one of the prosperous planets discovered in the early days of the great cosmic development, with abundant resources and a relatively developed economy. It was just that after he discovered his superior sexually harassing a female soldier and, incidentally, beat the superior so badly that the latter was incontinent and unable to take care of himself for half a year, and had to have a mechanical pump installed in his genitals for, well, that's that. For such a small matter, Hunter was demoted from a lieutenant colonel to a captain and was exiled to the so-called Crimson Star system to await his doom. Damn it! Hunter really wanted to quit on the spot. However, considering the huge trouble he had caused, the military gave him two options: either serve a 5-year hard labor in the Crimson Star system or spend 20 years in prison. Alas, what bad luck he had to end up in such a situation. That fat pig. If he wanted to sexually harass someone, he should have done it in a more secluded place. Why did he have to let himself see it? He knew his fiery temper, right? Hunter grumbled as he took a swig of beer and then let out a contented belch. Normally, drinking was not allowed on interstellar ships, but God only knew how Hunter managed to bring the beer on board. Captain Hunter, the profiles of your direct subordinates have arrived. Came the computer, synthesized voice point 2 soldiers who were originally stationed on the planet Alpha Point. One of them was eaten by a primitive beast on the planet while taking a dump during a patrol last month. And the other one went insane after witnessing the tragic fate of his comrade. So, 2 new members had to be recruited. Hunter was the commander of this small unit, and his only member was a newly enlisted recruit. This was clearly a set-up, a death trap for him. Hunter took the facts of the recruit's profile with great annoyance and glanced at it casually. Gradually, his eyes bulged out. What the hell? Physical strength, 61. Mental strength, 35. No mech, driving qualification. No close combat qualification. No wilderness survival qualification. No spaceship, driving qualification. No military mech, repair qualification. Only a primary qualification for agricultural mech repair. What a useless piece of trash. Hunter had long known that Earthlings were useless good for nothings. He thought he had prepared himself mentally. However, he never expected that this recruit was the ultimate in uselessness. Hunter glared ferociously at the approaching aquamarine planet outside the window, but he even wished he could turn around and become a deserter. Damn it. Serving with such a useless person, he was sure to die. On Earth, Hiroaji bid farewell to his family and friends with a beaming smile. His mother, younger sister, and Xiaoan cried the most. Even the usually dull-witted Sha-chan was a bit moved. Son, you must come back safely. Any mother would be worried when her child was going to such a dangerous place. But the He family had no influence and couldn't change the situation. I will, Hiroaji nodded. In fact, he was very excited inside, but the training in the dark abyss had made it impossible for him to show any expression. He just looked calm and cold. Hiroaji, Xiaoan opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest, and she even had difficulty breathing. Hiroaji smiled gently and said, I'll come back alive. Xiaoan, I'll still learn martial arts from you then. Definitely. You can't lie to me. I never lie, Hiroaji said firmly. After saying goodbye to his relatives and friends, Hiroaji boarded the wing-shaped vehicle painted with the Federal Army logo. The empty carriage was completely deserted. Yes, soon as Hiroaji got on, it started to glide silently. He felt the seat, and there was still a faint layer of dust on it, because Earthlings had poor physical qualities. The Federal Army hadn't recruited soldiers from Earth for decades, and these facilities were almost rusty. If it weren't for Johnny's father and knowing some military officials, the military probably wouldn't recruit from Earth in the future. Now that Johnny was dead and his father was groaning in the hospital, they naturally had no time to care about Hirai. Soon, the car entered a military airport. IT was a shabby and small port that seemed only capable of berthing small warships. A rickety small transport ship was docked in the middle of the port. A sweet female voice came from the horn of the driverless car. Private Hiroaji, please board the transport ship. Hiroaji carried his big bag and walked into the transport ship. Immediately, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol, and several empty wine bottles rolled over at his feet. Hiroaji couldn't help frowning. He knew that the normal recruitment procedure for new soldiers didn't seem to be like this. Usually, new soldiers had the right to choose their own military branches and service locations, even if the government made the decision by force. It should offer options. Then, they would receive 3 to 6 month new soldier training on their home planet, as well as computer simulated training for the service location. Only after completing all these would they be dispatched to the service location. Moreover, Things like military numbers and uniforms should be prepared before departure. However, considering that he was specially cared for because of Johnny, everything was understandable. Private Hiroaji, reporting to the superior, Hiroaji shouted loudly, but there was not a single soul in the small transport ship. He searched around, and unexpectedly, he tripped over a soft object and fell immediately. Losing his balance, a subtle force naturally emerged from his body. He wanted to support his hands on the ground and make a beautiful roll, but he noticed that the object that had tripped him was looking at him with a pair of bright eyes. Hiroaji tensed up. Be low. Don't let others know. I know the skull martial arts. He gritted his teeth and fell straight down. The fire in the drunk soldier's eyes instantly went out. He looked dejected. With a stubbly beard on his face, he lazily stood up and didn't even bother to help Hiroaji. He rubbed the dirt on his neck and said indifferently, all right. Stop with the superior nonsense. My name is Hunter. I'm your superior. From now on, stay alert when you're with me to do whatever I tell you to do. Maybe you can live a few more years. Hunter completely regarded Hiroaji as a burden. Hiroaji nodded and replied obediently, yes, sir. Hunter waved his hand and said, well, you don't seem like the kind of person who causes trouble. Why were you sent to a hellhole like the Crimson Star region? Everyone knows that those who are assigned to the Crimson Star region are either extremely unlucky or have offended some big shot. Just like me, Hiroaji said honestly, a young master from Benetton Electronic Technology Company seems to have a grudge against me. Benetton Technology? Hunter frowned. We're in big trouble now. Benetton Technology is responsible for providing electronic neurons for the Federal Army's mechs. You think we'll get reliable arms in the future? Sorry, sir. Come on. I've told you not to call me sir. Just call me Hunter. There's no need for you to feel guilty. Anyway, even without you, those bastards wouldn't have given us anything good. That damn place, Shanghangsing, is originally where the government army disposes of trash. And we too are just the trash to be disposed of. Hunter slammed the console, and immediately there came a roar from the rear of the spaceship. Hiroaji lost his balance and rolled like a tire all the way to the end of the cabin. Hunter also flew up, but apparently he had learned excellent martial arts. He gently stepped on the ceiling, regained his balance in an instant, and sat steadily in his seat, buckling up his seat belt. Damn it, Hunter shouted. What a lousy spaceship. Even the artificial gravity system breaks down. He was already dead drunk and regarded Hiroaji as worthless trash. He didn't notice that at the very bottom of the spaceship, Hiroaji was supporting his whole body with one finger, standing upside down steadily. Hiroaji charges into the cosmos. Ro invades the Earth. The new work of Yuan, returning from another realm, book number 19952, makes a grand debut. Team up with the Big Bull to form the terrifying combination of urine beef balls. Are you shocked? Even today, when humans have mastered super, light, speed flight, it is still an impossible task to traverse the vast starry sea. Fortunately, humans have discovered several stargates in the universe. IT is a star region that seemingly makes no difference from the surrounding space. However, once one enters this star region, they will emerge from a completely different space. That it's just like the wormhole in science fiction novels. The stargates are like the cross roads of cosmic transportation. There are about 100 stargates in the entire universe, all of which are important strategic locations to travel from Earth to the Shanghangsing star region. One has to pass through 3 different stargates. Coupled with the fact that the transport ship is extremely old, the whole voyage actually takes as long as 3 months in this silent and vast universe. It's easy for humans to get bored and go crazy. If it's a large interstellar spaceship, it's okay because there are usually well-equipped entertainment facilities on board, and the crew can chat with each other to relieve boredom. But it's different for the transport ship that Hiroaji is on. There are only 2 crew members originally, and Hunter is either drunk all day long or drills himself in the mech simulation training cabin. The simulation training cabin is like the ancient shooting video games. The scenes are exciting and fiery, which can really kill time, but it's not that Hunter deliberately doesn't let Hiroaji use it. It's because Hiroaji has too low spiritual power and will never be able to pilot a mech in the future. So why waste time? Hiroaji doesn't really care about it. After staying in the dark and desolate realm for so long, loneliness has become a sweet enjoyment for him. Moreover, in the boundless universe, there are so many dazzling stars, ever changing and always fascinating. Every day when Hunter is drunk or fighting in a mech trainer, Hiroaji sits in meditation, allowing the dark power to slowly fill his whole body and nourish his bones. Cultivating the black netherbone technique to a higher level. At this time, Abu, the metal crocodile hiding in his clothes, will quietly crawl out, playfully stretch his body, and eat something. This little guy, Abu, isn't picky about food. He eats almost anything. Twice, if Hiroaji hadn't stopped him, this brute would have eaten the console and the wires inside. Before boarding the spaceship, Hiroaji hadn't thought about the little guy's food problem. He was a bit at a loss. Seeing Abu getting hungrier and dizzier with nothing to eat, Hiroaji felt extremely sorry for him. But this is a spaceship in the universe. Even a single screw on it is very precious. How can it be given to Abu casually? Fortunately, this problem was soon solved. I wonder why the cabin has been a lot cleaner these days. One day, rarely, Hunter wasn't that drunk. He scratched his head and asked in confusion. Cold sweat broke out on Hiroaji's forehead. Why empty beer cans seemed to have disappeared. Hunter said affirmatively, if I drink 2 cans of beer every day, there should be at least dozens of empty cans these days. Oh, so you're talking about those? Hiroaji smiled. Those things took up too much space, so I've thrown them out of the cabin as space junk. Really? Hunter looked at Hiroaji suspiciously. By the way, why are the seats, the walls, and the console all pitted these days, as if they've been gnawed by rats? Hiroaji nodded. Well, maybe it's because the spaceship is too rusted and corroded during the flight. Really? Last night, I seemed to see something like a big rat running around in the cabin. Even dragged away my Playboy magazines. Damn it, I must kill this rat. Cold sweat broke out on Hiroaji's forehead. Sir, I'll clean the spaceship as soon as possible and kill all these damned rats. Well, then I'll leave it to you. After muttering a few words, Hunter put on his network helmet and started his mech driving training. Behind Hiroaji, a huge metal tail swayed back and forth. Then a chubby crocodile slowly crawled out, wagging its tail in front of Hiroaji, sticking out its tongue and acting coquettishly. Damn it! Hiroaji cursed under his breath. You gluttonous guy are getting bigger every day. That if this goes on, the whole spaceship won't be able to hold you. Shrink down quickly. Strangely enough, Abu seemed to understand what his master said. Only a few unpleasant metal compression sounds came from his body. Then his whole body slowly shrank and turned back into a palm-sized mechanical pet. There was still a copy of Playboy in his mouth. After passing through the second Stargate, they finally joined a new troop. From now on, we're going to travel with the Stardust Mercenary Group, Hunter said seriously, almost grinding his teeth. Why? Hiroaji asked puzzledly. Is this Stardust Mercenary Group also going to the Shanghangsing Star region? Our old-fashioned spaceship can't cross the meteorite belt around the Shanghangsing Star region. Damn it, the military doesn't have the money to get us a better spaceship. So we have to take their ship. Kid, remember, we're the trash in the Federal Army. Anyone can step on you, not to mention a powerful group like the Stardust Mercenary Group. Once you're on their ship. No matter what happens, you have to hold your temper. Hunter took a breath and continued. Anyway, I don't think you're a tough, tempered person, as long as you don't cause me any trouble. It'll be fine, Hiroaji smiled naturally. Yes, sir, I definitely won't cause any trouble. The Stardust Mercenary Group has a large transport ship, even bigger than the ancient aircraft carriers. Compare with it, the shabby transport ship is like a sampan in a small lake. In this universe where mech knights are supreme, the number of interstellar warships doesn't mean much, because in real battles, interstellar warships are never the main force in the fight. A mech piloted by an ace knight can easily tear apart a huge warship. But on the contrary, a warship may not be able to catch the nimble figure of a mech knight with its clumsy laser cannons. The Stardust Mercenary Group has a total of 30 mech knights, which is considered a medium-sized mercenary group. This time, they are responsible for protecting an important scholar on a scientific research expedition to Planet Alpha. The shabby transport ship was slowly sucked into the huge nebula. Gordon, the leader of the Stardust Mercenary Group, is a 2-meter tall giant. His muscles are as solid as armor. His bald head shines brightly, just like a heavy pile driver. But one can't become the leader of an armed force just by brute force. From Gordon's narrow eyes, a sharp look is often revealed at this moment. Gordon is on the command deck, watching the monitor with an old man as the Federal Army's spaceship enters. Mr. Moo, I wonder why you agreed to the government Army's request. The energy and food storage on our ship are limited. Adding 2 passengers may not be beneficial for the next 7-day flight. The old man was dressed in a black tang suit and a pair of open-mouthed cloth shoes. He held a tobacco pipe in his hand, looking like an ancient oriental wealthy merchant in the universe. Due to leaving their hometowns, many ethnic groups have come to increasingly advocate the ancient lifestyles of their own ethnic groups to show their extraordinary status. For example, many Western celebrities like to engrave heraldic emblems representing their status on their mechas. While Eastern nobles tend to dress in ancient styles, Mu was the employer of the Stardust Mercenary Corps and an outstanding biologist. Nominally, he was going to the Deep Red Star system this time to investigate the local ecological environment. As for what other ulterior motives he had, that remained unknown. Mu smiled faintly and said, "Doing others a favor is doing oneself a favor. After all, we are still citizens under the governance of the interstellar government. It is only right for us to do something for it." Gordon frowned slightly, bowed, and said, "Mr. Mu, you are the boss. You have the final say. However, since we are responsible for your safety, we have to conduct a little test on these 2 outsiders that I hope you won't mind." You made a pleased gesture at this moment. The computer had sent over the profiles of the 2 men. Hunter, the station master of the government Army's border defense station in the Deep Red Star system, was formerly the deputy captain of the mecha squadron on the planet Gulen. He was a 4-star knight, had shot down 21 enemy mechas, been awarded medals 3 times, and was given the rank of lieutenant colonel. He was sentenced to 5 years of supervised military service by a military court for beating his direct superior without reason and was sent to serve in the Deep Red Star system. Gordon from the Gulen Galaxy nodded and said to a subordinate through the intercom, "Hong Gang, you were a space pirate in the Gulen Galaxy for some time. You know this, Hunter?" Space pirates refer to lawless elements who engage in smuggling in the universe. Usually, they don't commit crimes against other interstellar ships. This is different from pirates who rob interstellar ships by force. So Gordon wasn't concerned about it. The holographic image of the space pirate Hong Gang immediately appeared. Hong Gang saluted the captain and bowed slightly to the employer, Mr. Mu. Reporting to the captain, "I've fought against Hunter twice. This guy is careless, hot-tempered, and straightforward. Every time, he ignores coordination with his comrades and often gets himself into our camp alone to fight . So he's a fool? Well, it's probably not appropriate to say so. Every time in battle, at least 10 of our mechas surrounded him, but he managed to hold us off with his superb mecha combat skills. Although our mechas at that time were all very low-grade, quasi-military mechas. The government army's mechas weren't that great either. It shows that he's truly remarkable. Then, how did the 2 battles end? The first time, we managed to escape. The second time, Hunter captured 4 of my comrades, including me, all by himself. How did you escape? Gordon knew that the government army's punishment for space pirates was very severe, even more so than for pirates. The reason was very simple. Pirates were powerful, and their armed forces often exceeded those of the government army, that if they were strict with a pirate, they might face terrifying retaliation. As for space pirates, they were often just a motley crew of desperate civilians. At that time, I had no other choice but to plead with Hunter that I said I had an 80-year-old mother at home and a 3-year-old child, that I was forced to do this smuggling business to make a living. I thought I was doomed, but unexpectedly, Hunter nodded repeatedly and said that a real man should support his family, and even if he broke the law, he couldn't let his family go hungry. Not only did Hunter not send us back to the military headquarters on planet Gulen, but he also gave us a generous sum of travel expenses. It was after that incident that I made up my mind to leave the space pirate gang and finally ended up under the captain's command. Gordon nodded repeatedly and said, "It seems this Hunter is a real hero. Now that he's on our ship, you'll go and receive him later. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Damn it, the government army is really useless. How could they send such a hero to a place like the Deep Red Star region?" "Yes." Hong Gang stood at attention, and his holographic image disappeared. Gordon tapped on the table and said, "The second soldier, Private Hiraji, is 21 years old, that he joined the army in June this year and was assigned to the Mecha Maintenance Department at the Border Defense Station on Planet Alpha in the Deep Red Star region. No profile available. No profile available meant that this person had never worked for major companies, obtained a degree from a well-known interstellar college, or fought in any mercenary groups, of course. Those who had once been involved with pirates or space pirates also often had no profiles. It's strange. For an Earthling to go to the deep Red Star region is like going to their death. Could he be a practitioner of ancient martial arts? After thinking for a while, Gordon issued another order. Chuck, you go and test this. Be careful not to hurt him on the monitor. Hunter and Hiroji had disembarked from the spaceship and were led to their quarters by the logistics staff of the Mercenary Corps. After they put down their things, they were taken to the dining room on the spaceship. The members of the Stardust Mercenary Corps were, of course, not as ruthless as interstellar pirates. However, since they made a living on the edge of danger, they were naturally fond of fighting and were no angels. Moreover, during the long space voyage, they were so bored that they could only play virtual games on the computer all day, so they were extremely restless, seeing 2 new passengers on the ship. Most of the resting mercenaries gathered in the dining room, sizing up the 2 men with malicious looks. Federal Army. The Federal Army is the most cowardly army in the whole universe. They can only deal with space pirates. Even a bandit group with only 10 mechas can make the government army cry for their fathers and mothers. This was the common view among all the mercenaries. However, without the captain's instructions, they wouldn't deliberately cause trouble. After all, they were still on a mission that if the employer got angry and they didn't get paid, the captain would skin them alive. Chuck was an exception that he had a cigarette in his mouth, humming an indistinct tune, holding a glass of beer in his hand, and staggering towards the 2 government soldiers. Dear friends, let's toast to the great Federal Army. Chuck smiled slyly. Suddenly, as if he slipped on the floor, he spilled the whole glass of beer on Hiroji's head that Hiroji was concentrating on cutting his steak. Unexpectedly, he was splashed all over with the sticky and cold liquid and froze on the spot. Hunter stepped hard on Hiroji's foot under the table and whispered, "Endure it. You must endure it for me." Hiroji was stunned for a moment. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to cut his steak and slowly savor its taste. Hunter was furious. Enduring didn't mean doing nothing, right? He should at least say a few polite words. Otherwise, wouldn't it make them seem really stupid? Chuck was also stunned. Was this kid really stupid or just pretending? Why didn't he show any reaction at all? On the command platform, Gordon shook his head secretly and said helplessly with a full face, "It seems the Federal Army really has no decent people left. They even send such people to serve as soldiers." Mr. Mu remained silent, only carefully observing Hiroji's every move. And tea this time. A young girl suddenly appeared on the monitor. The girl was wearing a bright green silk cheongsam and had a classical and elegant hairstyle. On her cute round face like a red apple, she wore a pair of thick, high-powered glasses. And tea the moment, she was using a thick hardcover book in her hand to hit Chuck hard on the head. "You bad guy, why are you bullying others?" Gordon looked at him, Mu helplessly, and said awkwardly with a smile, "Mr. Mu, your granddaughter." The girl who appeared on the monitor was Mr. Mu's granddaughter, Mu Xiaoping, an excellent ecology student. However, she seemed to be a bit lacking in social skills. The world was completely composed of truth, goodness, and beauty, and she had no idea that there were so many ugly things. The rough and combative style of the mercenaries had already made Mu Xiaoping very dissatisfied. Today, seeing them bully the new guest for no reason made her extremely angry. The little girl put her hands on her hips and waved a hardcover biology dictionary like a brick, and said aggressively, "How can you do this? You should know that in this vast universe, within dozens of light years in all directions, there is only our spaceship. Since we're all on the same ship, we should work together. Why do you bully others even without the slightest conflict? Can you really get any pleasure from bullying, beating, and scolding others?" Mu Xiaoping was out of breath. She was even a bit moved by her own righteous words. In her opinion, even the most heinous criminals and robbers should cry and put down their weapons after hearing such reasonable words. However, why did these barbaric men all seem to be suppressing their laughter? Had she said something wrong? The young girl grew annoyed. She forcefully waved the massive dictionary, intending to slam the table again to bolster her imposing manner. Unexpectedly, the dictionary was so heavy that it flew right out of her hand. After spinning 2 or 3 times in the air, it actually hit Hiroji, who was gobbling down a steak. Hiroji always cherished food greatly. It was the same for any dish, no matter how poorly prepared. During his more than 10 years in the dark abyss, there was absolutely nothing to eat. He survived by absorbing resentment and refining it into dark power. Ever since he emerged from the dark abyss, Hiroaji had become a person who cherished food deeply. Either he wouldn't eat at all. If he did, he would surely finish all the food, not even leaving a single grain of rice. Moreover, on the military transport ship, they ate synthetic food every day, something as sticky as feces, which was extremely unappetizing to in comparison. This steak was already a top-grade delicacy. Poor Hiroaji suddenly slumped into the large piece of steak. A big red bump immediately swelled up on the back of his head. He fainted and couldn't move anymore on the command platform. Gordon's face was grim, but his abdomen was twitching slightly. Clearly, he was laughing uncontrollably inside. He barely suppressed his laughter and said, "Mr. Mu, I think this Hiroaji is probably not a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hit again and again. What's your opinion?" Mr. Mu slowly nodded and said thoughtfully, "It seems so. Then our focus of surveillance from now on will be on hunt until we reach planet Alpha. What do you think?" Agreed. Mr. Mu stared intently at Hiroaji on the monitor, looking preoccupied. "Captain Gordon, could you give me a copy of the surveillance footage of them after they enter the restaurant?" Hiroaji had actually woken up long ago. He sensed a warm thing moving back and forth in front of him and occasionally wiping some sticky, unknown substance on his forehead. Hiroaji immediately became alert. His dark power rippled outwards, summoning Abu, the little crocodile hiding under his bed, to wake up. Abu, the little crocodile, crept along the corner of the wall and climbed onto the ceiling. Lurking in the corner, as long as his master gave the order, he could immediately pounce on the intruder and pierce the enemy's throat with his sharp metal tail. But Hiroaji didn't think this was excessive. The harsh life in the dark abyss had taught him to be vigilant at all times. Yes, soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a round face that exuded the fragrance of apples and looked slightly innocent. Mu Xiaoping was looking down at Hiroaji's injury. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly opened his eyes. The cold and merciless look in his eyes gave her a great fright. Her round glasses slipped off her delicate nose and were about to fall to the ground. Before Hiroaji's brain could react, he had already snatched the glasses and put them on the little girl. Mu Xiaoping blushed and said clumsily, "Why, you're awake." Hiroaji smiled sincerely. He calmly made a gesture, ordering Abu in the corner to hide again. Then he pretended to be confused and said, "My head hurts." "What happened?" The little girl stammered. "Just now, I was so angry that I didn't notice there was a book in my hand. I didn't expect to accidentally hit your head. Your name is Hiroaji, right?" "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean IT. IT doesn't matter." Hiroaji smiled. "I know you didn't mean it, that you're so easygoing." Mu Xiaoping smiled sweetly. Then, as if remembering something, she said nervously, "I'm Mu Xiaoping. I'm a passenger on this ship. In the future, when we reach planet Alpha, we'll be neighbors. I heard that you're a soldier of the Federal Army. You must protect me in the future." That Hiroaji was slightly surprised. This girl seemed to be the employer of the Stardust mercenary group. Why would she still need the protection of the Federal Army? What he didn't know was that Mu Xiaoping had grown up in a greenhouse, concentrating on biology. She had absolutely no concept of the various forces in the universe. Although she was protected by the Stardust mercenary group this time, those rough and barbaric men really disgusted Mu Xiaoping. That in her eyes, those men who boasted and resorted to violence at the slightest provocation were not good people. Maybe when it came to facing the enemy, these guys would either run away or even harm her. The Federal Army was different. At least they were specially trained, not for money, but to protect citizens wholeheartedly, right? Mu Xiaoping glanced at Hiroaji. The young man in front of her seemed as sunny as a boy next door. Although he couldn't be called extremely handsome, he gave people a feeling of honesty, trustworthiness, and reliability, especially his open and honest eyes, which seemed to have no secrets at all, fully revealing his kind heart. Why did she think that there could be a cold light in those eyes just now? Mu Xiaoping lowered her head embarrassedly. He definitely wasn't the kind of person who would get into conflicts with others. If Hiroaji knew what was going on in Mu Xiaoping's mind, he would surely roll his eyes and marvel at the rich imagination of the female brain. Hiroaji asked with some difficulty, "Miss Mu, where is my superior?" Mu Xiaoping smiled gracefully, adjusted her glasses, and said, "Mr. Hunt is said to have met an old friend he hadn't seen for years. So they went drinking to celebrate. These people are so bad. They clearly saw you were injured, but none of them came to take care of you." Hiroaji thought to himself that it was better not to be taken care of. After all, his bones were different from ordinary people. Although ordinary tests couldn't detect it, A comprehensive physical examination would surely reveal some flaws. By the way, Mu Xiaoping clumsily brought over a bowl of porridge. Just now, you weren't full, were you? I made this for you. Are you also of Chinese descent? You should like porridge, right? Her big eyes blinked expectantly at Hiroji. Here's the dish. Although Mu Xiaoping was a bit muddled, her cooking skills were truly excellent. That a bowl of fish porridge she made smelled delicious and was extremely tempting. In fact, Hiroji had already been full, but considering various situations, he was used to storing more energy in his body. Moreover, the porridge was really delicious. He finished it in a few mouthfuls. Seeing the other person finish the porridge right away, Mu Xiaoping seemed to have received the greatest reward. She smiled and said, "Actually, there aren't many fresh ingredients on the spaceship. They're all frozen materials. The dishes cooked are just barely edible. After we reach Planet Alpha, I'll definitely cook 2 more delicious dishes for you." Hiroji looked at the innocent and pure young girl. Feeling slightly surprised, he didn't know why this unfamiliar girl treated him so specially. Actually, it wasn't a big deal when it came down to it. Mu Xiaoping had grown up in a large family since childhood, receiving aristocratic education in the upper-class society. She attended all-girls schools and rarely had the opportunity to meet boys. Hiroji was the first strange man she had a crush on in her life. Mu Xiaoping couldn't help but pour a bit of unusual affection on Hiroji, and even she herself didn't realize it at present that it's delicious. My grandpa taught me to make it. It's said to be made according to the ancient method on Earth. Grandpa often tells me not to forget that I'm a Chinese from Earth. That he also says that for us in the field of biology, it's very important to go to Earth. But my parents always think I'm too young and won't let me go to such a dangerous place. That Earth fun. In the eyes of interstellar people, Earth was a desolate and barbaric place. But for biologists, the ecological environment on Earth was the most worthy research topic. After all humans now originated from that remote and barren planet. It was also thanks to the efforts of generations of scholars that the Earth's ecosystem didn't collapse. Mu Xiaoping had long been yearning for the various animals and plants on Earth. Under Hiroji's vivid description, the two soon got familiar with each other by the time of dinner in the evening. Mu Xiaoping had regarded Hiroji as a good friend with whom she could talk about anything. He secretly observed this. That night, he pulled his granddaughter into his room. "You can't associate with that Earth boy named Hiroji in the future." "Why?" Mu Xiaoping widened her eyes. That Hiroji was probably her first friend, but her grandpa denied it. "Because he is a very dangerous person." He said it. Mu Xiaoping found it both amusing and irritating. What is grandpa talking about? How could Xiaoji be in danger? I think on this ship, Captain Gordon and those mercenaries are all more dangerous than Xiaoji. Humph, those guys are the bad guys, Mu said seriously. I'm not saying that Hiroji is not a good person. Nor can I be certain that this person will definitely be unfavorable to us. But this is a very special time that a dangerous person who hides a strength like this definitely cannot be kept around. Who knows if he is a time bomb that might explode at any moment. This is impossible, Grandpa. Xiaoji couldn't even dodge the beer someone threw at him, and he was hit by the book I casually threw. How could he be a dangerous person? Grandpa, don't forget that I'm also a qualified mech knight, that if he were hiding his strength, how could I not see it? In the upper-class society among the stars, mech piloting and martial arts are essential skills for every social member, and biologists often have to conduct investigations on dangerous alien planets. It's not strange that Mu Xiaoping can pilot a mech. Mu Yi's face turned cold. He showed the surveillance video and said coldly, "The fact that his disguise could deceive a qualified mech knight is exactly what I find terrifying about him. Take a good look at this video. That on the video, Hiroji was bullied again in a stupid-looking way and finally fell into the stake disgracefully. There's nothing wrong with this. Xiaoji is so pitiful. Pitiful." Mu Yi sneered. "It's you who are pitiful. My dear granddaughter, you've been deceived by this guy. But there's nothing wrong." That Mu Yi rewound the video and played it again. Pointing at the screen, he explained, "Look, this is the part where Chuck splashed beer on Hiroji. Let's assume for now that Hiroji is an ignorant fool. But when the cold beer splashed on him, there should be some reaction on his face, right? But look at his face. From the moment the beer splashed on his face, Hiroji's expression didn't change at all. He still had that amiable and kind smile. As warm as the sun, he didn't even move his eyeballs, didn't tremble his eyelashes, and didn't twitch a single muscle. That he looked like a ghost in a human-shaped mold without the joys, sorrows, and emotions that a human should have. This, Mu-E said. If this guy's facial nervous system isn't malfunctioning, there's only one explanation. He already knew someone was going to splash beer on him. He just hid his strength on purpose for some reason. Maybe Xiaoji is new here and doesn't want to cause conflicts, so he endured it on purpose. Mu Xiaoping explained in a low voice. Mu-E shook his head. Impossible. Even if he knew someone was going to splash beer on him, when the cold beer actually splashed on him, the human body would involuntarily react. This is a normal physiological phenomenon for humans. And no one can be an exception. Even a super martial artist as advanced as me probably can't avoid it. But Hiroaji showed no reaction at all. His nerves and muscles are like they're made of steel. I believe he's a well-trained and extremely terrifying warrior. Even if that's the case, why can't I make friends with him? No means no that I end this special time. I can't let you be exposed to the slightest bit of danger. Originally, Mu-E wasn't such a strict person, but he was in a bad mood and the enemy's strength was unclear. In a fit of impatience, Mu-E roared. Grandpa, you've never been so fierce to me. Mu Xiaoping trembled all over and covered her mouth as she ran out. This girl, Mu-E was still angry in front of the monitor. He originally thought his granddaughter was just a bit sulky and went out to calm down. But after waiting for more than 2 hours, she still didn't come back. That Mu-E got anxious. Captain Gordon, my granddaughter, is missing. Hearing this news, Gordon was also very anxious because the goal of this mission was to protect the safety of Mu-E and Mu Xiaoping. Judging from Mu-E's attitude all the way, it seemed that Mu Xiaoping's life was more important than his own and was the top priority person to protect. You know, the spaceship is very large. But most of the areas are filled with pipes and machinery, and few people go there. Basically, all the people are concentrated in the living area and the operation area to work. Moreover, most places don't have monitoring devices. Only when there's a malfunction will it show up on the computer in the command center. It can be said that for a passenger, especially one who doesn't know the ship well, once getting lost in the dark and bottomless ship, it's usually very difficult to find an exit. Chuck, Honggang, you guys quickly take a few brothers to search the lower cabins. Hurry, Gordon roared. Suddenly, the whole spaceship was in an uproar. Not only did the idle crew members join the search, but also the crew members in general logistics positions entered the lower cabins to search, and even the cooks were no exception. Hiroaji waited in his room for a long time, but no one came to serve the meal. He was a bit puzzled. He asked a panicked crew member, and only then found out that Mu Xiaoping was missing. The fish congee she made was really delicious, Hiroaji thought for a while, and felt that if there wasn't such delicious congee on Planet Alpha in the future, life would be very boring. So, it's better to find a way to rescue this girl. Abu, let's go. The little crocodile obediently climbed onto Hiroaji's shoulder. Hiroaji dashed out of the room like lightning. The inside of the cabins, which were tortuous, narrow, and dark, was like a series of sunless underground caves. For ordinary people, the fear of the darkness alone was enough to make them mentally collapse. But for Hiroaji, it was like a fish in water. The dark power in his body spread out in circles, clearly recording the changes in the surrounding environment. Just like a bat relying on ultrasonic waves, he didn't need his vision at all. Hiroaji's way of walking was also very strange. His joints hardly moved, and he floated around like a ghost. Suddenly, ahead, a search and rescue team composed of 3 crew members was also on the move. These people held a flashlight in one hand and a map in the other, but they were still trembling with fear. They were all logistics staff on the ship and never participated in battles. So they were very uncomfortable with the harsh and complex environment under the cabins. John Doe, do you hear any sound? A crew member said tremblingly, Datich, there's no sound, don't scare yourself. John's voice was also trembling. Just then, a terrifying thing appeared in front of their lights. The thing moved forward in a strange way. Hopping from afar, it was like a stiff corpse, and there was a ferocious-looking crocodile lying on its head, sticking out its sharp tongue. The 3 crew members were so scared that they dropped the map and turned around to our in an instant. That ghost was in front of the 3 of them. Under the dim light, this ghost was expressionless, like a zombie from the underworld. Lacking only the 2 fangs at the corners of its mouth point, 2 crew members didn't even have time to react when they felt a pain in their necks and immediately fainted. The 3rd crew member was jumped on the head by the little crocodile and was so scared that he fainted. Looking at the 3 men's twisted bodies, Hiroaji still looked calm. He thought for a while and casually removed the nozzle of a ventilation pipe beside him. Immediately, a stream of high-temperature steam sprayed out in this way. The 3 crew members wouldn't freeze to death. And when the command center found the damage here, they would immediately send someone to repair it so that the crew members wouldn't get lost. Hiroaji continued to move deeper into the cabins. At the very bottom of the cabins was a deep and empty space. Except for the roaring machinery, no living thing could survive here. The search team didn't come to this place because they didn't think Mu Xiaoping could survive here for long. The purpose of Hiroaji's coming here was not to find her, but to look for an undisturbed space. Hiroaji took off the black crystal containing the dark abyss from his neck. A hint of evil light flashed in Hiroaji's eyes as he slowly tossed the black crystal into the air. Guided by the dark energy, the crystal actually started to circle around him. At the same time, Hiroaji's spiritual sense continuously spread out in all directions, searching for organisms that also contain negative emotions. This was Hiroaji's method of finding the Dark Queen in principle. The black crystal was like a radar that could detect all the hidden negative emotions around. Certainly, as the distance grew, gradually only those creatures harboring potent negative emotions could be detected. However, within the confines of a spaceship, Hiroaji was confident that he could locate Mu Xiaoping. In his estimation, Mu Xiaoping should now be in a state of extreme fear, dread, and despair. Fear and despair are relatively intense negative emotions. Even if she were already dead, Hiroaji could still find the place where her body was buried. Many individuals with negative emotions were discovered within the spaceship. However, neither the number nor the nature of these emotions resembled those of a young girl. After searching for about 10 minutes, he finally found her. So, she was there. Hiroaji suddenly opened his eyes and darted out like an arrow released from ABOW, and Mu Xiaoping was beginning to regret her actions. She had no idea where she was, only that there was a cold, indifferent darkness before her. A bone-chilling wind blew from the front. She wanted to turn back, but there were numerous fork roads behind her. Which one was the real passage back to the living area? In the darkness, Mu Xiaoping couldn't help but shed remorseful tears. She didn't know how long she had been there. She was exhausted and hungry, on the verge of falling asleep. But Mu Xiaoping knew she mustn't fall asleep, for if she did, she might never wake up. Just as she was in a daze, Mu Xiaoping felt a warm force approaching from behind. Then, she was lifted up by a pair of gentle arms that don't be afraid. The person said, "We'll be out soon." Who? Who are you? Suddenly, the darkness vanished, and a hazy yellow light appeared before her. In the soft light. Hiroaji's face looked especially gentle, and Mu Xiaoping drowsily rested her head on Hiroaji's chest. For some reason, knowing that he had saved her, Mu Xiaoping felt extremely at ease. Actually, the place where she had gotten into trouble wasn't far from the living area. After all, a young girl couldn't have gone too far. She happened to be beside a small repair dock, but she couldn't find a way out in the darkness. Everyone was eager to search farther away and had temporarily forgotten about this place. Hiroaji's military transport ship was docked here for repairs. After a 2-month-long journey, many parts were already worn out and useless. However, now the maintenance workers were also in a hurry to find Mu Xiaoping. So for the moment, no one bothered the two of them. This kind of situation where a young man and a young woman were alone together was something Hiroaji had never encountered before. And Mu Xiaoping was completely at a loss. The two just sat quietly beside the spaceship. It was a long time later that Hiroaji stammered, "We should go up, right?" Mu Xiaoping nodded obediently. But as soon as she stood up, she let out a cry of pain and slumped weakly against Hiroaji. "What's wrong?" My foot seems to be sprained in the darkness, due to the high level of mental stress." Mu Xiaoping hadn't noticed it. Now that she had found someone to rely on, she relaxed completely, and the intense pain immediately shot through her. Hiroaji gently laid Mu Xiaoping on the ground and carefully removed the young girl's boots. Her left ankle was red and swollen, looking like a steamed biyun, and experienced Hiroaji could tell at a glance that it was dislocated. "Don't worry, it's okay." Hiroaji's movements were as gentle as a willow's caress as he stroked Mu Xiaoping's delicate foot, slowly soothing the muscles, and Mu Xiaoping blushed as she looked at this focused man. Her heart fluttered like a caged bird. The air that had been filled with the smell of engine oil seemed to become fresh. A warm and itchy sensation came from the sole of her foot, gradually overriding the original pain that Mu Xiaoping felt as if her foot was placed in a steaming hot spring. Suddenly, there was a click. "It's okay," Hiroji said expressionlessly. His hands continued to massage her ankle to relieve the pain. Tears welled up in Mu Xiaoping's eyes, but she endured the pain without crying out. Hiroji picked up the girl and smiled, saying, "You'd better not walk for the next 2 days. Rest in bed more." "Yes," Mu Xiaoping nodded stupidly. There was an indescribable charm about Hiroji. Although he wasn't overbearing, one couldn't help but obey what he said. Mu Xiaoping believed that he must be a good person and would never harm her. "Xiaoji, what's the matter?" "My grandfather said. My grandfather said that you're very capable." Is that true?" Hiroji paused, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. But he turned his face away, trying not to let the girl notice. "How could he know? How did your grandfather know?" The young girl told him everything. "Grandfather watched the surveillance video and found that your expression didn't change at all when someone splashed beer on you. So, grandfather said you were very capable." So that was it. Hiroji frowned slightly. He never thought that the training he had received in the dark and desolate domain would become a giveaway of his true self in the outside world. However, there was nothing he could do about it, because his body had been trained to be this way and couldn't be changed. "Do you believe your grandfather?" Hiroji asked the girl in his arms with a faint smile on his face. Looking like a hungry wolf eyeing a flock of fat sheep, Yu Xiaoping nodded. "I think Xiaoji must be very capable. Otherwise, he definitely couldn't have found me. But I also think Xiaoji will never harm me. Right?" "Well, of course." The fire in Hiroji's eyes flickered. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the entrance of the repair dock. Inside the spaceship, there were highly sealed doors connecting the passages of each cabin. In case of danger, the damage outside wouldn't spread to all the cabins that opened such a door. One either needed a crew member's ID card or password, or had to use the intercom beside it to call the crew members outside. Hiroji's hand was already on the intercom, but his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. "Xiaoji, what's wrong?" Hiroji told the girl to be quiet. He put his ear to the cabin door and listened carefully for a while. "No good." Hiroji seemed to sense something terrible. He turned around and ran at full speed. At this moment, he didn't care about hiding his strength at all, and his speed reached its limit. Mu Xiaoping's heart rate also soared to the peak. Less than a second after they left the cabin door, there was a loud boom. The entire door was smashed into pieces by a powerful shockwave. A fierce flame crept into the repair cabin like a venomous snake, and thick black smoke instantly filled the space. Meanwhile, the entire spaceship vibrated violently, as if there was a powerful earthquake. A huge and thick steel plate suddenly fell from the sky. Judging from its position, it was about to hit the two of them on the head. Hiroji seemed not to notice, and Mu Xiaoping screamed in terror. "Xiaoji!" Mu Xiaoping closed her eyes in fear. But the scene of being crushed that she had imagined didn't happen for a long time. The young girl slowly loosened her tight grip on the young man and opened her eyes. Mu Xiaoping was stunned. The huge steel plate didn't hit the ground because Hiroji had propped it up with just one arm. "Xiaoji, you're so amazing." Hiroji's face looked grim, although his bone strength was enough to support the steel plate. His muscles, blood vessels, and skin weren't as resilient. They soon burst open. How inconvenient the human body is, Hiroji thought, that it's such a mess. And now, his true strength had been revealed. Hiroji's first thought was to kill to cover up the evidence. But seeing Mu Xiaoping's docile, innocent, and admiring eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Damn it. Since leaving the dark and desolate domain, human emotions had slowly returned to him, making him weak. Hiroji pushed the steel plate away and then placed Mu Xiaoping on the ground. He said gravely, "It seems that the spaceship is in some kind of danger. We have to find a way out on our own." "How? How could this happen?" Mu Xiaoping's face turned ashen. Hiroji shrugged. "Such regular impacts mean that either someone is attacking the ship or we've encountered an irregular meteorite belt." A meteorite belt. However, Captain Gordon said we wouldn't reach the meteor belt until tomorrow, and he was quite confident we could pass through it. Who would have thought that now we have to rely on ourselves? "Can you operate the spaceship?" Mu Xiaoping shook her head with a pale face. Although she could pilot the space mech, she knew nothing about spaceships. "No, Xiaoji, we can't take that ship. Even if I could operate it, the ship is in such a bad state. The repair work on the military transport ship was only half done, and most of the parts were still lying on the ground. including several major components in the engine and so on. These things all required specialized maintenance mesh for repair. The fire was getting fiercer. The air in the maintenance dock was gradually thinning, and the black smoke had already drifted down onto the two of them. The impacts never ceased for a moment and showed a tendency to become more intense. Large pipes and metal steel plates kept falling, and the ground showed faint signs of being torn apart. "There's no time left," Hiroaji shouted. "I'll repair the spaceship, and you drive it." Amid the raging flames, Hiroaji desperately traversed all kinds of dangers and obstacles, leaping towards the military transport aircraft with an incredibly nimble gait. "Abu, come out!" Hearing the master's call, the small metal crocodile scurried out quickly from under the spaceship. It was obvious that it was still slightly afraid of the flames, but the master's order came first. Black energy waves swirled around Hiroaji's body. The invisible energy waves were like intangible ropes, connecting the small crocodile and himself as one. Abu hissed and jumped onto Hiroaji's right arm. The metal crocodile began to transform. Abu's entire body seemed to melt into a transparent mass of molten iron, firmly wrapping Hiroaji's entire right arm, and then solidifying again, gradually taking on angular shapes. It was as if a magnificent suit of armor had been installed on Hiroaji's right hand. Mu Xiaoping opened her mouth in astonishment. There seemed to be endless secrets about Hiroaji, and every discovery was enough to subvert her common sense. Such a robot that could change its form freely was rarely seen, even in large companies proficient in mechanical manufacturing. Who would have thought that Xiaoji had won by his side? What happened next made Mu Xiaoping's heart race even more. After equipping the mechanical maintenance armor, Hiroaji's right hand had become an all-powerful tool. Relying on his superhuman physique, he easily moved the large parts that only maintenance mesh could handle to the front of the spaceship. Hiroaji skillfully disassembled the components of the old spaceship and then casually matched them with new ones without even looking, as if he was sure he wouldn't make a mistake. From that metal arm, huge screws, wrenches, and acetylene torches kept emerging, and he installed the complex parts into the spaceship one by one. Mu Xiaoping felt as if she was watching a maintenance video, and it was being watched at 16 times the normal speed. Like a whirlwind, Hiroaji assembled all the parts needed for the entire spaceship in a moment. By this time, the air was almost exhausted. The fire almost singed Mu Xiaoping's hair. Mu Xiaoping dodged desperately, but unexpectedly lost her balance. The floor she was on had long been softened by the fire and suddenly collapsed. Mu Xiaoping let out a scream and fell from mid-air into the raging mouth of the fire demon. Hiroaji appeared, and Mu Xiaoping didn't know how the other person had jumped into the air. She only felt herself being tightly hugged by Hiroaji. Then Hiroaji stepped on the constantly collapsing and falling metal plates as if walking on clouds and landed on the ground. Mu Xiaoping wept for joy. Hiroaji was greatly dissatisfied, in his opinion. With the situation so urgent, all unnecessary emotions should be put aside, and the real thing was to find a way to escape this damned place. If he was cooperating with a skeleton soldier now, there definitely wouldn't be so much crying and whining. Hiroaji sighed. "Miss Mu, can you save your crying until we reach Alpha Planet? If we don't find a way out, we'll all die here." After much persuasion, Mu Xiaoping finally stopped crying and looked at Hiroaji pitifully with a pair of slightly swollen red eyes, looking like a very cute little dog waiting for his master to give an order. "I've repaired the spaceship. Now it depends on whether you can drive it. But how can we get out? Does the spaceship have any weapons and equipment?" Hiroaji was stunned. This was something he hadn't thought of. Although the maintenance dock must have been set up on the outermost periphery of the spaceship for convenience, now the fire had destroyed all the control devices for the entrance and exit of the cabin, and there was no way to get out by ordinary means. Hiroaji searched the spaceship for a while and only found a low-power laser gun. Staring fixedly at the laser gun for a while, Hiroaji came up with an idea. With his dexterous hands moving nimbly, soon, Hiroaji transformed the low-power laser gun into a high-power laser cannon. Of course, such a laser cannon could only be used once. But it was enough. Get into the spaceship quickly. Mu Xiaoping was in a complete mess in front of the transport ship's console. Fortunately, this spaceship was originally used for short-distance flights and didn't have so many complicated functions. After a little exploration, she actually managed to make it hover slowly. Hiroaji fixed the laser cannon in front of the deck and aimed it at the outer wall of the cabin. Above their heads, metal fragments were constantly falling, hitting the hull of the transport ship like a rainstorm. Start. The tail fin of the transport ship suddenly ejected a dazzling flame, blowing all the metal fragments in the entire space in all directions. The transport ship was like a runaway wild horse, desperately ramming into the closed hull. Just when it seemed that they were only a few meters away from destruction, Hiraji finally fired the temporarily modified laser cannon. Boom! The powerful recoil caused the entire gun turret and the surrounding deck to be lifted up, even cutting off the tail fin of the transport ship, but at least it blasted a terrifying hole in the outer wall of the cabin. Outside, there were stars all over the sky. The small transport ship was like an insignificant fly, leaving the huge mercenary group's battleship. Shortly after leaving, the cabin they had originally been in was destroyed by a violent explosion and completely turned into a hell where the fire demon raged. In midair, the two stared blankly at the immense battleship. The scene in front of them was suffocating. Somehow, the entire battleship had sailed into a chaotic space. There were meteorites of all sizes everywhere, some larger than the entire spaceship, and others, although small, were flying at incredibly high speeds. Once hit, it would definitely cause a strong explosion. Although the battleship had its energy shield fully activated because of its huge size and poor maneuverability, it was constantly being hit by meteorites. It was obvious that the energy consumption was extremely fast. In just a short time, it could no longer maintain the energy protection of the entire hull and could only focus on defending some vital parts. Once the unprotected parts were hit by a meteorite, they would be completely penetrated and explode. The battleship was like an old whale. Although it was huge in size, under the poisonous harpoons of the fishermen, it could only helplessly drift towards death. Look, mech knights! Through the observation port on the ship's side, Mu Xiaoping saw countless mech knights flying out of the battleship through the dock in the vast universe. The huge mech knights looked like insignificant dust particles, but in the hands of these dust particles, there was extremely powerful force. They flew in front of the battleship, constantly splitting the blocking meteorites or simply blasting them into pieces. Because of their flexible movements, few meteorites could hit these people. For a moment, the pressure on the battleship was greatly reduced. Working together, they began to slowly sail out of the meteor belt, the battleship. The battleship will definitely fly out of the meteor belt. Mu Xiaoping held Hiraji's hand and said excitedly. But Hiraji was not so optimistic. He was aware that the entire Stardust mercenary corps consisted of merely over 30 mech knights. And at present, all the combatants had been deployed. Armed mechs boasted formidable offensive capabilities, yet they also consumed an enormous amount of energy. Moreover, engaging in a head-on confrontation with lifeless meteorites would surely lead to an extremely high energy consumption. As such, it wouldn't be long before many mechs would have to return to the warship to replenish their energy. Then, the pressure would likely intensify once again, and whether the warship could hold out until it escaped the meteorite belt remained an unknown. Furthermore, even if the warship managed to break free from the meteorite belt, the fates of himself and the young woman were another matter altogether. The meteorite belt was rife with various radiations and interstellar dust, so it was highly uncertain whether a distress signal could be sent out. If no rescue arrived, he and Mu Xiaoping would be like orphans in the cosmos, doomed to starve to death in this dark and desolate world. True to the saying that one fears what will eventually happen, the fate of the warship was still up in the air when Hiraji heard the radar of the transport ship emit an alarm. On the radar, a glaring red was rapidly approaching point 1 could even see with the naked eye that a gigantic and menacing meteorite was hurtling towards them, brimming with boundless fury. The impact would occur within 10 seconds. Compared to the vast expanse of the universe, the meteorite belt replete with countless fireballs seemed incredibly minuscule. And in comparison to the large-scale, magnificent meteorite belt, the armored transport ship appeared utterly insignificant. However, for the two passengers on the transport ship, their lives hinged entirely on whether the ship's fragile steel hull could withstand the bombardment of the meteorite. Abort autopilot. Switch to manual control. Switch to manual control, Hiraji shouted at Mu Xiaoping. The young girl looked at the ever-expanding meteorite, looking somewhat at a loss for a voyage with a preset route and abundant environmental data. Autopilot control by computer was usually more convenient, and the route was more accurately navigated. However, In the face of an unexpected situation like this, a computer couldn't react as nimbly as a human brain and adapt to changes. Although the computer was exerting all its efforts to manipulate the thrusters to change the direction and avoid the oncoming colossal meteorite, considering the mechanical limits, many parameters remained within the normal range. Regrettably, not everyone had the courage to fight back against misfortune. Only those experienced and daring pilots could evade disaster with their superb manual driving skills. The huge meteorite skimmed over the top of the spaceship. Along with a horrible screech of metal friction, the whole ship was shaken as if it were being held and shaken by a giant. A monotonous alarm sounded from the computer. The artificial gravity system is about to malfunction. The hull damage has reached the warning level. It is recommended that the crew abandon the ship immediately. Recommended to abandon the ship immediately. Bang! All the lights shattered, and the spaceship was completely plunged into darkness. Glass shards and metal debris flew rapidly in mid-air. Broken wires flailed about wildly like a witch's hair. Tiny meteorites rained down on the hull one after another, and no one knew which one would tear through the fragile protective layer. Hiroaji lightly tapped his toes and moved in a three-dimensional manner, making a full 365-degree rotation inside the spinning ship. He tightly embraced Mu Xiaoping in his arms. How come you're okay? Mu Xiaoping's astonishment was beyond description in a zero gravity combat situation. The most crucial thing was to maintain balance. This was especially true for mech knights, and it was more practical than most super martial arts skills. Most of the secrets of super martial arts were centered around teaching learners how to maintain balance and launch attacks under zero gravity conditions. Although Mu Xiaoping couldn't be considered an outstanding one among them, she had received rigorous training to earn the qualification of a mech knight. Yet even she couldn't stand steadily, let alone move freely, in the crazily spinning and shaking cabin. Hiroaji, however, seemed completely unaffected by the zero-gravity environment. He moved as if he were walking on flat ground, and was even more agile than on normal ground. Mu Xiaoping didn't know that in the past, Hiroaji had been dragged through the sky by the Bone Dragon Gelate every day. The Bone Dragon could play all sorts of tricks, far more than this lifeless spaceship. After practicing on the Bone Dragon's back for several hours every day, Hiroaji didn't regard zero-gravity as a problem at all. He could even unleash greater combat power in a zero-gravity state. Hiroaji's face was grim. Without saying a word, he pressed Mu Xiaoping onto the seat, tightly fastened the seat belt, and then covered her with a soft protective suit. Only then did he push off the floor and fly towards the cabin ceiling. After the severe impact, the ship's main control computer had started to release glue to repair the damaged parts. Hiroaji manually repaired the areas where the damage was too severe. After implanting the crocodile Abu, Hiroaji's right hand was like a fully automated multi-functional repair machine, and his delicate movements were no less proficient than those of a computer. After nearly 10 minutes of hard work, he finally managed to barely seal the breach. The artificial gravity device had also regained a little energy, barely able to generate half of the standard gravity. Only then did cold sweat gradually break out on Hiroaji's face. Exhausted and fatigued, he returned to the ground and collapsed onto the seat. Xiaoji, Mu Xiaoping looked at Hiroaji's concentrated face. Recalling the thrilling adventure just now, not knowing what to say, Hiroaji let go of Mu Xiaoping and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid we've drifted far away from the mother ship. On the radar, the light dots representing the mercenary core spaceships had gradually disappeared at the edge of the monitor. Now, the monitor was filled with nothing but countless meteorites. Even if they could escape this hell, an endless abyss awaited them. Mu Xiaoping was in a daze for a while, then suddenly threw herself on Hiroaji and said with a sob, I want my mom. I don't want to die. Hiroaji remained silent. Although he didn't need food to survive, where could he find resentment in the desolate universe? If he didn't absorb enough resentment for a long time, the dark element sustaining his life would gradually fade away and eventually disappear. Thinking about how he had struggled in the dark abyss for 10 years, just to return to the human world one day and lead a normal life, he never expected to die in such a place for no reason. If he had known this, he would rather have stayed in the dark abyss. Hiroaji sighed, carefully checked the spaceship's console, and sent a distress signal to the mother ship in the hope of a miracle. The situation was worse than he had imagined. The previous impact and repairs had almost exhausted all the energy of the troop. transport ship. Many parts of the armor were extremely fragile, and the air circulation system and the pure water circulation system had fallen apart and were inoperable. The main control computer kept malfunctioning, and the whole system was on the verge of collapse. To make matters worse, a large-scale meteorite swarm appeared on the radar again. According to the data analysis, the meteorites in this swarm were not large, at most the size of a human fist. But they were traveling at an incredibly high speed and were widely distributed. In the current state of this transport ship, it was impossible to avoid them. Gradually, the whole spaceship was illuminated by a red glow, which was the dazzling light emitted by the meteorite swarm after being rubbed against the interstellar dust. This seemingly magnificent and eye-catching glow was actually a flame of death for the two people inside the spaceship. Hiroaji stared blankly at the harbinger of death, his face expressionless. Mu Xiaoping stared at Hiroaji intently, as if expecting this omnipotent man to save her fate once again. Boom! 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 Like exploding firecrackers. The small meteorites hit the spaceship's hull one after another, and the already extremely fragile hull immediately burst open. Even the repair system's immediate spraying of glue was of no avail. Energy reserve: 9%, 7%, 5%. The backup energy source is activated. The backup energy device is damaged and cannot be activated. The third level protection is forcibly removed. The second level protection is forcibly removed. The first level protection: the left C engine has failed. The left B engine has failed. The right B and right C engines have all failed. The automatic navigation device has failed. The radar detection system has failed. The automatic evasion system has failed. All crew members abandon the ship immediately. All crew members abandon the ship immediately. One shriller siren after another continuously announced the arrival of death. Now, only the innermost residential area maintenance system was still functioning, ensuring the supply of the last bit of oxygen. Seen from the outside, the entire troop carrier had turned into a shabby hunk of scrap iron. The entire hull was scarred by the scratches of meteorites, through which the concealed pipes and machinery were clearly visible. All the engine nozzles were extinguished, no longer able to eject the slightest bit of energy. The spaceship drifted aimlessly, its course altered by the constantly battering meteorites. It was obvious to anyone that the current troop carrier was but a pitiful skeleton, a metallic corpse. Wait, that a corpse. The spaceship had become a corpse. Suddenly, Hiroaji thought of something and closed his eyes. In the state of weightlessness, Hiroaji's feet left the ground, and he quietly floated in the void. His hands were spread flat backward, and his tattered clothes fluttered in the wind, resembling eerie tentacles. The wounds torn by the debris reopened. The blood, like glistening red jewels on the verge of dripping, slowly danced around Hiroaji's body. Meanwhile, wisps of black aura oozed from the wounds, twining around the blood globules. Weaving a dense black net, Hiroaji gently lifted the dim crystal ball on his chest, allowing the dark light to illuminate the entire cabin. It seemed that the dim crystal had amplified his inherent power. The dark element network suddenly expanded, connecting every part of the spaceship. Yes, the spaceship was dead. However, it was the duty of the undead clan to summon the deceased back to this world and let them fulfill their final missions once again. Hiroaji could already sense it, just as he had felt the strong resentment from a scrapped car on this battered and shabby troop carrier. Hiroaji also felt the same unwilling souls. Since it was commissioned 80 years ago, this troop carrier had participated in countless battles. Large and small, the IT had almost been completely destroyed by the enemy's artillery fire and had even been ridiculed for its clumsy appearance. Just like a battle-worn veteran, this troop carrier had gradually accumulated powerful resentment, and today's continuous bombardment by meteorites had pushed the accumulation of this resentment to a new height. Ordinary people couldn't sense this resentment, but in Hiroaji's heart, this troop carrier had by no means lost its vitality, but on the contrary, at the moment when the last engine was damaged and the main control computer completely crashed, that invisible force finally broke through the shackles of the metal itself and began to burn the last bit of the undead fire wantonly. Hiroaji seemed to see an unwilling soul struggling around the spaceship, longing to break out of this hell of rubble and soar in the universe once again. Hiroaji slowly opened his eyes. His pupils seemed to become completely transparent, like two deep whirlpools. reflecting the dim crystal in mid-air. Souls in pain within the endless black abyss. Release all your resentful power and return to the mortal world in the form of our clan. The incantation used by the Dark Clan to summon the undead turned into strands of mysterious silk threads, tightly binding the entire spaceship. A terrifying thing happened. The previously pitch black computer screen began to flicker again. But if one looked under the damaged console, they would find that most of the electronic components were damaged, and even the power supply wasn't working properly. The repair system, which also lacked energy supply, started working again with the help of the dark power, striving to mend the broken cracks. Energy was continuously replenished, the defense gradually stabilized, the oxygen content in the air gradually increased, and the harmful gases were firmly expelled. Now, the troop carrier was no longer just a cold machine. IT had become a mechanical undead with its own life, a metallic skeleton soldier in the universe. Through the wonderful connection between the dark energies, Hiroaji issued the first command to the undead spaceship. Enter the soul fusion state. In the soul fusion state, Hiroaji could personally manipulate the undead and significantly enhance the undead's various abilities. Especially for a mechanical entity like the spaceship, which originally had no autonomous thinking ability, Hiroaji's brain could play a crucial role. Just a few seconds later, Hiroaji was connected to the entire spaceship. He could observe the external situation through the spaceship's monitoring devices, use the spaceship's engines to move, and then issue commands through his own brain. Enter the manual control state. Hiroaji issued a telepathic command to the spaceship. All 6 engines once again ejected powerful flames, driving the troop carrier to fly in an incredible manner. But compared with before, the performance of the spaceship had improved by more than 10 times. In a large-scale meteorite belt, the troop carrier flew gracefully in a way that completely violated the laws of physics, and all sorts of extremely thrilling scenes occurred from time to time. Twice, it almost brushed past the meteorites, but didn't leave a single scratch. The raging meteorite belt that no one had ever conquered was thus defeated by an old-fashioned, shabby-looking troop carrier. After breaking through the last wave of meteorite streams, a hazy star field appeared before Hiroaji and Mu Xiaoping. The stars were bright, the universe was silent, and the entire space was as pure as paradise. Hiroaji was drowsy. After issuing the auto-navigation command to the spaceship, he finally couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground point. 3 days had passed since then. Mu Xiaoping stared blankly at Hiroaji's sleeping face. Her eyes filled with indescribable feelings. In his sleep, Hiroaji looked like an innocent young man, full of youthful vigor. But what earth-shattering secrets were hidden beneath this ordinary appearance? Mu Xiaoping couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Hiroaji's resolute face. It was obvious that the young man was still in great pain even in his dream, for the wounds of various sizes on his body hadn't fully healed. Mu Xiaoping felt that these wounds were like being cut on her own body, causing a stabbing pain. Suddenly, Hiroaji's eyelashes began to flutter, and Mu Xiaoping's round face blushed even more like a red apple. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but was firmly grasped by Hiroaji, and she couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Hiroaji slowly opened his pure eyes and whispered, "How long have I been asleep?" "You've been asleep for 3 days," Mu Xiaoping answered honestly. "Is the spaceship's course normal?" Mu Xiaoping shook her head sorrowfully. "The main control computer can't display anything at all, but judging from the surrounding star maps, we've completely deviated from the course. It's about a 9-day journey to the nearest planet." 9 days? Hiroaji climbed out of the sleep pod, looking around while stretching his body, and Mu Xiaoping blushed and turned her head away because the other person wasn't wearing any clothes except for a pair of tight-fitting shorts. Although she had taken care of the almost naked Hiroaji in the past few days, he had been unconscious then, and she hadn't thought much about it. After waking up, Hiroaji was like an elegant black panther, exuding a powerful and wild aura, completely different from before. For Hiroaji, since Mu Xiaoping had seen him using the undead magic before, there was no need for him to hide his aura anymore. "Come here," Hiroaji beckoned to the girl as if calling his pet cat. His eyes emitted a strange glow, making the little girl unconsciously throw herself into Hiroaji's arms. "You saw everything that happened that day?" Hiroaji smiled. Mu Xiaoping instinctively felt that something was wrong and wanted to get out of Hiroaji's arms. but his seemingly soft arms were like hiding a steel bar, and she couldn't break free at all. Mu Xiaoping wasn't a girl with a particularly strong personality. She had relied on Hiroaji's power to escape the crisis in the past 2 days, so she naturally developed a sense of dependence. The little girl nodded cutely. Hiroaji whispered, "Your grandfather was right. Sometimes I really don't want to cause trouble to Dio, you understand. So you better not tell anyone what you saw." "Okay," Mu Xiaoping said stupidly. "How could I tell anyone about Xiaoji's things? This is our secret." "That's good." Hiroaji closed his eyes and examined the spaceship through his psychic power. Most of the remaining vitality of the troop carrier had been consumed, and now it was moving entirely by inertia. However, Hiroaji could sense that the way the troop carrier had shuttled through the meteorite cluster had already put a full stop to its existence. The wishes of the deceased had been fulfilled, and it was time for them to return to the eternal land of darkness. This was an unalterable law. "Sorry, everyone, I was out handling some business tonight and just got back. So I've delayed the update. Here, I'd like to offer my deepest apologies. Bow once, bow twice, bow thrice." The representative of the book, Lovers returns the courtesy. Hiroaji used the ritual of the undead to pray for the soul of the troop carrier. The long interstellar journey was no problem for Hiroaji at all. In the next few days, he sat in meditation carefully, slowly savoring the feeling of the gathering of dark energy that a few days ago he had summoned the spaceship to resurrect with energy beyond his limit, which had indeed consumed a large amount of the dark energy in his body. But from another perspective, it had also expanded his limits and deepened his understanding of undead magic. So now he was going to slowly recollect these experiences and insights and summarize them into usable laws. But for Mu Xiaoping, things were not so simple. The spaceship lacked the most crucial thing for human survival: food. Since it was a ship under repair, the food storage boxes had been removed. In the urgent situation at that time, Hiroaji hadn't had the time to find the storage cabinets. So now, there was not a single bit of food on the ship. For the first 2 days, Mu Xiaoping endured it with great effort, but she had to take care of Hiroaji from morning till night. And the workload was by no means light. Soon, she had exhausted all the energy stored in her body. On the second day, after Hiroaji woke up, Mu Xiaoping collapsed. She started to have a low-grade fever. Her head was dizzy, and her skin was flushed a crimson color, as if it were being scorched by flames. And Mu Xiaoping kept calling out her mother's name. Only her mother could slightly comfort the helpless soul in this lonely metallic cosmic coffin. Hiroaji had to temporarily put aside his work and take care of this young lady wholeheartedly. Don't be deceived by his usually cold appearance. He was an expert at taking care of others. After all, he had once tamed the difficult-to-deal with bone dragons so well. Taking care of a young girl was a piece of cake for him. However, even the most skillful housewife can't cook a meal without rice. Mu Xiaoping's illness was due to hunger. If there was no food all the time, not even an immortal could save her. Hiroaji was extremely distressed. "Water, I want water," on the sickbed. Mu Xiaoping was half asleep and half awake. Due to excessive hunger, she had become extremely emaciated and no longer looked as energetic as usual. "Right?" Hiroaji's eyes lit up. He took out an emergency box from under the driver's seat, and inside was a dagger glinting with a cold light. Hiroaji expressionlessly cut a gash on his own wrist, and the scalding blood immediately flowed out. "Drink." Slowly, Hiroaji brought his bleeding arm to the girl's mouth. In her semi-comatose state, Mu Xiaoping had no idea what this was, although it tasted extremely fishy, considering that she hadn't eaten a single bite for almost 4 days. As soon as she smelled the smell of food, she immediately gulped it down. Hiroaji hummed a little tune while calculating the amount of blood loss in his body. His physical constitution was different from that of ordinary people. After practicing the black netherbone technique, he could even exist in the form of bones and soul fire, in which case he wouldn't need a single drop of blood, but in order to maintain the minimum functioning level of his brain and internal organs, he had to store a little blood for internal circulation. Even so, it was still much more remarkable than that of ordinary people. Ordinary people would experience dizziness, discomfort, and hypoxia after losing 1/10 of the blood in their bodies. After losing 1/3 of their blood, they would go into shock, faint, or even die. But Hiroaji could retain only 1/10 of the blood in his whole body and still not be affected in his actions and battles. A large amount of fresh blood flowed into Mu Xiaoping's body. Hiroaji's blood was different from that of ordinary people because it was firmly controlled by the dark power so within a certain range. The main body could still exert a certain influence on it. Driven by Hiroaji's psychic power, the blood was immediately absorbed by Mu Xiaoping's digestive system and converted into rich energy. More than an hour later, Hiroaji's skin had become extremely pale, like a vampire who hadn't seen blood for a long time, full of the elegance and mystery of the night. He stopped the wound on his wrist and looked at the girl in the sickbed with satisfaction. There was gradually a healthy color on Mu Xiaoping's face that, if it still doesn't work, I'll have to cut off a piece of my flesh for you to eat, Hiroji murmured to himself while carefully thinking about which part of his body to cut. I'm so H.O.T. Mu Xiaoping on the sickbed suddenly murmured. Her face suddenly turned as red as fire. This, before Hiroji could dodge, Mu Xiaoping had staggered to her feet and said in a daze, "Mom, I'm so hot." She tore her clothes forcefully. Those clothes had been scorched by the fire and then scratched by the meteorites in small fragments, and were already extremely fragile. Mu Xiaoping was in a state of frenzy and had great strength. So she immediately tore them to shreds from top to bottom. Hiroji was almost suffocating. If there was anything in the world he hadn't faced before, it was undoubtedly the charming female body in front of him. Mu Xiaoping's body was so red that it seemed as if blood was about to drip from it. Her full breasts stood upright, and the two delicate nipples were like budding plum blossoms, indicating that their owner was in a state of extreme excitement. Her straight and beautiful legs, though not extremely long, had a round curve that gave people a different kind of thrilling feeling. Especially when her legs moved, the faintly visible sparse pubic hair was even more alluring. Such a sinful and lascivious delicate body was unexpectedly paired with an innocent and lovely face, without the slightest hint of vulgarity. The coexistence of such contradictory feelings in the same woman was truly the masterful work of the creator. Hiroaji's brain cells were completely insufficient to handle the situation. He clumsily took off his last piece of protective clothing and tremblingly put it on the young girl. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 seconds, the last piece of clothing also turned into fragments. Well, now it was a fine mess. Hiroaji's outer coat had been torn when he cast the undead magic. Now, except for a pair of underwear, he was also completely naked, and Mu Xiaoping was in an even worse situation, with not a single thing to cover her body. "Mom, will you hold me and sleep with me?" All right. Mu Xiaoping was utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Smiling coquettishly, Hiroaji was drenched in cold sweat. He had already more or less grasped the cause of the matter. He was half of the undead race. His blood contained a certain amount of dark energy. Mu Xiaoping was on the verge of death, and her last wish in her mind was to see her mother again. The powerful dark energy restored her physical condition, but also triggered this wish of hers. Now, Mu Xiaoping was completely enveloped in hallucinations and truly thought she was in her mother's embrace. Mu Xiaoping giggled, her delicate hands groping randomly on Hiroaji's body, and her soft bosom pressing tightly against Hiroaji's solid chest. "Mom, my dear mom." Suddenly, Hiroaji noticed that on Mu Xiaoping's back, as smooth as jade, there was actually a very spectacular flame pattern tattooed. A raging fire was emitting thousands of gorgeous tentacles, surrounding her entire fair and tender back. Hiroaji couldn't stand it anymore. His eyes were bloodshot. It was truly an unbearable night. Mu Xiaoping was like a naughty kitten, burrowing into Hiroaji's arms forcefully, and her hands and feet were fidgeting restlessly, occasionally touching his sensitive areas. The troop carrier was originally designed only for short, distance transportation of less than 10 people, and the space was extremely cramped. There was simply no place to hide. Hiroaji chanted repeatedly, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," behaving like an enlightened Buddhist monk, allowing the girl to cling to him like a koala. Mu Xiaoping's mania finally came to an end after 12 hours. Her eyes regained their clarity. She observed Hiroaji closely in a somewhat dazed manner, then slowly lowered her head like a stiff robot to examine her own body. Mu Xiaoping jumped up like a frightened bird and huddled trembling in a corner far away. Hiroaji suddenly felt parched. He had absolutely no idea what he should say. After a long time, Mu Xiaoping said in a trembling voice, "Last night, Hiroaji scratched his scalp and looked up at the ceiling in despair. Mu Xiaoping covered her face and wept softly. How could I have done such a thing? Since she was not truly unconscious, but merely catalyzed by the dark power. She could vaguely remember her behavior last night. Damn it! Why had she become so wild? How embarrassing. Hiroaji, of course, would not tell the real reason he was operating the machinery seriously. Xiaoji, quickly find me a piece of clothing. Hiroaji spread his hands. Look around this cabin. Is there any place that could hide a piece of clothing? Then, what should I do? Well, the temperature inside the cabin has been controlled within the range that humans can tolerate, and the oxygen supply is sufficient to support us until we reach Alpha Planet. So, I don't think you need to worry too much, Hiroaji said with a smile. In fact, he was not as pure-hearted as Liu Xiaohui. Facing a charming girl like Mu Xiaoping, he was not unmoved. However, because he had given 9/10 of his blood to Mu Xiaoping yesterday, his blood supply was now severely insufficient, although it had no impact on his actions. There was a certain sinful organ in the male body that required a large amount of blood to function, that he could be said to have a desire, but not the ability. Mu Xiaoping had no idea about this, although Hiroaji had not made any overly rude advances to her last night, which made her feel a bit relieved. Nevertheless, she simply couldn't get used to being naked in front of a young man. Think of a way quickly. Big tears rolled down the girl's cute little face. What if someone sees me later? What should I do? All right, I'll think of a way. Hiroaji sighed and took out a dagger from his waist. There was no third piece of clothing on the spaceship, but all 10 seats were made of genuine leather. Hiroaji cut 10 pieces of leather from 5 of the seats, simply tied a few knots, and then fixed them with discarded copper rings and screws to make the simplest brassiere and skirt. For now, this is all we can do. Mu Xiaoping finally calmed down after putting on the skirt. But when she held the brassiere in her hand, she just couldn't put it on. So she came to Hiroaji blushing. By the time Hiroaji fastened the buckle on her back, Mu Xiaoping was completely limp. Xiaoji, am I really so embarrassing? It's okay. Not everyone can remain calm after experiencing a cosmic meteor shower. Xiaoji, but I feel weak all over, and I'm dizzy and listless. I'm so scared. Don't be afraid that I'll always be here. Xiaoji, Mom used to say that all men in the world are bad and will try to bully me. Will you bully me? Hiroaji fell silent. He had made the brassiere a bit too short. After tightly wrapping the girl's plump bosom, every curve was revealed without the slightest reservation, and the deep cleavage in the middle was even more clearly visible. Fortunately, it was made of leather. If it were made of cloth, Hiroaji was sure it would tear on the spot. Alas, such a girl should have been kept in a greenhouse all her life. How could she be allowed to take risks in the dangerous universe? Hiroaji hugged Mu Xiaoping tightly in his arms. A happy glow shone on the girl's apple-like face, and she whispered in Hiroaji's arms, I know Xiaoji will never bully me. Never. It seemed that Hiroaji's blood was indeed effective. After this replenishment, Mu Xiaoping didn't complain of hunger during the next 3-day journey. However, she was still a bit hazy about what had happened that day, especially about what miraculous medicine she had taken to get better. Of course, Hiroaji never said a word. But later, the girl herself found a deep scar on Hiroaji's wrist, and Mu Xiaoping was extremely touched. For someone she had just met a few days ago, he could risk his life to save her. What a selfless person he was. In the young girl's mind, Hiroaji's image suddenly became extremely tall and imposing. A delicate atmosphere began to pervade between the two. Xiaoji, we're about to enter the atmosphere. Mu Xiaoping pointed out of the spaceship window excitedly. Even with the naked eye, a green asteroid could be seen. Although this was not the preset destination, it was better to encounter a planet than to drift in the universe. Moreover, according to the analysis of the detector, this planet had a rather sufficient supply of water and an atmosphere, making it very suitable for human survival. The possibility of such a planet forming naturally in the universe was quite low. So, it was very likely a human colony. Now, it had come to the most critical moment. As long as they could pass through the atmosphere, they would surely be rescued. A dazzling, circular red halo appeared in front of the troop carrier. The friction of the atmosphere made the entire ship shake violently, and the metal components emitted a shrill, screeching sound as if they were about to fall apart. Outside the window, there were flames like red lotuses flowing, and it seemed that there was seething hot magma all around. The fire demons roared wantonly, eroding the fragile hull. It seemed that in just one more second, the ship's shell would be completely swallowed. Both Hiroaji and Mu Xiaoping could feel the intense heat rushing towards them. Suddenly, they both felt a sense of lightness. The flames had disappeared without a trace, but the boundless starry sky did not reappear. Instead, there was a blue sky and white clouds. They had succeeded before they could even get excited. A boundless forest appeared in front of them. The entire land was covered in green, and the spaceship was accelerating towards the ground. Amidst the girl's shrill screams, Hiroaji firmly protected her in his arms. Boom! The spaceship crashed heavily into a mud pit. The shock wave blew a large area of the surrounding jungle askew. There were howls of wild animals in the jungle, and countless birds flew into the sky in a panic. Since the artificial inertial device had completely malfunctioned at the moment when the spaceship crashed, Hiroaji was smashed hard towards the ground like a cannonball. Although he changed his posture 3 times in the air and tried to disperse the force by moving his joints. Unfortunately, the inertial force was simply too powerful. Coupled with Mu Xiaoping's weight, poor Hiroaji was immediately crushed unconscious. Xiaoji, Xiaoji. There were still tears on Mu Xiaoping's face, but at this moment, she had no time to panic any longer. The hatch of the spaceship had been twisted and deformed and was no longer possible to open. However, the violent tremors had also caused a long, narrow crack to appear above the spaceship, through which one could easily climb out. The Mu Xiaoping gritted her teeth and climbed up. Looking around, she found that she was completely lost in a vast and boundless jungle. All around were towering ancient trees, and there were purple vines winding among them. The branches and leaves of the vines were full of grape-like fruits, emitting a faint, delicate fragrance. On the vines stood chubby little animals, which somewhat resembled a creature called ape in ancient times, but were even fatter than ordinary monkeys. They were so chubby and adorable. The chubby monkeys were holding purple fruits in their hands and looking at Mu Xiaoping with smiling faces, as if something interesting was about to happen. And Yu Xiaoping looked down at the spaceship and was horrified. She discovered that the spaceship had landed right in a swamp and was slowly sinking inch by inch. Good heavens! Mu Xiaoping quickly climbed back into the cabin. Mud had seeped in through the cracks and was rising up over Hiroaji's body. A fat metal crocodile was struggling to drag Hiroaji's foot, trying to pull him out of the spaceship. Are you a boo? Right? Mu Xiaoping approached the crocodile cautiously. Let's carry Xiaoji out together, shall we? Boo hissed, seemingly expressing its agreement, just as the mud had reached her knees. Mu Xiaoping finally managed to carry Hiroaji on her back out of the spaceship. She ran swiftly along the cabin towards the edge of the swamp, then closed her eyes and jumped. There came a gurgling sound from behind, and the huge spaceship had completely disappeared into the dark, colored mud. All that was left on the surface of the water were a series of bubbling bubbles, giving off a foul smell of marsh gas. Finally safe, Mu Xiaoping let out a long sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented exhaustion all over her body. Holding Hiroaji in her arms, a refreshingly cool breeze blew through the jungle, and the girl fell asleep unconsciously. She had several nightmares in a row. Sometimes she dreamed of the cold laboratory, sometimes of the scene when her mother died, and sometimes of Xiaoji lying in a coma and finally passing away. A sticky liquid dropped on her forehead, and Mu Xiaoping woke up abruptly. What she saw was a terrifying sight. The swamp trembled violently, and a dark mass crawled out of the mire. Mud kept dripping from it, and gradually its hideous face was revealed. This animal looked like a mantis that had been magnified countless times. Its long, slender, and sharp feet supported its gray body. In front of its torso were a pair of blood-red compound eyes and a pair of forelimbs as sharp as 2 large knives. Apart from the monster that had just crawled out of the swamp, another one was slowly climbing down from the treetop of the big tree against which Mu Xiaoping was leaning. Try to launch a surprise attack? Mu Xiaoping quickly rolled over, narrowly dodging the monster's attack. A chubby monkey happened to be in front of the giant mantis and was instantly cut in half. A most pitiful sight. The 2 giant mantises surrounded her from the front and the back, their mouth parts constantly vibrating and emitting shrill cries. Tears welled up in Mu Xiaoping's eyes. She tightly clenched her teeth and murmured, Mu Xiaoping, don't use that power. Using violence is wrong. Mu Xiaoping, don't fight. No. When the giant mantises lashed out fiercely, the speed of its blade was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. However, its attack was not aimed at Mu Xiaoping, But at the unconscious Hiraji, a long, narrow cut was immediately made on Hiraji's thigh, and blood gushed out at once. Mu Xiaoping stood there, stunned. For Xiaoji's sake, you bad guys, bad guys. Mu Xiaoping's hair fluttered without wind. The originally pure black hair gradually turned into a dazzling red from the tips, like a burning flame dancing. The flame tattoo on her back seemed to come to life and began to burn and dance violently. Mu Xiaoping's expression was extremely pained, as if she was suffering great torment. But her fiery, red eyes were more determined than ever. One of the giant mantises stomped on the ground and rushed towards her. Facing the fierce and hideous enemy, Mu Xiaoping didn't even blink. She drew a strange symbol in the air, and the surrounding air instantly became extremely cold because all the heat had been absorbed by this symbol. A dazzling fireball immediately appeared at her fingertips, as bright as the sun. Boom! The fireball rushed straight towards the giant mantis and exploded right above the monster's forehead. The monster paused in midair, and then flames burst out from all over its body, turning it into a huge mass of lava. In less than 2 seconds, the monster was melted into a foul-smelling charred mass. The monster behind seemed to be quite intelligent and realized that the creature in front of it was someone it must never provoke, and a look of fear flashed in the giant mantis's compound eyes. And it scurried away into the jungle, and Yu Xiaoping's disheveled red hair finally calmed down and turned back to black. What have I done? I've turned into that kind of monster again. If Grandpa knew, he'd definitely blame me. Mu Xiaoping stared at the terrifying corpse in front of her and couldn't say a word. An old-fashioned solar-powered propeller helicopter appeared above the jungle. It was already the 3rd day since Hiraji and the others had crashed. Fortunately, Hiraji had found that the unique purple berries in the jungle were edible. Otherwise, they might have faced a famine. Hiraji carefully hid among the treetops, tightly holding a dagger made from the forelimb of a giant mantis. Although a bow could transform into a sharper weapon, Hiraji didn't want a bow to appear in front of others unless it was absolutely necessary. That was his greatest secret. Mu Xiaoping was in an open area, waving the leaves vigorously to call for help. The helicopter slowly landed on the open ground. The pilot opened the hatch and stepped out. Hiraji squinted his eyes, raised the bone blade, and stealthily approached. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly stopped. It turned out that the helicopter pilot and rescuer was an old man with gray hair. Dear readers, the author Daniu's new book, Interstellar Skeleton Soldiers, is about to reach 150,000 words and will be removed from the new book list. It will then truly start to compete with the masterpieces of other great authors. To prevent you from having trouble finding Daniu's book on the homepage at that time, I hope you can help add this novel to your bookshelf. That it's just a small effort on your part that will not only help Daniu, but also make it more convenient for your future reading. Interstellar Skeleton Soldiers can't do without your support at any time, and Daniu will keep working hard. This is Planet Walden. It's a newly developed planet about 10 years ago, since it has no minerals and is not on a major transportation route. Few people are willing to settle here usually. However, at least the air here is quite fresh and the environment is nice, so there's still some elderly people willing to come here to spend their old age. Said village head Fakin with a beaming smile. We saw your spaceship crash the day before yesterday, but this helicopter has been having little problems all the time. It was just repaired this morning, and I rushed over right away. You young people are really lucky. Planet Walden is an ordinary small planet on the border of the Tianing Star region. There are only about 100 people in total, all living in a small village. Most of the rest of the planet is covered by forests. There are very dangerous and fierce creatures living in the jungle, which have to be blocked by the high-voltage power grid around the village. This is a secluded paradise away from the world strife. Most of the villagers are elderly people with graying temples. Previously, many of them were manual laborers on various planets. After they got old, they couldn't afford the high cost of living on the major planets, so they had to move here. Although Planet Walden is remote, the good thing is that everything here is free as long as one is willing to put in a certain amount of labor. One can live a leisurely and comfortable life. The villagers here have planted many purple berries, the wonderful fruits that Hiraji and Mu Xiaoping have been relying on for survival in the past 2 days. These sweet and sour berries can be brewed into very pure fruit wine, which also brings in some extra income for Planet Walden. The whole village warmly welcomed the 2 young people. Residents on this border asteroid typically go for long periods without seeing a new neighbor, let alone 2 poor victims of disaster. Everyone brought out the food they had stored, piling it up like a small mountain in front of the two. Some even took out the fine wines they had kept for years. "Where are you from? And how did you end up crashing here?" Fakin asked with a smile as he watched the two gobbling down their food. "Should we send out a distress signal to the outside world?" Hiroaji shook his head and said somewhat indistinctly, "We are on a long, distance journey through the universe, in search of a planet where we can settle. If you don't mind, we'd like to stay here for a while that I see." Fakin gave a meaningful look to his kind-hearted wife, Grandma Booma. "Are they a young couple who eloped?" Grandma Booma's eyes welled up with tears instantly. "What a romantic love story." "All right," Fakin patted his chest in guarantee. "You can stay here without worry that a few of our old friends passed away last year, leaving some empty rooms that if you don't mind. Just stay. You can stay as long as you like." Fakin winked to Hiroaji. "Young man, work hard. When your young wife has a baby and then you go back, your family won't have any objections anymore. Right?" Haha, because she had a look of helplessness on his face. It seemed that the old man had misunderstood something. Fakin burst into laughter and turned to announce to the crowd, "Our planet of Walden has welcomed its 102nd and 103rd settlers." The villagers cheered and quickly prepared a cozy cottage for the two. Everything here was very natural. The cottage was built with logs, and there was a big hearth dug in the middle of the house for heating. Fakin said apologetically, "Sorry, young man. The conditions here are really shabby. When we first came to this planet, we had quite a few modern tools, but many of them have broken down since then. You know, few repairmen are willing to travel all the way here just to repair an electric heater or something that it doesn't matter." Hiroaji said politely, "We are already very satisfied." "Thank you, Uncle Fakin, and please also thank Grandma Booma for me." "All right," Fakin said, "Go to bed early. Poor kids, you must be exhausted. Tomorrow, we'll arrange an official welcome ceremony for you." Haha, it's been a long time since it's been this lively. After Fakin left smiling, Hiroaji quickly got to work. He made several small mechanisms with some bones and installed them on the doors and windows that, in this way, if anyone came in, it would make a slight noise. "Why do you do this?" Mu Xiaoping asked puzzledly. "Grandpa Fakin is not a bad person." "Yes," Hiroaji said, "but I'm not sure there are no bad people on this planet. Besides, there are those who are after you." "After me?" Hiroaji nodded, sat down beside Mu Xiaoping, and hugged her. He said softly, "Do you think it was just an accident that our spaceship encountered the meteor belt?" "No, the route set for the spaceship definitely wouldn't pass through the meteor belt. The only explanation is that someone modified the star map. What could their target be?" Mu Xiaoping trembled all over and said awkwardly, I didn't mean to hide it from you." Hiroaji put his finger on the girl's lips and said tenderly, "Everyone has their own secrets that I don't necessarily need you to tell me things you don't want to recall. Anyway, we can rest here for a while that I have some questions to think about." The question Hiroaji thought about was the manipulation of the spaceship he had done in the moment of crisis, that necromancy which could even turn metal into life. If this kind of magic could be applied on a large scale, it was not hard to imagine that one day there would be an army composed entirely of mechas somewhere in the universe. These mechas would be undead creatures with their own lives, and their terrifying combat power would make the whole world tremble. Thinking of this, a cold smile curled Hiroaji's lips. Mu Xiaoping didn't think so much. She stared blankly at Hiroaji's figure, thinking about how this not-so-tall man had saved her in such a dangerous situation, and about the life they were about to start on the planet of Walden. She blushed, her heart pounding, and shyly lowered her head. The fire in the room finally went out. Hiroaji had been in Walden Village for a week. Everything here was fine, but there was one thing that really puzzled him. Why did the residents here rarely use mechas in their daily lives or farm work? On this newly colonized wild planet, mechas were an absolute necessity. Not to mention anything else, just think about the giant mantises they had encountered in the jungle. Without mechas, they wouldn't know how to deal with them. During lunch one day, Hiroaji expressed his confusion to Grandma Booma. Originally, the villagers cooked their own meals, but since Mu Xiaoping came, her superb cooking skills had completely won over all the villagers. This seemingly ordinary girl's mastery of fire could be said to have reached a master-level standard, and no matter how ordinary the food was, after her careful cooking, it would turn into a unique delicacy. So now, every time it was mealtime, Hiroaji's house would be filled with smiling villagers. Grandma Booma glared at her husband and complained, "These good-for-nothing men claim to be elites from various planets. But they can't even repair a small mecha. Only then did Hiroji learn that there were mechas on the planet of Walden. When these old people retired, although they only had a meager pension, most of the mechas they had worked with were brought to the planet of Walden. However, most of these mechas had been used for decades in agricultural or industrial mining operations, and, like these old people, were already obsolete and scrap. In the first 2 years on the planet of Walden, these mechas could still barely work, and it was thanks to their help that the village was established. But due to the lack of maintenance, after 2 years, all the mechas broke down and could no longer be used. The villagers had thought about repairing these mechas, but these mechas were old models that had been on the market 30 or 40 years ago. Today's repairmen simply didn't know how to repair these antiques. Only those old technicians with 30 or 40 years of repair experience had the ability to do so. Old technicians with 30 or 40 years of experience were definitely very accomplished people. How could they come to such a remote place for these broken-down mechas? Even if they were willing to come, the price they asked would surely be extremely high. Moreover, all the spare parts for these old mechas had long since stopped production and couldn't be bought anywhere. Grandpa Fakin stared at his wife and mumbled, "Who says we're incompetent? Even if you bring the most outstanding young technician from the outside world now, he might not even recognize my beloved mecha. Hee, when I was mining on the planet of Iska in that mecha, those brats might still have been sucking their thumbs. Why didn't we think of inviting a repairman to come here with us?" Uncle House, a stocky man who had once been a glorious steel worker and was mercilessly laid off after serving a large enterprise loyally for 45 years, said, "Most of the villagers here were like this. Victims of the cruel competitive system. Idiot." Uncle Jack, who loved to drink, said we get more useless as we get older, but repairmen gain more experience as they aged. They're in high demand outside. How could they come here with us? That's true, but Jack, who are you calling an idiot? You guy, can I have a look at your mechas? Hiroji suddenly said. Everyone was stunned that I have a qualification certificate for the repair of primary agricultural mechas. Hiroji explained that this. Everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. Repairing primary agricultural mechas meant that this poor kid could probably only do some work like cleaning mechas or applying lubricant to them. Almost every one of these skilled workers had a primary mecha repair certificate and could handle quite complicated mecha problems. Some even had intermediate certificates. But in the face of an old mecha that had been eroded by decades of wind and rain and was covered in rust, what could even the most outstanding repairman do? Just as everyone was wondering how to politely decline, Mu Xiaoping spoke up. Let Brother Xiaoji take a look, that he's very good at it. Mu Xiaoping still hadn't forgotten that Hiroji had repaired a spaceship within merely 10 minutes. Well, as the saying goes, those who accept favors are in someone else's debt. The old gentleman exchanged glances and then reluctantly agreed. Whoosh, a cloud of sand and dust billowed up, and many people began to cough violently. An old man drove a tractor and used a chain tied to the back to pull open the door of the semi-underground mech hangar. According to the standard mech maintenance rules, when not in use, mechs are best stored in spatial wristbands and kept in a vacuum state. If directly exposed to the air, the mech's parts will decay and the circuits will age. However, there were no high-tech items like spatial wristbands on this planet. It would seem rather ludicrous to use wristbands to carry these shabby antiques. Hiroji looked around the hangar contentedly at the 18 mechs on display. In the eyes of ordinary people, these mechs were nothing but unwanted junk. Even novice pilots wouldn't touch them. But in Hiroji's view, these mechs exuded a powerful force and energy, having spent decades with humans. These mechs had developed their own lives and were no longer just cold machinery. Hiroji stood in front of the mechs, carefully observing the machines to be repaired. This was a basic skill for every mechanic. 5 minutes passed, then 10 minutes, then an hour, but Hiroji remained motionless. The villagers couldn't stand it anymore. They didn't dare to disturb Hiroji, so they yawned and whispered to Mu Xiaoping, "Is Xiaoji okay?" Probably okay. Mu Xiaoping wasn't sure either. However, Hiroji looked extremely attractive when he was concentrated, and Mu Xiaoping stared at him blankly and felt a flutter in her heart. 3 hours later, many villagers had gone out for a long walk and come back again. Only then did Huji finally draw a conclusion. Among the 18 mechs, there were 5 that could be repaired. What? The villagers were stunned, especially the owners of these 18 mechs, although they couldn't repair the mechs. They had operated them for so many years. Even if they had never eaten pork, they had seen a pig run. After looking them over, these mechs seemed like nothing but scrap metal at most. Who would have thought they could be repaired? Hiroaji explained. Under the premise of having sufficient parts, originally 11 mechs could be repaired. But judging from the current situation, 13 of the mechs have to be disassembled, and the relatively intact parts inside will be used as replacements. Only then can we barely complete the repair of 5 mechs. Well, then do it, Falcon said. Anyway, we can't repair these things at all. Instead of letting them turn into scrap metal here, it's better to let Xiao He have a try. Falcon didn't really expect the young man to succeed, but since the young man wanted to give it a shot, and these things were useless anyway, it didn't matter if they were disassembled. The villagers all agreed. Hiroaji nodded and walked towards the farthest corner of the hangar, where a large set of mech repair tools was placed. Wait, Falcon suddenly slapped his forehead. We don't have a repair mech here. This is bad. Hiroaji shook his head. I don't need a repair mech. Repair by hand? All the villagers were stunned. Hiroaji calmly opened the long-sealed repair toolbox. His heart filled with excitement and joy in his world. The villagers no longer existed, and the 18 mechs seemed to have decomposed into the most basic parts, floating in the void. The complex repair tools seemed like the simplest children's toys in Hiroaji's hands. He waved them lightly twice to feel their center of gravity. I think this kid knows what he's doing, Uncle House whispered to Uncle Jack. Maybe he can really repair 5 mechs. Get out of here. Uncle Jack scoffed. He's a good kid, and maybe he can repair some newly produced mechs. But these antiques from 40 years ago, he wasn't even born at that time. If he can really repair them, then this kid shouldn't be here. But he should be in the mech repair department of the Federal's top university, teaching all the elites of the Federation. Suddenly, Hiroaji moved that a cloud of sand and dust filled the entire hangar. The dust that had accumulated over the years turned into a fierce tornado, hitting people head on. The villagers coughed violently and couldn't even open their eyes. They had to hurry out. The entire hangar was shrouded in a gray haze, and no one could see what was going on inside. Only the occasional faint sound of metal colliding let people know that Hiroaji was still working. He's like a magician, Uncle House said in horror. A new week has begun. Everyone, vote vigorously. Will this kid be okay? Come on, you men are really something that a kid is being reckless, and you just let him go crazy. If something happens to poor Hiroaji, I won't forgive you. Grandma Bulma glared angrily at everyone and pinched her husband. Falcon, hard on the back as a representative of you. Falcon almost shed tears from the pain and howled. Otherwise, let's rush in and save Xiao He. No need. Only Mu Xiaoping had full confidence in Hiroaji. She stared blankly at the hangar and said, just wait. Xiaoji said he can do it, and he definitely will. An hour later, the dust finally settled. A strange noise came from inside the hangar. The ground trembled slightly. Uncle Jack suddenly got excited. He listened intently for a while and then jumped up excitedly. This is the sound of my Mustang's engine. I remember this sound. My goodness, I haven't heard such a wonderful engine start-up sound for more than 20 years. It's amazing. It's great, as he shouted. A sturdy mining mech drove out of the hangar. Its 2 thick arms could collect various minerals, and its caterpillar-style legs could operate in any harsh environment. There was also a beautiful galloping horse pattern on the mech's chest, which looked vivid after being cleaned. Although it couldn't be said to be brand new, at least everyone could feel the power contained in this mining mech. Hiroaji climbed down along the lifting rope, looking like a black coal ball covered in dust, with only his teeth remaining white. The design of this mech is truly classic. Nowadays, few mechs can present such a rough power and beauty. Hiroaji said sincerely. Modern mechs, even armed ones, are increasingly becoming more refined and automated. Although they are more suitable for operation, they lack the mechanical feel of classical mechs. For a conservative person like Hiroaji, this is undoubtedly a great pity. Uncle Jack's eyes welled up with tears, and he almost knocked Hiroaji to the ground with a pat on the shoulder. You're absolutely right. Xiao He, I like you. Damn it, those modern mechs don't even have a bit of engine vibration when they start. They're for sissies. The Mustang mech is the kind of machine that real men should drive. Back then, when I was driving my beloved Mustang on Rainstar and encountered a level 13 electromagnetic storm, all those sissy high-tech mechs broke down, and it was our old Mustang that saved the day. Good boy, come to my place for dinner tonight. We'll get drunk together. Tomorrow night, Hiroaji said. I still have to study the other mechs tonight. After all, these were all old antiques. The Mustang mech was the easiest to repair among them. But the difficulty had exceeded Hiroaji's expectation. It not only took him more than an hour to repair, but also used up a large number of parts, which brought some difficulties to the repair of the other mechs. However, the more difficult it was, the happier Hiroaji felt. He was a born mech repairman, having such a precious opportunity to repair these high-difficulty antique mechs. How could he possibly let it go? I will definitely repair these mechs. Hiroaji made up his mind. It's all sorted now, as long as the DSL filter of this mech is loaded above the engine of this mech. The output power should increase by over 15, and the performance is estimated to return at 80 of the factory level. Hiroaji yawned and looked at his work with satisfaction, but it was already past 5 o'clock in the morning. After a whole night's arduous battle, he finally fully repaired the remaining 4 mechs. Watching the once dull and useless scraps regain their luster in his hands, Hiroaji felt extremely elated. Despite his muscles aching all over and his eyes being bloodshot due to the dusty environment, Hiroaji was in a highly excited state of mind. He piloted the 4 mechs one by one to make a round, and after ensuring that there were no more problems, Hiroaji finally heaved a long sigh of relief. He moved his somewhat stiff cervical vertebrae and curiously looked around. Suddenly, he noticed a concealed door on the wall. Originally, this door had been covered by years of dust, and with the dim light here, an ordinary person simply couldn't spot it. However, having spent so many years in the dark abyss, Hiroaji had long mastered the skill of night vision. But Hiroaji became curious that it seemed that there was a warehouse inside this door. And judging from the height of the door, it was also for storing mechs. Hiroaji fumbled around for a while and finally found the hinges of the door, then pulled it forcefully. The door was extremely heavy. Only someone as strong as Hiroaji, a veritable powerhouse, had the ability to open it. Sure enough, inside was a small mech warehouse, and there was a black mech kneeling on the ground. The most prominent feature of this mech was its lightness. Its slender, compact torso structure was as delicate as that of a bird, yet sharp blades were installed at the joints of its wrists and ankles. Resembling the claws of an eagle, 2 broad black wings extended from its back, tracing an extremely graceful curve. Even though the mech was still kneeling on the ground at present, it still gave the impression of being able to soar in the sky. Judging from the propulsion device on its back, it should be able to provide extremely powerful kinetic energy. This seemed to be a semi-armed mech converted from an agricultural mech for fighting wild beasts. Hiroaji perked up. Compared with agricultural mechs, he naturally preferred to study armed mechs. After all, armed mechs represented the pinnacle of cosmic mech technology. Although this armed mech converted from an agricultural one was far inferior to a professional armed mech in terms of combat power, it had an advantage, that is, it didn't require a high level of spiritual power from the pilot. As long as one could pilot an agricultural mech, they could pilot this converted mech. However, this mech seemed to have endured a very fierce battle. There were dozens of wounds of various sizes all over its body, as if they had been inflicted by some ferocious prey. Its engine and computer system also appeared to be severely damaged, seemingly beyond repair. And oh wonder the villagers didn't take this mech out just now to in their eyes. Perhaps even an immortal couldn't save this mech. Hiroaji observed it carefully for a while and finally judged that this mech was not worth repairing. He sighed in frustration. Just as he was about to close the warehouse door, a very strange feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. This mech seemed to be radiating boundless fighting spirit, just like those soldiers who died on the battlefield, trying to come back to life and fight for their beliefs. Hiroaji stopped. All right, I'll give it a try. Hiroaji clenched his fists. Roar! The protagonist special mech is about to be born. Comrades, give more votes. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, the 4 imposing mechs were parked in a row at the village entrance, looking like a spectacular sight. Village Chief Faken was extremely excited. He patted Hiroaji on the shoulder and repeatedly said, "Incredible. Young He, you're truly amazing. This is simply an impossible feat." Hiroaji smiled wearily and said, "If these mechs are well maintained, they can still be used for 2 to 3 years. After that, new spare parts must be replaced." Village Chief Faken said with deep feeling, "Alas, don't even mention 2 to 3 years. Just seeing these old friends walking on the road again makes us extremely happy." "Yes," Uncle Hao said with tears in his eyes. "Originally, We old folks were like these mechs, on the verge of being locked away in the warehouse to be scrapped. Who would have thought that we could see them moving again today? I really don't know what to say. By the way, Hiroaji remembered the black mech and couldn't help asking, Village Chief Faken, I also found a black mech in the warehouse. IT seems to have been damaged in a battle. Who was the pilot of that mech? Village Chief Faken looked at Hiroaji with a non-human look in his eyes and stammered that the warehouse door outside, that mech weighs a full ton. We never even thought about opening it one day. How on earth did you open that door? Hiroaji, Village Chief Faken, that mech was piloted by Walden, the great hero of our Walden village. Back then, when we first came to this land to build the village, the surrounding forests hadn't fully grown yet. Many giant mantises invaded us day and night, killing quite a few people. Walden had never learned combat at all. Like me, he was a mining worker. However, he voluntarily took on the task of being a guard. He piloted a slightly modified mech and set off to destroy the giant mantis nest. Village Chief Faken sighed, shook his head, and said he bravely swept through the giant mantis nest. However, he also lost his life at the hands of the giant mantises in the final battle to commemorate him. We named this planet Walden Star, and then sealed the wreckage of Walden's mech, which was like burying it. Only then did Raji understand why this mech had such a strong fighting aura. I've repaired this mech. What did you say? Hiroaji shrugged, turned around, and ran back to the warehouse. Soon, he drove the black mech out. I said, I've repaired this mech. When the black mech appeared, all the villagers gathered around, pointing and exclaiming, Blackwing! Blackwing is here again. So this mech was called Blackwing. It was a pretty good name, Hiroaji thought. Village Chief Faken didn't know what to say. Walden and his mech Blackwing had become a symbol of this planet. No one, after seeing the sorry state of that mech, would have thought it could stand up again. Unexpectedly, this unremarkable young man had succeeded. This is Walden's relic. Should we seal it up again? A villager whispered. No, Uncle Hal said. Walden was my best friend, that I've always dreamed of seeing his mech standing on the ground again. Yes, another villager echoed. We need mechs, especially this kind of semi-armed mech with a certain amount of attack power. Since this mech has been repaired, why lock it up again? Buying a mech of the same value would probably cost hundreds of thousands of star coins. Everyone quiet down. Village Chief Faken waved his hand and said, As you can all see, our village has welcomed a miraculous repair master. His astonishing repair skills have brought Walden's Blackwing back to the world. Now, I want to ask you all, if Walden were still here, standing among us, would he agree to let this mech return to the darkness? Definitely not. Walden would definitely use this mech to serve everyone, the villagers said in a hubbub. Village Chief Faken smiled with satisfaction. So, let's elect someone from among us to pilot this mech. All the villagers looked at each other, momentarily speechless. They had never learned the combat skills of armed mechs. Moreover, they were all old. Even walking a little faster might give them backaches and leg pains. At most, they could pilot agricultural mechs to do some odd jobs. Ask them to pilot a semi-armed mech. This was simply a joke. It seems that only Hiroaji can be the pilot. Uncle Hal said, at least you're much younger than us and can bring out the best performance of this mech. And you're the one who repaired this mech, Uncle Jack said. You gave it a second life. Yes, this mech should belong to you, Xiaoji. All the villagers unanimously agreed. Hiroaji didn't decline because the aura of this mech was so alluring to him. He happily accepted this gift. Hiroaji manipulated the Blackwing and stood quietly in the jungle. The surrounding jungle was covered with vines, and beneath his feet was a treacherous marsh. 7 or 8 giant mantises encircled him, eyeing this iron behemoth with curious gazes. This was the training method Hiroaji had devised. To confront powerful foes, he had to learn to pilot the mech within the shortest possible time. It had already been a whole month since he entered the jungle, from being unable to deal with even a single giant mantis at the beginning to being barely able to fight against 8 of them now. Hiroaji had traversed an arduous journey. Several times, he had come perilously close to losing his life, yet always managed to escape death's clutches. This reckless and intense training had resulted in a remarkable leap in his mech piloting skills. The Blackwing was once again covered in wounds, all sliced open by the giant mantises. The combat blades on its elbows and knees had broken countless times and were replaced by the forelimbs of the giant mantises by Hiroaji. Hiroaji was very calm. His combat skills were distinctive. He always spent a great deal of time observing his opponents before commencing a battle. And no matter how complex the body structure of an opponent was, as long as Hiroaji observed it for over 3 minutes, it would be completely deconstructed into its most basic parts in his mind. Hiroaji could then identify its fatal weakness. Suddenly, the giant mantises launched an attack simultaneously. Hiroaji didn't even frown, but his hands moved so rapidly that they gradually blurred into two phantoms. The super fast hand speed he had developed while repairing the skeleton soldiers was fully utilized at this moment. The black wing traced an eerie arc, its elbow gently slicing across the back of a giant mantis, and its right foot lightly tapping another monster. The wings on its back suddenly spread wide, tracing a graceful path through the air and landing outside the encirclement point. Two giant mantises stood still, and two astonishing slits suddenly appeared on their heads, as if they had been split in half. Before the remaining 6 giant mantises could react, the jet nozzles on the back of the black wing spewed out intense flames, and the black wing darted into the mantis group like a wisp of smoke. Only the sound of crackling was heard, and the joints of the 6 giant mantises were all shattered. This was the result of Hiroaji's 1-month cultivation, the joint destruction technique. Of course, the protagonist's mech was not that simple. Upgrade, upgrade, and upgrade again. Even a semi-agricultural mech could roam the universe and carve out its own territory. Hiroaji was acutely aware of his own weaknesses. An agricultural mech could never compete with a military-armed mech, not to mention the engine-driving force, endurance, and weapon equipment. Just the materials used to make the mechs were vastly different. Agricultural mechs were made of second-class, ordinary metals, while armed mechs were made of extremely sturdy cosmic alloys. If they engaged in a head-on confrontation, he would surely be at a disadvantage. However, even armed mechs had very vulnerable parts, joints. Due to the need to maintain flexibility, not much armor could be equipped at the joints of any mech, and various circuits also passed through here. So, the joints are the most vulnerable parts of a mech. But not everyone knew how to attack the joints. That Hiroaji was different. Having seen all kinds of skeletons, he had an extraordinary understanding of joints, and thus developed this terrifying martial art, whether facing alien monsters like giant mantises or the enemy's armed mechs. It could yield unexpected results. Just as Hiroaji was performing the joint destruction technique to its maximum, a faint crackling sound suddenly reached his ears. The mech's data in front of him immediately plummeted. 1 month of arduous training had finally pushed the strength of the Black Wing's mech to its limit. It seemed that he had to return to the village for repairs. Hiroaji stuck out his tongue. Fortunately, he had dealt with those 8 giant mantises. Otherwise, he would only be a sitting duck now. The Black Wing suddenly turned and nimbly leaped onto a tree branch, quickly flying towards the village. When Hiroaji returned to Warden Village, he happened to see a space transport ship taking off. Village Chief Faken, with a beaming smile on his face, stood in front of the tarmac and excitedly said to Hiroaji, "Xiaoji, in this month, we used the mech you repaired to collect purple berries, and the yield increased by 5 times at once. It really solved our urgent problem." Village Chief Faken pointed to a large pile of containers behind him and said happily, "Look, I used this money to buy food, fuel, and some mech spare parts. Now we don't have to worry for some time. The good times for Warden Village have come." Hiroaji was also very happy. Village Chief Faken, how much can a barrel of purple pulp wine be sold for? A full 350 star coins. What? Hiroaji frowned. A barrel of wine weighed 60 pounds, which meant that each pound was worth less than 6 star coins. It seemed much cheaper than the price the village chief had originally mentioned. Well, Village Chief Faken explained somewhat awkwardly, because the supply this time was too large. Those space merchants refused to offer a high price. "Anyway, our income has increased greatly." Why bother about such things? These despicable merchants, Hiroaji murmured. Although purple pulp wine was not very well known, it was completely natural and free of any pollution. Its quality was definitely top-notch, and no matter what, this price was too low. Those merchants always bought local product from border planets at the lowest prices and then sold modern goods to the local residents at the highest prices to make huge profits. Even if these residents were all old people, they wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Damn it. One day, I'll make these merchants pay. Hiroaji secretly vowed, "Don't be angry." Village Chief Faken smiled and took out a box from behind. "This is a gift from us. A network helmet?" Hiroaji was extremely surprised. Yes, we old folk have long gotten used to this monotonous life here, so it doesn't matter. But you young people are more lively and active after all. It must have been very boring for you to stay here for so long. Anyway, we made this money thanks to your help a few of us old guys discussed it and decided to buy a network helmet for you and Mu Xiaoping respectively. In this way, you'll have something to play with when you're bored. Hiroaji was deeply touched that a network helmet didn't cost much. But to access the interstellar network, at least a secondary signal transmission base station had to be built. Originally, there was only a primary base station on Warden Planet, which could only transmit some text or two-dimensional image information to the outside world, just like the ancient computer network. To enter the virtual reality three-dimensional full simulation network, the base station had to be upgraded. This cost was extremely high, even with the high yield of purple berries this month. It was impossible to cover this expense. The old people were using their own savings to give Hiroaji and the others this precious gift. Hiroaji's eyes welled up with tears. Village Chief Fakin, one day I'll repay you in this planet. Hiroaji's voice was extremely solemn. He was not a person who made promises easily, but once he did, he would definitely fulfill it. This kid, Fakin chuckled foolishly. Inside the house, Hiroaji stared blankly at the wires and the virtual helmet on the ground that a thick instruction manual, like a dictionary, was placed in front of him. Hiroaji racked his brains. Mu Xiaoping was very puzzled. Xiaoji, what are you still doing? Hiroaji gave her a profound look and a mysterious smile curled up on his lips. Mu Xiaoping. Xiaoji. You haven't used this kind of helmet before, have you? Hiroaji. Mu Xiaoping. Hiroaji smiled bitterly. On Earth, the electronic helmets we used were never this complicated. Mu Xiaoping suddenly understood and smiled. Pursing her lips, so that's it. It's not strange at all because Earth is a primitive ecological reserve. What does that mean? Hiroaji was puzzled. Mu Xiaoping explained somewhat awkwardly. Xiaoji, don't be angry when I tell you. Well, if our current universe is an egg, then the entire solar system is the yolk. The 5 major star regions are the egg white, and outside the eggshell is the chaotic world rich in resources. I've never heard of that, Hiroaji frowned. The solar system was the galaxy where humans first lived. It was true that its civilization was once very advanced. However, because it was too advanced when all the resources in the solar system were exhausted 200 years ago. Most capable people rushed to leave there and came to the current 5 major star regions. Since then, the civilization of the entire solar system has remained stagnant in the realm of civilization. The solar system is merely a preserve of historical value, and the inhabitants born in the solar system are like uncivilized barbarians. Only then did Hiroaji realize that Earthlings were so looked down upon. However, it was only natural in this world. Only the strong were worthy of dignity, Hiroaji shrugged. Although he couldn't change the fact that he was an Earthling, he was absolutely capable of altering the way Earthlings were perceived by others. Hey, you aren't angry, are you? Mu Xiaoping asked gingerly. Observing his expression, Hiroaji gave her a reassuring smile and shrugged. It's truly hard to accept, but I'd never lose my temper with a girl that be by the way. What did you mean by the chaotic world just now? The chaotic world refers to the star regions beyond the Federation. After 2 centuries of development, the Federation is facing a gradual shortage of resources. Therefore, all major star regions are eyeing the more abundant resource planets in the outer regions. However, the natural environments of those planets are harsh, and the mining is extremely difficult to train suitable interstellar miners. Many star regions have resorted to hybridizing heavy criminals with animal genes, cultivating strong half-beasts to work as miners on foreign planets. Although this method has procured a great deal of resources for the Federation, many resource planets have gradually been occupied by the half-beasts that on the one hand, these beings need the technology and machinery of the civilized world, but on the other hand, they harbor great malice towards it. They are neither entirely good nor entirely bad, and it's hard to distinguish their virtues and vices. Hence, those resource planets are called the chaotic world. It was the first time Hiroaji had heard of the term orcs. He thought to himself, these poor souls were first forced to have some beast genes injected into them, looking neither human nor ghostly. Then they were sent to resource planets with harsh environments to toil and perhaps even die there. If he had suffered such a fate, he might have turned against humanity long ago. Then he heard Mu Xiaoping say, sadly, human beings are such creatures. For their own ambitions and desires, They can manipulate the lives and dignity of others at will. Perhaps this situation will never change, not even until the day of human extinction. Hiroaji was taken aback, wondering why there was such a strong air of melancholy about Mu Xiaoping. Mu Xiaoping gave a faint smile and said, "Let's enter the network first. It's quite simple. I'll explain it to you gradually inside." User Blackwing has logged into the system with an initial ranking of 315,473,542 and 1,000 in money, after a melodious piece of music. Hiroaji logged into the network in a daze. The virtual reality system made him feel as if he had entered another world. The air in this world was exceptionally fresh. All the buildings seemed to be in the style of 18th century Europe on Earth. Extremely magnificent and luxurious, Hiroaji was standing in front of a large city. Around him were handsome men and beautiful women in stylish clothes. From time to time, mechas streaked across the sky. In the distance, there were fires and explosions, as if a fierce battle was taking place. Xiaoji, a beautiful and refined young woman with red hair that sparkled in the sun, asked in confusion. "Xiaopinghua, what does the initial ranking mean?" Hiroaji inquired. "The initial ranking indicates your combat strength among the 5 billion network users. Internet users must engage in mecha battles to improve their rankings. In the Zeus world, this ranking is of great importance because it represents a person's mecha piloting skills. Those with high rankings can often find good jobs in the real world, even without outstanding academic qualifications. So, you must work hard. I see that Mu Xiaoping explained that in the current universe, martial prowess was highly regarded. Moreover, the interstellar network was originally established to allow mecha knights from different star regions to exchange combat skills. Therefore, it seemed to focus more on military-related content. However, the universe was so vast that not all places could be connected by the same network. Basically, there were 3 networks in the universe. One was the Zeus network, specifically serving the Western civilized world. Another was the Panga network, dedicated to the Eastern star regions. And the third was the chaotic network used by the orcs in the chaotic world. So, even the person ranked first in the Zeus world might not necessarily be an invincible powerhouse. Then, is it very easy to learn to pilot a mecha here? Hiroaji's eyes lit up. He had entered the network precisely to learn mecha piloting. Mu Xiaoping nodded and then said, "However, well, there are various mecha training schools in the network, but generally, the fees are not cheap. Basically, it takes at least 3,000 gold coins to complete the most basic courses. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 1 credit point, which meant a huge sum of 3,000 yuan. Hiroaji had no money at all. Think of ways to earn money," Mu Xiaoping said with a beaming smile. "There are also many money-making occupations in the virtual network." Hiroaji tilted his head and thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what money-making occupations a primitive from the nature reserve like him could engage in. "Except for robbery. Sorry, sir. After the discount, the fee for our basic mecha training course is 2,800 yuan. Please pay 70 of the tuition first. Thank you." Hiroaji had been rejected by 7 mecha academies. Greenfield City was a city specially set up for new network users. So, there were many mecha academies in this city. Whether it was a beginner who had never even touched a mecha, or an ace pilot with glorious battle achievements in cosmic exploration, they could all improve here. But there wasn't one that was cheap enough that Hiroaji was depressed. After searching for a long time, he finally found a mecha academy that didn't require advance payment of tuition. It was a training class established by a space exploration company. Everything was free, and the only requirement was that after the students graduated, they had to serve the company for a period of time. However, when the instructor saw the result of Hiroaji's aptitude test, he was so angry that he almost popped his eyes out. "Are you a pig? Your mental power is even less than 40 points. God, where did you come from? You hick?" "Earth," Hiroaji replied calmly. "Earth? Damn it. Go back to your hometown and eat mud, you stupid earthling." Hiroaji was kicked out. Just then, a chubby old man's image appeared above his head. "Kid, want to learn to pilot a mecha?" The old man asked with a smile. Hiroaji nodded. "And you don't have much money?" He nodded again. "Your mental power is only 35 points? He still nodded. "Good." The fat old man slapped Hiroaji hard on the shoulder. "Good lad. You're simply born to be my disciple. Don't worry that I'm Hodak, the most famous mecha instructor in the entire Greenfield City. That MY school has excellent facilities and reasonable fees. It's definitely your best choice, but..." Hiroaji looked at the old man in front of him very skeptically. The old man looked so fat that he could hardly walk, and he doubted whether he could even squeeze into the mecha's cockpit. Could he be a qualified mecha coach? Come on, don't you trust me? Here, this is a photo of me with Dark Fallen Angel, the mecha master who once ranked first on the Zeus server. And this is the video of me fighting the invading monsters in the EU galaxy. Damn it, I'm a person of status in the interstellar world. Would I come and cheat you out of a little pocket money? Come on, sign this contract that I guarantee that you'll learn to pilot an armed mecha within half a year and become a well-known mecha knight. The tuition is only 800 yuan. Hiroaji took the contract. It seemed okay, but he always felt that there was something fishy about it. Hiroaji hesitantly transferred 800 gold coins to the other party's account. Hodak beamed with joy. That's right. Now you become an honorable disciple of the Tianyu Network Mecha Academy. That aren't you happy? Can I see where the school is first? A cold wind blew, sweeping up a golden pile of fallen leaves on the ground. Hiroji stared blankly at the Tianyu Network Mecha Academy in front of him. In the Desolate Academy. There was only a 3-story building. In front of the building were 2 mechas of the lowest level. Apart from that, there were toys like children's slides, carousels, and ocean balls. Some snot-nosed kids were playing happily. Your academy is clearly for minors. Old chap, Hodak yawned and said earnestly that your psychic power is only 34. Many of these students have higher values than you. You really think you're much better than them. You also claim that you'll be able to pilot armed mechas after graduating from here. Well, I just went along with you because you seemed so eager. Honestly, with such low psychic power, you definitely won't be able to pilot armed mechas in the real world. You might as well just play a couple of mecha games for fun. Why bother coming here and causing such a stir? Hiroaji gave a sly smile. Hodak suddenly shivered. Hiroaji looked at a big tree at the school gate, then squinted at Hodak's neck. Suddenly, Hiroaji kicked out, his foot flashing past the tree like lightning. Hodak only felt a gust of wind sweep past his face, and a sharp pain hit his face. The tree made an unpleasant sound and snapped neatly at the trunk, crashing to the ground. Hodak couldn't help but swallow hard. In the virtual world, players' physical values are exactly the same as in the real world. That means this seemingly foolish Earth boy in front of him truly possesses such terrifying strength. You'll teach me to pilot mechas, or I'll kill you, Hiroaji said calmly. This. Hodak was on the verge of tears. Oh my god. Teaching an Earthling with psychic power below 40 to pilot an armed mecha is like teaching a pig to understand the theory of relativity. It's simply an impossible task. I'm doomed. Hodak let out a pained wail. Under the coercion of the other's sinister gaze, Hodak had to start the first theoretical class nervously. Well, today let's first talk about the history of armed mechas. Is that okay? Hodak said with an obsequious smile. Up to you, uttered the teacher. Hiroaji sat boldly in the classroom, his face ashen. Hodak cleared his throat softly and said, It's not that I'm unwilling to teach you. The problem is that with your psychic power level, you simply can't pilot the latest model mechas. I can pilot agricultural mechas. Agricultural mechas and armed mechas are entirely different things, in the research of armed mechas. The control method of the pilot has always been a headache. The daily movements of an agricultural mecha may only be in the dozens, at most 100, but an armed mecha needs to perform at least tens of thousands of complex actions to meet the needs of battle. As soon as he started talking about the history of mechas, Hodak immediately calmed down, and the vulgar look on his face disappeared. The earliest pilots used the old-fashioned button control method. Similar to flying a fighter jet, there were keyboards and joysticks in the cockpit, and a specific button was pressed to launch an attack. The drawbacks of this method were obvious. The overly simple operation made it impossible to perform complex combat actions. So during this period, mechas like old-style fighter jets mainly relied on long-range attacks. However, as engines and armors developed, mecha knights became more and more proficient at dodging. Long-range shooting was less and less effective in attacks. In battles, it often happened that the two sides were dozens of kilometers apart, shooting at each other with missiles and electromagnetic guns. Due to the high energy consumption, after an hour of fierce battle, they had to return to the mother ship unharmed to replenish energy. This comical combat method didn't last long because a new type of mecha appeared. This mecha could dodge the enemy's clumsy attacks with a magnificent and then quickly approach the enemy. In the blind spot where weapons couldn't reach, It could easily smash the enemy with a beam blade or an electro-thermal axe in its hand, since the use of long-range weapons was greatly reduced. The energy consumption of this new type of mecha also decreased significantly. They could usually fight continuously for more than 72 hours, and their survival rate on the battlefield was far higher than that of the first-generation space mechas. In this new type of mecha that could perform magnificent super martial arts was also equipped with a control system completely different from traditional mechas, the electronic neuron connection device. This is the current universal control system in the universe. The electronic neuron system is a brand new computing chip developed after significant scientific research achievements in bionics, compared with traditional computing chips. The electronic neuron is like a brain made of chemical products that IT and not only has powerful computing ability, but more importantly, the electronic neuron system can be directly connected to the human brain. After the pilot enters the cockpit and wears a device similar to a helmet, the device can automatically collect the electrical waves generated by the human brain, convert them into commands, and input them into the electronic neuron. At the same time, it feeds back all kinds of data collected by the mecha directly to the human brain through the electronic neuron. That is to say, the human brain and the computer achieve an organic unity, and the mecha can be directly controlled to perform various complex actions. However, the electronic neuron is ultimately an artificially synthesized product and can't be 100% coordinated with the human brain. There is still a problem of assimilation rate between the human brain and the electronic neuron. The higher the assimilation rate, the more harmonious the two are, and the greater the combat effectiveness of the mecha. But so far, the highest assimilation rate is only around 70%. The so-called psychic power is the unit used to describe the assimilation rate. People with higher psychic power are more likely to pilot advanced mechas. As for those with extremely low psychic power, like Hiroji, they will be rejected by all mechas. I see. Hiroji finally understood what the problem was. So, is there any way? Hodak said hesitantly. Well, on most low-end ARM mechas, there's often a manual control system installed that, if you have fast enough hand speed, you might barely be able to simulate the control effect of the electronic neuron. What does that mean? Hodak explained, for example, in the normal control mode, a pilot observes the enemy mecha and various data through the radar. He analyzes and processes these data in his mind, and then issues an attack command to the mecha through brain electrical waves. This whole set of actions takes about 0.5 seconds. However, if you use the fully manual control method, within this half second, your hands must complete at least more than 32 actions. And on the real battlefield, sometimes you have to handle situations continuously for several minutes. An pilot's hands can perform such high-intensity actions unless there are steel bars in your wrists. Hiroji's eyes lit up. As long as there's a way. It's okay, I'll give it a try, he said coldly. Hodak shrugged. All right, I'll take you to the simulation training cabin and have a try. Then you'll know how difficult it is. Young man, one should accept one's fate. If something doesn't belong to you, you shouldn't be blindly trying to get it. No, Hiroji replied firmly. The noblest quality of humans is having dreams. Hodak took Hiroji to the simulation training cabin helplessly. It was a bare cockpit without the limbs and the head command center of the mecha, specifically used for teaching. Okay, let's turn off the electronic neuron system, Hodak mumbled as he got into the cockpit. I'll now perform a simplest attack action with all my might. Watch carefully, there's a hand speed counter beside. You can see how fast my actions are. Hodak suddenly started. There was a series of crackling sounds in the simulation cockpit, and the number on the counter pointed to 37. Only 1.5 seconds had passed. On the screen, Hodak successfully fired an electromagnetic gun. Well, kid, see my hand speed, there's no way I can keep up with others' rhythm. On the battlefield, even the lowest level grunt could kill you 70 or 80 times. Save your energy and go back home. What you're supposed to do. Hiroji stared intently at the dashboard inside the simulation cabin and didn't move. Hey. Hodak looked at this stupid boy helplessly and finally couldn't help but sigh. All right. Uncle will refund you $300 and I'm really afraid of you. I'm not this kind-hearted every day. You know, you're a master, Hiroji suddenly said. What did you say? Hodak was taken aback. The way you sit in the cockpit is like a peerless swordsman grasping his sword. You're completely different, both in spirit and presence. Hiroji calmly concluded. You must be a very formidable mech knight. There's no need for you to resort to such low-class means to swindle money. Hodak felt a shiver run down his spine. After years of wandering in the network, no one had ever seen through his true identity. Everyone regarded him as a good-for-nothing scoundrel who could only cheat children out of food and money. Unexpectedly, it was this earth bumpkin with low mental power who managed to see through his strength. Hodak's pupils suddenly constricted, and he clenched his fists tightly. Could this young man also be a master? Impossible! His vigilance couldn't have degenerated to such an extent. If this young man were truly a master, he wouldn't have provoked him in the first place. Hodak relaxed his body and forced a smile. What master? Come on, you've watched too many cartoons. Tiraji gave him a meaningful look, then suddenly walked over and sat in the simulated cockpit. He asked indifferently, how many actions per second should I achieve with my hand for you to teach me how to operate an armed mech? At least 70 actions per second, and you should be able to sustain it for over 2 minutes, Hodak said carelessly while picking his nose, randomly naming an impossible target. Hiroaji nodded. Suddenly, a storm raged inside the simulation cabin. Hodak was almost blown over by the storm. A deafening pounding sound made his eardrums tingle on the big screen. The mech controlled by Hiroaji continuously fired electromagnetic cannons at a speed so fast that it was dizzying to watch. The numbers on the counter were jumping rapidly. A puff of white smoke suddenly emerged from the simulated cockpit, followed by a strong stench of burning. But Hodak's mouth gaped wider and wider, and drool dribbled onto the ground without him realizing it. Suddenly, the simulated cockpit boomed as a cloud of black smoke billowed out, and then a fierce fire broke out. It turned out that Hiroaji's hand speed was so fast that all the keyboard buttons had generated heat through friction and reached the ignition point. And only 1 minute had passed. Hiroaji walked out rather regretfully, moving his wrists as he looked at the counter, as if it were just a trivial matter. Hodak turned his neck woodenly. The value on the counter had reached 8,000 in 1 minute. This monster's hands had made 8,000 actions. That was equivalent to 130 actions per second. Good heavens, perhaps, Hodak stammered. Perhaps you could become an excellent mech knight, as long as there's a console strong enough. Hiroaji smiled. Yes, teacher. Since the day Hiroaji entered the virtual network, the entire Walden village had suffered. Although Hiroaji's hand speed had reached over 130 times per second, this was only at the level of an ordinary mech knight. For Hiroaji, such a result was obviously not enough. Since he couldn't improve his mental power, he could only find a way to increase his hand speed. Hiroaji trained almost maniacally. His training method was to repair machinery with his bare hands. Whether it was a huge mechanical body, like an agricultural mech, or a small electronic product like a radio, everything was within Hiroaji's destruction range. Even if a machine was in perfect condition, Hiroaji would dismantle it into the most basic components and then reassemble it in the shortest possible time. Watching Hiroaji repair machinery was a treat, like watching a magic show. A complete small radio was casually tossed in Hiroaji's hands twice. Then, like a flash of white light, the ground was covered with scattered components. Before the onlookers could even cry out, another flash of white light. And the radio reappeared. Apart from radios, watches, televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines, nothing could escape Hiroaji's clutches. Eventually, the whole village thought this poor child had gone mad. This kind of training lasted for a month, and Hiroaji began to feel bored. The mechanical items in the small village were all too simple and couldn't meet his training needs at all. One afternoon, Hiroaji wandered around the forest dejectedly. Suddenly, his foot kicked a sharp stone. Looking at the oddly shaped stones on the ground, Hiroaji came up with an idea. From that day on, Hiroaji would stay in the forest for nearly 12 hours every day. Coupled with his time in the network learning mech driving skills from Hodak, he simply had no time to sleep. The villagers were very worried. What on earth is wrong with this child? Granny Booma grabbed Chief Fakin's ear, pulled Uncle House along, and they went to the forest to find out. The sunlight filtering through the jungle was mottled in a small clearing. Hiroaji's eyes were covered with a black cloth. The wind whistling through the trees let out shrill cries, making people feel a chill. In front of Hiroaji stood a stone tower. It was a tall tower built with stones of different sizes, about 1 meter high. Usually, when children play the game of stacking stones, they always place the largest stones at the bottom and gradually decrease in size, so that the tower is less likely to collapse. However, The stone tower built by Hiroaji consisted of stones of the same size, and in some cases, the upper part was larger than the lower part. This child is still playing with such things at his age. Granny Buma was both angry and amused. Has Hiroaji been playing with stones here for a whole month? But why didn't his stone tower fall down? After watching for a long time, Chief Fakin noticed something strange. The other two looked over, and indeed, Hiroaji's stone tower was crooked and seemingly defied the principles of mechanics. The stones he chose were rough and uneven, some with strange shapes like monsters. It seemed that he didn't want any stones that were stable and regular. Such a tower, not to mention being built over 1 meter high, even if 3 or 5 stones were stacked together, it would surely fall unless someone supported it, but that didn't make sense either because if you supported the top, the bottom would be unstable, and if you supported the bottom, the top would fall. Unless it was the 1,000-handed Avalokitesvara reincarnated. Who could hold it up? And Hiroaji just stood in front of the stone tower without moving at all. Could there be a ghost? After watching for a long time, Uncle Hao suddenly said, "His hands are moving." The three of them took a closer look and were startled. It turned out that Hiroaji's hands were indeed moving constantly. It was just that the speed was so fast that it seemed as if they hadn't moved at all. Not even leaving a faint after image in the AI. The IT was truly astonishing. Whenever the stone tower showed a tendency to collapse, Hiroaji would quickly tap on the tilted stone, keeping it in temporary balance. Although this balance could only last for an instant, Hiroaji could apply countless balancing forces to the stone tower in that instant. This was the secret of the stone tower, not falling. When the positions of all the stones gradually shifted and finally seemed unable to hold on, Hiroaji suddenly let out a soft cry. With a flick of his finger, the top, most stone began to spin. Then the second stone started to spin, followed by the third, the fourth. The entire stone tower was spinning rapidly under Hiroaji's continuous prodding. The strong spinning force stabilized the tower again. Hiroaji's hands turned into white glows as he continuously played with the stone tower. The sharp stones rubbed against each other, and sparks even burst out. The whole process lasted for an hour. Chief Fakin and the other two stood there in a daze, as if in a strange dream. The scene before them made it seem that the person in front of them was definitely not human. Hiroaji suddenly stopped. He let out a long breath and removed the cloth covering his eyes. The stones were still spinning, but all their edges and corners had been worn away in the friction, and they had all turned into smooth pebbles. The stone tower crashed to the ground, and each pebble was so smooth and shiny that it could even reflect a human figure. Hiroaji looked at his calloused hands. These hands could accomplish anything and protect anyone he wanted to protect. Hodak had never seen a student like Hiroaji, who combined genius and idiocy. Calling him a freak was really not an exaggeration on the one hand. Hiroaji managed to increase his hand speed to 430 times per second within 2 months. Moreover, no matter what mech-related technical actions Hodak demonstrated, Hiroaji could simulate them perfectly. Hodak even began to suspect if Hiroaji was a computerized mechanical being. However, robots don't have the ability to access the internet. If it were 100 years ago, you would surely have become the most outstanding mech knight in the entire universe. Hodak exclaimed sincerely. 100 years ago, there was no electronic neuron technology yet, and all mech operations relied on manual control. In that era, Hiroaji could have truly shone. But now, the situation is different. Hodak dejectedly found that no matter how hard Hiroaji trained, he couldn't even boost his spiritual power by a single percentage point. This situation really pained him deeply. Although Hodak had been away from the mech world for a long time, it was still a great pity to see a peerless genius with such a fatal weakness. No matter how hard Hiroaji trained, he could only pilot the lowest level mechs after all the interstellar battles. The quality of the mech itself is a very crucial factor. Even the most excellent mech pilots can't achieve any combat achievements without the assistance of a powerful mech. They might not even be able to save their own lives. Hiroaji seemed not to care at all. Aren't you frustrated? One day, Hodak finally couldn't help asking Hiroaji, "You could have become the most outstanding knight." Hiroaji calmly replied, while training, "My low spiritual power is an objective fact that can't be changed. Why should we worry about things we can't change?" He recalled the many skeletal soldiers in the dark abyss. Skeletal soldiers are the lowest level troops among all warriors. Even a novice soldier can easily defeat 3 or 4 of them. But those skeletal soldiers didn't complain about God for giving them such broken bodies. Instead, they kept training hard, tempering their fragile bones into steel. Hiroaji was quite satisfied with Hodak. He had long noticed that Hodak was definitely a mech expert and an old warrior with rich combat experience. His skills must have been honed in countless arduous blood battles, not learned from textbooks. From Hodak, Hiroaji could learn the most direct and effective combat methods and many very practical emergency measures. In fact, from a certain perspective, operating a mech manually is an extraordinary measure, only used when the electronic neuron system is damaged. Those knights who pilot high-level mechs may never know this technology in their entire lives. One afternoon, Hiroaji was training on the simulator as usual. Suddenly, there was a ruckus outside the academy, and 5 hooligan-looking teenagers barged in. The leader was very strong. He looked only 15 or 16 years old, like a standing grizzly bear. His arms were even thicker than Hiroaji's thighs. His skin was shiny and dark, covered with all kinds of tattoos. He had an afro-style haircut, and his entire right hand was wrapped with thick chains. He looked at Hiroaji, who was a head shorter than him, with a very contemptuous look. The other 4 teenagers were about the same age as him, all looking like hooligans. "Who are you?" The teenage hooligan threw the chains on the table, casually glanced at the screen, and suddenly burst into laughter that you're still learning this simulated military port blasting course. This is something primary school students should master. "Are you a fucking idiot?" The other 4 laughed along that Hiroaji's hands froze. With just a casual glance, Hiroaji had already estimated the general strength of these guys. All 5 teenagers had well-developed muscles and relatively strong bones. They probably didn't build their bodies in the gym, but through some heavy physical labor since childhood. However, from a combat perspective, too much muscle hindered speed and dexterity, and their lower limb strength was also insufficient. In the eyes of an expert like Hiroaji, these seemingly strong guys could be described as on the verge of collapse. "That I'm a student of teacher Hodak." Hiroaji calmly walked out of the simulated cockpit. "Do you have something to do?" The teenager bulged his eyes. "That a new student of Hodak. That old guy can still recruit students. Damn it, we thought this school was about to close down, so we wouldn't have to come to this shitty place for classes anymore." It turned out that they were also students of Hodak. That Hiroaji squinted his eyes. "My name is Lei Bao." The teenager raised his head, pointed a finger forcefully at Hiroaji's chest, and said, "I'm the boss of this school. Last time our Thundercloud gang was banned from the internet for 3 months by the cyber police for the crime of intentional injury. It's no wonder you haven't heard of my name. But from now on, I'm in charge of this school." Hiroaji stared blankly at the finger pointing at him, walked to the table beside him, and poured himself a cup of tea. The other 4 guys gasped in surprise. "This new guy is so arrogant. Stinky boy." Lei Bao gritted his teeth and rushed over. "Did you hear what I said?" Hiroaji calmly sipped his tea and said, "Don't point your finger at me anymore." These 5 teenagers seemed to be from working-class families and lacked a good education since childhood. As long as they stopped their hostile behavior, Hiroaji decided to get along with them in harmony. Lei Bao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and kept poking Hiroaji's chest. "You forgot to say please, damn skinny monkey." "Poke, poke, poke," Hiroaji sighed and gently put down the teacup. At that very moment, Lei Bao suddenly let out a shrill scream and stepped back. The others didn't know what had happened and surrounded him one by one. Boss. Lei Bao held up his right hand high. The finger that had been poking Hiroaji's chest was strangely bent and was actually broken cruelly, with a bloody white bone exposed. Although it was in the virtual world of the internet, the pain was not reduced at all. "Damn it, kill him." The 4 hooligans all gathered around and took out shiny knives from their waists. Actually, they were a bit scared in their hearts. These guys had just been deprived of their internet access rights because of cyber crimes. On many desolate mining planets or border asteroids, there are no other entertainment activities, and the internet is the whole life. They were really afraid of spending another 3 months like being in prison. "Dak, just beat this guy up, but go a bit easy on him," Charlie said. "Yeah, I don't want to stay at home for another 3 months. Huanan said, "Stinky boy, you better kneel down and kowtow to us. Maybe we'll go a bit easier on you." "Huh?" Awu sneered. What happened next was almost instantaneous. That Awu's chest was first hit by a heavy object, and his entire chest caved in. Atili's 7 ribs were broken. Before Huanan could kick out his long, practiced whip kick, his 2 knees were suddenly hit hard, and the kneecaps were completely shattered. Dak's 2 shoulder blades collapsed. and his hands couldn't move an inch. Charlie's whole face was smashed into his brain, and his nose bridge was unrecognizable. Hiroaji slowly walked up to Lei Bao, squatted down, and said politely, "Please don't point your finger at me anymore in the future." Okay, Lei Bao was on the verge of crying. He almost pissed himself. The 5 members of the Thundercloud gang all huddled in a corner of the classroom, looking at the other side in great fear, as if there was a man-eating tiger crouching there. Please note that although one can be resurrected immediately, even if they die in the internet, the pain is real and won't be reduced at all. And that monster over there always attacks in an extremely painful way. Originally, the 5 members of the Thundercloud gang thought they were real heroes, fearless even when facing swords and axes. But today they finally realize that there are always people more powerful than oneself. "Boss," Charlie whispered, "this guy is reading 100 cases of primary mech combat in practice. That's a course only primary school students would read." "Yeah, just now we were just careless," Dak mumbled. Hiroaji turned a page of the book and suddenly coughed softly. The 5 of them immediately huddled together and didn't dare to say a word. Hodak sat in the middle with a big smile and said, "Little Lei, did you have a good time in the past 3 months?" Lei Bao snorted, "I was so bored at home that I operated mining robots every day. Your mother's illness still not cured." Lei Bao's eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head. "The doctor said my mother's illness needs to be treated in a hospital on a big planet. Our small place simply doesn't have the conditions. The doctor contacted a hospital for my mother. The mine said that as long as I could sign a 20-year labor contract, they would pay 3/4 of the medical expenses. However, the remaining travel expenses plus medical fees would still cost over 40,000 stellar coins." Lei Bao shrugged and pretended to be relaxed, saying, "Haha, anyway, let's wait and see. Maybe if I sign a 30-year contract with the mine, those old guys will agree to cover all the expenses." Hoodake let out an "oh" and said, "The conditions at the energy mines in your area aren't very good. Few veteran workers can keep at it for 30 years. Usually, after about 20 years of work, a person is completely worn out." "Isn't that how your mother got sick? Are you still going to? What else can we do?" Lei Bao gritted his teeth and said, Robbery won't work." Hiroaji, who was standing beside them, suddenly said, "With the strength of you 5, even if there were 5 brand new mechas in front of you, you wouldn't be able to succeed in a robbery." All right, Xiao Lei. Since your mother is in such a state, how do you still have time to come here to study?" Hoodake asked with concern. These 5 kids were all children from mining asteroids near the border. The private mines on these asteroids were different from the large-scale mines in the Chaotic Star region. The large-scale mines at least had large-scale management, and the miners were all strong orcs. However, the conditions in these private mines were extremely poor to obtain high profits. The mine owners often tortured the miners insanely. Miners driving shabby mechas worked day and night in the mines. Usually, even the strongest young men would turn into mere skeletons after working for a decade or 2, according to the regulations of the Federation. All mine workers must complete more than 500 hours of mecha operation courses before they can start working formally. That's how these 5 kids got the chance to study in the online world. Hoodake, seeing their pitiful situation, also taught them some mecha driving skills. However, these children from the lowest level labor families probably would never have the chance to pilot a handsome and stylish armed mecha and soar freely under the starry sky. They were all 15.5 years old this year. In just a few months, when they reached adulthood, they would have to sign unequal employment contracts with the mine owners in exchange for a meager salary to pay for the medical treatment of their fathers who were exhausting their lives in the deep mines. This was the true picture of a miner's family with no hope of getting ahead. Lei Bao whispered, My mother hopes that I can get a Class C armed mecha license." Hoodake understood that in the Federation, mecha pilots were classified into 5 grades according to their abilities. The lowest grade, Class E, could usually only pilot agricultural mechas and simple industrial and mining mechas for these kids who had grown up in the mining areas. Obtaining this qualification was quite easy, but it also meant that they would spend their whole lives doing the most strenuous physical labor at the bottom of the mines that a Class D license was for operating precise high-level mining mechas and primary armed mechas. Currently, Lei Bao and the others had reached this leveled out of course. To get an easier job at the mine, without connections and money, it was impossible. Holders of a Class C license could pilot intermediate armed mechas. If Lei Bao could reach this level, the mine might really treat him as someone important and not let him work in the mine shaft. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a Class C license. Not only did the candidates need to have excellent personal tactical abilities, but they also had to possess certain command and coordinated combat capabilities. During the exam, candidates were required to conduct a real combat confrontation with at least 3 comrades. If there were fewer than 3, the examination venue would provide electronic virtual comrades, AS for Class B and Class A licenses. The tests were even more difficult, something Lei Bao couldn't even imagine at present. Lei Bao had never received any professional training since childhood and didn't pay much attention in class. Although he was quite good at fighting, he was really hopeless when it came to things like tactics and organizational coordination. There was only a little over half a month left until the test. Hiroaji suddenly yawned that he also planned to take the test at that time, aiming to get a Class D license, because only those with a Class D license could enter various simulation arenas and compete with warriors from all over the universe. "Old man, our group should be okay, right?" Lei Bao pretended to be nonchalant, but actually he wasn't very confident. You know, the assessment for mecha driving licenses adopted a cruel elimination system. After the initial electronic test, the opponents of the candidates were other testers. Usually, more than 50 million people signed up for each promotion exam, but only about 500,000 could succeed in the end, with a pass rate of less than 1%. Those who could successfully obtain a Class C license were truly rare. This was also the biggest dividing line between professional and amateur knights. Some people took countless exams throughout their lives but remained at the Class D level. Well, Hoodake forced a smile. Although he had extraordinary mecha fighting skills, he had always preferred to act alone in the past and really had no experience in tactical cooperation to share. Moreover, training these usually arrogant boys into a capable combat team within half a month was a different matter from going into battle himself. "Old man, this is my mother's only wish. I must fulfill it." Lei Bao roared, grabbing Hoodake by the collar. He didn't know that Hoodake was a master, and even if he did, he wouldn't have believed it. Shuiraji said impatiently from the side, "Don't shout like a mad dog in the place where we study. No matter how much you shout, you can't make others do the impossible. Training 5 pigs to learn what combat is within a month is too difficult. Who are you calling a pig? If you aren't pigs, you should have learned how to operate armed mechas since you were sensible. You know that's the only way to change your lives and save your loved ones. Instead of acting like mad dogs and making a mess of yourselves, and then casually competing with people you know nothing about, that if everyone in this world could achieve their wishes just by shouting, then it wouldn't be you looking at me with such fearful eyes now, but me kneeling on the ground being beaten by you," Hiroaji said calmly. "It seems your mother didn't teach you the real rules of survival. Don't you dare insult my mother, you damned bastard." Lei Bao flashed forward and threw a powerful punch with all his might. The iron fist traced a long arc and accurately hit the other person's nose tip. But instead of the nose tip caving in as expected, a sharp pain shot through Lei Bao's fist. Hiroaji grabbed Lei Bao's fist, slowly turned it over, and then suddenly rammed into Lei Bao's abdomen. With a snap, his just reconnected arm broke again. "Damn, bastard." The other 4 were scared, but seeing their leader in trouble, they gritted their teeth and rushed forward. This time, they adopted completely different tactics. Some attacked from behind, some threw lime powder, and they even resorted to despicable tricks like gouging eyes, hitting below the belt, and feigning surrender, and then suddenly attacking, judging from their proficiency in techniques and proper use of tactics. It seemed that this was the common fighting style of the Thundercloud gang, but of course, the final result was the same. The 5 of them lay on the ground again, howling, but Hiroaji, however, smiled that in these people, he saw his former self. Although he had been extremely cowardly back then, while these people used fierceness to cover up their weakness, they were the same, in essence, that as long as a man was brave. Despite having many flaws, there was still hope for him. "I can train you into a team of elite soldiers within a month, as long as you completely obey my command. How about it?" Although Lei Bao's face was contorted in pain, he still forced a laugh and said, "Stop pretending. The teacher said you're a country bumpkin from Earth, even if you know some ancient martial arts. So what? Can you drive an armed mecha? I only said I'll train you into real warriors. Whether I can drive an armed mecha isn't important." Hiroaji coldly stepped on the other person's chest. "However, to convince you, I can have a showdown with you. You 5 mechas against my 1. How about it? This is what you said? We don't even need 5 mechas. I alone can beat you to a pulp. You brute. If I win, you'll get out of this school obediently. The battlefield they chose is called the Black Jungle. It is a square arena within the atmosphere, spanning 20 square kilometers, except for a small lake and a plain in the northeast corner. The entire ground is covered by a dense jungle, where countless fierce and unknown creatures dwell. Although it is a virtual arena for the pilots in the simulation cockpits, it is exactly the same as the real world. In the end, Lei Bao agreed to the 1-against-5 battle, because Hiroaji's contemptuous look really irritated him. However, he insisted on giving the right to choose the map to the other side. Otherwise, it would be too unfair. Later, you guys wait by the small lake in the northeast corner. I'll go in alone to search for that guy. Damn it, I won't take advantage of him, Lei Bao said fiercely. The 5 of them were all piloting Wolf of War type mechs. This is a relatively basic armed mech, specifically designed for reconnaissance and light firepower engagements, besides the laser combat blades on each of its left and right hands. There is only a low, power beam cannon embedded in its chest armor. Due to its simple mechanical structure and ease of manufacturing, this type of mech has been copied and improved by forces all over the universe, giving rise to countless improved models. All of them are of high quality, reasonable price, excellent in combat effectiveness, and quite cost-effective. They are the favorites of the middle and lower classes, comparable to the AK-47 rifle among mechs. The Lei Yun 5 Man Group chose an improved model that emphasizes close combat concepts, which is in line with their consistent style. Lei Bao activated the Wolf of War and dashed into the forest. Although he hadn't piloted an armed mech for 3 months, during this time he had at least been operating mining mechs every day, so his tactical movements were still quite proficient. Lei Bao activated the radar and began to search the entire battlefield. The Wolf of War was equipped with a Doppler radar with a search range of up to 500 kilometers, as long as the opponent started the engine within this range. It would be immediately detected. Lei Bao decided to end the battle quickly. However, the opponent didn't start the engine at all. This really frustrated Lei Bao. What on earth was that guy up to? Was he planning to hide? If so, it would be a bit tricky. With a 20 square kilometer area covered by dense jungle, it might not be easy to find hidden mech. Playing the coward, Lei Bao gritted his teeth that I'll just search slowly. As long as you don't start the engine, I'll find you sooner or later. By then, I'll smash you into scrap metal. According to Hodak, this idiot from Earth had only just started learning to pilot mechs recently, while Lei Bao had been handling mining mechs since he was 3 years old. It was impossible for him to lose to such a guy. Right? An hour later, Lei Bao was almost going crazy. He had only searched a small part of the map, and he couldn't even be sure that there were no enemies in the areas he had already searched. What if that guy sank his mech in the swamp? This idiot was so sneaky. What dirty tricks couldn't he pull off? If it went on like this, it might take half a day to complete the duel. You guys searched separately. I don't believe this brute can hide in the sky. Lei Bao was furious. Contact me immediately as soon as you find him. Don't outnumber him. Leave him to me. I don't want people to gossip about me. The 4 mechs that had been on standby in the northeast corner immediately spread out in a fan-shaped pattern and ventured into the vast jungle. In their view, there was nothing to worry about. That guy was so timid and cowardly, just a beginner. Thinking about how badly they had been beaten by him, everyone was seething with anger. They thought that once they found that guy, they would torture him first and then hand him over to the boss. Unconsciously, the 5 mechs had spread out widely and were almost scattered across the map. Deep in the jungle, Hiroaji quietly stared at his radar. 5 small dots were shining brightly on it. The mech he chose was called the Martin, an old-fashioned model produced and finalized 80 years 8G out of AT that time. The electronic neural system had just been developed, so a considerable part of the operations on the mech still had to be done manually. This was only in the virtual world. In the real world, such an old-fashioned model would either be in a museum or have long been melted down and recast. Hiroaji remained still. 2 hours passed. The opponent had conducted several search sweeps. Twice, the opponents were only about 50 meters away from him. For a mech, it was just half a second's movement. Hiroaji could have launched a successful sneak attack. But he still didn't move. Later, he even closed his eyes. Statistics of the battle results in the first 2.5 hours. 0 casualties on both sides. The red team had consumed 21% of its energy and had 100% control of the battlefield. The black team had consumed 0.4% of its energy and had zero control of the battlefield. 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 7 seconds. Hiraji suddenly opened his eyes. The radar showed that 2 light points were right beside him, less than 10 meters away. In an instant, Hiraji's hands disappeared. Then a deafening roar erupted in the cockpit. The various buttons on the console seemed to be controlled by an invisible devil's claws, rising and falling freely. The Martin suddenly sprang up from a pile of dead leaves and lunged forward. Dak was complaining to Charlie. That cowardly earthling is hiding. This despicable guy must know he can't beat us, so he's trying to stall for time. Well, this guy, suddenly he froze and an urgently flashing light point appeared on the radar at some point, indicating that the opponent's speed was extremely fast. The alarm screeched and red lights flashed in the cockpit. Then, Dak witnessed a terrifying scene. Right in the middle of Charlie's mech's chest, a thick arm suddenly stabbed out, crushing the entire cockpit. Charlie was out of the battlefield. Damn it, Dak waved his combat blades repeatedly. He could see the mech the opponent was piloting. From the outside, it looked round like a wine barrel. An old-fashioned, classic model. Dak simply couldn't believe that the opponent could blow up Charlie with such a mech, but he soon realized that this so-called beginner was very proficient in mech combat. The clumsy Martin, under his control, was like the most advanced combat mech. Before he could even figure out what was going on, his right arm had been severed by the opponent. The joint breaking technique. A terrifying martial art originally used on the human body, after Hiraji's arduous training, was finally successfully launched through the mech. The right shoulder blade of the Wolf of War was completely reduced to basic parts and instantly destroyed. While Dak was in a daze, the merciless blade pierced through the chest armor and stabbed into the cockpit from the side. Dak was out of the battle 2 hours, 47 minutes. And 5 seconds into the match, the red team had lost 2 mechs, and their control of the battlefield dropped to 45%. The black team had consumed 11% of its energy and had 55% control of the battlefield. The situation seemed to be becoming clear. The remaining 3 mechs quickly rushed to the scene of the incident. Although they didn't quite understand what had happened, they were sure that the opponent had appeared. As long as the opponent showed up, they were bound to win. Fire Guy was the first to reach the battlefield. He saw a Wolf of War mech lying on the ground, its chest completely shattered. Beside it lay the equally broken Martin. Another Wolf of War was holding its combat blade high, seemingly about to deliver the final blow to the Martin. Damn it, Charlie was killed by him. Fire Guy complained, I didn't expect that guy to be so powerful. Although it was a sneak attack, Charlie wasn't too weak either. What a shame. Hey, I'm talking to you, Dak, seeing that the Martin was already lying on the ground. Fire Guy relaxed. The boss said to leave the final blow to him, that don't be impulsive. Fire Guy maneuvered his mech over. He knew very well that Dak had a fiery temper. But what happened next was beyond his expectations. Dak raised the combat blade high and stabbed down hard. Fire Guy quickly stepped forward to stop him. But he didn't expect that the target wasn't the Martin on the ground, but himself. Fire Guy lost consciousness in an instant and dejectedly exited the competition that he saw Dak and Charlie waiting outside, looking extremely frustrated. Dak, you already dead? Fire Guy was very surprised that, of course, Dak shouted, that damn guy stole my mech. He's so despicable and shameless. Yes, Charlie said that I originally thought that we in the Lei Yun gang were already quite shameless when fighting, but I didn't expect this kid to be 100 times more treacherous than us. Sigh, I should have verified your identity first and then approached. It's a pity, Fire Guy said regretfully. However, he had at least learned one thing. The 3 of them nervously watched the arena, wishing they could jump in and warn their comrades inside not to be deceived. The opponent was too terrifying. Subsequently, a Wu indeed fell into the trap. This time, Iriji first hid inside the Martin mech, concealed the machine body in the woods again, and then climbed into a Battle Wolf mech. However, this time, he deliberately used a beam cannon to completely destroy half of the Battle Wolf's body. To an amateur, it seemed completely inoperable. Only an experienced hand like Hiraji, proficient in mechanical structures, knew how to create wounds that looked terrifying but actually didn't significantly affect the performance. The Wu thought all 3 Battle Wolves were damaged. After all, the engines and cockpits were exposed. He concentrated all his attention on the depths of the jungle. Just as he passed by his comrades, Hiraji launched a sudden attack. Then Wu appeared outside the arena with a blank look on his face. Well, the opponent won by unfair means, Charlie consoled. The fireman shook his head. The opponent definitely didn't win by unfair means. Gentlemen, among you, who can start a severely damaged mech from being shut down to full operation within half a second? This, perhaps, the boss really needs to be more cautious. Lei Bao rushed into the battle. Tiruaji had disappeared, but he didn't turn off the Martin's engine. Instead, he sped southward at high speed. Lei Bao smiled as he looked at the rapidly moving dot on the radar. Pretending to flee south, actually hiding inside a battle wolf to sneak, attack me. My brothers must be out of the game by now. Good lad, you're really something, but I won't fall for your tricks. Even an old-fashioned mech like the Martin has an autopilot mode, but it can usually only perform simple straight line flights, which can't deceive an experienced hand like Lei Bao. Looking at the several damaged battle wolves in front of him, Lei Bao didn't hesitate and fired several beam cannons, precisely piercing through the cockpits of the battle wolves. Suddenly, an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. The radar showed a strong energy reaction nearby. The alarm went off. This guy has activated all the self-destruct devices of the battle wolves. Lei Bao was startled and quickly retreated. The 4 battle wolves exploded right in front of him. The intense shockwave flipped Lei Bao over several times. Even with the protection of the cockpit, he felt dizzy and his stomach churned. Did I guess wrong? Did that guy really escape in the Martin? All 4 battle wolves self-destructed. It seemed impossible for anyone inside to survive. Lei Bao hadn't recovered from the explosion and didn't notice that a tiny gray shadow in the jungle was carefully approaching along the branches and vines. 4 people below the arena exclaimed simultaneously, "This guy is crazy." Hiruaji bit a multi-functional dagger in his mouth, swung on a branch, and easily jumped onto the back of the battle wolf. Lei Bao was completely focused on chasing the Martin and didn't notice this insignificant detail. The battle wolf took off and revved its engine to the maximum output power, speeding southward. This guy should be blown off by now. Duck murmured below. The battle wolf speed was over 600 miles per hour. An ordinary human couldn't hold on to the mech's shell for more than half a minute. But Hiruaji was no ordinary human. How could the speed of the battle wolf compare to the translated as perverted in the original context, but in the sense of extraordinary here, Bone Dragon Jarat? Hiruaji climbed to the front of the mech purely by the strength of his arms step by step. Only someone as proficient in mechanical maintenance as him could forcefully open the battle wolf's cockpit from the outside with just a dagger. The moment the cockpit was opened, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Lei Bao, caught off guard, never expected such an extraordinary tactic. He was firmly pressed against the seat by the powerful airflow and couldn't move. He could only watch helplessly as Hiruaji cut his trachea. The game was over, from the first encounter between the 2 sides to the destruction of the last battle wolf. It only took 7 minutes. Hiruaji didn't even fire a single shot. Lei Bao suddenly jumped out of the simulation cabin and said angrily, "You're so despicable." Hiruaji yawned indifferently. These people are really ridiculous. The skeleton soldiers in the dark abyss never complain about the enemy's despicability. Isn't the so-called battle about using all means to win? Hiruaji looked at Lei Bao. A few drops of cold sweat oozed from Lei Bao's forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, please train us to obtain the C-level license. Please." From that day on, the Thundercloud 5 were subjected to inhumane treatment at the hands of Hiruaji. Hiruaji used all the methods the skeleton soldiers had used on him in the past. In just the first 2 days, these people were crying for their parents. That Hiruaji thought that although the current mech training in the universe had formed an effective model, it had a very big drawback. That was that the driver's fighting will was not strong. Sitting comfortably in the cockpit, they could destroy the enemy just by pressing a keyboard or thinking in their minds that IT was even more comfortable than a video game. This way of fighting meant that many mech knights would never understand what killing intent was and what the valiant military spirit was. Although Hiruaji couldn't help Lei Bao and the others much in mech operation. During this period, he made them undergo a complete transformation. The Thundercloud 5 were no longer a motley crew on the streets. They had become real warriors. However, this was obviously not good news for Hodak's Elite Center. The kids learning basic mech knowledge here were scared by Hiruaji's cruel training methods. Not to mention the blood-smeared appearance of the Thundercloud 5 after daily training, looking like evil spirits just crawled out of hell. After the first day, many kids went home crying. On the second day, the parents came to complain when they saw the Thundercloud 5 engaged in hand-to-hand combat training behind the school. They were greatly shocked. The 5 of them were wrestling with each other, using punches, kicks, claws, and even biting. In short, they used all kinds of dirty and low-down moves. Come on, they knew that if they didn't work hard, they would experience the pain of Hiraji's bone dislocating hand. That feeling was really unforgettable. This is so barbaric, so primitive, so bloody, so violent. What kind of mech school is this? It's just like an ancient Roman Colosseum. The shocked parents shouted and took their kids out of school. By the third day, there were no students left. Hodak was secretly surprised. He used to be a well-known tough guy in the universe. He didn't expect this unassuming guy to be so ruthless. It was really terrifying. Was his heart made of stone? In the eyes of Lei Bao and the others, this 1-month period was like being in purgatory. When the trial day arrived, they were almost crazy with joy. Lei Bao and his brothers hugged each other. They couldn't believe they had endured it. Well, boss, we finally escaped from that devil's hands. Yes, boss, I can't believe I'm still alive. Long live, long live. Haha, even this perverted guy couldn't kill us. What else do we have to fear? Hodak had already signed up all 6 of them. The Thundercloud 5 chose the C-level license assessment, while Hiraji chose the D-level trial, 1 level lower. However, no one dared to look down on him now. Lei Bao and the others believed that even a person with a B-level license would be killed by Hiraji using all kinds of despicable methods. No, even a person with an A-level license would be the same. The 7 of them rented a shabby minibus and drove towards the large mech arena in the city. Looking at the scenery along the way, Hiraji asked curiously, "Teacher Hodak, why do people in the virtual world still put so much effort into walking and build such a magnificent city? Indeed, in the electronic world, it only takes 1 second to connect 2 people who are hundreds of thousands of light years apart." Hodak smiled and said, "The past network world was really set up like that. But later, people found it too boring, because some federal citizens live on very monotonous and boring resource planets from birth to death. They've never even seen what the blue sky and white clouds look like. And they've never known what a car, a building, or a Coke is. Only in the network world can they live a relatively rich life. Yes," Lei Bao added, "on our planet, there are only mines everywhere. When we look up, we can only see the stars in the sky. You Earthlings won't understand how terrible that kind of life is." Hodak said, "Yes, when the cosmic network was first being set up 200 years ago, some systems similar to online games were used. However, the lack of realism greatly dissatisfied people. After all, not everyone desires to live in a game. People go online merely to seek a real life. Therefore, the current network technology has only one objective: to achieve 100% simulation in this world. You must eat, walk, maintain good social interactions, and cannot harm others in fact, except for the situation where you can use special potions to recover immediately after being killed or injured. This is completely a real world, following all the rules of the real world." Understood. Hiraji turned around and gazed at the bright spring scenery outside the window. The Levi City Esports Center was soon in sight. Today, the Esports Center was teeming with people. The car had to stop helplessly 2 kilometers away from the center. Even the sky was under traffic control, not allowing mech to fly around. There were a total of 8 major cities at the central level in the zoo server, all equipped with examination centers for mech licenses. Since Levi City was an educational city with numerous colleges, the examination venue here was particularly large and of a relatively high level. Outside the Esports Center were all confident knights. Most of them carried spatial wristbands on their wrists, obviously experienced knights. Even in the virtual world, the value of a mech was still extremely high. So there were rarely people from the labor class like the Thundercloud 5 man group coming to take the C-level license examination. There were also some guys in gorgeous black robes. Everyone showed great respect when they saw them. These people were the examiners in charge of reviewing the tests and were the most powerful people in Levi City in the real world. Most of them were the heads of some large companies and had professional-level mech driving skills. "Be more energetic later," Hodak whispered. "Today is a big day. Many headhunters from companies will be present to watch. As long as you were spotted by a big company, you won't have to mine anymore." Originally, he would never have had such high hopes. However, after a month of the perverted training under the spiritual outlook of the Thundercloud 5 man group had completely changed, and they might very well surprise everyone. Okay, Lei Bao and the others stood in a row in the middle of the street, staring at the passers-by with beast-like gazes. They all opened their clothes, showing their strong muscles and tattoos of ferocious beasts. An overbearing aura immediately permeated the air. How terrifying. Under the gazes of these five guys, the passers-by quickened their paces. They thought these were gangsters about to fight in the street. Look at these people, Hiroji said. They're mech drivers, while you are warriors. This is the biggest difference between you, isn't this, Hodache? A domineering voice came from behind. Everyone looked back and saw a middle-aged man in an expensive handmade suit, accompanied by more than a dozen equally arrogant students, getting off a luxury coach. These people exuded a self-important air in every gesture, as if they were the only protagonists today. Each of them wore a shiny badge on their chest, which read Elite Mech Center. The middle-aged man had white temples, and his slender eyes were full of lewdness. He disdainfully glanced at Lei Bao and the others, took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his mouth, and complained, "Good heavens, the air here is so filthy. Why can't the examinees be separated? Let the students from our high-class colleges take the exam first. It's so unfair to let my students, the future ace mech pilots, compete with these street hooligans." This white-haired old man seemed to notice Hodache at this time, but he curled his lips and said, "Hodache, I heard that your college has just been complained about for abusing violence. Good heavens, I can't imagine that you would teach mech driving skills in such a barbaric way. You know, mech driving is an art, the noblest art that combines all human wisdom and beauty. It seems that my decision to expel you back then was very correct. He is Nailoat, the head of a noble school. The Kuan Mech Center that I once worked there for some time," Hodache said in a moderate tone. "The Elite Center claims to only admit the children of nobles and the upper class. But once I accidentally found that sometimes the school would also admit some female students from poor families for the enjoyment of those noble elites, and this Mr. Nailoat. Then I left that place. Before leaving, I bid farewell to Nailoat, had a little drink with him, and then I castrated him. This incident made me banned from the network for half a year. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Nailoat's lower body. Nailoat was infuriated. "Are these the good students you've trained this year, Hodache? Look, these little hooligans covered in tattoos and chewing gum at the entrance of the esports center. Do you really think they can get good results? I tell you, they can't even get an E-level license. We are here to take the C-level license examination," Lei Bao said contemptuously, raising his chin. "The C-level license. You scared me, kid. What on earth are you dirty little crawlers thinking? A C-level license means a battle-hardened mech knight, a qualified tactical organizer. Look at these great guys behind me. They're the real masters of this world, while you can only be a bunch of pitiful slaves under their hands. Don't talk to them so much," said a foppish young man, smiling as he walked over. "Teacher, let's go in quickly. I heard that Miss Eunice, who ranks 9th on the mech sports ranking list on the zoo server, will also be present today. We don't need to waste time on these nobodies." Lei Bao glared at him and asked, "Who are you?" "Humph." The young man didn't answer. In his opinion, people of this level were not even qualified to talk to him, and even looking at him twice was an insult. Just as the young man was about to walk past Lei Bao's pupils suddenly shrank. A wild and bloody aura, like a wall, blocked the young man's steps. Looking at Lei Bao's gloomy eyes, the young man felt a sense of panic. He felt that if he took one more step, this guy would kill someone in the street. "Damn it, if I'm killed, it will take at least 2 hours to restore the data. That would be terrible." "Your name?" Lei Bao asked for the second time. "I'm Cambo Faded, and my father is the big boss of the Chi Star Mining Company." "What do you want?" The young man panicked and blurted out involuntarily. Lei Bao sneered contemptuously and stepped back. He found that Hei Yi's words were really right, and no matter how excellent these guys were in mech driving skills, they were just vulnerable cowards. "You remember this?" Kamba Fei gritted his teeth and shouted, but he didn't dare to step forward to fight Lei Bao. Instead, he retreated to his companions. "These hicks are so ill-mannered. They remind me of the low-class workers in my father's mine. Yeah, just like the lazy guys in my father's factory. It seemed that they could regain their face through words. Soon, these people became arrogant again and walked past Hiroji and the others. "If we meet these guys in the competition, I'll definitely kill them," Lei Bao's eyes were almost bloodshot. Hoodake looked at Nailawat's back and murmured, "According to that guy's personality, the probability of you meeting in the competition should be quite high. In the distance, Nailawat had already struck up a conversation with the chief examiner in a black robe. Chief Examiner Smith, I can't understand why a school like Tianyu College, where those vulgar kids gather, can still exist. Haven't you heard what happened there in the past 2 months? If this goes on, the reputation of Levi City will be ruined by them." Chief Examiner Smith shook his head and said, "Mr. Nailawat, you know that the current federation is very free, as long as the students don't file a lawsuit against the college. Any strange teaching methods are allowed. But isn't there any way to make this college disappear completely? Let's put it this way, Mr. Nai Luot, according to the regulations of the Federal Network MEC Teaching Ordinance. If an academy fails to have at least 5 students obtain MEC licenses above grade D within an academic year, then this academy will be ordered to close as far as I know. Only 6 students from the Elite Center applied for the exam this year, so if they don't pass the assessment, the Elite Center is doomed? Haha, that's wonderful." Nai Luo grinned malevolently. "But what if they're extremely lucky and only encounter very incompetent opponents all the way?" "No, all the paths must be blocked. Chief Examiner Smith, could you put my group of students in the same group as them? Let these little rascals go home and eat dirt." Chief Examiner Smith also laughed. "Of course, no problem. After all, the cooperation between DU Mech Academy and us is so... Well, Hiraji was stunned. "I can't enter the test." "Why is that?" Originally, Hoodake had already applied for the test qualification for him. But as soon as he entered the first step, Hiroaji was eliminated and wasn't even allowed to enter the simulation cockpit. The surrounding examinees looked at him curiously. The assessment for the grade D qualification is relatively simple. So more than half of the trial takers are children. Examinee Hey E, your mental power value is less than 60, which doesn't meet the basic requirements for a mech pilot. Your application for the assessment is rejected. The computer stated the reason methodically. All the examinees laughed. You know, even children of 11 or 12 years old usually have a mental power value of over 90. How could this person with such a low mental power value possibly pass the test? Hiroaji shrugged and walked out of the arena center helplessly. Only those with a grade D license can compete with mech masters on the network to enhance their combat experience. What should I do now? Hiroaji sat on the steps outside the arena center, looking at the surging tide of people below. Lei Bao and the others had gone to take the grade C qualification exam under Hodake's leadership, so they didn't know about the difficulties Hiroaji was facing. Just then, an accident happened. He heard a sharp rebuke overhead, and the pedestrians below let out exclamations. Hiroaji looked up and saw a white, clothed figure falling from the 4th floor high outside the arena's center. By the time Hiroaji noticed, the figure was almost at the 2nd floor level. Without a second thought, Hiroaji darted over like a whirlwind, but just as he was about to reach out to catch the person who had slipped, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful and dangerous aura from the other person. This aura was so oppressive that Hiroaji's heart almost stopped beating. Before his brain could react, his hands naturally changed from catching to grabbing and fiercely attacked the other person. This attack was extremely fierce, as if the other person were his father killer. The other person was also startled by Hiroaji's ferocious action. But soon, she regained her composure and blocked Hiroaji's attack like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Hiroaji smelled a faint fragrance from the other person, but his attacks didn't weaken at all. Instead, they became even more fierce, targeting the other person's vital parts with every move. Now he was sure that the other person didn't slip, but deliberately jumped down from above. Could the target be himself? Although this mysterious woman was skilled in martial arts. Hiroaji had launched a surprise attack first. Once he took the lead, his subsequent attacks came in an unbroken stream, forcing the other person to focus on defense and leaving no room for offense. The more the mysterious woman fought, the more chilled she felt. This guy's martial arts skills are straightforward, and his limbs are as stiff as if glued together. Yet his strength is incredibly great. How terrifying! In a moment of inattention, her shoulder was grabbed by Hiroaji, and she was pulled into his arms. All this happened within a few seconds. To outsiders, it just seemed that a person who had slipped was caught by the young man below. How amazing! The mysterious woman let out a muffled groan, obviously in great pain in her shoulder. She endured the pain and said, Who are you? Her voice was clear and firm, indicating that she was no ordinary woman. Hiroaji was stunned, then shook his head and said, "I don't know you. Why did you jump down from above?" The woman was stunned and said, "I saw a guy stealing someone's wallet in the crowd just now. It was too late to give a warning, so I had to jump down from above to catch that hateful thief. Are you an accomplice of the thief?" Hiroaji looked back and indeed saw a furtive guy running away in a hurry behind the crowd. Hiroaji was dumbfounded. He quickly let go of the young lady and said, "I thought you fell down. I wanted to save you. That I didn't expect." Seeing his silly and random explanation, the young lady couldn't help but burst out laughing. She was also a master of super martial arts, so she naturally knew that the body of a top-level master would automatically take defensive measures when threatened. Seeing the crowd gathering, the young lady buried her face in Hiroaji's arms and whispered urgently, "Hurry, let's go. Don't let people see my face." Hiroaji had absolutely no idea what to do. After finally avoiding the onlookers, Hiroaji took the young lady into a safe. They looked extremely disheveled. "My name is Eunice. Are you here for the assessment?" The young lady looked at Hiroaji with a smile and said generously. Only then did Hiroaji take a good look at Eunice's face. She was definitely a different kind of girl from Mu Xiaoping. Eunice had a head of cute light, golden short hair and a few faint freckles on her face. She was wearing a well-tailored women's suit. Looking valiant and heroic, it seemed that she was still a bit embarrassed because of what had just happened. With a faint blush on her face, Hiroaji said, I'm here to take the assessment for the Grade D mech license." Grade D? Eunice was very surprised. She thought that such a powerful super martial arts master would at least be a Grade B mech knight, and I was deprived of the exam qualification. Hiroaji said somewhat helplessly, "Why is that?" Eunice was extremely shocked. Lose 15 pounds in 20 days, a real person demonstration of the slimming results. Previous page, return to the table of contents. Next page, Hiroaji told the whole thing exactly as it happened. "So you're from Earth, that explains it." Eunice nodded repeatedly, without any intention of discriminating against Hiroaji. In the minds of super martial arts practitioners, Earth holds a rather special position. Although there isn't overly advanced technology on Earth, it is the birthplace of ancient martial arts, and many mysterious martial arts sects still exist. The strange martial arts skills used by this young man should be a type of Earth's ancient martial arts. However, it's really a pity that his mental power is so low, and no wonder he can't even obtain a Grade D license. But even if you had the chance to take the assessment, you simply couldn't pass. Eunice said. Hiroaji shrugged. "I have my own way." Really? Hiroaji said confidently. Eunice smiled. "I don't know if I should believe you, but maybe you have a chance to give it a try." Eunice led Hiroaji through the back door of the arena center and into a small room. She seemed to be someone of great importance. Everyone they met along the way showed her great respect. Two examiners in black robes saw Eunice and rushed up, bowing to her and saying, "Miss Eunice, we finally found you. Just now." Eunice stepped forward and whispered something to one of the chief examiners. The chief examiner sized Hiroaji up and down twice and jerked his head at him. "Please come with me, sir. Go ahead," Eunice said with a smile, "that if you're really as good as you claimed, in an independent simulation pod." Eunice watched the big screen with great interest, and a woman's intuition told her that this mysterious young man named He wasn't lying. Maybe he did have quite strong mech driving abilities. Although his mental power was so low, Earth was a mysterious place, wasn't it? Eunice was extremely. Here couldn't be translated as I don't have a context-fitting English word at hand. You can replace it with anticipated or expected according to the exact meaning. Inside the simulation cabin, Hiroaji the menu for selecting mechas. According to the rules, trial takers can choose one most suitable mecha from 15 different ones to complete various tasks instructed by the computer. These include land and space flights, as well as traversing various obstacles. Finally, they will have a duel with a computer-controlled mecha. Cold sweat oozed from Hiroaji's forehead. He suddenly realized that the 15 mechas available for selection were all too advanced. So advanced that they were completely controlled by electronic neurons, and there were only 3 or 4 buttons on the console. "Can I choose a more outdated mecha?" Hiroaji asked. "The request is rejected. Please confirm your selected mecha within 10 seconds. That if the time is exceeded, the system will make a random selection." Damn it. For most people, the assessment for a Class D license is very simple because the mechas available for selection are equipped with complete electronic combat facilities. But for Hiroaji, it has become a damned obstacle that a white light flashed. and Hiroji found himself inside the cockpit of an advanced mecha, apart from the electronic neuron system above his head. There are only 5 buttons on the console in front of him. The competition begins. Yuna's couldn't believe her eyes. She had never seen such a clumsy performance. Even a third-grade primary school student who had just been exposed to mecha operation for 2 months and was performing in front of their parent for the first time wouldn't be this bad. Among the 15 selectable mechas, the 9-eyed demon with the best operability could have easily performed all kinds of wonderful maneuvers. But in Hiroji's hands, it was like a pile of scrap metal cobbled together. Unable to even take a step before falling to the ground, this the mecha genius from Earth, who masters the mysterious ancient martial art style you talked about. Miss Yunas? An examiner looked at Yunas with a very strange look. Yunas bit her lips tightly and folded her arms across her chest. Had she misjudged? Was this guy actually a fool? How annoying! On the big screen, Hiroji scrambled over the obstacles, looking like a dead dog. Sorry, Miss Yunas, we seem to have some work to deal with, and front point 2 examiners glanced at each other and awkwardly slipped out of the room. Yunas stamped her foot hard. She really had met a liar today. With a boom, Hiroji slunk out of the exam. He had failed as he climbed out of the simulation cabin. He saw Yunas looking furious. You lied. I hate lying men. I didn't lie, Hiroji explained. But the mechas available here are all too advanced. I can't operate such advanced mechas. What do you mean by that? Hiroji shrugged. I like to operate mechas developed and produced 60 or 70 years ago. Only those mechas can give full play to my abilities. You're lying. Everyone knew how inferior the mecha technology was 60 or 70 years ago and how difficult it was to operate semi-manual mechas. Even Yunas herself wasn't confident she could operate that kind of mecha. The IT was so ridiculous. But the other man just calmly looked at her. There seemed to be a very profound and peaceful power about this man named E, making people involuntarily believe him. Yunas couldn't help but nod. If you're really not lying, dare to have a match with me. Of course, in the virtual arena. The two chose a very ordinary space battle map. The sky above and below, and all around was the vast expanse of the starry sky, with no terrain at all for tactical maneuvers. The outcome could only be determined by the individual abilities of the pilots. Hiroji chose a Red Shark mecha. This product, which was designed and finalized 70 years ago, was equipped with a low-power electromagnetic cannon, and in addition, there were 2 alloy combat spikes on its arms. And it was propelled by 2 clumsy Hiram engines. The Red Shark had once shone brightly in early space battles, but it was obviously very outdated today. Its console was full of more than 200 buttons, which seemed really ridiculous from a modern perspective. IT was also one of the oldest model mechas that could be found in the Zeus server. Apart from those elderly veterans, no one would want to try this old and complicated thing. Yunas thought for a while and chose a judge. Compared to the bulky and stout appearance of the Red Shark, the judge was much more petite and delicate. However, with a height of more than 7 meters. The mecha looked very thin, as if it had no protective measures. In terms of weapons, it included 2 high-output power beam swords, as long as they gently touched the shell of the Red Shark. The latter would probably be cut in half immediately. The most special feature of the judge was its unique Heavenly Shield defense system that a total of 18 metal electromagnetic shields were lined up behind the mecha. Once the Heavenly Shield system was activated, the 18 electromagnetic shields would form an airtight defense net around the body. In terms of design concept, this was a mecha that emphasized defense and was not particularly outstanding in terms of attack power. After all, since the opponent was using such an old mecha, if she used a high attack mecha for the battle, wouldn't the fight end right away? Yunas connected her brain to the electronic neurons, and her vision was immediately integrated with the mecha's monitor. Her hands and feet seemed to merge into the mecha as well. This feeling was very strange, as if the pilot herself had become a giant mechanical man. Yunas activated the Heavenly Shield, and a purple electromagnetic light immediately flashed around her. The 18 round shields quickly spun around her body, looking as gorgeous as dancing fire meteors for a moment. Yunas didn't expect the opponent to defeat her. As long as the opponent could show some attack power, it would already be beyond her expectation. If so, Yunas might even introduce a job to the other person. After all, it was really rare to see a young man with such high martial skills. Hiroji the Red Shark and flew over slowly. The 2 Hiram engines behind the Red Shark seemed too fragile to bear its clumsy body. If the resplendent judge was a princess from a noble family, then the Red Shark was undoubtedly a laborer working on the dock for a living. The gap between them was as vast as the sky and the abyss, and they were simply not on the same level. Yunus could have pierced the opponent's cockpit with a single sword, but she really couldn't bear to do it. Moreover, she also wanted to see how this guy would launch an attack. The Red Shark slowly circled around the judge. Hiroaji's eyes were very calm, blinking at a frequency of once every 5 seconds, and his pupils were rotating at a uniform speed, as if he were a precise machine. The defense line formed by the 18 electromagnetic shields seemed airtight, but Hiroaji knew that there was never an absolutely unbreakable defense in this world. And no matter how solid a front line was, there must be a weakest point. All he had to do was find this correct weakness at the right time and then launch an attack. Hiroaji suddenly activated the mecha. The engine of the Red Shark immediately burst into a dazzling light, and the whole body let out a scream, as if it couldn't bear the strong, tearing force, and all its parts were about to fall apart. In fact, Hiroaji had truly pushed the capabilities of each part to the limit. If he increased the speed a little more, every part would be torn apart. The warning system of the judge immediately sounded the alarm. Streams of red data in Yuna's vision fell like a torrential rain. The danger level of the opponent suddenly rose from the lowest E level, no danger, to A level, extremely dangerous. If she didn't react immediately, the system determined that her mecha would be shot down within 3 seconds. My God, Yuna's groaned. An antique mecha from 70 years ago, destroying the most powerful modern defensive mecha. This is impossible. Yuna's immediately increased the energy output of the heavenly shield system to the maximum. High-intensity electromagnetic waves were emitted between the 18 electromagnetic shields, forming terrifying blue arcs. But before Yuna's could heave a sigh of relief, the opponent had broken through the heavenly shield. This is impossible. Yuna's almost screamed. At this moment, the Red Shark was as dexterous and swift as the overlord of the sea, breaking through the gap in the heavenly shield from the most incredible angle. Although it was only a gap of a tenth of a second, once the enemy seized this opportunity, it led to the most serious consequences. The heavenly shield system quickly reacted and launched an electromagnetic attack on the Red Shark. At this time, Hiroaji did something unexpected. He actually discarded all the armor of the Red Shark at once. A large amount of metallic armor instantly scattered in all directions, disrupting the normal operation of the sky shield system and preventing it from discerning which one was the real enemy. Of course, as a result, most of the mechanical structures of the Red Shark were exposed to the enemy. Even the lowest level electromagnetic guns could shoot down the Red Shark. However, Jonas didn't think so. Her expression was extremely solemn. The opponent obviously knew that even with full armor, an antique like the Red Shark couldn't withstand a single strike from a judge. Instead of being fully armored, it was better to go into battle bare-handed. This way, they could break into the sky shield system, and without the heavy armor, the Hiram engine could its maximum effectiveness. All the changes were completed within half a second. Jonas really couldn't imagine how the opponent could accomplish all this just with hand movements. How terrifying. The moment this thought crossed her mind, the Red Shark rammed into her fiercely, although it had shed its armor. The bulky Red Shark was still much heavier than the judge. Usually, this would be a great disadvantage, but when the collision occurred, the heavier machine clearly had the upper hand. Jonas sneered coldly. She admitted that she had underestimated her opponent. However, if an attack of this level could defeat her, then all her painstaking training over the past decade would have been in vain. Such a self would not be qualified to survive in the cut-throat mech world. Jonas gritted her teeth and endured the violent shock, while a beam sword extended from behind, a reverse-handed sword, a highly concealed move. The beam sword was thrust upward from under the rib, aiming straight at the opponent's cockpit. Jonas had brought out all her trump cards. She no longer dared to regard this enemy as an insignificant figure, but as the most terrifying foe. The beam weapon, burning with intense energy, undoubtedly cut through the energy pipeline around the opponent's waist and penetrated into the cockpit. Jonas let out a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. At the same time, she blushed a little. The opponent was just a rural boy from Earth, and he was piloting an antique mech like this. She was in the most advanced machine and had shown no mercy. It really seemed like an unworthy victory. Jonas was a bit puzzled. Why hadn't the system declared her the winner? Hadn't she stabbed into the opponent's cockpit? she didn't notice that during the previous attack, the red shark had made a very slight evasive movement. In fact, Hiroaji could have completely dodged her attack in the violent collision. Even Yona's couldn't maintain perfect balance, as long as Hiroaji was willing to sacrifice an engine. He could forcefully move and avoid the attack, but Hiroaji didn't do so. Given the capabilities of the red shark mech, after 2 attacks, the fatigue level of the machine was extremely high, and its energy reserve was running low. If he evaded forcefully again, he wouldn't be able to continue the following battle. Hiroaji wanted to win, so he faced the beam sword head on and just slightly turned his body. The beam sword barely grazed the cockpit and destroyed most of the mobility of the left side of the body. But Hiroaji had also gained a precious opportunity, with the opponent appearing in front of him defenseless. A sneer curled up on Hiroaji's lips. The red shark suddenly activated and tightly hugged the judge. Yonas was shocked and tried to control the judge to break free. But somehow, the red shark firmly locked all of its joints. And no matter how the judge struggled, it was to no avail. Originally, Hiroaji's plan was to use a joint-breaking technique to completely destroy the opponent's mechanical joints. But now he found that the judge's protective armor was extremely sturdy. And it was really beyond the capabilities of his damaged red shark to deal with it. Hiroaji controlled his only movable right hand and rammed it hard into the judge's chest plate. Yonas gritted her teeth, ignoring the violent impact, and instead accumulated energy. As long as there was enough energy, she could command the electromagnetic shield to completely crush this troublesome opponent. Finally, the energy was sufficient. Of course, after the red shark's repeated ramming, the judge's chest plate had become very fragile, but it was far from breaking. Yonas sighed secretly, admiring the opponent's tenacious fighting spirit. But now it was all going to end. Yonas began to command the electromagnetic shield. Just then, the explosion occurred. Hiroaji activated the self-destruct system of the red shark. The intense explosion not only completely shattered the red shark, but also blew the judge far away. The judge's fragile chest plate could no longer withstand such a high-intensity explosion and shattered into pieces. Hiroaji and Yonas almost simultaneously exited the system. It was actually a draw. Yonas was in a daze for a long time, sitting stupidly in the simulated cockpit. It wasn't until she caught a glimpse of the mysterious young man walking outside that she quickly called out to him. "Hey, where are you going?" Hiroaji replied, "My friend is still taking the exam. To be honest, he had a great impression of this young girl with excellent martial skills. If the opponent hadn't had a limited understanding of the structure of the antique mech and didn't know the correct location of the red shark's cockpit, the result definitely wouldn't have been like this. However, he also noticed that the opponent must be a person with a prominent background, from a completely different world from his own, seeing the girl staring blankly at him. Hiroaji gracefully said goodbye and walked out of the room without looking back. Wait. Hiroaji turned around and smiled at her. Yonas was at a loss for a moment, shy and not knowing what to say. Since she was sensible, she had been immersed in the world of mechs. The men she met either treated her with courtesy or were strict coaches or opponents. She had never met someone as strange as Hiroaji. If you don't get a D-level license, won't you be able to compete in various mech clubs? Yonas thought this young man must love mech fighting. Hiroaji shrugged. There are other ways to train. If you don't mind, take this card and come to this club when you have time. They won't turn you away. Thank you. I'll definitely come, Hiroaji said sincerely. In fact, he also really hoped to compete with good fighters from all over the universe. Especially someone like Miss Yonas, that he wouldn't miss any chance to improve himself. Long after Hiroaji left, Yonas still stared blankly at the direction where he disappeared. The 2 examiners walked in at some point. They saw the battle result in front of the simulation pod and exclaimed, "Miss Yonas is so amazing." Yes. She was piloting a red shark mech produced 70 years ago. I've only heard of this kind of mech and have never even touched one. This rascal is so shameless. He used a judge mech, which is like a coward. It's so unfair. How could a mech's attack power from 70 years ago break the sky shield system of a judge? Shameless. Really can't break it. That's for others. Look, Miss Yonas used a self-destruct move and forced a draw. That guy probably couldn't even figure out how he died. Truly, she lives up to her reputation as the 9th-ranked super expert in the Zeus world and the preeminent female figure in the mech realm. How remarkable she is, truly worthy of admiration. Indeed, especially since Miss Yunus is so exquisitely beautiful. Yunus ignored these two insignificant pests and strode out of the room with a frosty visage that a wave of vexation and nervousness welled up within her. She didn't even want to enter the arena and simply quit the Zeus world. Yunus emerged from the rejuvenation tank filled with blue nutrient solution. This kind of device, used to connect to the virtual network, causes less harm to the body compared to network helmets and is suitable for long-term online activities that in the bathroom mirror, a flawless and voluptuous body appeared. Yunus stared blankly at her own delicate form. It seemed as if the pain of being tightly grasped by black wings still lingered on her wrist. This pain felt extremely peculiar to her. After taking a bath, Yunus walked out of the room while towel drying her hair. Her residence was an exquisite small villa. The mountain spring gurgled merrily, and the air was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. In the spacious garden, a strong middle-aged man in black was practicing punches with meticulous attention. His speed was extremely slow, but each punch carried an overwhelming force. The weeds within a 5-meter radius around his feet were flattened by the air current. Even Yunus, 10 meters away, could sense this power. Father Hawks, the chief martial arts instructor of the Federal Army and known as the Fist God, smiled. My dear girl, you only spent 4 hours in the Zeus world today. Yunus, who inherited Hawks' martial arts talent, usually spends 10 hours a day in the Zeus world, ceaselessly training in mech combat skills. Such a situation today was quite rare. Father, I want to investigate someone I met in the Zeus world. Really? Is that person highly skilled in martial arts? Hawks knew that his daughter was somewhat naive in certain aspects and only showed interest in powerful opponents. It's not entirely like that, Yunus said, blushing. Maybe he's an idiot, but maybe... Anyway, I just want to know this person's information. All right, my dear girl. Discovering talents for the Federation is also part of my job. Tell me his name and what exactly happened today. Hawk said with a beaming smile. He noticed that his daughter was very different from usual today. She really seemed like spring had arrived. Hiroaji had no idea that his casual actions would stir the heart of a young girl on the other side of the universe. He was intently observing the battles of each team of candidates on the big screen in the arena. The entire arena was teeming with people, apart from the mech knights taking the professional test. There were also many who came to watch. In many corners, underground gambling was quite prevalent. Although there were legal mech competition bets in the Zeus world, many people suspected the possibility of rigging and were reluctant to place bets. On the contrary, the qualification promotion tournament, backed by the official, ensured fairness. With a large number of candidates, cheating was almost impossible. So, despite repeated prohibitions from the Federation, many people saw the promotion exam as an opportunity to get rich. Blackwing. Hodak pushed his way through the crowd with difficulty. You passed the test, right? In his view, it should have been a piece of cake for Hiroaji to pass the test. Hiroaji shook his head. No, because there was no suitable mech for me. What? Hodak was stunned, but there were 2 types of mech suitable for manual control during the test last year. Could it be that the database for this year's competition has been updated? Damn it. Hiroaji smiled, then focused intently on the ongoing matches again. You know, teacher, getting a license isn't really a problem for me. How are Leopard and the others doing? Their match is about to start. The competition this year is extremely fierce. According to the ratio, only 1 out of every 120 teams can obtain a Class C license. Since the exam is an elimination system, each team has to play at least 7 matches and mustn't lose any to get the final approval. Let's go and have a look, Hiroaji said with a smile. The two didn't notice that not far away, a pair of venomous eyes were fixated on them. Narrow it, the principal of the elite mech academy, was lurking behind the crowd like a sneaky rat, fawning obsequiously on an old man. The old man had silver hair and was dressed in luxurious clothing, looking extremely imposing to Mr. Chrysler. You should know that our elite mech academy is an outstanding educational institution in the Zeus world. We cultivate elites who are definitely suitable to serve you. Of course. The old man Chrysler nodded politely, but his eyes were constantly searching in the crowd. When he saw Hodak, he suddenly paused. Mr. Narrow it, do you know that gentleman over there? Hodak. Narrow was a bit flustered. He's an out-and-out fraud, a hooligan, and a disgrace to the mech education field. And I heard that for a while he made a living by teaching kids to play with mech toys. Later, he found some hooligans and tortured them with violence. turning them into beasts that, Mr. Narrowit, the old man Chrysler said calmly. Let me get to know this Mr. Hodak. You know that my company has recruited many knowledgeable and highly skilled elites in the past few years. So now I'd like to try something new, something that can bring some changes to my company.